Chapter 151 Breakfast Disturbance? In addition to shopping and Disney and other must-see tourist attractions in Hong Kong, tea restaurants are also one of Hong Kong's specialties. The predecessor of the tea restaurant was the ice room. In the early years, only high-end restaurants in Hong Kong called Western restaurants or dining rooms at the time would provide Western-style meals, but they were expensive. After the Second World War, the people of Hong Kong were increasingly influenced by Western food customs, and ice chambers emerged one after another to provide cheap imitation Western food. Later, as the types of food increased, it has evolved to this day, not only providing traditional Chinese stir-fry but also European and American food, with ever-changing styles. Drinking morning tea in the morning has also become an important agenda for Hong Kong people. The tea restaurant Li Zikai took Lin Feng and others to is not the most famous Qiwa restaurant on Wellington Street in Central. There are often celebrities there and the business is particularly good. But there are often paparazzi and reporters squatting outside the door. As Li Zikai is now, it is really not suitable to go there. Even if there are no reporters squatting, the harassment of female stars who want to fly to the branch and become a phoenix makes Li Zikai tireless. It would be ridiculous to think that you can marry a rich family based on your appearance and figure. This is why Li Zikai is afraid to avoid Qiwa restaurant. Li Zikai led Lin Feng and others to the Liangxian building in Shenzhen, which has decades of history. The environment and decoration here are naturally not comparable to the Qiwa restaurant. Qiwa restaurant is famous for its luxury wide aisles, bright lighting, and spacious leather sofa seating, which is also an important reason for attracting many stars. On the contrary, Lian Hung House in Shenzhen maintains the traditional Hong Kong tea restaurant characteristics, crowded, dim, and noisy. But this is the characteristic of Hong Kong tea restaurants. Now Li Zikai is driving a bodyguard car. It is extremely simple and did not cause any sensation when he arrived in Shenzhen. Among the 4 people who got off the car, no one would have thought that one was the second son of the richest Chinese man Li Ka-shing, and the other was the future of the top fashion brand Versace. The person in power. There is a mainland online game tycoon, and the future may be the first Versace spokesperson in Asia. Li Zikai skillfully led Lin Feng and the 3 people into the Liangxian building and sat down in a place with better ventilation by the window. Although Algra was a bit disgusted with the crowds and noise in the restaurant, before Lin Feng took him to the stall to eat dry-fried Niu, he did not overreact, but showed an expectant look. Before Lin Feng took Algra to the stalls, now Li Zikai took her to the tea restaurant patronized by the townspeople. This gave Algra a wrong judgment. Chinese cuisine can only be eaten in such ordinary restaurants. In the future, it also caused Algra to come to China in the future, and go to the ordinary restaurant with no gorgeous decorations for dinner. However, Algra can find the most authentic snack bar every time, so that everyone who accompanies is always full. Foggy. As soon as the 4 of them sat down, the waiter made a cup of tea for each of them. Algra sniffed the tea. The tea was light and tasteless. He just felt thirsty, so he raised his head and drank it. Lin Feng and Li Zikai hadn't had time to stop. Algra had already drank upside down. After drinking, he smashed his mouth slightly, muttering that it was not good. The expression on Lin Feng's face was unnatural. This tea is used for washing dishes, not for drinking. After all, the tea restaurant is not as particular as a Western restaurant. All the tableware is sterilized by high temperature and there is absolutely no bacteria. Although this kind of tea restaurant is sterilized by high temperature, it has become the habit of all people who drink morning tea to wash the tableware with tea before eating. Hey, why don't you drink it? Algra looked at Lin Feng and the others, frowning. Lin Feng and the others were about to wash the tableware with tea. When they heard the words, they were stunned. Not thirsty, not thirsty. Lin Feng and Li Zikai said in unison. They wanted to laugh, but the 2 of them were really afraid that Algra could not get off the stage, so they had to hold back. Really? Algra is talented and intelligent, and I can see that Lin Feng and Li Zikai are weird at a glance, but after watching for a long time, I can't see the flaws. Under Algra's suspicious gaze, Lin Feng could only feel the coolness of his back. But this made him explain to Algra. She said that the tea she had just drunk was used to wash dishes, so she didn't fall out. Waiter, bring up your signature vegetable lotus paste buns, barbecued pork buns, mill cakes, custard buns, sausage rolls, sumai, shrimp intestines, and mangosteen beef. Seeing Algra's doubts, Li Zikai hurriedly ordered a meal. Humphrey. Algra saw that the long-awaited Chinese morning tea was about to be on the table, and temporarily let go of the suspicious-looking Lin Feng and Li Zikai, which also made the two shout out for luck. At this moment, Lisa held up the teacup with tea and blew lightly, as if he was about to drink. Lin Feng looked at him and was shocked. Suddenly remembered that Lisa hadn't had morning tea, and probably didn't know the unwritten rules of this tea restaurant. If you want to stop it, you can see Algra's suspicious look, and Lin Feng can't tell Lisa clearly. After thinking about it, Lin Feng secretly stepped on Lisa's foot. Hey, why are you stepping on my foot? As expected, Lin Feng stepped on Algra with this foot, and Lin Feng knew he was going to suffer. Say, what is your conspiracy? Algra stared at Lin Feng, extorting a confession under torture. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, knowing that he couldn't hide it. In this cafe, Algra would find out sooner or later. Algra, the tea you drank is actually used to wash dishes. Lin Feng's voice was getting smaller and smaller. What? Water for washing dishes? Algra frowned, unable to turn her mind for a moment. She had never seen anything like this in Europe. After all, Lisa has lived in Shanghai for more than half a year, and he also knows some unwritten rules. At the moment, he hurriedly put down the tea he was preparing to drink, stuck his tongue out, and patted his chest. He looked overwhelmed, especially cute. Algra rolled his eyes, but still didn't quite understand what Lin Feng meant. At this time, a few elderly people came to the next table. After the waiter poured tea, the elderly skillfully cleaned the tableware one by one with the tea. At this time, the waiter used another teapot to pour the second cup of tea, which is also a formal tea drink. Seeing this, Algra didn't understand why. His expression changed immediately, and immediately rushed to the bathroom to retching. Lisa also hurriedly followed, fearing that Algra would have an accident. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. In fact, the water is not too unclean. But with that said, the more I think about it, the more unclean it is, and the psychological effect is a very subtle thing. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable and the more disgusting it becomes. If you don't know, drink it before you drink it. After the waiter ordered all the signature dishes that Lisa Kai had ordered before, it took a while before Algra and Lisa came back. Algra, it's all right. Lin Feng wanted to comfort Algra, but his eyes were red and swollen. Algra seemed to have cried just now, which made Lin Feng not know how to comfort him for a while. I thought to myself why Algra was crying. Such a strong girl shouldn't be crying by an unclean cup of tea. I was wrong just now. I forgot that you didn't know the rules of this tea restaurant. It was too late to tell you, so. Lin Feng felt clumsy and awkward for a while, not knowing how to comfort Elijah. Yes, this time we are not right. I forgot to remind you. But it is not unclean, you see. I drank it too. Li Zikai was also afraid that Algra would cry again. This is about to cry. This old man in the whole building not yet put the two men here to death. Look, it's okay. Li Zikai said and drank the tea in one fell swoop. Algra glanced at the empty teacup, and then aimed at Lin Feng. I drink too. Lin Feng was startled, raised his teacup helplessly, frowned a few times, cast a secret glance at Li Zikai who was snickering on the side, closed his eyes and drank the tea in the teacup. It turned out that when Algra went to the bathroom just now, Li Zikai had washed the tableware with tea, and what he had just drank was the second clean cup of tea. But because Lin Feng was worried about Algra just now, he didn't change this cup of tea. The one he drank was the same as Algra's water, which was used to wash dishes. At the moment, Lin Feng felt uncomfortable as soon as the tea entered his throat, as if he had drunk poison, but he couldn't show it in front of Algra. His face was painful. Of course, this uncomfortable feeling is purely psychological. Many guests who came to the tea restaurant for the first time also had it, but it was fine. After all, tea restaurants dare not really make unclean tableware for customers to use. Puff. Algra burst into laughter, took the handkerchief Lizzie handed over, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Thank you," Algra said, as if feeling touched for a while. Tears came from the corner of his eyes. "It's been a long time since I had such a warm breakfast." "Thank you." Lin Feng still didn't understand why Algra was so touched, but Li Zikai felt the same way. He patted Algra on the shoulder and sighed, "Me too." Li Zikai was also born in the rich family. Although he holds the title of the son of the richest man in China, he has wealth that ordinary people can't match. But at the same time he has lost many other things that ordinary people can easily obtain. Algra feels the same thanks to him. While gaining wealth and power, but losing the happiness of ordinary people's growth. Perhaps this is the sorrow of wealthy children. "I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat first." Algra sniffed, looked around, grabbed the lotus seed paste bun, and stuffed it into his mouth, while not forgetting to grab the barbecued pork bun with the other hand. "Yes, it tastes good," Algra praised as he ate. Li Zikai was stunned. At the charity party, Li Zikai met Algra. Although there was a feat from the table, Algra was polite and generous, showing the style of a European wealthy daughter. But now this food is really hard to compliment. And it is very different from the image of the wealthy daughter. It is difficult for Li Zikai to regard Algra at the party yesterday and Algra in front of him as the same person. Of course, this can only be blamed on Lin Feng for guiding Algra by mistake, making her think that Chinese food should be eaten like this. Richard, if you don't eat anymore, you won't have it." Lin Feng was hungry. Algra's grabbing so aroused his appetite. "You are not welcome at the moment." He didn't care about the etiquette, and started to talk to each other. "Like the other tables next to it, I grabbed the buns and stuffed them into my mouth." Li Zikai shook his head helplessly, gently picked up a lotus seed paste bag with chopsticks and put it in a bowl, then separated it by a small half with a knife, and then put it into his mouth with chopsticks. The whole action is very elegant, very different from the eating appearance of Lin Feng and Algra on the table, showing the demeanor of a wealthy man. But as he ate, Li Zikai felt awkward. Seeing the three people at the table eating like this made Li Zikai feel a little bit uncomfortable and itchy. This way of eating was still eaten at a steamed bun shop when he sneaked out with his elder brother Li Zexu and his father Li Kashing when he was a child, and he has never eaten it like this since. Seeing the three of them eating and fighting, Li Zikai also found it interesting, and there was a faint feeling in his heart that he wanted to join. After hesitating for a while, Li Zikai also put down his chopsticks and joined the three people fighting for food. Actually, with the net worth of any one of the four people at the table, there is no need to grab them. You can eat as much as you want. But if you eat it by yourself, no matter how good the food is, you will have no appetite. But if someone came to grab you at this time, it would be different. Even with coarse tea and light rice, you will eat it with relish, as if it were three delicacies of seafood. This breakfast is the wind and the clouds, like the flowing water of the Yangtze River, and it is also the most lively table in the Liangxian building. The cries of "one more plate" sounded from time to time, and the guests at the side table that were provoked were also appetite. With this drive, the operating income of Liangxiangla this morning inadvertently set a record since its opening. However, no one expected that the four people with such crazy eating habits would actually have the son of Hong Kong's richest man Li Kashing, and the future leader of the top fashion brand Versace. If you know it, it will definitely cause a sensation, and it will definitely make the headlines of the day. After half a day, the four of them couldn't eat anymore, and finally relaxed. Looking at each other, they all laughed. "Let's go. I will take you to Repulse Bay to sit and sit." which is one of the most beautiful places in Hong Kong. It is also the most pleasant thing in life to go there to rest when you are full, Li Zikai said after paying the bill. When Lin Feng heard that it was time to talk about business, he nodded and agreed. The two girls had heard of the famous name of Repulse Bay a long time ago, and they urged them to leave. But the four of them just got in the car and left Shengwan. Li Zikai frowned and said in a low voice, "Someone is following us." Lin Feng and others were surprised. Lin Feng knows that a few years ago, the gangster Zhang Ziqiang kidnapped Li Zikai's eldest brother and went to Li Kashing's villa with a bomb to blackmail 2 billion. Could this happen again today? Come on, let me drive. I will get rid of them. Algra became energetic when he heard it, and hoped to show off his car skills again. Hee, Miss Algra, you should take a break. Although I am not as good as your car, as long as I get off the highway, my bodyguard will keep up, and then it will be fine. How dare Li Zikai let Algra go driving? If you weren't caught by someone behind you, and let Algra cause an accident, it would be unfortunate. Thinking of the tragic image of his own car just now, how could Li Zikai dare to let Algra drive? Don't let people catch up without getting off the highway. Algra looked angry when she saw Li Zikai wouldn't let her drive. At this point, Miss Algra, but please rest assured, although my driving skills cannot be compared with Miss Algra, I was crazy in the United States in the early years, and my car skills will still be good. As he said, Li Zikai's eyes there was a burst of excitement. Lin Feng saw that he knew he was going to suffer. Obviously, Li Zikai, like Algra before him, was also a man who was suffocated by the rules of the rich. Today, he finally caught a chance to drive his car, and I am afraid he will never let it go. Blessed by the Buddha group, I hope there will be no more car accidents this time. Lin Feng had to pray silently. Chapter 152 The Troubles of Growth. After Li Zikai reminded Lin Feng to sit down, a blazing light flashed in his eyes, the accelerator slammed on his feet, and the Audi A6 whistled away. Lin Feng and the others watched nervously behind, and a car in front of Go also quickly speeded up and followed. Obviously, this is tracking them. Although Li Zikai had confirmed that he was being followed, he was not surprised. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. The accelerator did not loosen under his feet, and the Audi A6 easily reached the speed of 90 km per hour. Algra looked back and saw that the car behind did not throw away. He frowned and slapped the door and yelled, "Hurry up, hurry up." Still not a man, scared about 90 kilometers away. Li Zikai frowned after hearing this, and said to his heart that fortunately, Algra didn't let Algra drive. Otherwise, with Algra's temperament, something will definitely happen. Miss Algra, this is still a downtown area. There are more cars. I'm afraid that something will happen soon. Li Zikai explained helplessly. If you have good driving skills, there will be no accidents. If I drive 140 kilometers, there will be no accidents, Algra said with disdain. Lin Feng and others meditated for a while, thinking that someone else had crashed a Cadillac this morning. Of course, this can only be read silently, otherwise Algra will definitely turn his face with a few people. Naturally, Li Zikai would not listen to Algra's words to continue speeding up, and steadily kept the speed at about 90 kilometers. But the strange thing is that the car behind is also steadily following behind, neither leading nor behind. It's kind of weird, Li Zikai secretly said strangely, but fortunately, after the meeting, he got off the highway and faintly saw two Audi cars parked in front. Li Zikai made a gesture to the two Audi cars. When Li Zikai passed by, the two bodyguard cars intercepted the cars that followed all the way to a stop. As soon as the three cars stopped, 8 sturdy men got off from Li Zikai's bodyguard car, and the two of them quickly got off from the car following them. 2 to 8. Although the number of people is at a disadvantage, the two are not afraid, and brazenly fight with the 8 bodyguards of Li Zikai. Looking at it from afar, although the number of people is very different, they are evenly matched. When Li Zikai saw it, his heart trembled, and Zhang Ziqiang's appearance of Biao Fang, who was blackmailed at home with a bomb tied to his home, instantly appeared in front of him. Gritting your teeth, stepping on the gas pedal, you have to drive home. These two tough bandits were too strong to defend. He was afraid that his bodyguards would not be able to resist them. Wait. Lin Feng stopped Li Zikai, who was about to drive, and squinted. He always felt that the two were very familiar. After asking Li Zikai to reverse the car for a short distance, he suddenly discovered that the two were bodyguards who followed him to Hong Kong. Quick, quick, wrong. I beat my own. Although Lin Feng didn't know why the two didn't stay in the villa and followed all the way, he hurriedly shouted. After Li Zikai figured out the whole story, he quickly reversed the car and got out of the car and ordered the bodyguard to stop. Lin Feng also hurriedly got out of the car, and everyone just stopped and stepped aside. However, it was 8 versus 2, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. They all suffered a little bit of injury, and they all looked at each other with dissatisfaction. Why are you here? Didn't you let you rest in the villa? Lin Feng frowned and asked. Algra just crashed Li Zikai's Cadillac this morning, and now his bodyguard is working with Li Zikai's bodyguard, which is really messy. Boss, Team Wang ordered, let us ensure your safety no matter what. The two also knew that they were reckless this time. Seeing Lin Feng winking, they quickly apologized to Li Zikai's 8 bodyguards. Lin Feng also took advantage of the situation to apologize to Li Zikai, hoping that he would not be offended. Li Zikai was also helpless, and naturally it was not easy to be angry about this. It was originally a misunderstanding. To blame, I can only blame myself for the unfavorable day and forget to read the almanac when he went out. On the contrary, he admired Lin Feng's bodyguard for his skill, and even joked that he wanted to dig him over, which finally eased the atmosphere a lot. Okay, let's go back. Richard's bodyguard is here. You will take a day off today. Lin Feng saw that Li Zikai's bodyguard had followed him, so he asked the two to go back to rest. The two looked around and nodded secretly. The two sides fought against each other just now. Although these bodyguards may not be considered top-notch, they are more than enough to protect everyone. At the moment, the two nodded and drove away. Okay, let's go. Now you can go to Repulse Bay. At this time, the bodyguard also drove Li Zikai's another extended Lincoln car. Li Zikai invited Lin Feng and others to get on the bus and asked the driver to drive directly to Repulse Bay. Repulse Bay is located in the southern part of Hong Kong Island and is the most representative beautiful bay in Hong Kong. The Repulse Bay has flat waves and fine sand, wide beach beds, gentle slopes and warm waters. Summertime is the busiest time in Repulse Bay. A large number of tourists flock to the beach, crowded with people on the beach, and all kinds of swimwear made up a colorful picture. Now in late June, the summer heat wave has hit, and it is the time when the beach is surging. However, Li Zikai led Lin Feng and others to a private club, which has the most beautiful scenery of Repulse Bay. At first glance, there is no crowded crowd, no noisy people, only blue sky and poetry. The sound of waves blowing with the sea breeze on the face is particularly intoxicating. Rich is good. Lin Feng sighed again. Although Hong Kong has a lot of money, as long as it has money, it can still find a paradise in the downtown area of Fanhua. After the excitement of the Biok just now, everyone's digestive system seemed to be stimulated, and all of them felt a little hungry. Li Zikai ordered the people to bring up the stove and barbecue utensils, and Lin Feng set up grills, skewered sausages and other things comfortably, and then a few bottles of beer. The sun and beach, the blue sky and the clear water, stole a half-day leisure. The two girls weren't hungry yet. Perhaps they knew that Lin Feng and Li Zikai were going to have a business talk, so Liza and Algra did not have a barbecue here, and ran to the beach to play. Although the two did not bring swimsuits, it did not prevent them from having fun. The two people's wanton slapstick and play also brought a bit of vitality and popularity to this quiet private club. Thank you. Li Zikai thanked Lin Feng very seriously. Lin Feng didn't understand why Li Zikai said so, but he didn't say anything. He touched the bottle with Li Zikai, poured a sip of beer, and waited for Li Zikai to follow. Although there is a lot of trouble today, my Cadillac was crashed early in the morning, but thank you very much. Today's morning tea is the most relaxing and happiest time I have eaten in the past few years. Li Zikai Jing Lin Feng say. Li Zikai didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak, and after drinking a bottle of beer alone, he asked, "Do you want to hear a story? Listen thoroughly." Lin Feng nodded. When a person arrives at the position of Li Zikai, no matter what he says or tells any story, he is not like ordinary people. There used to be a man who came to Hong Kong with his family when he was young to escape the persecution of the Japanese army. When his father died at the age of 15, he was forced to drop out of school and go to society to earn a living due to his family environment, and became a salesman for a toy manufacturing company. Although it was just a small salesman, he is hardworking, studious, shrewd and capable. He became the general manager of this toy factory when he was less than 20 years old. At this point, Li Zikai looked admired. Lin Feng remained silent, thinking silently about who Li Zikai was talking about, feeling that this person's life and experience seemed to be particularly familiar. Later, he used his usual savings of $7,000 to set up his own plastic factory in Shaw Kwan. 8 years later, he cleverly seized the business opportunity and bought a plot of land in North Point to build a 12-story building. Formally intervened in the real estate market. After that, the business grew bigger and bigger. He also had his own family, and gave birth to 2 lovely sons. At this point, Li Zikai showed a happy smile on his face. At this point, Lin Feng already knows who the protagonist of Li Zikai's story is. The man with such a legendary life is Li Zikai's father, Li Kashing, the richest man in China. After that, the company went public and went overseas. The company became bigger and bigger. The business grew bigger and bigger, and the family was very happy. The 2 sons grew up slowly, both very sensible and well-behaved. This should have been very good, a complete life. But unexpectedly, with the growth of his 2 sons, everyone began to pay attention to the issue of his company's inheritance rights in the future, and it gradually affected the family atmosphere. At this point, Li Zikai sighed deeply. Lin Feng knew that the inside story of the rich was involved. He didn't want to listen, but he couldn't leave at this moment, so he continued to listen with the attitude that silence is golden. The 2 sons have grown up. The eldest son has the same character as him. He is calm and capable. The second son is smart, wise, and quick to respond. They have their own strengths and are deeply loved by him. But the rumors in the company and the society, he couldn't help worrying about the power of the company in 100 years. The second son was smarter and more knowledgeable than the elder son. At the age of 17, he chose to enter the computer engineering department of Stanford University in the United States. After graduation, although he still went to his father's company, doing things, but not touching real estate, but making a big splash in the high-tech industry, selling satellite TV for 400 million yuan, and founding Yink Group. The second son's achievements in the high-tech industry and the attitude of resolutely not touching real estate make the groups the disagreement over who inherited disappeared, and everyone acquiesced to the eldest son to inherit the general trend of the group. Li Zikai said this, embarrassed. But who would have expected that as his second son became more and more successful, he actually aroused the interest of some people in the group. Although his second son has tried to avoid any relationship with real estate, the group once again there has been a discussion about who should inherit the industry better. In the face of the group's growing preference for the second son, the father of the 2 is also shaken. In recent years, although the eldest son has been silently tutoring his father in the group, he has never competed for fame. Li is too low, but everyone thinks that he cannot lead the group to develop a new future. Is it to choose the calm and conservative eldest son, or the second son who chooses to be adventurous and radical to break new ground? The son finally couldn't sit still. He started to create his own team in the group. When he returned home, he stopped talking and laughing with his younger brother. The behavior of the eldest son was not only unfavorable to the group, nor was it what the second son would like to see. Li Zikai sighed. When Lin Feng heard this, He also sighed. What do the two sons decide to do? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. The second son knows that his personality is adventurous, more radical, and not suitable for the steady development of the real estate industry. In order to let his father decide the successor as soon as possible, and to reassure his elder brother, he decided to cooperate with others and give his father and elder brother a vision. Not in the real estate, not in the family business. He wants to open up his new kingdom. Li Zikai said, looking at Lin Feng with piercing eyes. Lin Feng knew that Li Zikai was talking about his partner, but he really didn't understand how he was going to cooperate with him so that his father and eldest brother could be at ease. Chapter 153 3 Reasons 1 Suggestion. Looking at the blue sky, after a long time, Li Zikai sighed. Lin Feng, I plan to return the shares of Changkong Holdings to my father. At this point, Li Zikai looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I want to invest in Lin Dong's second world. The first sentence Lin Feng represents Li Zikai talking with Lin Feng as a friend, and the latter sentence Lin Dong represents formal business negotiations at this moment. Lin Feng could only sigh Li Zikai's feelings for his family after hearing the previous words. At present, the market value of Changkong Holdings is more than 400 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Ka-shing holds 40.24%. And approximately has more than 160 billion Hong Kong dollars in assets. Li Zikai's move is to make it clear that he has given up this asset that made most people jaw-dropping. However, the assets of Li Ka-shing's overseas holding company also amount to tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. When Li Zikai abandons the Changkong Industrial Group, this overseas asset naturally belongs to Li Zikai. This is also a reasonable arrangement made by later generations of Li Ka-shing for the heirs of the company. Changkong Holdings will be handed over to the eldest son, and all overseas assets are handed over to the second son. Although the tens of billions of property inherited in the future are still beyond the reach of most people, it is indeed very human for Li Zikai to have such a courage. At least Lin Feng can't guarantee that if he faces a property of hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars, whether there is such a thing as Li Zikai. Bold. But when Li Zikai later said that he wanted to invest in the second world, he surprised Lin Feng and instinctively showed a look of wariness. The second world is the most profitable industry that Lin Feng currently has, and it is also the foundation for Lin Feng to build a game empire in the future. It is absolutely impossible for others to intervene. Lam Feng must occupy an absolute controlling stake. Li Zikai didn't care when he saw Lin Feng showing a wary posture. Instead, it was himself. Hearing that the company he founded would be taken over by others, I am afraid the reaction would be even stronger. Donglin, why don't you just listen to my terms and refuse? Li Zikai refused when Lin Feng opened his mouth, and blocked Lin Feng's mouth first. Then I will listen carefully. Lin Feng thought for a while. It doesn't hurt to listen. The initiative is on his side. First of all, I want to make one point. No matter whether you will agree to my financing plan, Lin Dong, you and I are still friends. Li Zikai first expressed his good intentions, indicating that this financing is only a cooperative intention, not a vicious acquisition. Lin Feng nodded. People like Li Zikai, especially Li Ka-shing behind him, are better friends than enemies. I plan to acquire 20% of Lin Dong's second world shares for 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Zikai can be said to be amazing. The acquisition of 20% of Lin Feng's second world shares by 4 billion at a price that Lin Feng had never imagined before. The market value of the second world has been evaluated by experts. If it goes public, the market value will be around 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. And 20% of the shares will be around 1.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Zikai's acquisition at more than double the price shows his sincerity. But the businessman is not profitable and can't afford it early. Although Lin Feng is extremely optimistic about the prospects of the second world, and the future value is by no means only 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. How can Li Zikai have such confidence that he dares to buy at a price that is twice the estimated value of the market? What is his intention? Li Zikai naturally knew Lin Feng's suspicion. If he were his father or eldest brother and spent 4 billion Hong Kong dollars to acquire 20% of Lin Feng's hand, they would definitely say he was crazy, but he would Li Zikai. In the high-tech industry, don't hesitate to see if you are right. Uncertainty will only lose the opportunity to pick fruits. 4 billion Hong Kong dollars is indeed tempting. But why do I have to sell it? Lin Feng asked after pondering. The meaning is to let Li Zikai give Lin Feng a reason to sell. Li Zikai smiled. He was able to tell about this financing plan. Naturally, there were reasons Lin Feng could not refuse. I have 3 reasons and 1 suggestion. Li Zikai said confidently. Lin Feng is non-committal and waits for Li Zikai to follow. First, I have calculated that you own 77% of the shares in the second world. Even if I acquire 20% of the shares in your hand, you still have absolute controlling rights in the company. Li Zikai offered the first reason. Lin Feng nodded. This is indeed the truth. Second, your company needs a lot of money. The funds you will spend on the online game you are about to launch are not what your company can afford now. Li Zikai smiled mysteriously. Lin Feng was taken aback. Did he already know his Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project? Does that mean that the company is apart from spies? Or is it the legendary spy? Lin Feng's nervous expression, Li Zikai naturally saw it. Don't worry. I happened to get a glimpse of Lushan only after a coincidence, so I guessed it myself. But no matter what your plan is, the funds consumed by this plan are beyond your current campaigner's ability to bear. Li Zikai said. Lin Feng was secretly awe-inspiring. The fact is, as Li Zikai said, his own Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project has a huge funding gap. Although there is cloud computing developed by Cohen based on the BT Foundation, all the companies under his entire group can only draw a maximum of 200 million funds, and more will affect the operation of other companies. If you want to connect to Asia, you must establish branches in various countries. This funding requirement is beyond Lin Feng's ability. Third, this is an opportunity for you to store your eggs in baskets. Naturally, I can't spend 4 billion in cash for acquisitions. I can provide up to 800 million in cash. I will use Tom shares and other assets to purchase the rest. Li Zikai's third reason is that Lin Feng's heart is moved. High-tech industries are both profiteering and high-risk industries. Although the second world is now functioning well and the future is limitless, no one can say what will happen in the future. If the investment can be diversified, it is naturally better. What about another suggestion? Lin Feng asked. If you agree with this financing plan, I will put forward a reasonable suggestion for your current company's situation. Although this suggestion is not priceless, it can also help your company survive a crisis. Li Zikai's confident eyes let Lin Feng cannot help but secretly figure out what hidden problems my company has. But in any case, Li Zikai obviously attracted Lin Feng's interest. However, Lin Feng still hesitated. These 3 reasons and 1 suggestion are all extremely beneficial to him, so where are Li Zikai's interests? There will be no pie in the sky. If I take the liberty to ask, if this condition is so good, where are your interests? Lin Feng asked. You don't need to answer this question, but if I can't figure it out, you risk spending 4 billion to buy it for the purpose of my 20% shares, or where my interests are. I will not agree to this transaction. Lin Feng knew that even if he said so, Li Zikai might not tell the truth, but Lin Feng still wanted to hear Li Zikai's reasons. Li Zikai shook his head helplessly, and secretly said a terrible cry. Dong Lin is also great. This is considered to be my army. To be honest, I am extremely optimistic about the prospects of the second world. Although it is a bit risky to acquire 20% of the shares by 4 billion, I believe that under the leadership of Lin Dong, this 4 billion investment will definitely bring me more 4 billion in the future. And I said, I want to give my father and elder brother a clear signal that I give up Chung Kong Holdings. Li Zikai praised. As for the other reason, it involves some of my personal reasons, so I won't make it clear. Li Zikai's face was a bit solemn. Dong Lin can think about it for a while, but I hope he can answer me as soon as possible. Lin Feng smiled, stood up, stretched out his right hand. Don't think about it, I agree to this financing plan. Li Zikai was taken aback for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily, but after that, A joyful smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng was also very pleased. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with 800 million cash and certain assets in exchange for 20% of the Second World shares. It can not only solve the problem of insufficient funds for the development of the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project, but also diversify investment, and even make friends like Li Zikai. As for Li Zikai's acquisition of these 20% shares, is he really optimistic about the prospects of the Second World or his other uses? And Lin Feng is also lazy to care about so many. No matter what Li Zikai's idea is, he still has an absolute controlling stake of 57% of the Second World, and what he wants to do is useless. What about your suggestion? Lin Feng remembered the suggestion Li Zikai had just said. Donglin, my suggestion to you is that no matter what happens, before you are absolutely sure, the Second World should not seek to go public. Li Zikai said his suggestion. Lin Feng's expression moved. Recently, there have been rumors that the company has a feigned hope that the company will go public, and some middle and high-level officials have also faintly advocated the listing style, and Lin Feng is also quite moved by the influence. After all, once listed, a large amount of funds can be raised from the stock market, overcome the huge funding gap required for the company's development, and enable the company to develop faster. For most ordinary employees of the company, they can also buy some internal stocks when the company is listed, and earn a little from it. Naturally, they also hope that the company will be marketed as soon as possible. However, Li Zikai persuaded Lin Feng to temporarily abandon the listing plan, which really surprised Lin Feng. After all, for all technology stocks, seeking a listing is the right way. Donglin, I'll be blunt. Your foundation is too weak, and Second World income ratio is too good. For the major consortia and funds in the world, your company is a piece of sweet and pastry. If it is, if you rush to go public, I can't guess that your company might be swallowed in March. Li Zikai's words made Lin Feng naturally unconvinced. Don't worry, listen to me slowly. Li Zikai said slowly, assuming that you still own 77% of the shares and buy a shell in the United States or Hong Kong. The market value is 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. According to the current assessment of the Second World industry, with a profit of about 100 million yuan, I estimate that you can issue 200 million shares at about 8 yuan per share. After listing, you can raise about 1.6 billion yuan for company development, holding 61.6% of the shares on hand and still owning the company. Absolute controlling interest. Lin Feng nodded. As for stocks, he really didn't know much about it. It would be good if he could be taught by Li Zikai. But if your company is attacked in the early stages of listing, can you still get enough company development funds? Li Zikai smiled. If I change it as I want to snipe your opponent, if your company is listed now, with your current assets, I am sure that your company will change ownership within a month. Li Zikai said very confidently. Sorry, there is only one chapter today. There is something at home, and I have to check a lot of information. 2 chapters will be restored tomorrow. Happy Sunday. Chapter 154. Repulse Bay. Inside the Li family mansion. Father. Li Zikai lost the spirited spirit he had when talking with Lin Feng. His expression of respect, and even a little fear. The man in front of him who was over 60 years old, even though he just sat there casually, his unrelenting aura was shocking. Although he is his own father, his kind side will be revealed only when eating or family gatherings. At this moment, he is obviously not the kind father side. What do you think of Lin Feng? Li Kashing nodded and asked. There is courage and vision, but in the commercial sea, it is still a young bird. Li Zikai said. Too young, no setbacks, it is rare to be able to reach this point. He is an individual talent, so his company must not be swallowed up by the G23 people like this. Li Kashing sighed. with a touch of indignation in his tone. "Does the father want to invite him into the organization?" Li Zikai asked. Li Kashing shook his head. "Our organization exists because some people who do not want to be manipulated by the G23 spontaneously set up an organization to resist the G23. We will not force anyone to join the organization or not, all consciously and voluntarily," Li Kashing said indifferently. Li Zikai nodded. "Father, I bought a 20% stake in Lin Feng's second world at a price of 4 billion yuan. Li Zikai looked at Li Kashing and said, "What? You? Alas, why bother?" Li Kashing was surprised at first, and then understood what Li Zikai meant, and shook his head helplessly. "You are different from your elder brother. You are very smart and capable. You have your own views on everything, and you are also very rebellious. I can't persuade you to come if you want to come, but you do things in the future. I only hope you pay attention and think about everything." Beijing's attitude: "Don't go your own way," Li Kashing said earnestly. "I see, father." Li Zikai nodded and smiled faintly. Li Kashing sighed in his heart, knowing that this clever and rebellious second son had obviously not heard what he said. "Father, this is the shares of Yangtze River Industrial that you gave me, and I will return it to you." Li Zikai took out a share authorization. Li Kashing nodded. This thin share authorization is extremely heavy in his hands at the moment, but in order to prevent the empire he created from collapsing in 100 years, perhaps this is the best way. "Father, it's okay, I'll leave first." Li Zikai turned and left. His steps were obviously much lighter than when he came. "By the way, Chung Kong Holdings has a piece of land in Shanghai worth 350 million yuan. You used it as one of the real estate in this transaction with Lin Feng." Li Kashing called to Li Zikai. "Well, I see, thank you father." Li Zikai nodded, turned and left. "Hey, big brother is back. Good afternoon." Just as Li Zikai went out, he met his big brother Li Zheju, who had just returned from the company. Li Zheju smiled and nodded, but his stiff smile was perfunctory at first glance. Li Zikai didn't care, and left with a smile. "Father." Li Zheju looked at Li Zikai, who was leaving with a smile, and felt anxious. He didn't know what the second brother and his father were talking about. Li Kashing nodded, put the share authorization transfer letter heavily in Li Zheju's hand, turned around and left without saying a word. "Father." Li Zheju didn't know why his father was angry with him. He glanced at the share authorization transfer letter in his hand and was stunned. After a long time, a loud slap in the face came from the empty and luxurious hall. "Hi, two beauties, have you had a good time? We should go." Lin Feng happily shouted to Lizu and Algre, who were having fun playing in the water. After a detailed discussion with Li Zikai at noon, Lin Feng has a new understanding of the stock market and capital operation, and now he realizes that capital can play in this way. It is also fortunate for us to have a detailed discussion with Li Zikai. Otherwise, if we really listen to the company's middle and high-level leaders and rashly go public, I am afraid it will really become a piece of fat for the big powers. Now not only do not have to worry about the risks after listing, but with Li Zikai's capital injection, the funds for the development of his company are also guaranteed, and he still owns an absolute controlling stake of 57% of the company. Of course, this negotiation is only to reach a preliminary cooperation intention. After the detailed negotiation, the two parties will sit down and discuss in detail how much cash and how much real estate needs to be discussed in detail. "Well, brother Lin, let's go." Lisa heard Lin Feng shout, and ran to Lin Feng cleverly, his face flushed from playing in the water, very cute, and people couldn't help but want to kiss him. Although Algra didn't have much fun, Lisa stopped playing, and she was boring to play alone, so she had to leave with her mouth pouting. "Ha ha, Porsche, one of my favorite car brands." The three had just left the private club in Repulse Bay, and there was an open-top Porsche sports car parked at the door. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw it. This Porsche uses the face of a classic Porsche car, with an arrow-shaped car cover extending backwards and an enlarged wheel arc on both sides. Two large searchlight headlights are located under the flat glass cover, which makes it easy to see. "Fall in love with it." "Mr. Lin, this is the Tula boss, Mr. Lee Zikai, specially gave to Mr. Lin to travel in Hong Kong. A bodyguard stepped forward and handed Lin Feng the key. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Men's love for cars is natural. Although Lin Feng rarely drives and is not an avid car enthusiast, he still loves such eye-catching sports cars. After a few laps around this very eye-catching Porsche sports car, Algro exclaimed in surprise, "Porsche Carrera GT." Lin Feng was taken aback. Although Lin Feng liked cars, he was not crazy enough and didn't recognize the model of this car. "Hey, Porsche Carrera GT, it only takes 3.9 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h, and the top speed is as high as 330 km/h. But this is not the point. The point is that only 1,270 units of this car have been produced worldwide, which is an absolute limited edition." Legru admired. Lin Feng was also taken aback. Although he didn't know much about cars, he knew how amazing these figures were, and he could take part in the competition as a professional car. "Wait, there are only 2 seats in this car, but we have 3 people." Algra frowned and stared at the bodyguard. "Miss Algra," our boss said, knowing that Miss Algra likes to drive, "so I specially prepared this car for Miss Algra." As he said, the bodyguard has been not far away from another car. Algra took a look. The whole popularity exploded. Lin Feng saw that his stomach was about to turn with a smile. The car that Lee Zikai prepared for Algro is a domestically produced 4 Volkswagen Santana. The exterior is far from the Porsche Carrera GT, and even the internal structure is extremely simple without any fancy. But this Santana has a characteristic: the steel plate is thick, strong, and of course the speed is also very limited. Algra stomped angrily, but facing a bodyguard, she didn't have a temper. Lin Feng smirked. Obviously, Lee Zikai was still a little bit worried about the Cadillac that Algra crashed into him, and took the opportunity to play tricks on Algra. "I don't care, I want to drive this car." Algra angrily jumped onto the Porsche Carrera GT. But the key is in Lin Feng's hands, and Lin Feng will not let Algra drive this Porsche Carrera GT. With the speed of this sports car, I am afraid that Algra has a very high probability of death. Lin Feng thought for a while and returned the key to the Porsche Carrera GT to the bodyguard. "Ha, sorry, this car is too eye-catching. I still want to keep a low profile, and there are only 2 seats. It is really inconvenient." Lin Feng took Santana's car key from the bodyguard and took Lisa to Santana. "Algra, if you don't get in the car, you can only walk back to the villa," Lin Feng shouted. Algra's face changed a few times, and finally he hummed helplessly on Santana. Lin Feng smiled slightly, started the engine, and Santana slowly left with a heavy engine sound. Lin Feng, who reached a cooperation intention, took Lisa and Algra and did not return to the Andy Law Villa, but went straight to the famous Snack Street in Hong Kong. Driving this simple Santana on the streets of Hong Kong, all sizes, no trouble. If you change to the Porsche Carrera GT, I am afraid it will be really troublesome. No trouble. Everyone had a great time playing. Algra's previous regret of not being able to drive a Porsche Carrera GT also disappeared in the food. Of course, she naturally couldn't forget to order a few dishes of dry-fried Niu. When everyone is finished shopping and they are full, it will be dark. Fortunately, although this Santana is old, Lee Zikai also knows that a few people don't know the road well, so it is specially equipped with GPS, and GPS navigation makes it no problem to go home. The comfortable evening breeze, the laziness after eating, the colorful neon lights. The 3 of them drove very comfortably on the way back to Andy Law Villa. At this time, there was a roar of car motors in my ears, and a series of sports cars passed by Lin Feng's Santana. Prince Beoak Party. Lin Feng had previously heard that there are a group of boring brothers in Hong Kong, who like to ride on the streets of Princess Road in Hong Kong every night and enjoy the excitement of the rapid rush of the streets. Since most of these brothers are wealthy, with good cars and good skills, the police have been unable to use them. In addition, Accidents of bruising and wounding are rare. Therefore, unless the Hong Kong police knows the news of these large gatherings, they generally rarely deploy a large number of police forces to arrest them. Although Algra had a frenzy in his eyes, looking at the two Santana he was sitting on, he lost interest. Okay, don't think too much. It's not good to drive a car on the street. It's not good if you bump into a passerby or hurt yourself. Don't you always hate this kind of behavior? Don't you think it's very vulgar? Lin Feng smiled. Persuade. Algra responded noncommittently. Lin Feng knew that she hadn't listened completely, but she didn't care. This proud little princess should let her mother get a headache. At this time, the last sports car in front suddenly stopped and then fell back. Ha ha, little girl, let's have another rush. Brother and I have something to do during the day, and now we start again. What was falling back was a Ferrari, and the sun above laughed wildly. Lin Feng saw that it was the brother-in-law who lost with Algra Bioke during the day. Now he is provoking again. Obviously bullying himself is now driving a Santana. But what Lin Feng had to admire was that this man's face was really thick. A person can be so shameless to this point. It is worth admiring. Algra did not get angry, glanced disdainfully, and said, "Wait for you to eat the shit. Challenge me again." Chapter 155 chapters. Wait for you to eat the shit. Challenge me again. Lin Feng laughed when he heard it. Algra's words were really poisonous. The son of Ferrari's face was blue and red, but there was nothing he could do with Algra. After all, he lost during the day, and he was at a loss. Moreover, even if he wanted to go crazy and hit Lin Feng now, Lin Feng was not afraid. Ferrari hit 4 Volkswagen's Santana, and the fool knew who would suffer. However, young master seemed to feel that he couldn't save face, and he began to constantly harass Lin Feng. For a while, he frantically raised dust in front of him, and for a while he deliberately forced him to come over, making Lin Feng had to evade. Hey, what are you hiding? Your Santana is much stronger and cheaper than Ferrari. If he dares to lean in, you will hit him. Algra said angrily when he saw Lin Feng always dodge. Lin Feng was also afraid that the two girls in the car would be injured. But the Ferrari brother did so and got caught up in the fire. Bump and bump, who is afraid of whom? When Ferrari leaned over again, Lin Feng reminded the two girls to sit down and drove Santana directly into the past. Brother Ferrari didn't expect Lin Feng to bump into him, and he couldn't avoid it when he wanted to avoid it. There was a muffled noise. When the two cars separated, the Ferrari's front was obviously sunken, but Lin Feng's Santana was only slightly sunken. Yeah? Algra made a victory gesture at the sun. From the reverse mirror, I saw the sun getting out of the car with a distressed look at the Ferrari that was recessed in the front of the car. The heartbroken look, let alone how happy the forest wind and Algra were in the car, at the moment. He didn't care about Ferrari's brother who was jumping in the back. Lin Feng left with a happy mood. However, not long after leaving, the dozens of sports cars that had ran away suddenly came around at some unknown time, deliberately raising dust in front of them, clamoring wantonly, and some even smashed them with baseball bats. Lin Feng's face was pale. These people were obviously the companions of the brother Ferrari just now, and they were avenging him. Be careful, Lin Feng exclaimed. A baseball bat swept towards Lizu, who was worried and looked at the sports cars around him in the back seat. Lisa screamed and dodged dangerously. The baseball bat swept on the rear window glass with a muffled sound and bounced away. Lin Feng looked at his heart and knew that this Santana might not be easy. Close the glass, Lin Feng yelled. After Lisa and Algra closed the windows around them, as Lin Feng guessed, all the baseball bats bounced off the windows. The glass used in this Santana is definitely tempered glass. Tempered glass is used for the windows, so the bodywork is not bad. Lin Feng, who was anxious by these brothers, stepped on the accelerator and ran into the luxury sports cars around him. With a sound of bump, a BMW was knocked open, and the gorgeous car door suddenly resembled the face of a 70-man, full of folds. And the shocked son of the BMW immediately stopped and watched. A look of pity, full of cursing. Lin Feng glanced at his Santana in a blink of an eye. It was almost intact, and he suddenly lost his scruples. Bump, bump, bump. Lin Feng did what he did. Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and 3 more expensive sports cars were hit and parked on the side of the road, but Lin Feng's own tattered Santana was almost unscathed, which made the elder brothers who followed him fear. Hate again. If you want to catch up with you, but you are afraid that Lin Feng will run into it desperately, they are all expensive sports cars. A hit like this is like hitting their heart, pain, but not chasing, but also unwilling. Humiliated by a Santana, where did they lose their face? However, some of these brothers really didn't care about the money, and went crazy with the luxury sports car to hit the forest wind Santana. Listening to the muffled sound in his ear, Lin Feng felt distressed. It was too extravagant. However, these youngsters who crashed like crazy, although the sports car injured one after another, but they have achieved results. Although this sleazy guy's Santana was specially customized, it was quickly unbearable under the desperate impact of many red-eye brothers. The rear and body of the car were damaged to varying degrees. If you hit it again, I'm afraid it really won't last long. At the turning point ahead, throw them away, turn into the trail, and enter the downtown area. They dare not mess around. Although Algro is also crazy, she just likes to vent the depression in life by racing cars. No, like these brothers, they are nothing to do, just like a lunatic. This corner is too fast, and it seems that I can't turn it like this. I'm afraid I can't turn it over. Lin Feng was also amazed by the madness of these brothers. But Algra's proposal is really crazy. Don't worry, use drift to turn in, you can get rid of them, Algra said confidently. Drift. Lin Feng stunned. Although Algra had taught him before, there is no reason to see it once. Don't worry, with my guidance, you will succeed. Algra was extremely confident, and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder as he spoke. Trust me, you can do it. Lin Feng was speechless, always feeling like he had heard these words. Looking at the crazy sports cars around, Lin Feng knew that it could only be so. At the moment, under the guidance of Algra, Santana drew a weird arc and stumbled into the trail ahead, catching all the chasing Sun brothers by surprise, watching Lin Feng turn into the trail and walk away. Chasing. The elder brothers didn't give up, they were familiar with the road here, started the engine, turned and chased. The trail was too narrow, and Lin Feng's Santana squeezed the surrounding walls. Their sports cars did not want to suffer this crime, although most of them had already turned into tattered cars in the collision with Lin Feng's Santana. Ha ha, let me say you can do it. How about it? This lady is a good teacher, Algra said very proudly. Lin Feng was just ashamed. He almost overturned the car just now. With good luck, he was lucky enough to come in. Otherwise, it would be a lot of fun if he got stuck outside. Unexpectedly, without waiting for how long, Lin Feng was happy. He hit a car when he just left the small crossing and turned into the street. It's a rear-end collision. Lin Feng shook his head. Seeing that Lisu and Algra were fine, he quickly got out of the car to see if there was anything wrong with the person in the other car. I was still teaching Algra to drive carefully, but in a blink of an eye I ran into someone else, which was really ironic. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng probed out of the car door, he saw a dozen black hole muzzles pointing at his head. Lin Feng was stupid on the spot. What is going on? Did you hit the gang boss car? Or are drugs being traded here? Lin Feng had a wild thought in his mind, but in either case, he seemed to be very bad. In the car, Lisu and Algra screamed at the sight of Lin Feng's head being held up by a dozen guns. Don't come out. Close the door. Lin Feng yelled. I hope Santana's car windows can block the bullets, at least until the police arrive. Lisu and Algra are fine. As for my own destiny, I can only hope that God will bless me. Although the two girls closed the car door obediently, tears came down. Report to the captain that the suspect has been under control. 1 man and 2 women, after investigation, should be an accident and a traffic accident crime, a voice said. Lin Feng was stunned, did not quite understand what this meant. At this moment, the car in front got down and was fully armed, but the man with the head exposed came, looked at Lin Feng, swept the two girls in the car, frowned, thought about it, and nodded. Damn it, bad luck. The man who was suspected of being the captain cursed and waved his finger. Number 3. You are responsible for contacting the Ministry of Transportation, and the rest of the team accepts. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, thinking that the other party was going to deal with himself and others directly. Then he saw the police logo on the other party's body in the car body, and suddenly relaxed. Looking at the people who pointed their guns at them just now, they are all dressed up as the standard police elites in Hong Kong movies, the Flying Tigers. I am afraid I hit a police car this time, and they are the legendary Hong Kong police elites, Flying Tigers. At this time, Lisa and Algra in the car also saw each other's dress clearly. They looked at Lin Feng with a disheveled look, and burst into laughter. Especially Algra laughed happily, which made Lin Feng's face look so beautiful. Live. Even the fully armed Flying Tigers members around him shook their heads and smirked. This member of the Flying Tigers team originally went out for a routine exercise, but on the way back, they were hit from behind. They frightened the Flying Tigers members in the car on the spot. Thinking where they came from, the gangster dared to attack the Flying Tigers openly, and the bullet was loaded right away. After getting out of the car in full gear, they found that it was just an ordinary car accident and was rear-end collision. This makes the members of the Flying Tigers not amused. It just made Lin Feng a false alarm, and the feeling of being pointed at his forehead by a dozen guns was really uncomfortable. Laughing, Lin Feng wanted to sullen his face, but when he saw the two girls laughing, he also thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, many members of the Flying Tigers team also laughed in the Flying Tigers car. This kind of funny thing, but once in 100 years, who would dare to see a police car and dare to smash the car? Especially they are the Flying Tigers, the elite of the police, but today they were really hit by someone. This is really funny enough. The captain sitting in the cab was also amused secretly, but he always felt that he had seen the man and the woman, especially the man and the Western woman. He was very familiar with them. At this moment, there was a sudden blast of engine noise, and a row of sports cars clambered in from behind, and stopped immediately before Lin Feng's Santana. Ha ha, brothers, give it to me. In order to chase this broken Santana today, all the elder brothers made their luxurious sports car in a rotten state and lost face. Now this Santana has finally stopped, so why don't they take this opportunity? Take revenge. Naturally you will smash Santana out of anger. The elder brothers who were stunned by anger did not even notice that a police car filled with Flying Tigers was slowly driving not far ahead. Lin Feng and the three people in the car saw the sons jumping out of the car with baseball bats, but they were not surprised at all. Instead, they watched the sons come by like a theater. A joke. The Flying Tigers in front have not gone far. What are they afraid of? This is not domestic. The domestic police may be scrupulous about the identity of the other party. I am afraid they really won't care. But this is Hong Kong. The police only need to have evidence, but treat equally. This group of elder brothers was caught in such a mess by the Flying Tigers, and Lin Feng wanted them to make the trouble more fierce in his heart. The expressions of Lin Feng and others also made the elder brothers outside the car even more angry. When people are stunned by anger, they also do stupid things. Hey! What are you doing? Number 3, who was in charge of contacting the Ministry of Communications, was not finished, but was thrown down by a group of red-eyed brothers. What's the matter? The captain in the cab heard a ping-pong noise behind him, and asked in a muffled voice. The report shows that there is a group of people in the back smashing the car that hit us just now. It seems that these people should be the Prince's Bio party that has been rumored. The driver replied, damn, so arrogant, not only dared to attack our Flying Tigers team, but also dared to beat our Flying Tigers team. Notify all the team members. I have arrested all of them, and don't let any of them go. The captain just turned around and saw his team member was knocked over by the group of elder brothers with a stick, and suddenly became angry, squeezed out the cigarette in his hand, and said bitterly, yes, sir. Under the command of the captain, a group of team members jumped out of the car with live ammunition and began to arrest these murderers. All the elder brothers were also confused by Lin Fengkai at first. They only followed Lin Feng and didn't see what car was in front of Lin Feng. The dozen or so fully armed Flying Tigers members got off the car. How could they not know? This time they would bump into the hands of the Flying Tigers, and they were frightened on the spot, especially thinking that they and others seemed to have brought down a member of the Flying Tigers just now, and they were even more panicked. He wanted to run, but when he saw the row of black hole muzzles, his legs were frightened, and he didn't dare to run at all. The Flying Tigers came with ease. "Hey, my dad." The younger brothers were unwilling to be arrested, knowing that there was no good fruit to be arrested, and wanted to take them out of the family. Unexpectedly, they were stunned by a gun butt by a member of the Flying Tigers behind them. Ordinary police may be concerned about their identities, but this time it is the Flying Tigers. But they don't have as many concerns as ordinary policemen. As for the injuries on the son's brother after the arrest, for these Flying Tigers, the strong resistance of the suspect during the arrest can explain it. Report to the captain, all have been captured, not one left. Chapter 156 The Aftermath of Hong Kong. Warriors are here to call on everyone's votes. There is only one reason. They want to be on the classified recommendation list. If you have votes, please vote for the soldiers. Thank you. Thank you. Report to the captain, all captured. None of them ran away. Okay, contact the Ministry of Transportation and the police station in this district, saying that we were attacked by criminals during our mission, and all members have been arrested. The captain once witnessed an innocent citizen being hit and killed by these gangsters, but the brother-in-law Kai-Sung is powerful. Although this is Hong Kong, he bought the passers-by from the other side, and the lawyer's clever tongue was like a mess. In the end, the boy was only fined 72 hours of community service and compensated his family members. Therefore, the captain thought from his heart, hate these Biok Party. Captain, but the team members, like most Hong Kong citizens, hate these Princes Racing Party, but Hong Kong is a legal society after all, and these princes have a deep background. Such a far-fetched charge may cause the captain to suffer investigation and sanctions by the Ministry of the Interior. The captain of the Flying Tigers was silent. Lin Feng had an idea. Police officer, I am a witness. I can prove that these people blatantly attacked your ministry. No, I just saw these criminals blatantly attacking a police officer and intimidating me and my companions. I will be a good citizen. The distribution is in line with the Hong Kong police. Lin Feng also hates these elder brothers. If the Flying Tigers were not here just now, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to ask for it tonight. The captain listened, and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. The rest of the matter was extremely simple. The Ministry of Transportation and the police department arrived in less than 5 minutes, and the Prince Biok Party blatantly attacked the Flying Tigers on duty, which is not a small crime. Hong Kong reporters were naturally moved by the wind. The notorious Prince Biok Party was all captured by the Flying Tigers and charged with blatantly attacking the Flying Tigers. This news is not uncommon. The next day, the news that Prince Biok Party openly attacked the elite Flying Tigers of the police became the focus of discussion among all Hong Kong citizens. The vast majority of citizens demanded severe punishments for these Biok, so that Hong Kong would have a peaceful society. But after all of these have a deep background, and they can't be done just like they are done. The West Kowloon police station, which is responsible for temporarily detaining these groups of people, has become the busiest place. A total of 13 wealthy and expensive parents arrived with lawyers, almost upsetting the West Kowloon police station. Gathering a small and a half rich and elite lawyers in Hong Kong, the energy of this group is enough to keep the director of West Kowloon police station awake at night. The police also convened an emergency meeting. Considering that most of the people involved in this case are the children of Hong Kong's richest people, if they cannot be treated fairly and justly, as long as there is a slight difference, the Hong Kong police will be embarrassed this time. At the internal hearing, the captain of the Flying Tigers, who was the main party, gritted his teeth and said that they had assaulted one of his companions, while the main witnesses, Lin Feng and Algra, held a press conference to publicize the incident. A domestic online game tycoon, a future powerhouse of the world's top brand Versace, complained of personal threats in Hong Kong and demanded that the police severely punish the perpetrators. The complaints of Lin Feng and Algra gave the Hong Kong police confidence, together with the testimony of many flying tigers and the results of on-site investigations. The Hong Kong police immediately held a press conference and announced that they would be charged with illegally driving a car, intimidating others, and assaulting the police. These 13 elder brothers also shocked the whole of Hong Kong. Hong Kong citizens clapped their hands and cheered, but the parents of the 13 elder brothers declared that they would hire the best lawyers to bring their children to justice, and insisted that their children were only speeding, and there was no illegal car. They did not intimidate others, and they did not attack the police. Suddenly, the Hong Kong police and many rich men were fighting in full swing, like a Hollywood blockbuster scene. Not only has the governor of Hong Kong been alarmed, but rumors have even moved Beijing. In the end, when Lin Feng and Lisa left Hong Kong to return to Shanghai, Hong Kong was still very lively. Every day, all major newspapers and magazines were almost sold out. Every day, so-called inside information of one kind or another appeared, attracting a lot of people's attention. The focus of countries in the world is also on Hong Kong. The illegal racing of rich boys is found in all countries. It is a troublesome problem for all countries. The arrest of 13 rich boys at one time is the first time in the world. How to sentence will become a country in the future. Precedents to learn from. Algra originally wanted to go to Shanghai with Lin Feng to experience Chinese culture and absorb more Chinese elements for his future designs. However, he was caught by someone sent by his mother Donatella at the airport and was caught on the spot. Forced back to Milan. When Lin Feng and Lisa returned to Shanghai, they saw a large number of reporters waiting outside the airport. They thought that a certain superstar came to Shanghai, but they were surrounded by reporters as soon as they left the airport. "Excuse me, Lin Dong, what is the relationship between you and Miss Versace Algra?" "Dong Lin, have you been intimidated by anyone in Hong Kong? What kind of punishment will the Bio party receive?" "Miss Lisa, did you give up your boyfriend in order to become the spokesperson of Versace in Asia?" Question after question from many reporters fainted Lin Feng, especially Lin Feng, who asked some harsh questions, almost wanted to beat someone. This also made Lin Feng deeply understand how Maradona wanted to beat reporters back then. People are too much beaten up. Under the protection of bodyguards, Lin Feng squeezed into his Mercedes-Benz S600 and returned to the company where he had been away for more than 10 days. Boss. Everyone smiled when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng went to Hong Kong on a business trip to discuss matters related to the Kuxing Charity Education Foundation. Unexpectedly, there was such a big turmoil. First, there was a scandal with Versace's future power holder, and then he assisted the Hong Kong police in capturing the Prince Biok party. The troubled city of Hong Kong almost turned Hong Kong upside down, which made everyone have to admire Lin Feng's destructiveness. "Yes, every time I go out, I will seduce a girl. This time she is the future leader of Versace, not bad," Liu Yinying quipped. Lin Feng was ashamed. "Sister Ying, it's not like that," Lisa quickly explained when Lin Feng was embarrassed. "Okay, my silly sister, he seduces ignorant girls everywhere like this when you're around him. If you're not around him, it's okay. You have to watch him tightly in the future." Liu Yinying's words made everyone burst into laughter. Lin Feng was even more speechless. "By the way, Zhu, congratulations on becoming the Asian spokesperson of Versace," Liu Yinying said enviously. "Thank you, but this will not be confirmed until Algra returns to Europe," Lisa said helplessly. "What's going on?" everyone asked, wondering. "This has all been rumored. Lisa's name has become the first spokesperson of Versace in Asia overnight, and has become the focus of attention throughout Asia. This is already a sure thing. How can there be variables?" It's such a thing," Lin Feng said briefly, repeating the cause and effect. and everyone suddenly felt sorry for it. But he also comforted Lisa and let Lisa feel relieved. Al Grey has pierced through this matter, and Versace should not go back for his own brand image. Okay, Yu, go back and rest. I have a meeting now. Lin Feng told Lisa to go back and rest first, and then hold a meeting to see how the company is doing recently. Cohen, how is cloud computing software? This is what Lin Feng cares most about, and it is also the key to whether the second world can take off in the future. Boss, after the city war test last week, the error rate was only 0.001% in tens of millions of calculations. I can continue to improve, but I am afraid it is difficult to completely eliminate data overflow and other phenomena. BT's father, Cohen, said with embarrassment. Lin Feng is also frowning. The Counter-Strike Online to be launched in the future will be Asia Internet. I am afraid that hundreds of millions of data are processed every day. Such a high error rate is not enough. Okay, do your best. By the way, I have heard that many database management software has a software similar to data correction. Do you have this? Can you design another software to correct it? Lin Feng is also not about this. I understand. I can only trust Cohen and other technicians with hope. Well, I will study the feasibility carefully. Cohen nodded. How about Legend and Plants vs. Zombies now? Lin Feng asked Wu Xiaopu. After the Legend City battle, the highest number of online users has exceeded 1.5 million. Plants vs. Zombies broke through a crisis of trust and cheats by other online game companies, and the number of online users exceeded 2 million. Speaking of this, Wu Xiaopu, it is also a trouble of happiness. No one thought that this casual online game was so popular. It's a pity that most players have now entered the 6th level, and the highest player has entered the 8th level. Breaking through the legendary 9 levels is just around the corner. Once most people break through, the life of this game will come to an end. In fact, in terms of data analysis, Wu Xiaopu believes that Plants vs. Zombies has reached the critical point of prosperity and decline. After all, this is just a casual online game. People always have aesthetic fatigue, but the final level is attracting everyone. Many players cannot abandon the game for the time being. Once someone breaks through the 9 levels, the charm of the game will be greatly reduced. But this is as early as everyone expected. After all, this is only a casual online game, not a large-scale role-playing online game. Also, boss, the number of senior members of the Second World Club has reached more than 1.8 million. Our magazine and Tomato.com's videos are important attractions. It is impossible to continue to increase the number of senior members and see if there are new ones. It's attractive. Wu Xiaopu then announced another good news. The development of Audition is also smoother than expected. It is estimated that the public beta will be available at the end of August at the earliest. Kui Ming also brought good news. And the students are not in school at the end of August, so the public beta time is ideal at this time. However, Lin Dong, the development of Swordsman Love Online has encountered a bottleneck. This is the actual picture of the game that we are now forming. Kook Sin, the main director of the former Xishanju studio who was responsible for the development of Swordsman Love Online, demonstrated a section animation. Lin Feng frowned. If this kind of 3D graphics is released, players will probably be sprayed to death. Even if the game has content and playability, players will not accept this kind of graphics in the 3D era. For a game, especially an online game, the playability and content of the game are important, but the graphics are also a very important factor that attracts players. Donglin, our 3D engine is too bad. The self-developed 3D engine can only achieve this effect. I hope Lindong can buy us a set of excellent 3D engines back. Kook Sin also said very shamelessly. However, this is the case in China. The domestic 3D technology is still too backward. As for the 3D technology of Legend 3 inches developed by Kui Ming's team, it is almost the same as Kook Sin's. Okay, I'll figure out a solution for this. Lin Feng can only hope to buy a 3D engine technology. Well, I also have a news announcement here. But before the news is announced, I have a decision to announce. I decided to temporarily postpone the company's plan to buy shells and go public. Lin Feng's decision surprised everyone slightly, and the company is now experiencing development. When it comes to the capital bottleneck, going public is the best way to raise funds. However, as the founder and largest shareholder of the company, Lin Feng disagrees, and everyone does not respond much. The news I want to announce is that I have reached a financing agreement with Mr. Li Zikai, the president of Hong Kong Yink Communication. Mr. Li Zikai will purchase 20% of my Second World shares at a price of 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. There will be about 800 million cash invested in the company for research and development. Lin Feng said. Everyone was surprised at first, and then ecstatic, so that the company's funding problem could be solved. I object. However, someone stood up and made a strong opposition. Chapter 157 The Division of Public and Private. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect anyone to object. When he saw who the opponent was, Lin Feng was even more stunned. I object. Liu Yinying stood up angrily, and slammed her fist on the table. Everyone is shocked. Liu Yinying is the team between Lin Feng's founding company, and she has to follow Lin Feng's work earlier than everyone present. She is a founding father. Now she has raised objections, and everyone is not sure what to do for a while. Yinying, if you have any comments, sit down and say. Lin Feng frowned. He thought this financing plan was very good and very good for the company, but he didn't know why Liu Yinying opposed it. Although he felt unhappy, it was a company meeting. She can only hold back her unhappiness, control her emotions, and listen to what Liu Yinying has to say. Liu Yinying glanced at everyone present and said, "Come out with me, I have something to say." Lin Feng's brows tightened. Everyone was very shrewd. Seeing that there was a dispute between Lin Feng and Liu Yinying, they hurriedly withdrew and left with excuses. A normal meeting was interrupted by this sudden episode. Everyone exited the conference room, looked at each other, and shook their heads helplessly. Looking at the empty conference room, everyone left the table quietly drinking tea outside. Lin Feng felt that he was too indulgent in Liu Yinying, and his heart became unhappy, and his tone became cold. They are all out. You just have to say something. Say. Lin Feng's indifferent tone made Liu Yinying's heart cold. Thinking of her original intention of this action just now, she felt a bit sour in her inexplicable heart. Why did it take me? But thinking of the company's rapid development over the past year and Lin Feng's trust in herself, Liu Yinying bit her teeth again. I want to ask you, do you know what company property is and what is private property? Although Liu Yinying felt hurt, she still asked. Lin Feng was taken aback, not understanding what Liu Yinying meant. Don't you understand? No matter what kind of transaction you make with PCG Telecom, the transaction is your own shares, not the company's shares. The benefits obtained by this exchange belong to you personally and have nothing to do with the company. Liu Yinying explained. Say, this company's is not mine. Lin Feng still didn't understand. Yes, this company was founded by you, and you are also an absolute majority shareholder, but now it is a shareholding system after all. Wu Zhaopu, Kui Ming and others have shares, so you can't generalize it, especially in the future. Li Zikai will enter. After the main company, you have to distinguish the difference between public and private property. Liu Yinying helplessly continued to explain, saying, I previously suggested that you distribute the shares to the important person in charge of the company. This is to imitate the method of foreign companies to retain talents, and I hope I can understand what is company property and what is private property, but maybe you still haven't figured out the difference between company property and private property. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart was faintly moved, but he was still not quite clear. After all, I am a non-financial professional, that is, an ordinary person who has more than 10 years of memory than ordinary people. Many things are not clear. As the company develops, I do have too much to learn. Also, I would like to ask you, If you reach a financing agreement with Lee Zikai, what is your plan to use the funds for? 4 billion will be invested in the second world. Then Lee Zikai will own 20% of the company's shares after he becomes a shareholder. And once the 4 billion you invest in the company's property, it means that Lee Zikai will also own 20% of the capital. Don't you think this is funny? After financing, you only own 57% of the company's shares, which means you are invisible. Personal assets have shrunk greatly. If your behavior is spread out, I'm afraid your colleagues in the industry will laugh to death. Liu Yinying looked like a ruin. Lin Feng's expression changed when he heard it, something Lin Feng hadn't realized before. If Liu Yinying does not remind, I am afraid that she will actually put the 4 billion in the company's account. And then I am afraid that she will really become the biggest fool in the world. Before I did not agree with you to mobilize all your funds to invest in the second world. That is your personal property. Investing in the second world should not be done. It is absolutely wrong. In the future, you will be under your banner. There are more and more companies. Once you want to mobilize the funds of various companies, your company will be messed up. Especially Stingdong.com. Kidian fast food restaurants, and Second World are listed. If you want to mobilize funds like this, I am afraid that not only the company will being investigated by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, and you can't account for this messy account. Liu Yinying continued to explain. After Liu Yinying's explanation, Lin Feng patted his forehead again, sighing that he was confused. If it weren't for Liu Yinying's reminder today, I'm afraid that my company's finances will be really muddy in the future, and it will be really troublesome at that time, and I will put 4 billion under the company's account, and it is estimated that I will be laughed to death. But this financing plan must be carried out, Lin Feng said helplessly. The financing plan reached with Lee Zikai is extremely helpful to the company at this stage, and now to refuse, not only offends Lee Zikai, but also detrimental to the company's development. This is natural. This financing plan is indeed feasible, but all the funds after financing must belong to you, not the company. Liu Yinying also greatly appreciates this financing plan, but the assets after financing cannot be as Lin Feng thought. Deal with. Then what benefit will the company have after this financing? If it can only be regarded as my own assets and cannot be invested in the company, then the company still lacks operating funds. If you want to develop the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project, the funds cannot less than 400 million, and the problem of the 3D engine needs to be solved urgently, all of which require a large amount of money. Lin Feng frowned. Fast development of the company is a good thing, but lack of follow-up capital support is also a problem. This is also an important reason why most companies are eager to seek listing. Obtaining large amounts of capital from the stock market is the lowest risk financing option. This is very simple. After you reach an agreement with Lee Zikai, you can issue additional shares. All shareholders of the company will invest in purchasing the additional shares. This will solve the company's funding problem. But Wu Xiaopu and others may not have the funds on hand. Purchase additional shares so that they might think that you are lowering their shares in disguise, and Lee Zikai may be eager to do so. Liu Yinying's suggestion made Lin Feng extremely disagree. If additional shares are issued at that time, it will probably arouse dissatisfaction among several senior executives, and this will outweigh the gains. What's more, after the financing, only 57% of his own shares were issued, and Lin Feng was also afraid that Lee Zikai would take the opportunity to expand his share of equity. Liu Yinying also knew that Lin Feng would not agree to this plan, smiled slightly, and proposed another plan. Then wait for you to reach an agreement with Lee Zikai, and get a loan from the bank. Based on the company's existing financial statements and earnings ratio, I believe even 1 billion yuan. The bank will also lend. When Lin Feng heard it, he was a little bit dumbfounded. He clearly had money in his hands, so why did he borrow from the bank? Isn't interest money? Remember, your money is your money, and the company's money is the company's money. When you prepare to operate the company as a shareholding system, your property will be separated from the company's property. You must keep this in mind. Liu Yinying reminded again. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he finally understood the difference between company property and private property. But in this way, why should I raise money? Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Stupid. Since Li Zikai hopes to enter the second world and enters the owner on such favorable terms, why don't you agree to it? In this way, you can increase your personal strength to cope with the various crises that the company may have in the future, too. When he enters the company's board of directors, he is in the clear. Assuming what he wants to do, we can also take precautions. Liu Yinying shook her head helplessly, with a stupid expression on you. Lin Feng thought about it. It was true. Also, I want to remind you that I have noticed that during this period of time the company has rumors about listing. There should be behind the scenes, although I don't know who this person is, whether it is Li Zikai, but you must be careful. Liu Yinying said worriedly. Li Zikai. It shouldn't be him. He suggested that I don't list that company before I have the strength. Lin Feng shook his head and expressed his disbelief, but the rumors of the company going public are indeed worthy of vigilance. I'm just speculation. In short, going public is inevitable, but before going public, I hope you can increase your strength as much as possible. When the company goes public in the future, no matter what the opponent uses, you will have the strength to fight back, so that no matter what the opponent is, no one can shake your absolute controlling rights in the company. Liu Yinying can't think of who is behind and who is controlling, but the company's growing growth has obviously attracted the attention of interested people. Well, thank you, Yinying. Lin Feng bowed sincerely and thanked him. Liu Yinying also accepted it calmly, thanking her for it. Well, with the development of the company, you and I must keep pace with the times. The company is at different stages and will have different rules of the game. If you don't learn, you will be eliminated. The company is about to enter the stock market. You better hate it. Make up this knowledge. And I think you should hire talents in this area to manage your assets. Liu Yinying suggested. Lin Feng nodded. As the scale of his company becomes larger and his assets increase, he really needs financial professionals to take care of his assets. Yinying, thank you. I'm all clear. Just now. I'm sorry, I blamed you. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed at this time. He just wanted to be crooked and blamed good people. HMPH, then you were so fierce to me just now. Liu Yinying snorted. Her tone of voice showed the coquettishness of a little woman. Lin Feng looked at it for a while, and Liu Yinying, a strong woman, rarely showed the appearance of such a small woman, and she couldn't help but feel a little stranger in her heart. Liu Yinying also realized that she was a little gaff, coughed lightly, and recovered, but there was a slight blush between her cheeks. By the way, this is the 10% transfer letter of the company's shares that you and I ordered. I want to revise it now. I only need 10% of Dingdong.com's shares. You should take back the rest. Liu Yinying suddenly took out the agreement on the transfer of shares of the two persons formulated by Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng was taken aback, not knowing what Liu Yinying meant. Don't think too much. I'm not angry about that just now. I'm not so stingy. I'm doing nothing. I didn't expect your company to grow so fast. This makes me take advantage of you. The feeling of owing you makes me often. In short, my energy is only enough to put Dingdong.com. I have 10% of the shares of Dingdong.com. I am very satisfied. Liu Yinying hummed lightly and handed the share transfer letter to Lin Wind. This. Lin Feng couldn't react for a while. Okay, that's it. I call them to come in for the meeting. After speaking, Liu Yinying went to call Wu Zhaopu and others to come in and continue the meeting. Squeezing the share transfer agreement in his hand, Lin Feng felt like knocking over a 5-flavored bottle, with all kinds of flavors in his heart. Liu Yinying gave up all the shares except Dingdong.com, which certainly gave Lin Feng greater control over the company, especially Li Zikai's upcoming entry into the second world, which is very good for herself. But I don't know why Lin Feng feels Liu Yinying is interested. Avoiding yourself. Liu Yinying sighed secretly as she looked at Lin Feng, who was stunned in the same place. This decision was also made after she struggled for a long time. The shares that Lin Feng had given her before were too heavy, and she couldn't afford it at all. But she had an undue affection for Lin Feng, and Lin Feng already had Li Zu for the company and for herself. She must wave her sword of wisdom to cut her emotions. Don't be a butterfly falling into the net. Returning the equity to Lin Feng is the first step in self-rescue. But things like feelings are constantly cut and messy. Can it really be so easy? No one knows. Chapter 158 Financial Statements for the Second Quarter. When Lin Feng cleared up his mood, everyone had re-entered the meeting room. This financing plan belongs to Lin Dong's personal behavior and I have no right to vote. However, I propose that the funds lacking in the company's operation will be discussed after the financing plan is reached and Mr. Li Zikai will attend the company's board of directors. Liu Yinying's words awakened everyone. Wu Zhaopu and the others are not stupid. After these words, you understand what Liu Yinying and Lin Feng are arguing with. But this should be the case. The company and private property must be separated, or the company will sooner or later become chaotic. As an economic analyst, Wu Zhaopu should have reminded Lin Feng, but he has not been able to find a good opportunity to remind Lin Feng. In addition, the company has been turbulent, and plans have been one after another. Things are delayed. Today Liu Yinying proposed that it just solve the company's biggest potential crisis. However, Wu Zhaopu and others were really surprised that Liu Yinying would automatically return Lin Feng's 10% shares in Lin Feng's second world. They did not expect Liu Yinying would return Lin Feng's shares. They should know that once second world is listed, this 10% of the shares will be the value represented is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. In this regard, everyone can only guess that the relationship between the two must be extraordinary. As for how extraordinary the relationship is, everyone does not want to guess for them. As long as the company develops steadily, nothing else matters. After that, Lin Feng rushed to the starting point Chinese network non-stop, where there was also the lawyer Go, who had been entrusted by Lin Feng to handle the infringement appeal, and was waiting for Lin Feng there. When they arrived at starting point Chinese network, Lawyer Go and others had been waiting for Lin Feng for a long time. Donglin, we have prosecuted large and small websites involving infringements of Tomato.com and Kidian.com 202 in total, and the court has accepted them. We are reviewing the evidence we have collected and are ready to open court at any time. This is the litigation fee and the first stage lawyers' fee bills. Attorney Go handed the litigation fee bills to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look, and the litigation fees were not as much as he had imagined. In accordance with the procedural law, the court charged a total of 202,000 yuan for each case at 1,000 yuan per case. However, the attorney fees exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Since Lin Feng did not want these infringing websites to compensate this time, Lin Feng's request was that they cancel all infringing works on the website and apologize publicly. Therefore, they cannot charge fees based on the relevant regulations concerning the amount of property. According to relevant laws, Lawyer Go collected a total of 1.01 million attorney fees from Lin Feng's 202 companies at a price of 5,000 yuan per piece. This is still the first stage. As the court opens and enters the second stage thereafter, additional fees will be charged. But the cost was naturally not as high as it is now. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he secretly guessed whether the lawyer's fees were too high. Attorney Go took a look and quickly explained. Donglin, the cost does seem to be very high, but we need to provide the court with as detailed data as possible. Therefore, the entire team collects evidence day and night. For example, the work of Starting Point Chinese network has been infringed. Related works, the number of views and popularity of each work on the allegedly infringing website, when the infringement began, how many words were illegally reproduced, etc. With that, Lawyer Go took out a lot of data. Lin Feng took a look and found that the data was indeed very detailed. After thinking about it, the cost is not too high. Think that Peter Pan Co. spent a full $1.5 million in a rape lawsuit that year. This case involved 202 websites, especially tens of thousands of works involving infringement. Collecting so much evidence cost $1.01 million preliminary investigation fees. It's worth it. After confirming that the court opened half a month later, Lin Feng went to see Bao Jianfeng. Donglin, the website has been developing well recently. After adding servers and increasing network bandwidth, the speed of website visits has increased greatly. But this is the account table for this month. Now, Bao Jianfeng handed it to Lin embarrassedly. Wind a financial statement for June. Lin Feng opened the book and found that by June, Starting Point Chinese Network signed a total of 1,125 works, and paid an average of 800 yuan per month for a full attendance award, totaling 900,000 yuan, and the other labor and other expenses were included, and the actual expenditure per month was 250. Although the revenue has been joined by advertising companies, the monthly advertising revenue is only more than 300,000, and the monthly net loss is 2.2 million. And this is just the beginning. With the increasing number of authors joining Starting Point Chinese Network, especially under the stimulus of the Full Attendance Award launched by Lin Feng, excellent works are like a blowout. The problem now is whether to sign a contract or not. Signed, this is a bottomless pit. The current situation of Starting Point Chinese Network has also been encountered by other established websites. However, such as Longkong and Huanjian are only concerned about website maintenance and labor costs, while Starting Point Chinese Network has to worry about paying a large amount of authors. The Full Attendance Award is a heavy expense. Many veteran websites that were almost out of breath suppressed by the Starting Point Chinese Network have long been sitting aside waiting for a good show. Seeing Bao Jianfeng's sad expression, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder to make him feel relieved. Don't worry, I will announce that I will inject another 100 million yuan into the website. I will never withdraw my capital and leave now. Lin Feng's words made Bao Jianfeng feel at ease. Before that, Bao Jianfeng was afraid that Lin Feng had been losing money because of the website, especially at present. It seemed to be a bottomless pit, and the money was not known for how long, so he withdrew from the capital, which not only harmed the authors of this group of code words but also ruined himself and so on. People worked hard to develop online literature, and received Lin Feng's affirmation. This hanging heart finally let go. However, although Lin Feng said that he would continue to inject capital, he knew that this was not the way to go. Only 1,125 copies have been signed now, but this is already the result of Bao Jianfeng and others' caution. In fact, there are many excellent works that they did not sign because they were afraid of causing too much financial burden. Once they signed the contract, they would probably have more than 10,000 copies. Then the monthly expenditure would have to be 10 times higher. Lin Feng felt dizzy when he thought of this figure. However, it is still immature to adopt the VIP shelving model, and Lin Feng's importance of using advertising revenue to maintain balance seems to be unrealistic at present. Today's online literature is not valued at all, which makes traditional writers look down on it, but also makes major manufacturers look down on this platform. Lin Feng thought for a while, and must start the influence of online literature as soon as possible, so that the public accepts and recognizes online literature. However, although Lin Feng has a few ideas in his mind, they all need funding to support them. His current private account is pitiful, and all plans can only be temporarily postponed. After reaching an agreement with Li Zikai, he can promote the influence of online literature in the country. However, apart from opening the company, Lin Feng also had to deal with one major issue. It is now at the end of June, and only about half a month has passed since the charity performance party negotiated with the Four Heavenly Kings in Hong Kong. When the Four Heavenly Kings asked Lin Feng when he would conduct a charity performance, Lin Feng chose July 13th without hesitation. This day is the day when China successfully bid to host the 2008 Beijing Olympics, and it is a day of joy for the whole country. It is undoubtedly a very good idea to hold a charity gala so that all stars and audiences can celebrate the success of the 2008 Olympic Games in the motherland. However, in order to celebrate the motherland's successful bid to host the Olympics, there should be a theme song for this charity gala. Lin Feng thought about it, and his brain hit the Olympic theme song Welcome to Beijing, which came out a few years later. Lin Feng planned plagiarize it and fill yourself with the appearance. However, when Lin Feng put the melody of Welcome to Beijing in his mind into a score with everyone behind his back, the financial statements of the Lin Group Corporation in the second quarter of 2001 were released. In the second quarter, under the development of Suxiaomai, the starting point fast food chain under Lin Feng, coupled with the national hit of Supergirl, the starting point fast food chain, which has the most prominent advertisement on Supergirl, will join the store quickly expanded to 320 stores, bringing a total of 12 million franchise funds and more than 3 million sales commissions to Lin Feng. As for the Chufing Net City in Chu City and the flower tea business, the second quarter brought Lin Feng a profit of more than 1.2 million yuan. Although it is slightly lower than before, Lin Feng is already satisfied. After all, the price of internet cafes will slowly decline over time, and the scented tea market has also become saturated. Although I wanted to open the national market before, I was trapped by the high express delivery fee. It is only slightly famous on Dingdong, but the order is real. Not too much. Dingdong.com is now the leading online trading platform in China. With a good reputation and a complete review system, coupled with official guarantees and fair and transparent arbitration for transaction disputes, the daily transaction amount is close to 100 million, especially now that the mobile phone market is becoming more active. A large number of sellers in Shenzhen have smuggled in their mobile phones to sell online through Dingdong.com, which directly promoted the skyrocketing popularity of Dingdong.com. Coupled with the timely launch of online banking by the country, buyers are increasingly at ease and they are gradually getting used to the new consumption of online shopping mode. For this reason, Dingdong.com is favored by many manufacturers, and its advertising revenue reached 40 million yuan in the second quarter. After recent real name verification, sellers and buyers who have repeatedly opened accounts have also been eliminated, taking into account that sometimes sellers are also buyers and buyers are also sellers. After cancelling the previous classification system, Dingdong.com now has a total of 3,990 registered members. More than 10,000. With about 45 million daily page views. Lin Feng's real income still comes from the second world. Legend brought a total of 270 million yuan in net income to the company in the second quarter, and Plants vs. Zombies surpassed everyone's imagination. It also brought a net income of 150 million yuan for the company, plus the Plants vs. Zombies advertisement. And the sales of peripheral products also brought net income of 23 million yuan to the company. Although Tomato.com has become famous, due to the lack of copyright issues, and the senior members serving the Second World Club, there is no advertising or any revenue for the time being. The Second World Club has a total of 1.82 million senior members and 1,201 VIP members. The company brought more than 54.7 million yuan in revenue in the second quarter. However, due to the monthly investment in magazines and the maintenance of Tomato Network, this aspect balanced revenue and expenditure. Excluding taxes, employee salaries, operating costs and other expenditures, Second World created a total of 320 million yuan in net profit in the second quarter. According to the final statistics, the balance of the Second World account is 450 million yuan, but it must support the development of Audition, the development of Swordsman Online, the purchase of 3D engines, and the most important Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project. As for the Sky Bridge Theatre purchased in Beijing for the Dian Club, undergo Digang's growing popularity, the second quarter also unexpectedly brought Lin Feng more than 200,000 ticket revenues. At this time, Lin Feng's personal account fund balance was more than 45 million yuan. After more than a week of busy work, Lin Feng finally plagiarized the song Welcome to Beijing. Chapter 159. The numbered musical notation is really numbered musical notation? Lin Feng had to admit that every line is like a mountain. Although before the rebirth, this song Welcome to Beijing is very familiar, but it is not easy to turn it into a numbered musical notation. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si. Plagiarizing songs is no more difficult than traveling to ancient times to plagiarize poems and impersonating a literati. To plagiarize ancient poems, as long as you can remember those poems that have been passed down through the ages, you can open your mouth. But wanting to plagiarize the songs of later generations is not easy. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si. Lin Feng knows that he can sing, but converting a song into do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si, into a numbered musical notation, that's not really what ordinary people can do. But Lin Feng couldn't ask people yet. When asked about it, it was quite exposed. When the other party asked how the song came from, Lin Feng really didn't know how to explain it. Lin Feng also thought of sing it in sections to those who have the ability to listen to it, and then ask him to help convert it into do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si. But in the end, for the sake of confidentiality and to eliminate all possibilities, perhaps Lin Feng decided to rely on himself for hidden dangers that he did not expect for the time being. Fortunately, now that the internet is available, it is much more convenient to search for information. You don't need to go to the book city, and you can just search online if you have any questions. While searching, Lin Feng was stunned. Without Baidu, there is no Baidu search engine. In NetEase Search, there is a Baidu network technology company, but there is no Baidu search engine. Lin Feng's mind turned sharply. In the future, Google is the absolute hegemon in the world search engine industry, but it encountered Waterloo in China and was defeated by Baidu, and Baidu will also establish a well-deserved dominance in the Chinese search engine industry. Lin Feng has always had the idea of acquiring Google, but there has been no financial support before. But he is about to reach an agreement with Li Zikai that he will have 4 billion cash and real estate in his hand. Originally, Lin Feng was planning to acquire some shares of Google with him. Now Lin Feng, but the idea of acquiring Baidu came up again. Comparing Google with Baidu, it is undoubtedly much easier to acquire Baidu now. After acquiring Baidu, it will acquire shares of Google in the future. The most well-known search engine in the country and the most well-known search engine in the world are in their own hands. This is definitely a thing, very pleasant thing. At the moment, Lin Feng asked to investigate Baidu's situation. Later, using NetEase's search engine, Lin Feng went on his difficult and great plagiarism journey. After a week of fierce battle, browsing through countless materials on the internet, in the end, Lin Feng pieced together the theme song Welcome to Beijing for the 100-day countdown to the Olympics. Welcome to another dawn and bring new air. Misamirami, Miladamaya. Lin Feng was in the office trying to sing the notation he had put together, and Huang Jilun pushed in. Donglin, I'm here to bid you farewell. I'm going back to Taiwan. I have taught all the 3 girls, and the rest depends on whether they are hardworking. Also, I am very grateful to Lin Dong for this time. Take care. Huang Jilun was very polite. This visit to Shanghai not only allowed him to pass through the most difficult and gloomy period of his life, but also allowed him to rediscover the joy of being a musician. Huang Jilun is extremely grateful to Lin Feng no matter what. Lin Feng is very reluctant. After all, Huang Jilun is also a master of music in China. Although he lacks a little bit of emotional intelligence, this kind of person is still worthy of respect. It is always good to get along more and build a good relationship. But now that the contract is over, there is really no good excuse to keep him. Mr. Huang, thank you for your help over the past few months, helping Lisa and the others improve and win the final title of Supergirl. I hope to cooperate again in the future. Lin Feng can only thank Huang Jilun for his help during this period. You are polite, this is my duty. Huang Jilun smiled slightly, and suddenly the corner of his eyes swept across Lin Feng's desktop with the notation "Welcome to Beijing." Donglin, this is. Huang Qilan is a natural musician. He saw the numbered musical notation. He hadn't seen this song before, and the melody seemed extremely beautiful. At the moment, without waiting for Lin Feng's consent, he directly held the numbered musical notation into the palm of his hand. This is a chorus of stars that I wrote for this charity performance by the stars to celebrate Beijing's successful bid for the 2008 Olympic Games. Although Lin Feng is very confident of this song "Welcome to Beijing," he is a converted numbered musical notation. I don't have much confidence, and I don't know if there is something wrong. There was a panic in my heart. Ha! Huang Qilan exclaimed in surprise. Welcome ... another ... morning ... sunshine, bringing ... new air ... air, breath change ... changing taste ... unchanged comma ... tea ... fragrant and full of friendship. Huang Qilan couldn't help but sang, but the first few sentences were extremely choppy and a bit out of tune, which was worse than Lin Feng's singing. If it wasn't for Huang Qilan's face, I'm afraid Lin Feng would laugh. But the master is the master. The more he sings, the more fluent he sings. Huang Qilan has been singing 7 times before stopping, and then looking at Lin Feng with excitement. Good song, beautiful song, more beautiful lyrics. This song must be, it will become a popular hit. Huang Qilan exclaimed with excitement on his face. Lin Feng snickered in his heart. This song was composed by a well-known teacher Xiao in China, and Lin Sai, who is also known as the god of Xiang Jiangxi, wrote the lyrics. It is strange that this song is not good. It's great, Lin Dong, did you really write this song? Huang Qilan was excited, but he was suspicious. I can also blame Huang Qilan for suspecting that Lin Feng is only a businessman, and he has never heard of Lin Feng who can compose music. He usually sings KTV occasionally. Lin Feng's singing voice can only be said to be average, and he can compose such a beautiful golden song. Huang Qilan. Hard to believe. Lin Feng felt ashamed when he heard it. But after thinking about it, no one in this world knows that this song was plagiarized by himself, and admits it brazenly that no one can refute his plagiarism. Huang Qilan took the numbered musical notation, and after turning a few times excitedly, he suddenly frowned and said, Donglin, your numbered musical notation is a lot worse. Lin Feng was taken aback and asked quickly, you have no beat or rhythm in this numbered musical notation. By the way, does this song have a staff? If there is no range, timbre, and dynamics, this numbered musical notation alone cannot be played, and it is difficult to sing a cappella. Huang Qilan repeatedly shook his head. Lin Feng was silly when he heard it. Lin Feng knows the rhythm and beat, but this week is extremely limited. In addition, Lin Feng's music is too weak in this regard. Except for the noted musical notation that was pieced together for a while, there was no labeling and no ability to label it. As for the staff, what sound range, timbre, etc., Lin Feng was even more speechless. This is really yours? Huang Qilan saw that Lin Feng couldn't answer, and he was more puzzled. Ha ha, teacher Huang joked. This is not my composer. Who would it be? Lin Feng said ha ha, delaying a little time, thinking about how to solve this problem. There is it. Lin Feng thought of a solution to this problem once and for all. Sorry, I was pulled by the community today to clean the community and welcome the inspection by the leaders. After a hard day, I went to the circle and got a good sentence. Therefore, I can only have one more chapter, and 2 chapters will be restored tomorrow. Of course, thank you the guidance of Master like 123 inches. Chapter 160, Beijing Covenant. Huang Qilan's doubts are not unreasonable. This notation has nothing but basic do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si, and lyrics, and asking Lin Feng is also asking 3 questions, which makes Huang Qilan have to doubt this song Welcome to BJ created by others, but rummaged through the memory bank, but never heard this song. When Huang Qilan's questioning gaze forced him to lose his way, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind. Teacher Huang joked, "This song is really true because I felt it for a while, so I created it." Lin Feng smiled confidently. "Don't worry about whether it's true or false, as long as you believe something is true, it's true." This is like negotiating between businessmen. Each has a good bargaining chip, but in order to make the other party believe that his own bargaining chip is more sufficient, he must be full of momentum and make himself believe that his own bargaining chip must be better than the other party. Seeing that Lin Feng is so determined, Huang Qilan doesn't look like a lie. In addition, if this song is really a work of others, he might not have heard of such a masterpiece. Looking at the numbered musical notation in his hand, it is obvious that he has just made it and thinks about it. I believed Lin Feng. Donglin, your talent is really enviable, but you have to strengthen your musical cultivation. Otherwise no one will believe that such a masterpiece is from you when you say it. Huang Qilan sighed and advised, a little jealous of Lin Feng in his heart. The feeling of talent. Back then, he did not know how long he wrote "I Do." Lin Feng not only has a smooth career, love makes all men envious, even the songwriting is a good masterpiece. Huang Qilan has a vague feeling of injustice. Good things let everything Lin Feng took it. Is it a fluke for Lin Feng? And fortunately Huang Qilan is not one of those other musicians, with so many flowers. He is too whitey-eyed and he easily believes Lin Feng's rhetoric. Yes, what Mr. Huang pointed out. Therefore, I also implore Mr. Huang to accept my disciple so that he can give some pointers. Lin Feng suddenly said to his teacher. Huang Qilan was surprised to see Lin Feng worshipping him with his teacher. Apprentice Huang Qilan was the idea that Lin Feng had just thought of, and it was also the best way to solve why he could make this song once and for all, and to dispel everyone's doubts. Under the title of Huang Qilan's apprentice, no one would doubt that even if Lin Feng wrote a golden tune that sounds more beautiful, and the identity of Huang Qilan's disciple would also facilitate Lin Feng's future plans. When I went to Hong Kong this time, Lin Feng realized what influence is. It is true that online games are a hugely profitable industry, and they are among the billionaires by virtue of the second world. But as far as influence is concerned, almost he has no influence if he is out of the online game industry. This is also the characteristic of online game companies. They are less restricted by the government and have less risk of being attacked by others, but the corresponding influence is smaller than that of industrial enterprises of the same size, especially those related to the national economy and the people's livelihood, such as real estate, automobile manufacturing, and medical care. Wait. This time in Hong Kong, except for the IT superman Li Zikai, who started with PCC Telecom, because he was very optimistic about Lin Feng's prospects and deliberately made friends, most of the others dismissed Lin Feng. Even many celebrities don't pay much attention to Lin Feng. If it weren't for the face of the four heavenly kings, I'm afraid it would be even more indifferent. Especially the Hong Kong Huo family, clearly inviting themselves, but in fact it was because Huo Kishan offended Algra and was unable to invite Algra, so he invited Algra by Lin Feng. The attitude of these people made Lin Feng very angry, but even more helpless. Therefore, Lin Feng is ready to set foot in other industries and is reborn, not only in games, but in the network industry. The network industry is profitable and makes a fortune fast, but it does not mean that it is only the network industry. Lin Feng's next goal is the entertainment industry, which is also a lucrative industry and a circle that Lin Feng is very familiar with. At least Lin Feng is familiar with popular songs, movies and stars in the next few years. Of course, Lin Feng's current focus is on online games and the IT industry. Today, obeying Huang Qilan as a teacher is just a foreshadowing for his future involvement in the entertainment industry, so that no one can question his success in the future. Now that you are ready to enter the entertainment circle, have a good time. To plagiarize all. In China, the Second World is now the best and most successful online game company, and it will also be the world's best online game company in the future. Since Lin Feng is ready to set foot in the entertainment circle, he must also do his best. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Qilan looked at the numbered musical notation in his hand, and secretly sighed Lin Feng's genius. Such a masterpiece was actually produced by someone who was not very proficient in music. It was surprising and admired. Donglin, thanks to you, I am willing to accept you as a disciple. Then I will stay in SH for another month to teach you music knowledge and help you perfect this song. BJ welcome. Huang Jilun nodded, agreeing to Lin Feng's apprenticeship. Lin Feng's heart was overjoyed. With Huang Jilun's apprenticeship, no matter what songs he plagiarized in the future, he would never be questioned again. In the following week, Lin Feng took 2 hours a day to study music with Huang Jilun, and perfected this song Welcome to BJ. Finally, on July 13th, it was perfected a week before the charity performance of the Stars notation, and passed it to the 4 kings and a group of top singers who are about to rush to BJ for charity performances. In the scores passed to them, Huang Jilun divided the paragraphs in detail according to the sound quality and timbre of each person, to ensure that the best singing effect was achieved as much as possible. After receiving the facts from Lin Feng, the 4 kings and the stars were stunned on the spot when they saw the music score. This song Welcome to BJ is definitely a rare masterpiece in recent years, especially suitable for singing on July 13th. As long as BJ successfully bid to host the 2008 Olympic Games, this song will be an instant hit, and it will be popular for several years. In the excitement of the stars, there was a faint feeling of friendship with Lin Feng's heart, especially when he heard that Lin Feng was already Huang Jilun's apprentice. This deliberate friendship was even worse. If Lin Feng makes any golden tunes in the future, they can sing a solo, or as the main album of the album, they can naturally continue their brilliant career. Donglin, if BJ fails to successfully bid for the Olympics this time, this song will probably be. Huang Jilun is only worried about this. In case BJ failed to successfully bid for the 2008 Olympic Games, this song would be really ironic when it came out again. At that time, this song was really embarrassing. Don't worry, BJ must be successful in bidding for the Olympics this time. No one in this world knows this better than Lin Feng. Later, in order to organize the charity show, Lin Feng founded Lin's Galaxy Entertainment Co., Limited to be responsible for all the preliminary work of the charity show. This is also Lin Feng's preliminary preparations for his future involvement in the entertainment industry. Hong Kong has the Emperor and the United States has the cosmos. Lin Feng will naturally build a Milky Way. More bold than their names, it also represents Lin Feng's greater ambition. Afterwards, Lin Feng brought Li Zhu, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi, as well as the CEOs of his own companies, to attend the event. Li Zhu, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi participated in this charity show as singers. In addition to participating in this charity show, Lin Feng went to BJ to discuss the acquisition with Baidu CEO Robin Li. Baidu, the best domestic search engine in the future, its rankings are also authoritative. It is no exaggeration to say that it determines the fate of many companies and people to a certain extent, and also determines the direction of public opinion. Such a company Lin Feng, how could I let it go? Especially, if Lin Feng enters the entertainment circle in the future, Baidu is absolutely necessary. Li Yanhong, CUBJ. I'm sorry, there's something upsetting today, so I can only change it. The city government decided to demolish the chaotic construction and demolish the first floor. As a result, the anti-theft net in my house was rudely demolished and it smashed and stabbed people. Tossing for a day almost didn't make me pay for medical expenses. My day. Chapter 161. The depressed Li Yanhong. Today there is still only one chapter, but 5,000 words, not to be opened, fooling everyone. Thank you for your support. It will finally return to normal tomorrow. 2 more. When Lin Feng set off to BJ, Lin Feng's appeal against 202 infringement cases also happened to be in court. However, Lin Feng left the matter to attorney Go and Bao Jianfeng to handle the matter, and he was not worried about the outcome of the lawsuit. After spending 1.01 million attorney's fees and collecting so much evidence, it is natural to win the case. On the day of the hearing, except for a few large infringing websites sent to attend, The rest of the websites did not participate. However, this does not prevent the court from hearing this infringement case that caused a sensation in the country. In the end, after several days of trial, the presiding judge announced that the 202 large and small websites were guilty of infringement, and ordered the immediate removal of the allegedly infringing works from their website, a public apology on the website, and the burden of this litigation fee. The victory of Lin Feng's lawsuit against 202 websites for infringement has also directly opened a new chapter in China's piracy and infringement. At this time, BJ's 7.13-star charity gala, due to the participation of many top superstars in Hong Kong, was not only popular with reporters, but also fanatical, chased by many fans. Outside the BJ Sheraton International Hotel where many stars stayed, many fans were surrounded every day, calling out the name of his idol day and night, eager to meet the idol. What is especially funny is that many fans have conflicts because of the different idols they support. One shouted louder than one. You shouted Andy Lau, I love you. I shouted Jackie Chung, long live. BJ Sheraton International Hotel is disturbed, and you can hear the support from the workers' stadium from afar. The cheering of the stars. It's funny to say that this time, Lin Feng originally chose the Capitol Stadium as the venue for the charity show. Unexpectedly, just after the news was released, all star fans strongly protested. It is believed that the capacity of the Capitol Stadium is too small, with only 18,000 seats, which is far from meeting their needs. After the strong protest from many fans who were about to demonstrate in the game, in the end, Lin Feng could only choose BJ Workers Stadium, a comprehensive stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people. Although the on-site lighting and speaker effects cannot be compared with the Capitol Stadium, the seats have also been expanded from 18,000 to 80,000. But concert tickets are still hard to find. The cheapest fare of 480 yuan has been fired up to 1,200 yuan by the outside scalpers, and it is still in short supply. For this, Lin Feng had to sigh that the charm of the star is huge, and the enthusiasm of the fans is crazy. The only distress is the reporter. The arrival of many superstars caused confusion to the reporter. It's not easy to interview one in the past, but now it's good. Almost all the superstars of Hong Kong come to BJ so that the reporters don't know who to interview. Unimaginable celebrity effects, enthusiastic fans who are almost fainting, interviews with soft-handed reporters, and overwhelming newspapers and magazines throughout the report, making the whole BJ impetuous. Even the air is not so peaceful, making people feel this summer the BJ is particularly hot. As the chairman and chief executive officer of Baida's BJ headquarters, Robin Lee seems to have become extremely impetuous because of sucking the impetuous air outside. However, fans and reporters outside were crazy and impetuous because of the arrival of many superstars, while Robin Lee was upset because of the 2 tickets on the table. These 2 tickets are the tickets for the popular 7.13 Gong Tai Kung Sing charity gala, which was sent to him and another partner Xuyong through the courier company. At first, Robin Lee was surprised when he received these 2 tickets. He has lived in the United States for 8 years. Although he has heard of some of these stars in Hong Kong, he has been on a tight schedule of studying and working. He doesn't have a big cold with these stars, and he never goes to live concerts of these stars. Unexpectedly, today he had to be surprised when he received 2 concert tickets. However, when Li Yanhong saw that the mailer was signed by Lin Feng, the president of the Lin Group, he was stunned. Although Lin Feng's name is not a household name now, it is absolutely thunderous in the IT industry, especially in the online game industry. How could Li Yanhong have never heard of Lin Feng's name? And he has a good understanding of Lin Feng's deeds. From the establishment of a starting point fast food chain to fight against McDonald's and KFC, the world's 2 major fast food chains, to the fact that Ding Dong overtook eBay and became the largest online trading platform in the country, to set off an upsurge in the domestic online game market and dominate the online game market. Later he was even ridiculed by the media as an online game tycoon who loves the country and the beauty, And it only took 18 months. 18 months. In just 18 months, Lin Feng went from being an obscure person to becoming a figure in the domestic IT industry. This achievement surprised everyone, and he was too young. The future is unlimited. But why did he invite me to watch this concert? Li Yanhong never thinks that Lin Feng is just inviting himself to watch a concert and getting to know each other is as simple as that. He is already a successful person, and he is still in the early stage of his business. It is not good to say that everyone's status is completely unequal. Why does he invite himself? Did he become interested in his own Baidu? This is the only possibility Li Yanhong can think of. But his own Baidu and his online game company are not related to each other. Why is he interested in this? After thinking for a long time, Li Yanhong, who was puzzled, decided to check it out first, at least to understand Lin Feng's intentions, and then make a decision. When all the Emperor superstars descended on BJ became more impetuous. There were fans holding celebrity posters or wearing shirts with celebrity portraits everywhere, and many reporters also interspersed with them, interviewing not only the celebrities, but also enthusiastic fans. The crazy reports of reporters also made this charity show a grand event. After receiving the four kings and many superstars, Lin Feng discussed the performance of the day after tomorrow and had a rehearsal of the chorus of stars BJ Welcome, and held a meeting with the four kings and the most important superstars Leslie Chung, Fei Wong and others. A press conference was held. At this press conference, Kuxing Charity Education Foundation has officially become a well-known charity fund in the country, providing a way for many students who cannot continue their education due to financial difficulties in the future. At the press conference, Lam Feng announced that the 120 million donations raised in Hong Kong and the 10 million donated by himself, as well as all the income from this charity performance evening, will be used as the foundation's startup funds. Study and provide financial support to students who are interested in learning, and provide living support to students who are extremely difficult. At the same time, Lin Feng also announced that this fund will continue to make a modest contribution to China's education. It is also announced that after graduation and finding a job, 14% of their income in the first 3 years will be compulsorily donated to the fund for all students who have received funding to support other students. At the press conference, many Emperor superstars also said that a similar charity performance will be held every year to raise funds for the fund and contribute their strength. At the end of the press conference, Lin Feng also revealed that he would sing a song for the stars tonight to celebrate BJ's successful bid to host the 2008 Olympic Games. Many reporters were very interested in this topic, and they asked Lin Feng why he believed that BJ would succeed. After all, BJ failed in the 2000 XN Olympics. This time he did not rule out the possibility of another failure. Lin Feng smiled slightly, indicating that this year's BJ will be a success. Lin Feng's self-confidence has attracted the suspicion of many reporters, but no matter what, this press conference is happy for everyone and everyone gets what they need. Lin Feng owns a well-known charity foundation that sponsors students, which adds an important sum to his capital. No matter what happens in the future, the country must always consider its own charity fund. Many superstars in the past few days. The popularity of the magazine is also increasing day by day, and the value of it has also risen a lot. Many reporters have also obtained a large amount of material, which can make full use of it, which will greatly increase the sales of newspapers and periodicals tomorrow. After the press conference, Lin Feng took the time to visit the Dian Club. The first is to meet with Go Digang, so as not to have a long-term relationship with everyone. The second is to send tickets to Go Digang. Although Go Digang certainly does not listen to this type of concert, it does not mean that Go Digang's friends and apprentices do not like to listen to it. A few tickets can be exchanged for the gratitude and friendship of others, which is very worthwhile. After intense preparations and busy schedules, this charity performance party, which has attracted much attention from the Chinese people, finally started at 8 o'clock in the evening on 7.13. The BJ Workers Stadium, which can accommodate 80,000 people, is full of seats. Before the performance began, The screams of many enthusiastic fans had already brought the atmosphere in the stadium to its climax. When the first performance star Andy Lau appeared, the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Andy Lau's popularity in China is unparalleled. As far as seniority is concerned, Andy Lau is not the finale but not the first one, but all the Emperor superstars are present, and no one wants to appear first. After all, the latter's appearance proves that there are more people behind. Wait, which can also require a higher price when negotiating contracts with advertisers and other merchants. In desperation, Andy Lau volunteered to be the first to appear, which also made the performance extremely smooth. Otherwise, there may be conflicts due to the order of appearances, and I am afraid it would really be a disaster. The madness in the stadium did not affect Lin Feng in the box. The real purpose of his trip was to meet Li Yanhong and Xuyong. Dong Li, Mr. Xu, it's the first time I met. Please give me your advice. Lin Feng greeted the two warmly and politely. Hello, Lin Dong. The two looked at each other and frowned secretly. The more enthusiastic Lin Feng became, the more he explained that he must have something to ask for this time, and it also made the two of them more uneasy. However, what surprised the two of them was that afterwards, Lin Feng only greeted them to drink, eat snacks, and watch the show, but did not mention the purpose of inviting them to come this time. This made the two of them fidgeting, which was very exciting for this time. I didn't even have the slightest mood to appreciate Lin Feng's concert, watching it absently, but wondering Lin Feng's true intentions in his heart. Seeing Li Yanhong and Xuyong's embarrassed expressions, Lin Feng secretly took pleasure in secretly. This trick is called watching the fire from the other side. They think they must have something and are eager to know their intentions. Instead of saying it, they just leave them here and make them feel uncomfortable. When they can't hold their breath, they will be uncomfortable. Propose a plan again. Although this may not necessarily achieve the greatest benefit, it can at least take the initiative in the negotiation. As the performance progressed, Robin Lee became more restless and restless. Although he secretly speculated that Lin Feng must have come for his own Baidu, Robin Lee did not know what his purpose was. Whether it is cooperation or financing or other, there are too many possibilities, each of which can have a profound impact on Baidu, but Lin Feng did not mention a word, which made Li Yanhong not anxious. After thinking about it for a long time, seeing Lin Feng still not mentioning the purpose of inviting the two to come this time, Li Yanhong winked at Xuyong. Lin Dong, I wonder if you invited me to come this time, what advice do you have? Xuyong understood, broke the deadlock, and asked. Li Yanhong kept an eye on Lin Feng's every move and wanted to observe from it what Lin Feng's purpose was. He asked Xuyong to ask questions. First, Xuyong, as his partner and the second core figure of the company, had enough weight. At the same time, Xuyong asked questions for himself and left a way out for Baidu. Lin Feng heard it and knew that the other party could not help it, but it was not the best time. Only when Robin Lee couldn't help asking questions in person, it was the best time to uncover the mystery by himself. Mr. Xu, I invite two people this time, mainly to get to know them. I think we will have a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lin Feng's words of fictitiousness and realness made Li Yanhong even more confused. And I don't know Lin. What is Feng's intention? The box was silent again. Lin Feng was watching the concert while watching the looks of Li Yanhong and Xuyong, drinking wine in silence, waiting for the best time to appear. As time passed, when the BJ time and the clock pointed to 22:15, the BJ bidding scene appeared on the big screen of the audience. Under the introduction of the live host, all the audience knew that the bidding had entered a tense-second argument. BJ will win the right to host the 2008 Olympic Games if it has 52 tickets or more in the second theory. In the audience's breathless gaze, IOC President Samaranch solemnly announced at the World Trade Center venue, the host city of the 2008 Olympic Games, BJ. With the cheers of the Chinese representatives on the big screen, the BJ Workers' Stadium also boiled over. Both the celebrities and the audience shouted BJ China in unison. The fireworks that had been prepared in advance were also ignited at this time and launched into the sky above the workers. The colorful words 2008 are so dazzling in the night sky. Welcome to another dawn, bring new air. Before the performance, the torrential songs celebrating the success of BJ's Olympic bid were also sung by many Emperor superstars. All the audience in the venue stood up excitedly, clapped and beat for the singing stars, interpreting the excitement in their hearts. Dong Li, President Xu, to BJ successfully hosting the 2008 Olympic Games. Lin Feng raised his glass. Cheers. Although Li Yanhong and Xu Yong were also excited about BJ's success in hosting the 2008 Olympic Games, they seemed a little uneasy because of their inability to understand Lin Feng. Brother Lin. At this moment, Lisa and others knocked on the door and came in. Lisa has finished the performance, and there is the real finale behind it, and there is no way to talk about them. Li Dong, Xu, let me introduce you. Lin Feng introduced Li Zhu, Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi, Liu Yinying, Wu Zhaopu and others to Li Yanhong and Xu Yong. Li Yanhong and Xu Yong got up and shook hands one by one, but everyone could see the worries on their faces. But what made Li Yanhong and Xu Yong vomit blood, until the end of the performance, Lin Feng did not tell them the real purpose of inviting them this time, as if it was really just to enjoy a concert of stars. Dong Li, Mr. Xu, thank you for showing your face tonight. Lin Feng shook hands and said goodbye. You are polite, you should. The two were dejected, and they were reared by Lin Feng all night. They were almost tortured and vomited blood. They still didn't know what Lin Feng intended, but now there are many people around Lin Feng, and they are not easy to ask. By the way, Li Dong, Xu, I want to meet with you tomorrow to discuss the cooperation between our two companies. Lin Feng said suddenly. When these words were said, Li Yanhong and Xu Yong felt relieved, and they finally got to the point. But we didn't talk about it until tomorrow, and they seemed to be awake at night tonight. After the two left, Liu Yinying chuckled. You are so true. If you leave them to dry overnight without telling them, but also overnight, you will really torture people. Liu Yinying covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling sad for Li Yanhong and Xu Yong. Wu Zhaopu also secretly prayed for Li Yanhong and Xu Yong. They are expected to toss to death this night. Lin Feng is also quite proud. This is also a trick that I learned after seeing the deeds and autobiography of many business elders not long ago. Now I am strong. Second World, Starting Point fast food restaurant, and Dingdong.com have become the best companies in China, and they have a net worth of more than 100 million yuan. Baidu's Robin Li is weak. Baidu has just started and is as fragile as a baby. Lin Feng is natural. Dare to let Li Yanhong hang overnight. Lin Feng asked someone to investigate and found that Baidu's total assets are now worth about $30 million, of which DFJ Defengji Investment Fund raised $8.5 million in September last year, accounting for 28.33% of the shares, and IDG Venture Capital Fund raised $1.5 million in the same period, accounting for 5% of the shares. Robin Li personally holds 50% of the shares, Xu Yong holds 15%, and the remaining shares are held by the company's employees. With this equity allocation ratio, even after the listing, Li Yanhong and other executives still have absolute controlling rights in the company, but Lin Feng sees a gap in it, a gap that allows himself to be emptied. Chapter 162 Hu Hai Bar? After the end of the charity gala, Lin Feng sent the stars away from the capital airport. After all, they were all superstars. They were all very busy. This time, he could make time to come to Beijing to participate in the charity performance tonight. First, he came for good deeds. Second, look at the face of the four heavenly kings. Of course, Lin Feng's plagiarized Beijing Welcomes You has also made many superstars look up to Lin Feng a lot, and they have left their phone calls, so that Lin Feng, who had been treated by these emperor superstars in Hong Kong before, had a lot of face. Celebrate all night. The next day Liu Yinying, Wu Xiaopu and others have to return to Shanghai to deal with company matters. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi will also rush back to shoot commercials. There are also various show activities. Since Lisa will become the spokesperson of Versace in Asia, his worth is also fierce rising. The advertising contract was softened, and now I can only go back and start work. Donglin, I hope you can successfully win Baidu this time. Wu Xiaopu and others said with blessings. By the way, after you return to Shanghai, I will give you a surprise. Liu Yining's smile was extremely mysterious. After speaking, she gave Li Zhu a deep glance. Lin Fengjai was waiting for the negotiation with Li Yanhong, so he didn't care that there was something in Liu Yining's words. After sending a group of people, Lin Feng went directly to the Huhai Yinding Kiao Bar. This Huhai Yinding Kiao Bar is absolutely unique. It has no name and no logo. The owner's last name is White, and it is especially even if the bar is completely empty, you can come here without making an appointment if you are inconspicuous. Even if you are. Li Kashing's brother-in-law also has no land. Lin Feng also heard that this bar is very unique, so he booked a seat early. Regarding Lin Feng's early morning reservations, this white boss is also very personal. He will be open when you love to come, regardless of morning or evening. Originally, this bar is different from other bars. Maybe it's not a bar at all. At most it's a tea house for drinking. However, when I came at night, I raised my glass and looked at Shichahai and Huhai under the moonlight, immersed in the silver cold glow, which made people feel especially embarrassed. This bar is an older-style wooden building, slanted by the ancient silver ringed stone bridge, and a row of wooden windows facing south, facing the cold moon of the dead trees in the Huhai. The cold water of a lake makes people feel the bone cool even in summer. Another reason why Lin Feng chose this place is that it is surrounded by former residences of celebrities. The former residence of Su Qingling, Gamoruo, and Yi Jianying's former residence are scattered along the lake, and further away are the former sites of Prince Gong's mansion and Fujian Catholic University, and the Huhai Yinding Bridge Bar happens to be in the middle. You can drink here, out of a kind of inexplicable shabby aristocratic feelings. Not long after, Robin Li and Xuyong arrived. As Lin Feng expected, the two of them had bloodshot eyes. Although their hair was combed, they could still see the master's hard work last night. Obviously, it was either awake or awake all night. During the day there was no one else in this bar. Just Lin Feng, Robin Li, and Xuyong. The shop children were very uncle and brought a bottle of red wine. After 3 wine glasses, there was no shadow. The empty bar was very nostalgic, very suitable for a 3-person meeting. Li Yanhong was also quite surprised that Lin Feng asked them to come here, but when he arrived, the surrounding celebrities' former residences and the old decorations made people extraordinarily comfortable. If it weren't for something in his mind, it would be really suitable for drinking and chatting. Donglin, please tell me if you have anything to say. Everyone is a refreshing person, so you don't need to circumvent the corners. Li Yanhong was tossed last night, so he thought about it before he came today and went straight ahead. Lin Feng was stunned, but he didn't expect that Robin Li was straightforward. This made Lin Feng's preconceived curve to save the country rhetoric completely useless. Dong Li, then I'll be blunt. I want to create a Chinese search engine company to provide search engine services for domestic netizens. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Li Yanhong and Xuyong were shocked. Li Yanhong's Baidu Internet Technology Company is to provide a Chinese search engine. If Lin Feng is also involved in this business, then Baidu will face fierce competition. Originally, there is now a strong Google in the world, and Asia and Yahoo have been coveting the domestic market. If Lin Feng enters this market at this time, it will definitely be a major blow to Baidu, which is still in its infancy. Li Yanhong and Xuyong looked bad. Compared with them, Lin Feng had one of the biggest advantages: capital. Lin Feng's second world is now a gold mine that is advancing daily, but they have to rely on the financing of venture capital funds to survive. Comparing the two, Lin Feng has too much advantage. As for the so-called search engine technology, with Lin Feng's capital, He bought it from Google. Yahoo's search engine today is Google. But what makes Li Yanhong strange is that even if Lin Feng wants to enter this line, why tell them that he even invited them twice? Is it a declaration of war? Not like. Lin Feng remained silent, saying that the creation of a new search engine company was just to put pressure on the two. After the two of them digested a little bit, they continued to say, "But I changed my mind. Instead of creating a new company, it's better to find someone to cooperate." Li Dong, the Baidu network technology company you created by yourself, is the best in China. Partner. Lin Feng's words made the two relax first. Cooperation is better than competition. But then they become nervous again. Now the company's equity is relatively dispersed. Li Yanhong and Xu Yong only own 65% of the shares. If Lin Feng enters again, their shares will inevitably diminish again. Li Yanhong does not want the company he has worked so hard to establish to be annexed. Li Yanhong and Xu Yong looked at each other, and after indulging for a moment, Xu Yong asked, "Donglin, why do you want to cooperate with our company? Can you easily reveal your purpose or interest?" These remarks have been extremely tactful. If others say that they want to raise funds, Robin Li may have left behind. But now the opponent is Lin Feng, he has to be cautious. Although Li Yanhong did not approve of Lin Feng's so-called cooperation plan, he must give Lin Feng face. If he left with his sleeves like this, annoyed Lin Feng, and made Lin Feng really raise the banner of the search engine in China and fight against himself, then Robin Li would really regret it. Although Robin Li is extremely confident in his Baidu's search engine technology, with Lin Feng's financial resources, even the final victory may be a miserable victory. We must know that Lin Feng is only 21 years old. He is very young. It is a young man at this age. Some time ago, he made Lin Feng, who loves the country and the beauty more, and dared to take care of his parents' players. Li Yanhong is not. He thought that if he really annoyed him, he wouldn't fight him desperately. So, Li Yanhong had to give Lin Feng face. Li Yanhong's thoughts, Lin Feng naturally didn't know, let alone that sometimes being young was also an advantage. However, seeing Xu Yong's question, I knew that there was still room for discussion on this matter. Otherwise, if Robin Li really left his sleeves, it would be too much energy and financial resources for Lin Feng to take control of Baidu. It would be easy to create a new search engine company directly. Lin Feng smiled. "First, I admire your search engine technology very much. Although Google's search engine technology is relatively advanced, it is a foreign company after all. But yours is independently developed and has great potential. Therefore, no matter how you say it, Baidu should support domestic products." Lin Feng said that Li Yanhong and Xu Yong didn't believe it at all. But Lin Feng didn't expect this excuse to convince them. Second, you need to develop. Baidu has not yet launched its own search engine website. It only provides search engines for portal websites such as So and Xenlang. I think my funds will enable you to launch Baidu's search engine website in advance. This is what really impressed Li Yanhong and Xu Yong. Robin Li is also quite heart-drawn. Although Baidu's own engine technology has already served So and other portal sites, this is by no means their goal. Their goal is to make Baidu the Google of China. It's just that I'm stuck in funding problems and haven't been able to launch my own search engine website. But we can seek to continue financing. I believe that the two venture capital funds IDG and FDJ are very interested in continuing to raise funds. This is Robin Li's counterattack. The two world-renowned venture capital funds, IDG and FDJ, put pressure on Lin Feng against the strength of Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. In this negotiation, he clearly investigated Baidu's capital operation and equity allocation early in the morning. It can be said that he knows himself and his opponent, but Li Yanhong and Xu Yong only know each other. How can they not be led by themselves? Wanting to use these two world-renowned venture capital funds to put pressure on it is a joke. Lin Feng dared to make an E120 ticket package, and Robin Li would never want IDG or FDJ to continue financing Baidu. Li Dong, aren't you going to listen to my offer? Lin Feng's words made Li Yanhong unable to refuse, and he had to continue listening. Today's Baidu, Although there is no funding gap for the time being, as Lin Feng said, it is omnipotent to launch its own search engine in advance. According to their plan, it will take at least a few months before a mature search engine system can come out. This time is enough. A lot has happened. Li Dong, I only need 20% of the shares. My offer is 150 million yuan to buy 20% of Baidu shares in the hands of you and Mr. Xu. Lin Feng said his bargaining chip. This bargaining chip, Robin Li, would certainly not agree, but if he is asking the price and paying back the money, Lin Feng's ultimate goal is only 10% of Baidu's shares. Li Yanhong frowned. With 20% of the shares, he and Xuyong only have 45% of Baidu shares left in their hands. Although they are still Baidu's largest shareholders, they are not insured. He would never agree to this price. Donglin, why are you so interested in my company? You have to raise money. Li Yanhong thought for a while and asked Lin Feng. My first. Very simple, I am optimistic about Baidu, and I am optimistic about Baidu's influence in China in the future. My own Second World and Dingdong.com, as well as the Starting Point fast food chain, all need Baidu's influence in China. Lin Feng thought to enter Baidu. In addition to Baidu's future Qian, Baidu's domestic influence is also very important to Lin Feng. With Baidu's search engine, Baidu's influence in the country in the future can easily suppress competitors, which will directly help and even indispensable for building one's own game empire and even the future financial empire. Li Yanhong was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Feng to value his company so much, but if that is the case, there is no room for negotiation, as long as he finally holds the absolute controlling right of the company. Chapter 163 Increase in Shareholding? At this time, Europe, Milan, Italy. Algra, I warn you, don't play your temper anymore, or I will shut you down and forbid you to go out again. Donatella, the current president of Versace, trembled in anger, but took his own daughter, Versace's future power. The person Algra Versace Baker has nothing to do. In a human rights country in the West, it is forbidden for parents to beat and scold minors. Otherwise, just wait for the police to come to your door. It has changed since Algra returned from Hong Kong. Although he was more rebellious in the past, he was still obedient, but now, people have become more cheerful, but they are more paranoid, and they don't listen to people's advice at all. Especially this time about Versace's Asian spokesperson. Donatella and Algra quarreled many times, but Algra did not let go, and the relationship between mother and daughter has deteriorated extremely. Algra, do you understand? The Chinese mainland market is an extremely unfamiliar market. Versace has been at a loss since your uncle was killed. Unfortunately, you now announce to enter the Chinese mainland market, which is a risk. Do you know? Failure. Versace will be in a state of inexorable circumstances. I can't let Versace collapse, or I will not have the face to see your uncle. After all, Algra is the real power holder of Versace in the future, and Donatella has to patiently explain. Since Versace's unfortunate death, Donatella has tried every means to maintain Versace's reputation and status. But it may also be precisely because he cared too much about Versace's previous brilliance. On the contrary, many times he was restrained and did not dare to take any risks. And in today's diversified world, risk equals opportunity. And Donatella does need to reflect on her own style in the current plight of Versace. After Algra put a large steak in his mouth, he said nonchalantly, if it succeeds, then Versace will be able to stand up. The Chinese mainland market, but the future global economic hotspot. I believe that Versace will be a big success in China. Donatella banged her head with a headache. She didn't know how her daughter became so reluctant to listen. Well, even if you want to enter the Chinese mainland market, how can the spokesperson you choose the one called Lizu? Donatella took out a pile of materials and placed it in front of Algra. She is a Korean. You entered the mainland market, but choose a Korean as your endorsement. This is nothing short of you. Algra was taken aback when he heard it. After reading the information about Lizu in front of him several times, he frowned. Obviously Algra did not expect that Lizu, who is so fluent in Chinese, was actually a Korean. What's the matter? Just let sisters become Chinese nationality. Algra thought of a way. Donatello is having a headache again. I don't know what magic is in Algra, so this Lisa must be the spokesperson of Versace in Asia. In the past, Versace's spokespersons were all the world's top supermodels or Hollywood superstars. How could we choose such a people who are unknown? Donatella frowned and looked at her daughter, not knowing how to persuade her. Fortunately, Europe is not China. If you want to be in China, with Algra's temperament, I am afraid it would have been violently beaten long ago. Such a disobedient child, why do you want it? Algra was another large piece of beef discharged into his mouth, which was delicious, but the steak was cut too big, and the juice in it spurted out after the bite, and a few drops even splashed on the dinner plate. Donatello frowned. Since Algra came back from Hong Kong, the image of the noble little Princess Versace has disappeared. Donatello is especially disgusted by the appearance of a comrade in the market. Algra, pay attention to your image. Look at you. How you look like now. Donatello screamed. Algra reluctantly responded, and immediately returned to the old Versace little princess, but the small steak was eaten in Algra's mouth, but it didn't feel tasteful. After taking a few bites, Algra got up and said, "Mother, I'm full. Please use it slowly. I'll go upstairs first." After speaking, Algra left. But when she passed by the maid Monica, she gave Monica a secret wink and asked her to bring the remaining steak and dessert to her room. Algra returned to his room with a haze between his brows. Now that Versace's situation, how could she not know, since the Uncle Versace was unfortunately killed, because there was no special training of successors before, and the brand Versace was founded by Uncle Versace, the sole man was killed, and the entire company was in trouble, and the management of the company became increasingly chaotic. In recent years, Versace has gone from bad to worse, although her mother Donatella also launched the cheaper Versace and his Fonto fashion series, and developed a unique blonde perfume, but it is not enough to save Versace, who is slipping into the abyss. In order to save the current Versace, apart from launching a newly designed fashion, reorganizing Versace's chaotic management structure requires a large amount of financing. The newly designed fashion and the reorganization of Versace's current chaotic management structure are not even concerned about the current Algra. The only thing she can help now is to obtain a firefighting fund for Versace to help Versace get rid of the current lack of liquidity. Dilemma. Thinking of this, Lin Feng appeared in Algra's mind. I heard that he is a tycoon in the Chinese online game industry. Since he is called a tycoon, he should be rich. Back at the Huhai Yindingqiao bar in Beijing, Robin Lee gave the answer after a moment of contemplation. Donglin, I can accept your proposal. I believe that our cooperation will be extremely happy. But I can only give you 5% of the shares at most. Li Yanhong has made up his mind that this cooperation is an opportunity for Baidu, and it is becoming increasingly sharp. Baidu, Yahoo's prime year. Baidu is still a baby waiting to be fed. Since Baidu has the opportunity to take off early, why refuse it? Moreover, Lin Feng is coming fiercely. If he disagrees, he might really fight his Baidu. This is definitely not what Li Yanhong wants to see. Young is capital. This sentence is right, especially when a young man still possesses jealous assets in his hands. It is even more embarrassing. Of course, Robin Lee knew that with Lin Feng's appetite, he would certainly not be satisfied with this 5% stake. But this was only a means of commercial negotiation. Bargaining is definitely not worse than those in the market in business negotiations, or even worse than those in the market. After lengthy bargaining, Lin Feng bought a 12.5% stake in Baidu at a price of RMB 70 million. However, in terms of equity transfer, Robin Lee did not sell his and Xuyong's shares, but increased his shareholding. Since he and Xuyong own 65% of Baidu's shares, they agreed on behalf of Baidu's board of directors to agree that this shareholding plan was passed without the knowledge of FDJ and IDG venture capital funds. Of course, an official notice will be required afterwards. For Li Yanhong's decision, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly understood. Robin Lee's move is to keep his absolute controlling rights, and to take the opportunity to weaken the equity of FDJ venture capital funds, and to diversify FDJ and IDG, as well as his own equity, which will help Robin Lee's absolute control of Baidu. This hand is indeed very good to play, but Lin Feng has prepared for it, not to mention that he is very satisfied with the 12.5% equity of Baidu directly. Moreover, Li Yanhong increased his holdings without the knowledge of the FDJ and IDG venture capital funds. Lin Feng believes that these two investment funds will definitely be very dissatisfied. Happy cooperation, Dong Li, President Xu. Lin Feng was very satisfied with today's negotiation. Happy cooperation. Li Yanhong is also very satisfied with today's negotiations, which not only solved the current slow development of the company's funding problem, but also took the opportunity to weaken the share of Baidu's equity held by the FDJ investment fund. After the shareholding increase, the three non-founder holding companies of Baidu now have no decisive controlling rights, which will greatly help him to absolutely control Baidu in the future. After reaching a cooperation intention and signing a financing draft, Lin Feng rushed to IDG's International Data Group China headquarters in Beijing without stopping. Look at the watch, at 3 p.m., there is still 30 minutes away from the better time. And the time is just right. IDG's 5% of Baidu's shares are also the target of Lin Feng's acquisition and are within Lin Feng's plan. Of course, after Robin Lee's plan to increase holdings, IDG actually only has 4% of Baidu's shares left. It is Lin Feng's plan to purchase at least 10% of the shares from Robin Lee, and then buy the shares of Baidu in the hands of IDG and FDJ venture capital funds, and then see if it is possible to acquire the shares of Baidu employees. Of course, even after the acquisition is successful, Lin Feng's equity is not enough to threaten Robin Lee, but it is very close. As long as Baidu raises funds again, Lin Feng can complete the absolute control of Baidu. However, Robin Lee's plan to increase his shareholding has caused Lin Feng a lot of trouble, but it also brought opportunities. Chapter 164 Wang Juntao of 8848 ? When Lin Feng rushed to IDG China's Beijing headquarters, Xun Xiuge, the current president of China and known as the first person in China to introduce high-tech industry venture funds, was waiting for Lin Feng's drive in his office. Dong Lin, really young. Whenever I saw Lin Feng's CEO level figures for the first time, the first sentence was always the same. You are polite, Mr. Xun. I'm really sorry for your waiting. Lin Feng smiled apologetically, and after some polite remarks, he went directly to the topic. Mr. Xun, you should be clear about my intentions. I don't know what your intentions are. Lin Feng's offer is $3 million, but the bottom line is to buy 5% of IDG's Baidu shares at a price of about $4 million. Of course, only now is left 4%. Xun Xiuge was silent, watching Lin Feng silently. This is a habit of him, judging the purpose and intention of a person from his expression, eyes and subtle movements. Although Lin Feng was stared at by a man like Xun Xiuge, it felt a little weird, but he didn't care, and didn't talk too much. He sat there comfortably, drinking coffee, and waiting for Xun Xiuge's reply. After a long time, Xun Xiuge couldn't get any useful information from Lin Feng, so he tapped on the table with his fingers. Dong Lin, if I take the liberty to ask, why do you want Baidu's shares? IDG has invested in companies in China such as So, eBay, Tencent, etc., and more than 60 websites or high-tech industries. Why are you unique to our Baidu? So interested? Xun Xiuge is very interested in this topic. Ha, business secrets. I am sorry that I can't answer. For Li Yanhong, Lin Feng can answer. But for a venture capital fund like IDG, Lin Feng doesn't need to answer at all. Xun Xiuge touched a soft nail and was not discouraged. He thought about it and asked, Dong Lin, you have the best online game company in China today, the Second World, and the online trading platform Dingdong.com. There is a 10% stake in Tencent, And now you want a stake in Baidu. What is your purpose? Is it to be happy? Or do you want to unify the domestic internet, or is it just fun? Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. Xia Xioj didn't expect Lin Feng to answer, but just slapped sideways. Anyway, a few words don't take much effort. If you can exchange usable information or intelligence, it will be worth it. It is a pity that Lin Feng's commercial maturity far exceeds his agent Xia Xioj's speculation. Generally speaking, at the age of 21, Lin Feng can obtain Lin Feng's current achievements and status. Logically speaking, it should be arrogant, high-spirited, and defiant. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Xia Xioj, Lin Feng is like a cunning, sophisticated and calm little fox. I couldn't see through Lin Feng, and Xia Xioj could not be blamed. After all, he didn't know Lin Feng was a reborn person. Xia Xioj didn't give up, and continued to play sideways. He sits in this position to bring the company the most profit. Open his mouth. Even if there is no gain, it is better than doing nothing. 1 hour later, Xia Xioj saw that he couldn't dig out any information from Lin Feng, but instead he had a mentality of I can't bear to bear the children and can't hold the wolf, and the little news he confided gave Lin Feng a lot of confidential information. Let Xia Xioj feel quite upset. After ordering someone to bring up the third cup of coffee, Xia Xioj did not delay any more time. Donglin, $6 million. This 5% of the shares is yours. Xia Xioj no longer hesitates. 3 times the profit value is enough to hand over a perfect data to the company. Lin Feng shook his head. Hee, Mr. Xia, you are too good. Last year, you invested 1.5 million yuan. In less than a year, you made 3 times. This money is too good. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, and said a vampire in his heart. But Donglin, don't you need these 5% shares? Although Xia Xioj does not have any other sources for the time being, he feels that Lin Feng needs this 5% shares in his heart. Indeed, I need it, but it's at a reasonable price. After all, I am not a fool, but a businessman. Don't forget, the bubble of internet stocks has burst in this Nasdaq stock market crash. Lin Feng Tan said. Yes, but we are also businessmen. Now that the internet bubble has burst, Donglin must not forget that Google, which is of the same nature as Baidu, is still strong, and the future prospects are limitless. Xia Xioj is also tit for tat. It's a pity that Google has grown. But Baidu is still as fragile as a baby. With Yahoo's obsession with the Chinese mainland market, the future prospects are unpredictable. Lin Feng saw that Xia Xioj wanted to open his mouth and sealed it in advance. Xia Xioj's mouth. Mr. Xia, don't forget the 8848 website. Your company's profit value is low. Damn it. Xia Xioj cursed secretly in his heart. There are so many mistakes. Just this hour, in order to figure out Lin Feng's purpose and limits, he didn't say anything less. As a result, he spit out the embarrassment of the 8848 website. He didn't expect to be caught by Lin Feng, and instead beaten. Rake yourself. However, Xia Xioj didn't change his face, biting at the $6 million price tag and not letting go. $4.3 million. I think this price should be enough to satisfy Mr. Xia. If there is more, I won't want it. I am different from your venture capital funds. You are for making money, and I am for its effect. Lin Feng, knowing that Xia Xioj wants to squeeze a little bit of Baidu's profits, he gives a bargaining chip that is enough to make Xia Xioj tempted. $4.3 million. Earn nearly 2 times the profit in 1 year. This price is enough to make people's heart. As Lin Feng said, IDG is different from some other large consortia. They invest only to obtain profit returns and have no idea about holdings or the like. This is also the reason why IDG mostly invests in small amounts and diversifies its investment. After weighing it repeatedly, Xia Xioj agreed to Lin Feng's offer and signed an equity transfer agreement with Lin Feng on the spot. As long as Lin Feng deposits the money into a IDG bank account within 15 days, The 5% of Baidu's shares will belong to Lin Feng. Happy cooperation. The two sides shook hands in a friendly manner, this time each taking what they needed. Lin Feng took the equity transfer agreement and left with a smile. However, shortly after Lin Feng went out, Xang Xiuj received a fax from Baidu about the increase in shareholding. Seeing the content of the fax, Xang Xiuj's face changed. After thinking about it, he showed a deep smile and picked up the phone. Just as Lin Feng was about to exit the IDG gate, he ran into him head-on. Sorry, I was thinking about things for a while, didn't look at the road, and ran into you. The man who came here was a man in his 30s. He wore eyes and was gentle, but his face was sad. Apologized with embarrassment. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and picked up the file on the ground. Hey, you are Lin Dong from the second world, the visitor said in surprise. Are you? Lin Feng took a closer look, and this person never knew him. I'm Wang Juntao, chairman of Times Everest Technology Development Co., Limited. The visitor stretched out his hand and smiled, but seeing Lin Feng's face blank, he had to explain embarrassingly. This is my 8848 now and 8848 before. Are you Wang Juntao, the founder of the 8848 website? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The 8848 website is the flagship of Chinese e-commerce companies. It was once featured in the US Time magazine and was also listed as one of the top 10 websites in China by Forbes magazine. However, it's a pity that, just like what I heard from Xang Xiuj's leaked words, after the burst of the internet stock bubble on the 8848 website, its investors kept playing the one in and one out trick to cash out. Not only did it mess up the entire company's equity structure, it also directly destroyed the confidence and fighting spirit of the company's backbone and founders such as Wang Juntao. Today's 8848, in addition to fame, is already an empty shell. However, Lin Feng remembered 8848 because of the great test of digital survival that sensationalized the whole country. How to spend a week in a closed space with only one computer and one network cable, let alone whether this is a hype. But since then, online shopping has gradually entered people's attention. Hello, Dong Wang. Fortunate to be able to meet. Lin Feng shook hands quickly. Fortunately meeting. Lin Dong, this is my business card. Now I have something to do. I will go ahead and invite you to drink tea when I have time. After the two exchanged business cards, Wang Juntao left a little hastily and eagerly. Looking at its background and whereabouts, DG used to be the largest shareholder of 8848. But when the dot-com bubble burst, in order to protect its own interests, it transferred its equity, which opened the countdown to the sinking of 8848. But I don't know if my 8848, which has been redesigned, can regain the favor of IDG. Shaking his head, throwing away these irrelevant thoughts, Lin Feng went out. At this time, the phone rang. Chapter 165: The Future of MP3 and Mobile Phones. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Take out Xang Xiuj's phone. Mr. Xang, just broke up, do you regret it now? Lin Feng quipped. The contract has been signed. Lin Feng is not afraid that Xang Xiuj will regret it now. Ha ha, Lin Dong is laughing. But when I saw the facts about the share increase from Baidu, I really had a little regret. Xang Xiuj sighed, with a very regretful expression. However, he turned to praise. Donglin, the method is good. I just won 12.5% of Baidu's shares and turned around to take 4% of IDG's shares. It seems that Lin Dong's ambition is not small. Lin Feng chuckled slightly without answering. Donglin, I think we can still make a deal. Xang Xiuj's words aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. But I don't know how he and IDG can trade now. Donglin, I can help you with today's share transfer news for 15 days, and when you transfer the money to our company account, I will notify Baidu Lidong after the transaction is completed. Xun Xiuge revealed in his words the temptation that Lin Feng could not refuse. Lin Feng was taken aback. I wonder why Mr. Xun helped me like this? Lin Feng asked curiously. If Xun Xiuge is on this matter for 15 days, it will be much easier for him to acquire 28.33% of Baidu shares in the hands of DFJ Venture Capital Fund. Of course, only 24.78% of Baidu shares are left in DFJ's hands. I'm very curious about Lin Dong's intentions, so as long as Lin Dong can tells me your true intentions, I will be happy to help you with this. Xun Xiuge did not tell the truth completely. This time I was beaten by Lin Feng and got 4% of the shares in his hands. Although IDG did not suffer a loss, he always felt a little unhappy. But Xun Xiuge himself did not regret it. Doing their business, once you decide, don't do it. Regret again. Even if it is wrong, stick to it to the end. However, Lin Feng first raised 12.5% of Baidu's shares and then acquired 4% of Baidu's shares in his own hands. Obviously, his ambitions are not small. The Baidu shares in DFJ's hands are definitely in Lin Feng's plan. Both DFJ and IDG are world-renowned venture capital funds. Although there is no direct conflict, competition always exists. Although Xun Xiuge's move was to help Lin Feng, he actually wanted to take the opportunity to suppress DFJ and prevent DFJ from taking up too much sweetness in Lin Feng's acquisition plan. Otherwise, DFJ has taken a big advantage. It seems that he is a little incompetent. After Lin Feng pondered for a while, weighing the pros and cons, he felt that these 15 days were very important to him, and this deal was a good deal. Mr. Xun, I made it clear that I want to control Baidu instead of making money from it. Baidu is very important to my company's future plans. So I am very grateful to Mr. Xun for his help. Lin Feng briefly stated his intentions. Although Lin Feng's answer did not satisfy Xun Xiuge, but through Lin Feng's series of actions, Xun Xiuge was able to guess Lin Feng's general intentions. Baidu's future is indeed optimistic by many venture capital funds, but Lin Feng is so determined and spends such a large price on the acquisition. This courage and vision is indeed surprising. But in any case, Xun Xiuge remembered the name Lin Feng, and the future trend of Baidu has become his focus in the future. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock. After thinking about it, he planned to call the president of the BJ branch of DFJ Difengji Venture Capital Fund, but at this time the Hong Kong side called Dong Lin. The general details have been discussed, but there are still some details that you need to deal with in person. The call was the team that Lin Feng had sent to Hong Kong to discuss financing contracts with Li Zikai before departure. Lin Feng was the only one before leaving. The requirement is to get as much cash as possible. After Lin Feng inquired in detail, he embarked on a flight to Hong Kong. The acquisition of 24.75% of Baidu's shares in Difengji's hands is not too urgent, and there are still 15 days. But this time the financing with Li Zikai cannot be delayed. This financing fund is the guarantee of Lin Feng's series of plans, and the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project can no longer be delayed and must be launched as soon as possible. After financing, Lin Feng intends to use Li Zikai's background and identity to establish a second world branch in Taiwan. First internally test the feasibility of the Asian Internet program, and wait for the technology to mature before setting foot in South Korea and the RB market. The real Asian interconnection. On the plane, Lin Feng booked business class, and now he is not short of money, so he can sit a little better. Of course, it is also very eye-catching to look at the beautiful flight attendants. I hate it. It's out of power. A stylishly dressed girl beside her angrily knocked on a cat-like thing in her hand. Lin Feng was taken aback and glanced curiously at the thing in the girl's hand. This thing seems to be a high-tech product, a bit larger than a CD, but it is definitely not a CD, otherwise it is impossible to knock it like this, and Lin Feng did not see the CD ejected dish compartment. After the girl knocked the CD in her hand a few times, angrily put it into the bag she carried with her. Hello, is the one you heard just now? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hello, That's an MP3 player. The innovation company launched last year. It has a capacity of 6.4G and can store more than 100 CDs of MP3 music. However, it consumes a bit more power. As a result, it has a large capacity now. It's useless, the battery won't last long, the girl said angrily. When Lin Feng heard it, his head exploded. MP3, MP3, MP3. MP3 is definitely a hot spot in the future. In particular, the iPod launched by Apple has not only brought huge profits to Apple, but also made iPod a culture and even a symbol, making iPod sell well to out of stock from 1 generation to 4 generations. Lin Feng only felt blood was boiling in his chest. Although I don't know when the iPod was produced in his memory, it is obviously not yet available. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the girl beside him who can fly in the business class, the iPod is expensive, but stylish in appearance and humanity. The creative creation will definitely make this girl eager. It seems that they can also produce MP3, and make the iPod in advance, so that Apple can become a pirated version. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled evilly. However, the MP3 player market is definitely an extremely profitable industry. My current industry is concentrated on the internet. Although it makes money in the future, prospects are extremely bright. In the end, industry is the right way. I have been reborn into this world and have produced many unpredictable butterfly effects. Although everything is still under my control, the unpredictability of the network industry is as famous as its overnight wealth. Now there is such a good one to set foot in the industry. I shouldn't give up the opportunity. Especially now that MP3 is developed, it can be upgraded to MP4 in the future. This road will be extremely brilliant in the next 10 years. Another point is that since the beginning of this year, the price of mobile phones has fallen, and it has gradually become popular. And major portal websites have also launched short message service businesses. Lin Feng feels that he is also capable of producing mobile phones. It is unreasonable that China's mobile phone market allows Nokia to occupy half of the country, while domestic mobile phones are struggling to survive in the joint killing of the remaining foreign brands. In the end, for profit, domestic mobile phones have no other reputation in people's hearts except for cheap and inferior products. I should be able to change this dilemma, especially I know the future development direction of mobile phone sludge screens, external speakers, internet access, color screens and so on. In Lin Feng's plan and vision for the future, the plane arrived in Hong Kong. This time Li Zikai came to pick up the plane in person. But there were a large number of reporters with him. As soon as Lin Feng got off the plane, a large number of reporters gathered around and asked Lin Feng what he thought of Hong Kong's handling of the car last time. There are also a series of absurd questions about whether to be engaged to Miss Algra. Under the escort of Lin Feng's 2 bodyguards and Li Zikai's bodyguard, Lin Feng entered Li Zikai's Rolls-Royce with difficulty. Richard, you have enough cars. Every time you come, they are different. Lin Feng sighed. Men, they all love cars. Although I can't drive by myself now, I still have a hobby of collecting cars. Li Zikai smiled and took out a newspaper. Look, this was the last time I caught it. The trial result of the Bio case. Lin Feng took a look and found that the Hong Kong Supreme Court prosecuted 13 elder brothers for car driving and intimidation. In the end, each was sentenced to 5 years in prison and a fine of 1 million. But the sentence was suspended. Lin Feng shook his head secretly. Unexpectedly, this would happen even in a place like Hong Kong, which is a clean government and law-abiding place, and the most important crime of assaulting a flying tiger's police officer is gone. The 5-year sentence is also suspended. Like nothing. As for the fine of 1 million, for these brothers, it's not a big deal. Li Zikai saw Lin Feng's anger and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Don't think that a society under the rule of law must be fair. This society will always be a world of rich people. This time, the 13 rich children can be fined 1 million. The 5-year sentence and the suspended execution is already the limit that the Hong Kong judiciary can do. After all, the power behind them is too great. Lin Feng sighed after hearing this. In today's legal society, It is true that the rich may not be able to cover the sky, but a group of rich people is enough to play with the society and the legal system. By the way, during your stay in Hong Kong, don't act privately when you go out. At least take your 2 bodyguards. Now you can have the nicknames of Plague God and Evil Star in Hong Kong's rich world. Li Zikai exhorted. This time he came to take Lin Feng's flight with such a high profile, just to take the opportunity to tell those rich men who were offended by Lin Feng is a guest of their Li family, don't move him. However, Lin Feng offended 13 wealthy individuals at one time, and it is hard to guarantee that someone would not sell this account. So Lin Feng specifically reminded him. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he would pay attention. This time I just came to discuss financing contracts, and I don't want to cause trouble in Hong Kong anymore. But if these people really want to hit him, Lin Feng would not be polite. It should be understood that the 2 bodyguards brought this time are senior instructors of the former Hong Kong garrison. It is no problem to mobilize a company privately. At that time, who will suffer a loss is still uncertain. Chapter 166. The next morning, Lin Feng and Li Zikai's financing plan, based on the wishes of both parties, has been disputed over many details before, and after each other's respective steps. This financing plan involving 4 billion yuan was successfully signed. In this financing plan, Li Zikai obtained 20% of Lin Feng's Second World shares. The contract stipulates that if Li Zikai sells his shares, Lin Feng has the right of first refusal. Lam Feng received 840 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, 10% of Tom shares 400 million shares, the current market value of 4.3 Hong Kong dollars per share, a total of 1.72 billion Hong Kong dollars. But it is stipulated that Lin Feng shall not sell or transfer its equity in the next 3 years. At the same time, Li Zikai handed over 28,800 square meters of land in Shanghai at a discount of 350 million yuan to Lin Feng, plus a set of Sijie single-body villas at a discount of 125 million yuan, and bonds worth 400 million yuan. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this financing. I have obtained the funds for development, and there is an open space in a prime area of Shanghai, which can be built into a commercial building of my own empire in the future. As for the Four Seasons Yaoyuan Villa, it just solves the problem of living in a house near the company. Happy cooperation. Li Zikai and Lin Feng are both extremely satisfied with this financing. Li Zikai bought 20% of Lin Feng's Second World equity for such a large price. In addition to being extremely optimistic about the future prospects of Second World, he also fancied the information of 1.8 million club members owned by Second World and its subsidiary Tomato Video Network. In the afternoon of the same day, Lin Feng and Li Zikai jointly held a press conference where they announced the news of their financing. On the spot, there was a commotion from Hong Kong reporters. The price of 4 billion yuan went to a domestic online game company. This surprised many Hong Kong reporters who are still relatively new to online games. Many people even exclaimed that Li Zikai was crazy on the spot. The news broke, and Hong Kong's wealthy circles were also shocked. No one thought that Li Zikai would have such a large sum of money to acquire 20% of the shares of a company registered only a year ago. Is this Second World worth so much money? Isn't it just a mere company operating online games that he established a company? It's been more than a few years. Is there such a high market value and market prospect? Most of the Hong Kong tycoons who are based on industry's disdain. Although not all of Hong Kong's wealthy people are short-sighted, it is still incredible for Li Zikai to purchase 20% of the shares of Second World at a price of RMB 4 billion. According to these far-sighted people, 20% of the shares of Second World are worth 1.8 billion at most. The price of 4 billion is too high. This financing has mixed reputation in Hong Kong. There are different opinions, but there is one thing that all Hong Kong people can confirm, that is, Li Zikai has given up the inheritance right of Chung Kong Industrial and is ready to continue to work hard in his high-tech industry and create his high-tech industry kingdom. What is different from Hong Kong is that this news spread back to China, which is no less than a Tokyo earthquake for the domestic IT industry, especially for many domestic online game companies. It is even more chilling all over the body. Now that the Second World was originally a dominant family, and now it is still cooperating with Lee Zikai, known as the Little Superman, isn't it even better? In particular, there is also Li Ka-shing, the richest Chinese man behind Lee Zikai, which makes many online game companies feel like winter is coming. Similar to online game companies, other domestic IT industries are also jealous. And I don't know where Lin Feng's next investment direction is. Lin Feng started from nothing in 1 year and now has a net worth of at least 10 billion. It can be called a business myth. Coupled with Lee Zikai's shrewdness and ability, the combination of these two people makes the domestic IT elites feel daunted. However, at the same time, many internet companies caught in the bursting of the internet bubble see hope. Lin Feng can earn tens of billions of net worth in a year. So why can't they? And those business partners of Lin Feng, such as Waha President Zhong Qingwu, Zhen Group Shi Yazu and others, sighed helplessly again, knowing that with this financing, Lin Feng will fly higher and farther, and I am afraid that his future will definitely exceed their imagination. Of course, at the same time, they are also determined to take care of Lin Feng, the sailing ship about to sail, and perhaps it will soon become an aircraft carrier. After reaching an agreement with Lee Zikai, Lin Feng did not stay in Hong Kong too much and flew directly to Beijing to negotiate with the DFJ Venture Capital Fund to acquire 24.78% of Baidu shares in their hands. However, this time the negotiation was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. For 3 days in a row, the negotiation remained deadlocked. Zhang Fan, president of DFJ China, said 300 million yuan, and he never let go, which made Lin Feng a headache. Donglin, I think you shouldn't be short of this money now. Zhang Fan naturally knows that Lin Feng just sold 20% of his shares in the Second World, and now he has 840 million Hong Kong dollars in cash in his hands. Absolutely not short of money. Mr. Zhang, but you lie and speaks a bit too much, Lin Feng said with a frown. Hee. Lin Dong, you just raised Baidu and acquired 12.5% of the equity, and now you are buying our 24.78% of Baidu. I think everyone should know what this means. Zhang Fan was not impatient. After receiving the shareholding increase plan from Baidu Li Yanhong and Lin Feng's request to acquire Baidu's shares in DFJ, Zhang Fan has determined that his company's 24.78% of the shares are extremely critical to Lin Feng. Now that supply and demand have changed, Zhang Fan will naturally not be polite. This is also the philosophy of DFJ Venture Capital Fund, not to miss any opportunity to make money, and to maximize profits. As for whether this will scare Lin Feng away, Zhang Fan is not afraid. DFJ's investment in Baidu was conducted after a 3-month investigation. From Baidu's entrepreneurial team, to the technology owned by Baidu, and to the market prospects that Baidu is targeting, DFJ had a detailed assessment and determined that Baidu must be able to become the Google of China. Of course, under the background of the bursting of the internet bubble, Zhang Fan is not sure that Baidu's prospects must be a smooth road. Internet companies have become popular today, and there are countless examples of bankruptcy tomorrow. However, after repeated weighing, Zhang Fan still offered a price of 300 million yuan. If it were placed before the Nasdaq crash last year, Zhang Fan would not talk about it. After repeated negotiations, Lin Feng had to say goodbye when Zhang Fan had not changed his mind. After leaving the Defengji company, seeing that it was getting late, Lin Feng went to the Yindingqiao bar in Huhai again. The scenery here is very good at night, and the owner and waiter are also good enough to pull you. There is no other bar Yinying Union in the bar, bothering you. This is a good place to relax your emotions. At this time, an unfamiliar phone called. Hello, Lin Feng. May I ask if you are? Lin Feng looked at it for a long time. This number is really strange, and I can't remember who it is. Hello, Lin Dong, Wang Juntao of my 8848. Can I invite you out to see you now? Wang Juntao's hurried voice came out on the phone. Lin Feng thought for a while, and suddenly remembered the melancholy gentleman he met at the door of IDG Venture Capital Fund before going to Hong Kong. But I don't know what he was looking for. After thinking about it, Lin Feng told him his current address and asked him to come. Not long after, Wang Juntao hurried over with a briefcase. Lao Bei, my friend. Unexpectedly, Wang Juntao was stopped by the clerk at the door, preventing him from entering. According to the rules of Yinding Kiao Bar in Huhai, there is no reservation, or the clerk, especially the boss, who sees you upset, is absolutely forbidden to enter the shop. Lin Feng took a look and greeted him quickly, letting Wang Juntao in. In the past few days, due to the extremely unsatisfactory negotiation with Difingji, Lin Feng sat at the Yinding Kiao Bar in Huhai, day and night. When he was depressed, he came to sit here. After coming a few times, he also came here. Boss Bei is acquainted. Boss White, in his 40s, looks mature and vicissitudes of life. He doesn't talk much. He likes to be clean. He loves to sit here and drink red wine every evening and enjoyed the sunset. Therefore, this bar is rare and extremely quiet. Bar. However, Lin Feng didn't know whether the Bei boss was really named Bei, but Lao Bei and Lao Bei called them that way. Dong Lin, I finally saw you. Wang Juntao was panting, obviously hurried over. President Wang, what wine to drink? Let's have a glass of blue marguerite. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the clerk soon brought a glass of blue marguerite. Thank you. Wang Juntao could have experienced the arrogance of these clerk just now, and he has also heard that this bar is unusual. He can't treat the clerk like other bars, so he quickly thanked him. After taking a big mouthful of blue marguerite, Wang Juntao calmed down the breath in his chest. Donglin, I don't want to make a mistake, so I'm going to be straightforward. This is my company's performance this year and next year's plan. If Lindong feels good, and I hope to invest in the company, I believe it will definitely help Lindong. I won't regret this decision. Wang Juntao took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Lin Feng was taken aback for a while, speechless for a while. I just raised money and I finally had some cash in my hand. Someone immediately came to my door to request investment. The efficiency was really fast. But when it comes to investment, if you want to invest in my 8848, which has already become a stranger, Lin Feng really doesn't dare to ruin money like this. Chapter 167 Sadness 8848. Lin Feng reluctantly picked up the project plan handed over by Wang Juntao because of his affection, and turned it over with Wang Juntao's look of anticipation. In the first few pages, Lin Feng just took a perfunctory attitude, purely trying to send Wang Juntao away. However, the more I look at it, the more I feel, and I secretly admire Wang Juntao, not losing his reputation as the first domestic e-commerce person. If according to Wang Juntao's plan, my 8848 can achieve a balance of payments by the end of the year at the latest, and it will be profitable next year, and it will be listed within 3 years. But what makes people laugh and cry is that now my 8848 account only has enough to pay the last month's salary, and there is no working capital at all, which makes Lin Feng simply unable to believe it. Wang Juntao's heart is disturbed. In the past 6 months, he has found many investors for my 8848. But none of them are willing to invest in my 8848. If Lin Feng does not invest again this month, the company will go bankrupt. After the salary is paid this month, President Wang, this. Lin Feng didn't know how to use his words, hoping to avoid hurting Wang Juntao's heart dedicated to saving my 8848. Lin Feng's expression Wang Juntao has seen him many times, and his heart is dim, knowing that the company's last hope may have disappeared. But suddenly remembering Xun Xiuji's words when he left IDG China's Beijing headquarters, there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Donglin, I also know our company's current dilemma, which is why most investment funds are unwilling to invest. But IDG China President Xun said that if anyone can save my 8848 now, It must be you. Wang Juntao is full of looking at Lin Feng with hope. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Xun Xiuge to get this trouble today. He whispered that Xun Xiuge was not kind enough, but he saw that Wang Juntao, who was once motivated and became the first person in e-commerce in China, would be so downhearted and fell into pleading with others. At the point, Lin Feng felt a sigh in his heart. A penny stumps a hero. Besides, this is not a penny, but $6 million. Lin Feng had calculated in his mind that to save today's my 8,848, it would cost at least $6 million, which is not a big figure. Not only Lin Fengnin, but also IDG and many other venture capital funds can come up with it. Under the leadership of Wang Juntao, my 8,845 will be able to make a comeback as long as it is a capital injection of $6 million. But the problem with my 8,848 is not the business philosophy, but the chaotic equity struggle. My 8,848 was originally separated from 8,848. Wang Juntao, who was tossed in pain due to the equity struggle of 8,848, was reluctant to separate his business personal e-commerce business with B2C, eShop, and user communities, and was renamed my 8,848. But what Wang Juntao did not expect was that the multi-party equity agreement at the time of the separation caused the vigorous my 8,848 to fall into the quagmire again. According to the agreement, Wangkun Investment Consulting Company, the largest shareholder of my 8,848, should inject $8.8 million. Unexpectedly, after injecting more than $2 million, it would no longer inject capital, which caused a fatal blow to the booming my 8,848. How and Wang Juntao lobbied, Wangkun Investment Consulting Company just refused to inject capital. Unwilling to reconcile the collapse of the brand created by himself, Wang Juntao looked for investors everywhere, but Wangkun Investment Consulting Co., Limited could accept financing, but he refused to give in the proportion of share allocation, which is commonly known as occupying the pit and not shit. In this case, how can there be venture capital funds willing to do it? Wang Juntao has also contacted Wangkun Investment Consulting Co., Limited several times, but the other party's attitude is that one does not inject capital, and secondly, it does not accept financing from other companies. Financing is fine, but Wangkun Investment Consulting Company still accounts for the majority of shares. Eventually, things evolved to the present day. The company account only has funds for the last month's salary. Lin Feng knows what Xun Xiuge means in his words, which is to let himself acquire Wangkun Investment Consulting Company first, and then inject capital into my 8,848. This method is definitely the dumbest and most ineffective method, but it is also the only method that can be tried today. But Lin Feng was depressed. Why did he wade into this muddy water? Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Wang Juntao knew that Lin Feng would not inject capital, and his heart was dim, knowing that my 8,848, which he had worked so hard to create, could not escape the fate of bankruptcy. Thinking of this, I felt sad, and drank the blue margarita in front of me in one gulp. Donglin, excuse me. Wang Juntao got up, ready to do his last job for his company. Wang Juntao's face was haggard, making Lin Feng sigh again, and suddenly he had an idea in his heart. This Wang Juntao is definitely an individual talent. Judging from this project, although his grasp of China's future e-commerce cannot be said to be unique, he is definitely a leader in the e-commerce industry. It would be a shame if such a talent is let go. It is going to be struck by lightning. President Wang, I have a suggestion. I don't know what you think. Lin Feng held Wang Juntao. Donglin, please say. Wang Juntao heard that there seemed to be a turning point, so he hurriedly sat down. Mr. Wang, You also know that my own dingdong.com is also engaged in e-commerce. Why don't you help me? I will hire you as a special consultant for dingdong.com and give you 5% of the shares of dingdong.com. Lin Feng said. Wang Juntao had a heartbeat. Dingdong.com can be described as an infinite beauty in the country now. It surpasses the previous big brother Yik.com to become the leader of e-commerce. Its daily turnover is close to 100 million yuan, which makes all e-commerce elites such as Wang Juntao and others enviable. Now Lin Feng has hired himself as a special consultant for dingdong.com, and also gave him 5% of dingdong.com's shares. This is definitely a very generous treatment. Is Wang Juntao moving? Of course the heart moved, and almost immediately agreed. But thinking of the My 8848 he founded, Wang Juntao was heartbroken again. Although he knew that My 8848 was hard to come back, he gave up but was unwilling to give up. President Wang, not only I invite you to join dingdong.com, but also your team. I sincerely invite them to join dingdong.com. Lin Feng saw Wang Juntao hesitating and continued to throw bait. It is not unreasonable for Lin Feng to value Wang Juntao and his team so much and give him shares. Wang Juntao's ideas and understanding of e-commerce are far superior to others in China. It's just too bad luck. I didn't catch up with the IPO before the burst of the Nasdaq internet bubble. I also met an investor who didn't know what's going on. He occupied the pit and didn't shit. The tossing Wang Juntao went to death. In the end, he was depressed, disappeared in everyone. But none of this can deny Wang Juntao's position and vision in the field of e-commerce. Nowadays, dingdong.com is thriving and its business is booming, but its profit value is very low, and with the expansion of the fields involved, coupled with the shortage of talents, the company has faint signs of confusion. Although Liu Yinying is trying to maintain it, there is a shortage of experience after all. It is impossible to learn in university and books. On the contrary, Wang Juntao has experienced so many ups and downs in the business world, and his qualifications are more than enough to serve as a special advisor. Of course, Lin Feng also liked the My 8848 team. This team has been working hard with Wang Juntao and is also a rare talent in the e-commerce industry. Moreover, Lin Feng is about to develop the MP3 market and mobile phone market, and there is a shortage of a large number of talents, and Wang Juntao naturally cannot let it go. Hiring him as the special consultant of dingdong.com is also to search for talents in advance for Lin's technology co. Limited to be established. But to Lin Feng's disappointment, after hesitating for a while, Wang Juntao declined Lin Feng's kindness. Mr. Wang, I really can't do anything about your company, but my door will always be open for you, and today's promise will always be valid. Lin Feng knew that My 8848 would go bankrupt sooner or later, and Wang Juntao would be poached by other companies and promised him in advance. Promise. Donglin, thank you. If there is such a day, I will definitely come to Donglin. Wang Juntao got up abnormally heavy, and he did not dare to say anything to Death, the group of brothers who have worked hard with him for many years. He couldn't just let it go. Goodbye. The two high-five goodbye. Soon after Wang Juntao left, he called suddenly. Donglin, although I can't help you right now, I recommend someone to you. Wang Juntao said firmly. Listen to your ears. Lin Feng knew that Wang Juntao's prudent recommendation. This person must be extraordinary. Donglin, I wonder if you have heard of Danzi. Wang Juntao said. Danzi. Lin Feng was taken aback. Chapter 168 First Impression. Lin Feng has heard of Dan Zei's name. He used to be the deputy general manager of Microsoft China, and then moved to the leading domestic e-commerce company 8848 as CEO. It is a pity that the fate of 8848 is the same as that of the derivative My 8848. In the near future, China's once all-powerful and unrestricted company will collapse. As the chief executive officer of 8848, Dan Zi was voted as one of the top 10 internet outs. After that, Dan Zi seemed to disappear for a few years, But Lin Feng remembered that Tanzi had become the CEO of Focus Media. Lin Feng was very impressed with Tanzi because he was once the deputy general manager of Microsoft China. Second, he was born in a farmer's family, and he had to endure hardships all the way and eventually began to show himself through hard work. His life was full of ups and downs. One or two can be seen from his iconic silver hair. Donglin, thanks to you, I will say something straight. I have a good relationship with Lao Dan. He is now the CEO of 8848, but the current situation of 8848 is the same as my 8848. It is estimated that if there is no decisive decision within the year, investors can only go bankrupt in financing. But this is by no means Lao Tan's problem. This is an investor's problem. Speaking of this, Wang Juntao murmured a few times. Lin Feng couldn't hear clearly, but he could vaguely guess that it should. It is a standard national curse. Donglin, Lao Tan is full of wisdom and keen on grasping business opportunities. I think he must be a talent you need very much. Wang Juntao said. Lin Feng is naturally pleased with Wang Juntao's sales. The company is already in short supply of talents, and he will set up a new company. He is thirsty for talents, and he is absolutely unambiguous. But listening to what Wang Juntao said, I feel that Wang Juntao is still unwilling to give up on his 8848. This time he can't bear to watch his old friend sink while he is falling. Mr. Wang, thank you for introducing me to Tanzi. But the same sentence, my promise to you will always be valid. How could Lin Feng let Wang Juntao go? This person can definitely make his Dingdong network go to the next level. Dingdong.com now only relies on advertising to make money, providing a trading platform for many businesses, and it is not strictly e-commerce. The joining of Wang Juntao will enable Dingdong.com to open up new areas and get a real qualitative improvement. Wang Juntao's voice was also sighing on the other side of the phone. There is more icing on the cake and less charcoal in the snow. Although Lin Feng did not raise funds for my 8848, it is no wonder Lin Feng, but his company's equity is too chaotic. However, Wang Juntao felt extremely grateful in his heart for accepting this promise even when he was almost out of nowhere. Thank you Lin Dong for your kindness, but I still don't want to give up my 8848. If there is an opportunity for cooperation someday, I will definitely contact Lin Dong. Although Wang Juntao refused, he has already decided in his heart that if my 8848 is really unsupportable, he will take it with him. The team that worked hard for several years went to Lampheng. Donglin, I will call you Lao Dan. I will talk to him first, and then you will make an appointment with him to talk. After Wang Juntao finished speaking, he hung up the phone and called Tanzi. Lin Feng waited a few minutes before calling Tanzi. During the call, Tanzi's nature is quite high, and he seems to be very interested in Lin Feng. After a brief conversation between the two, they agreed to drink morning tea at the Sihai Hyatt Seafood World in Beijing the next day. Lao Bei, I am leaving. Lin Feng greeted and left immediately. I'm going to meet with Tanzi tomorrow, and now I rush back to the internet to collect information about Tanzi as much as possible, so as not to know nothing about it tomorrow. Lao Bei still sat there drinking wine in silence, nodding to Lin Feng's greeting. Lin Feng didn't care, smiled and left. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, he whispered, "Tonight is a good night." The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the Sihai Hyatt Seafood World early. Since it is thirsty to seek talents, it is natural to set the example of a courteous corporal. The Four Seas Hyatt Seafood World is a very good geographical environment. It is located in the prime area of the Asian Games Village, and is only 300 meters away from the Olympic Park to be built. The business area is 12,000 square meters. The 3 floors above the ground are 7,000 square meters of luxurious Four Seas Hyatt Seafood World restaurant. The 2 underground floors of 5,000 square meters are the most modern business and leisure center. Of course, Hyatt's most famous is Beijing's #1 raw porridge, which is a signature dish that everyone who has tasted it is full of praise. Of course, the price is a bit more expensive, but it's not too expensive. Not every day, ordinary white-collar workers can also consume it. Not long after, a silver hoard Dan's arrived. Tan Zai's first impression of Lin Feng was the vicissitudes of life and the unhurriedness from his bones, as if there was nothing worth panicking in the world. "Mr. Dan, thank you for your face." Lin Feng quickly got up, and the silver hoard Danzi made Lin Feng naturally use the honorific title for the elder. "Dong Lin, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting." Tanzi was not late. The time was just right, but Lin Feng arrived a little earlier. Tanzi was also observing Lin Feng from the moment he saw Lin Feng. Since Wang Juntao called him yesterday, suggesting that he resign from his current position, go to Lin Feng Company, and talk briefly with Lin Feng on the phone, Danz is extremely looking forward to meeting today. Lin Feng, the most recent IT figure in the limelight, has long been heard of by Danzi. Danzi deeply admired his youth and the 4 billion financing with Li Zikai this time. Ma Juntao's proposal made Danzi very excited, especially when he heard Lin Feng's tone on the phone last night. He would make big moves. This made Danzi, who had been stuck in 8848's poor financial situation and doing nothing, even more irritated. However, Danzi's still a little worried. He knows his own personality, which is typical of Northeast people's cheerful personality, but because of this, it is sometimes difficult to care about the face of the company's major shareholders and some so-called corporate politics. Lin Feng is so young. Tanz is afraid that he may not be able to come with him. However, when I first met today, Lin Feng did not have the slightest youthful ambition to be domineering, a little courteous in his polite manner, and the voice of you made Tanzi very comfortable. This is not Tanzi's vanity, but he is just drinking morning tea with Lin Feng as an ordinary friend. Everyone is equal, and there is no question of who is and who subordinates. But in China, Danzi is definitely older than Lin Feng's generation, and the phrase you Danzi can bear. And this sentence of you also made Tanzi see from it that Lin Feng did not have the ugly nature of those brothers and sisters. If the two met for the first time, Lin Feng would be aloof, and Danzi would definitely turn around and leave. It is true that 8848 is now in a crisis of eternal disaster, but Danzi still has that little self-esteem, and he can't stand the anger. If this is the case now, once we cooperate in the future, it will be difficult to get along. When they met for the first time, the two had a very good impression of each other. The two sat down, and after Lin Feng asked Danzi, they ordered some of the most famous signature dishes of Hyatt Regency. Of course, raw porridge is essential. Tanzi nodded secretly in his heart again. Not extravagant and wasteful. This also fits Danzi's intention. Young people nowadays are extremely wasteful and do not know the hardships. Especially when they are rich, they love to be extravagant. Often they eat and order a table of dishes, which is extremely wasteful. For Danzi, who grew up in a rural area and had a rough life, it was difficult for him to accept, and even a little angry. Lin Feng doesn't have this habit. Very good. Danzi has a better impression of Lin Feng. The two chatted casually while drinking morning tea. They didn't deliberately touch the topic to official affairs, but they didn't deliberately avoid the current situation in the domestic IT industry. They just chatted so casually, thinking about it, and talking about it. This made Lin Feng and Danzi extremely happy, and the morning tea unknowingly drank until noon. Lin Feng Jian went to lunchtime again, and after asking Danzi, asked the waiter to order a few exquisite side dishes, and then ordered 2 bowls of raw porridge, and continued to eat and talk. At first, Lin Feng wanted to order this famous Australian abalone, but during the conversation, Lin Feng realized that Tanzi was very disgusted with these luxury goods and didn't point it. After lunch, the waiter ordered the waiter to serve 2 glasses of Longjing, and the two of them looked uniform, knowing that it was time to get to the point. From morning to now, hours of conversation have greatly improved Lin Feng's understanding of Danzi. Danzi is definitely an individual talent, especially in the grasp of business opportunities. His keen sense is even more difficult for others, but it is a pity that the poor finances of 8848 dragged him down, making him trapped in the shallow sea, but it also made him perfect. This talent, I must not let it go. Lin Feng secretly made up his mind. However, before inviting Tan Zi to join the company, Lin Feng wanted to investigate him. President Dan, I have a question I want to ask, Lin Feng said gently, taking a sip of tea. Tan Zi's brows twitched, and the test of his heart was coming. This is probably because Lin Feng decides whether to invite himself for the assessment, and he doesn't say anything at the moment, and smiles slightly to show that he is listening. Mr. Dan, I want to buy a company, but now an investment fund owns 24.78% of the company's shares. I proposed to buy its shares, but the other party knew that I was bound to get the shares in their hands, so the lion opened his mouth. The price of 300 million yuan, and I will never let go. May I ask, what should I do now? I must buy this company, but I don't want to buy it at such a high price, which will make people useless. Lin Feng's eyes are shining, looking at Dan Zi. This question is not only an assessment, but also Lin Feng's current embarrassment. He hopes that Tan Zi can help himself. Tan Zi frowned slightly. When Lin Feng drank a glass of Longjing halfway, Tan Zi showed a wise smile and uttered a word. Sorry, everyone, my father, who was ill in bed last night, caused a recurrence of hypoglycemia due to diabetes. I was tossing all night. Now my eyes are still dark, and I can only change one chapter today. I will try my best to see if I can change another chapter. If 9 o'clock I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Finally, the best thing in the world for us is our parents. If we can usually care about our parents. Don't be like me now. I can only watch my father lying in bed secretly hurt, but can't do anything. This is by no means a curse, but just a kind reminder of being a child. Chapter 169. After Dan Zi pondered for a moment, he had the answer in his mind. Create momentum. Dan Zi slowly spit out 2 words. Lin Feng faintly understood, but not too much. After thinking about it, he asked, how to build momentum? You have 2 problems now. First, your intention is caught by the other party. Second, the other party is waiting for the price. Tan Zi sighed helplessly. In business negotiations, once these 2 points are caught by the other party, you can only fall into passiveness. At this time, no matter what you do, you can't recover your disadvantages. The only thing you have to do is to agree to the party's conditions. Lin Feng frowned and waited for Tan Zi to follow. So you need to use extraordinary means in extraordinary times. Since the other party is ready to sell, let the other party's reliant bargaining chips disappear. If you intend to be caught, then let the other party fail to see your intention. And these 2 points are all creating momentum. Go on. You have to create a situation that makes the other party panic, incomprehensible, or even afraid, so that the other party mistakenly believes that the general situation has changed, so that the other party's psychology will be shaken. As long as you shake, you must have a chance. Tan Zi said sharply. Building momentum. Lin Feng muttered silently. Of course, if the other party can see through all the smoke, then no matter what method you use, the other party will not be fooled. At that time, you can only agree to the party's conditions. Tan Zi thought for a while, and finally added, and all this depends on your momentum and the opponent's IQ and necessary gambling courage. Lin Feng thought silently, recalling Tan Zi's words. Tan Zi did not speak, and drank tea quietly, waiting for Lin Feng to ponder. For some things, you can only click on one sentence. Saying too much is not good. Everyone has his own style of acting, so if Lin Feng can get to this point, he naturally has his own way. After a long time, Lin Feng got up and thanked Dan Zi very respectfully. He already understands what Dan Zi means to build momentum, and he has a preliminary plan in his mind. However, whether the desired effect can be achieved in the end depends on the other party. With Zhang Fan, the president of DFJ Venture Capital China, has a clever eye to see through all this. It depends on 2 points. First, how great is Lin Feng's potential? Second, how high is Zhang Fan's IQ? Mr. Dan, thank you for your advice. What do you think of the current MP3 player market? Lin Feng thanked Dan Zi and started the real topic. The main development direction of Lin's Technology Co., Limited, which he founded by himself, is the industry MP3 players and mobile phones. If Dan Zeiss' ideas are consistent with his own, Lin Feng will hire Dan as the CEO of the newly created Lin's Technology Co., Limited. Hiring Tanz as the CEO has an advantage. You can rely on his relationship to attract a large number of talents. Otherwise, there are only high-level administrators without middle-level administrators and related technicians. Then the company is like an inverted pyramid, which can easily collapse. Tanzi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would ask about the MP3 player market. He thought that Lin Feng would ask about e-commerce and other aspects, but he didn't expect it to ask about the industry. However, Tanzi walked along a bumpy road. He has been a farmer, a salesperson, and a store manager, engaged in various businesses such as cosmetics, medicines, and electronic products. Tanzi has run all kinds of businesses. Although I am doing e-commerce now, I am not unfamiliar with the industry, and it is not even worse than the experience of e-commerce. Donglin, since the new music format of MP3 formally entered the public's perspective in 1995, it has been loved by everyone. It can match the sound quality of CDs and the capacity is much smaller than that of CDs, which is undoubtedly the reason why everyone likes it. People really know the existence of MP3 players since the American Diamond Company launched IOP 300 player in 1998. But today's MP3 players first use portable hard disks as storage media, which are bulky, especially in terms of mobile stability. Not enough. The only advantage is the large capacity. The other is to use flash memory as a storage medium. But this medium cost is too high, and the capacity is too small. The advantage is that it is convenient to carry and save power. However, the prospect of MP3 players must be very bright, Tanzi said confidently. Lin Feng nodded. Tanzi's opinion was the same as his own. Then what do you think of the mobile phone market? Lin Feng asked again. Mobile phones will definitely become the world's mainstream in the future, especially in China. As long as the price drops, I believe that the number of mobile phones owned by Chinese people will reach a terrible number, and it is even possible to become the country with the largest number of mobile phones in the world. Tanzi said without hesitation. However, after finishing speaking, I took a deep look at Lin Feng and wondered whether Lin Feng's goal is the MP3 market or the mobile phone market. Both of these two markets are worth developing, but the difficulty is not small. Relatively speaking, Tanzi tends to develop the MP3 market. After all, the main problem in this market is the choice of storage media and its low technical content. The technical content of the mobile phone market is much higher, especially if it is impossible to produce chips. Most of the profits are earned by upstream manufacturers, and downstream companies are not profitable, and the market competition is too fierce. Lin Feng nodded, already made up his mind. Mr. Dan, I now very sincerely invite you to become the CEO of my newly established Lin's Technology Co., Limited. This is a contract regarding your treatment. Please check it out. Lin Feng very sincerely handed over a contract. The contract stipulates that Tanzi, as the CEO of Lin's Technology Co., Limited, owns 3% of the company's shares. At the same time, Lin Feng will leave the title of Chief Technical Architect to himself, and the rest of the power will be given to Tanzi. Looking at the contract in hand, Tanzi was moved. Now, because of his failure on 8848, many people who don't know the inside story are swearing at him, believing that he has destroyed the brand that was once smashing in China. In this period when everyone is screaming, Lin Feng can still the sincerity of sending charcoal in the snow to such a lucrative contract is evident. Donglin, thank you very much for your willingness to give me such a generous contract, and I am willing to challenge new fields. Tanzi had previously jumped to 8848 at Microsoft, and he came to the internet. It is a pity that he was in 8848 in the past 2 years. The encounter made Tanzi frustrated and realized that domestic internet companies were too impetuous. Now Lin Feng wants him to return to the industry, which fits Tanzi's heart. However, Can you give me a month to deal with the aftermath of 8848? After all, Tanzi worked hard for 8848 for 2 years. Even if he leaves, he hopes to leave the last legacy for the shaky 8848. Okay, as long as you finish handling private matters, we will sign at any time. Lin Feng shook hands with Tanzi satisfied and reached a franchise agreement. After talking to each other some ideas about the new company, the two left each other. After a pleasant night of rest, Lin Feng visited DFJ China's Beijing headquarters again the next day. Mr. Jiang, good morning. When he came this time, Lin Feng lost his previous worries and strong hopes for the equity in his hands, and his tone was very relaxed. Jiang Fan was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't seen him for a day, and he felt that Lin Feng had changed a lot. Donglin, I still said that, 300 million yuan. I won't sell it for a cent. Jiang Fan is still confident and bullish. Lin Feng didn't care either. This time he came not for acquisition, but the first step in building momentum. Mr. Jiang, 200 million yuan is my lower limit, but if Mr. Jiang still insists on going his own way, I can only regretfully say sorry. Lin Feng's tone surprised Jiang Fan slightly. In the conversation a few days ago, he could clearly guess from Lin Feng's expression and tone of his strong desire for Baidu shares in his hands, but today his tone changed suddenly, which made Jiang Fan quite confused. Doesn't he want Baidu anymore? No, this must be his trick. Jiang Fan decided that this was Lin Feng's business method, and settled down in his heart. Moreover, even if Lin Feng really does not acquire, he can still wait for Baidu to develop slowly, but the time period is much longer. Jiang Fan said with a bit of disdain, Donglin, I am not in this position the first day. Your tricks like kindergarten children do not treat me. In short, if it is less than 300 million, I will definitely not sell it. Lin Feng frowned. This kind of disdainful attitude made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Sooner or later you will regret it. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I have to go back to Shanghai. If one day you agree to sell your company's Baidu shares for 200 million yuan, please call me. Lin Feng got up and said nothing more. Ha ha, Lin Dong, I don't think there will be such a day. Jiang Fan watched Lin Feng leave. Oh, isn't it? That's not necessarily. But 3721 seems to be good too. Lin Feng smiled and mumbled away. 3721. Jiang Fan frowned. 3721. Chinese RAL name search engine, occupies 90% of the Chinese RAL name search engine market. Does Lin Feng really turn his goal to 3721? But the 70 million he invested in Baidu is not fake. What exactly does he want to do? Jiang Fan's brain is quite a bit of a headache. He can't see what medicine is sold in Lin Feng gourd. After thinking about it, he decides to respond to all changes without change, and temporarily observe its trend. Lin Feng didn't know how effective his thoughtful sentence could bring, but it was the first step for Lin Feng to build momentum. He negotiated with the Fengji for 3 days, and the other party was bullish and tall. When we meet again next time, Lin Feng must beg the other party to sell the stock to herself. On the plane back to Shanghai, Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested, thinking about the next step of building momentum plan. But Lin Feng didn't know that Shanghai still had more trouble waiting for him. It's just that this trouble seems to be a trouble of happiness. Chapter 170 Decentralization Supplement. Time back to the day after the charity concert. Liu Yinying and others returned to Shanghai. Mr. Liu, this isn't it right? Wu Xiaopu looked at the personnel file in his hand and said with a look of embarrassment, what's wrong? Peking University is a highly talented student and a secretarial major. What's wrong with being a secretary? Liu Yinying frowned and said displeased, could it be that you look down on us at Peking University? There is a black line on Wu Xiaopu's forehead. If this word spreads, saying that I look down on the students of Peking University, then I don't know how many seniors will come to educate him. No, Mr. Liu, your words are too heavy. Who would dare to look down on Peking University in China? Wu Xiaopu explained quickly, but in the end he pointed to the file with a frown on his face and said, "She is just a first-year freshman, and it's a part-time job in the summer, and I have to be Dong Lin's secretary. Mr. Liu, you say I dare to do it?" Seeing that Wu Xiaopu hadn't agreed, Liu Yinying thought for a while, and finally murmured a few words in Wu Xiaopu's ear. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, with a weird smile on his face, he finally shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Liu, but this is a company after all, it's not a child's play." Wu Xiaopu always felt that this was still too absurd, but in the end he couldn't stand Liu Yinying's hard work, and this person was just a fight. "For the part-time job of you, it's a big deal that you don't arrange anything for her. Just put a name on it, and you can't cause much trouble if you want to come." The next day, Second World added a girl with a nice face, a tall stature, and an immature face. However, Lin Feng is not in the company for the time being. The girl has nothing to do except cleaning every day. She often sits there in a daze, staying there for a long time. However, this fresh and pleasant girl attracted the attention of many bachelors in the company, and she often ran over here when she was fine. However, after Wu Xiaopu's veiled warning, no one ran here again, but his eyes drifted past her from time to time, a little admiring, a little jealous, and a little bit lucky to get into trouble. The plane from Beijing to Shanghai landed slowly. Lin Feng got off the plane and went straight to the company. Before boarding the plane, he notified Wu Xiaopu and others for a meeting. "Donglin, I am Zuxini Wu, who is present at the board of directors on behalf of Mr. Li Zikai." Before coming, Mr. Li Zikai explained that I will not make any comments on the operation of your company, but just listen. A strange man said. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Since Li Zikai said that he could not ask about the company's daily affairs, that would be great. "Cohen, how about cloud computing?" This is what Lin Feng cares most about. "Donglin, the server after the merger last week was the first official 10,000 person battle. The cloud computing handled it well. In the end, a server only reported 3 errors. I believe that with the error correction software I am writing, the error rate will still be good. Greatly reduced," Cohen said very confidently. Lin Feng nodded happily. "Once cloud computing matures, it will represent more than just a game's Asian internet." "Okay, then we will announce the news of Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet, and temporarily test it in Taiwan. Mr. Zhu, please contact Mr. Li Zikai on this point. I hope he can help Taiwan in this regard." Help. Lin Feng believes that once this Asia Internet project is announced, it will surely provoke the madness of all netizens. "I see, Lin Dong." Zuxini Wu was shocked, and he was shocked and admired at the Asian interconnection plan proposed by Lin Feng. Before, he was still questioning whether Li Zikai's 4 billion was too exaggerated. Now it seems that instead of losing money, he has taken a big advantage. Especially this cloud computing is unheard of before, and judging from the looks of everyone, this cloud computing should be very remarkable. The Second World obviously has technology that no other company has. Zuxini Wu secretly admires the boss Li Zikai's vision. "Donglin, many players in Plants vs. Zombies have broken through the 9th level, and the game has begun to enter a period of decline. The highest online rate this month is only more than 1.2 million. I think as more and more players pass the level, the online rate the downturn will continue. It is estimated that at most 6 months, this game will be eliminated and officially withdrawn from the market." Wu Xiaopu reminded, the decline of Plants vs. Zombies was long before everyone expected, so no one was too surprised. Lin Feng just nodded, indicating that he knew. "Donglin, Audition has been developed and is undergoing internal testing. I believe it will be available for public testing in mid-August," Kui Ming said with great joy. During this period of time, he was rushing to work day and night, and the development was finally completed before the end of the students' summer vacation. Lin Feng is also extremely happy. Audition can be completed ahead of schedule, it couldn't be better. In this way, the Second World counts Legend and the upcoming Counter-Strike Online. Then there are 3 main games, and will no longer rely on Legend to support the overall situation. "Donglin, How does Audition operate, or is it a card mode? Audition is a casual online game, and the previous Plants vs. Zombies was complained by many netizens. It is not too wise to charge again. Therefore, Woozaorpu is quite worried. This time we will not adopt the point card operation model, but another operation model. By the way, remember, don't forget the slogan of Forever Free during the promotion. This is the key point. About the Audition operation mode, Lin Feng already had an idea in his mind. Audition cannot be charged, it must be free forever to attract popularity. Although the charging model of Plants vs. Zombies brings huge profit returns, the annual life cycle is too short, and free can undoubtedly greatly extend the life cycle of such games. When everyone saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything, they were selling off the hook. Although they were curious, it was not easy to ask questions. Afterwards, Woozaorpu introduced the operation of legend. With the gradual decline of tower defense games such as Plants vs. Zombies, large-scale online games once again occupy the absolute dominant position in the market. The online rate of legend is 10,000 people. Under the call of war, it has repeatedly set new highs, with the highest online rate approaching 1.8 million, which is simply a miracle in a miracle. Affected by this, the large-scale online games of other companies are gradually picking up, especially the Magic Baby that Xinlang.com snatched from Lin Feng. Because of its cute shape and rich system, it is the leader in the 2D turn-based online game market. The online rate has repeatedly broken through online, and the latest data has reached 700,000. As for the plugin problem that caused Magic Baby to nearly collapse before its rebirth, because Lin Feng detonated the plugin bomb ahead of time, and Xinlang.com began to pay close attention to the plugin users at the beginning of the agency, so Magic Baby's almost no collusions exist. And all this is another manifestation of the butterfly effect brought by Lin Feng. The plugin is almost extinct in the domestic online game market, which has played an invisibly promoting the development of online games. 2D turn-based games. NetEase's Westward Journey also achieved a good score, reaching the highest online rate of 300,000. However, due to the high level of game architecture, it is daunting to surpass Magic Baby. However, Fantasy Westward Journey is already under development. Lin Feng asked Xibo to search for a headhunting company before, but finally chose to stay at NetEase, leaving Lin Feng feeling helpless. As for companies such as Shanda and Juching, although they were affected by the Trustgate incident in the early days, their popularity has gradually picked up thanks to the efforts of various companies to promote and promise. However, the two companies have decided to abandon the 2D market and have decided to fully enter the 3D online game market. Okay, here I am going to announce a decision. From now on I will serve as the Chief Technical Architecture Engineer. I will only take care of technical affairs, and leave all other affairs to be handled by Mr. Wu. This personnel change was after Lin Feng and Danzig talked. Well thought out the decision made. Previously, although Woozaorpu was the CEO of the Second World, he was actually an assistant to the president more often, but the company has been thriving, and Lin Feng's decision is always correct, so there is no contradiction between the two. Breakout. But in the long run, there will definitely be an outbreak. In addition, Lin Feng is now more and more under the company. It is impossible to personally do everything. Decentralization is an inevitable choice. And this Chief Technical Architecture Engineer is Lin Feng's best positioning for himself. With his advanced experience in the next few years after his rebirth, he can grasp the market prospects well, and leave all the trivial matters of the company's operations to others. In this way, they can also have more time to charge and rest. After all, after rebirth, it is not for making money, but for a better life. Making money is just the basis for a better life. Woozaorpu was slightly surprised, and his heart warmed afterwards. Over the past year or so, his position has been extremely embarrassing. The honorary CEO is actually not responsible for many things, and he can do well in an individual. This time Lin Feng can hand it over power. One is to trust himself, and the other is to improve Lin Feng's own ability. Obviously, after passing this time under the right, Wu Xiaopu believes that Lin Feng's career will take a step forward. And after passing under the right, Wu Xiaopu can really show his fists, and not like now. Once Lin Feng is away, the second world can't make any big moves at all, and everything has to wait for Lin Feng to come back to deal with it. After the meeting, Lin Feng returned to his president's office. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, Lin Feng thought about his future direction. Now his own Lin Group owns many companies and industries, and some humble industries can be appropriately abandoned. Starting point fast food chain owns 100% full controlling rights and belongs to private property. It is also the first listed subsidiary of Lin Feng Ideal. Dingdong.com owns 84.5% of the absolute controlling rights. Liu Yinying owns 10% of the shares. The former secretary and current assistant to the president Qin Sirong owns 0.5% of the shares. If Wang Juntao joins in the future, he will own the remaining 5%. After Wang Juntao joins, it will be the time for King Doraemon to leap again. The second world owns 67% of the absolute controlling rights, Wu Xiaopu 5%, Kui Ming 5%, Wang Meng 3%, and Li Zikai 20%. Before he has enough strength, Lin Feng will never push him to the stock market. Lin's Network Technology Co., Limited. Owns 85% of the shares, CEO Li Yuan owns 10% of the shares, and Wang Hai, the venomous snake in the Chinese Army's mysterious Zodiac troop, owns 5% of the shares. To the current Chief Technology Officer. The developed NetShield security protection software is about to go on the market, and is undergoing final internal testing. Starting point Chinese network. Lin Feng owns 100% of the total equity, which is a private property, but he is currently losing money severely. Lin's Technology Co., Limited. Tanza will own 3% of the shares after joining, and own 97% of the absolute controlling rights. It is also Lin Feng's first industrial company. For his first industrial company, Lin Feng will inject 100 million yuan into it. The scented tea processing factory in Chu City owns 50% of the controlling rights, and Chufeng Internet City owns 100% of the controlling rights, which is private property. However, the current profits of these two industries are not worth mentioning when compared with their current companies. Now Lin Feng's private property has 1.01 billion cash in his account, a 350 million piece of land in Shanghai's prime location, a 125 million villa, and 400 million national debt. After some consideration, Lin Feng decided to hand over the ownership of the scented tea processing plant to his two brothers Ding Feng and Yang Guoai, and Chufeng Net City to his parents' relatives. During this period of time, his parents also called. From his vague tone, Lin Feng heard that many relatives wanted Lin Feng to take care. After the financing of 4 billion yuan, the news that Lin Feng is called the youngest billionaire in the country must be known to women and children in his hometown, and it is normal for his relatives to want to take care of him. I now have the strength to take care of it. It seems that I am going back to Chu City. Lin Feng wondered when to take the time to go back to Chu City, otherwise he would never go back, and it would be too unpleasant to be scolded by people for being insensitive. Especially for the Hu Xiaobing brothers who injured his father before, Lin Feng felt that it was time to settle the old accounts. Of course, the 100 million yuan loan in Chu City has to be repaid. However, time is really tight recently. We have to worry about the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project and the launch of Audition, especially the 3D engine that Swordsman Love Online is in urgent need, as well as its own new establishment. The Science and Technology Co., Limited will also flex its muscles and calculate it carefully. There are really too many things. Donglin, your bile you watch hun. A sweet voice came. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that Wu Xiaopu had hired a secretary for himself, so he didn't care. But the sound is sweet, very comfortable, and it seems very familiar. Thank you, let it go. Lin Feng didn't look back. continuing to think about his future plans. But the visitor did not leave after putting down the tea. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't like having people around him, especially strangers, when he was thinking, Dong Lin, don't you even look at me? The secretary said bitterly. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it. He also heard that the new secretary general was very sweet, and many male employees in the company admired him very much, but it was like this when he first met, and Lin Feng was very disgusted. Get out. Lin Feng didn't bother to look back, fingering the door to scold. The secretary seemed to be frightened, and felt aggrieved in his heart, sobbing slightly as he thought about it. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and secretly decided to let Wu Xiaopu expel him later, or at least transfer to another department. What is it like now? In case of being seen by Li Zu, I still don't know how to explain it. Even if it was not seen by Li Zu and passed it out, he would still be indistinguishable. Lin Feng was waiting for a few words of comfort from Wen Yan, and then asked the person to go out. But he didn't expect to leave arrogantly. HMPH, you are so fierce to me, I just won't go. The visitor sat down on Lin Feng's chair, making Lin Feng stunned. Hey, let me say Lin Feng was really anxious. He had never seen such a brusque secretary. He turned around and waited to punish people. Unexpectedly, when he saw his secretary with his mouth pouting and with dim eyes on his seat, when the person was in a daze, he shouted in surprise, Shuki. At this time, learning that Lin Feng was back, Li Zu, who had just returned from making the soup, was carrying a pot of soup, blowing slightly, and walking towards Lin Feng's office. Chapter 171 The Bad First Meeting. Huang Shuki is very angry and aggrieved. Ever since he made up his mind to come to Shanghai to find her brother Xiaofeng to ask if he still has a place in the heart of brother Xiaofeng, did he forget himself? Huang Shuki looked forward to the arrival of summer vacation day and night, and finally stayed through the summer vacation, and came to Shanghai with anxiety and full of expectation. I wanted to go directly to Lin Feng, but happened to see Lin Feng Company is hiring the secretary to the president. Huang Shuki had the idea and wanted to give Lin Feng a surprise, so he happily applied for the job. Unexpectedly, the first interview was brushed down. In desperation, Huang Shuki called Liu Yinying and asked Liu Yinying to become Lin Feng's secretary. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's business trip lasted more than 10 days, which made Huang Shuki and others extremely aggrieved, and was harassed by the company's pervert every day, and it was even more miserable. Especially during this time, she also met Lin Feng's girlfriend Li Zu. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed very beautiful and brilliant, and it was said that she was also very good at cooking. Look at myself again. Although she is extremely popular at Peking University and makes Huang Shuki very confident in herself, she now has doubts about her charm. Lin Feng finally returned to Shanghai while waiting nervously. Unexpectedly, what made Huang Shuki feel even more aggrieved was that at the meeting, Huang Shuki personally served Lin Feng tea, but her brother Xiaofeng turned a blind eye to it, and almost made Huang Shuki cry on the spot aggrieved. Later, I comforted myself this was brother Xiaofeng in a meeting, so I didn't notice myself. After Lin Feng had finished the meeting and returned to the office, Huang Shuki took another cup of Baluochun and took it over, wanting to surprise Lin Feng again, but was treated like this. The more Huang Shuki thought about it, the more stupid she became, and tears couldn't help but flow down. The crystal tears fell down her beautiful face, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she was unspeakably pitiful. Lin Feng never thought that the secretary Wu Xiaopu recruited for himself would be Huang Shuki, and then he thought of Liu Yinying's earlier give myself a surprise, and suddenly realized that Huang Shuki is the so-called surprise. It's just that this kind of surprise is really, Lin Feng didn't know how to say it, and only wanted to curse in his heart. Lin Feng knew how harsh his tone was just now. I am afraid he was frightening this childhood sweetheart. Lin Feng also didn't know how to position Huang Shuki's position in his heart now. Previously, because of the busy company and the appearance of Li Zu, Huang Shuki was forgotten, but now seeing Huang Shuki's tears, the scenes of the two people getting together in the past are brought back to their hearts one by one. The kind of pure, Indifferent is like a loved one and a lover. The feeling is back. Shuki, I'm sorry, it is Xiaofeng that is not good. I didn't expect it to be my cutest Shuki just now, so the tone is too harsh. Lin Feng looked sad, holding Huang Shuqi's catkins, again and again apologize. But Huang Shuqi felt more aggrieved, and tears couldn't stop streaming down. Lin Feng scolded himself as the biggest bastard in the world, and took out a tissue to gently wipe away tears for Huang Shuqi, unspeakably gentle. Unexpectedly at this moment, the door opened. Brother Lin, this is the lotus leaf winter melon and old duck soup that I specially cooked for you. You must be exhausted after so many days outside. Lisa blew in with a happy smile and opened the door. Yu. Lin Feng heard that Lisa had cooked himself a lotus leaf and winter melon soup, and his heart warmed, but when he changed his mind, he called it bad. I hadn't told Lisa about Huang Shuqi's existence for some reason before. In this situation, Lin Feng didn't know how to explain to Lisa. When Lisa entered the door, his face was filled with a happy smile of making soup for his sweetheart, but after he opened the door and entered, he was silly on the spot. Looking at the aggrieved Huang Shuqi who was crying silently, and then at Lin Feng, who was looking embarrassed, Lisa's heart was sour. But the sky was dim, his hands trembled, and a pot of lotus leaf, winter melon and old duck soup screamed. When it fell to the ground, the rich and delicious old duck soup was full of aroma and filled the room. Lin Feng saw that he was going to suffer, and he must have been misunderstood by Lisa. Of course, no one will misunderstand this situation. Yu, give me 3 minutes. I will explain to you. Lin Feng explained hurriedly. Brother Lin, how can you do this? She is just a student. As soon as you came back. Lisa pointed to Lin Feng excitedly, his face flushed and trembling. I don't know what to say, and tears are also streaming down. Brother Lin, I didn't think you were such a person. I misunderstood you. After speaking, Lisa turned his head and ran out. But when he went out, he still considered Lin Feng's image in the company and thought about it. Thinking, enduring the grief in my heart, shut the door heavily. All the employees outside looked surprised. You misunderstood. When Lin Feng heard this, he really wanted to faint. He didn't expect Lisa to misunderstand it so outrageously that he actually misunderstood that he was the kind of beast that hungry and didn't choose food. And when he came back, he would kill the secretary. But looking at Huang Shuqi, who was sitting in her seat with teardrops on her face, her grievances on her face were indeed easy to misunderstand. Lin Feng instinctively wanted to chase it out, but before Lin Feng chased it out, Huang Shuqi burst into tears. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart softened again, and he instinctively closed his feet. But thinking about Lisa who ran out crying, he was even more worried. While hesitating, Lin Feng sighed. What is this? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to comfort Huang Shuqi first, otherwise he would let Huang Shuqi cry like this in his office. I am afraid that tomorrow the company will circulate that Lin Feng, the chairman of the board, is a pervert with human skin. On the first day after returning to the company, he had a young female secretary. At that time, Lin Feng really jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't tell. As for Lizu, Lin Feng could only call Linzu and Huang Meixi first and ask them to take care of Lizu first, so as to avoid Lizu's emotional stupid things or accidents. However, what Lin Feng didn't know was that when one woman misunderstood her, letting the other 2 women take care of her, especially these 3 girls were still best friends, that was undoubtedly the worst decision. A woman always helps a woman, especially when dealing with a guilty man. Although Lin Feng is basically not, at least not now. Shuqi, don't cry, okay? Lin Feng was concerned about Lisa's safety, and his tone inevitably became a little harder. Unexpectedly, when Huang Shuqi heard that Lin Feng was still fierce to her, she cried even more sadly. The reason why she cried so much was because she could see Lin Feng's feelings for Lizu. Second, Lizu's soup was better than her mother. In comparison, Huang Shuqi felt that she was inferior to Lizu in any way. Xiaofeng's brother is really leaving him. Lin Feng's headache softly comforted Huang Shuqi, who was crying, and also worried about Lisa, who was leaving. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that it was more difficult than negotiating with the Damdifengchi president Zhang Fan. Just then, the door opened again. Lin Feng frowned, and didn't seem to know who the person was, so he held it out before speaking, lest he see another misunderstanding. "Get out." "What?" The visitor's eyes widened, as if to eat people. Lin Feng looked back and was even more speechless. "Shuki, what's the matter? Tell you Sister Yinying, who bullied you?" "Sister Yinying vented your anger for you." Liu Yinying came in, and when Huang Shuki was crying there, she became maternal on the spot. He opened Lin Feng, rubbed Huang Shuki into his arms, took out a handkerchief to wipe Huang Shuki's tears, while whispering something. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn his head and glared at Lin Feng. You have to understand, I didn't do anything." Lin Feng explained quickly. He didn't want Liu Yinying to misunderstand it again. "I know, Liu Yinying is not Lizu, she belongs to bystanders, and she is also very clear about the relationship between Lin Feng and Huang Shuki. Besides, after such a short time, Lin Feng doesn't have time to think about that. But no matter what, Huang Shuki is crying like this now. It must be that Lin Feng is not good. In the eyes of a woman, as long as a woman sheds tears, it is always the man who is wrong, and it is a big mistake. Well, you are not leaving yet. Do you want to eavesdrop on what our girls are talking about?" Liu Yinying stopped Huang Shuki's tears and drove Lin Feng out. Bang! Seeing that he was kicked out of his office, Lin Feng opened his mouth to say something, and finally shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. What to look at? Do things. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that most of the company's employees were curiously looking at this side, and his unhappiness was vented. With a roar, all the employees immediately retracted their heads and did not dare to look anymore. However, gossip is always the theme of the office, especially this is also about the chairman, the new secretary, and the wife of the prospective chairman. How can these office white-collar workers let go of such violent gossip? And now they communicate with each other through QQ. And the whole story in my mind. First, Chairman Lin Feng went in, and then the new beautiful female secretary went in, and then there was scolding and crying from inside, and then the girlfriend of the chairman and the goddess of the company carried the soup in, and then the soup fell on him. On the ground, Lisa ran out crying, and then, Liu Yinying, President Liu went in, yelled Lin Feng, and drove Lin Feng out. Then the chairman, who was in a bad mood, yelled at these poor little employees. Well, there are many stories in this. In a blink of an eye, countless versions were delivered on the QQ of many employees. Everyone gave full play to their imaginations, especially the female employees showed their experience in Kaiyan Yao dramas, and rumors about love triangles, four corners love, etc. If this is to print a magazine, I am afraid it will be able to print an entire copy. Lin Feng also knows that this scene must be spread by these cheating employees, but he can't stop it. The more you ban it, the more they love to talk about it. After thinking about it, he shook his head and left. Now it's better to go to Lisa quickly, and Huang Shuki will hand it to Liu Yinying to solve the problem. After pacifying Lisa, come to Huang Shuki again. But today's scene also reminded Lin Feng that the company needs to find an office again. With more and more companies under his own, the existing Tostri office building is obviously not enough. Think about the Hong Kong TV series. The office buildings of those companies, the chairman of the board is on the highest floor, and ordinary employees are not qualified to go up. No ordinary employee knows about things like today. Thinking about it, Lin Feng thought that he still had 28,800 square meters of vacant land in his hand, and the geographical location was also excellent, which could be used to repair the office building, the headquarters of the Lin Group. In the distance, Wu Zhaopu shook his head. He didn't approve of Liu Yinying's recruitment of Huang Shuki into the company as Lin Feng's secretary. This was nothing short of nonsense. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng just came back and something went wrong. Fortunately, it's just a private matter, and it doesn't seem too serious. Otherwise the company would be completely implicated. Shaking his head and putting aside these distracting thoughts, Wu Zhaopu began to think about the future plan of the Second World. Now that he formally becomes the CEO, he must make some achievements, otherwise people will be jokes, and he must not let Lin Feng down. Trust. After pondering for a long time, Wu Zhaopu went to Lin Feng with the copywriting that had been planned for a long time for the company's situation. Although he is now a veritable CEO, it is related to the company's major decisions or capital transfers, but it must be finalized by the chairman. Chapter 172 Security Company beep dot 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 beep dot 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 beep dot 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 Sorry, the call you dialed is temporarily unanswered. Please try again later. Lin Feng hung up the phone irritably. He originally expected Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi to help take care of Lisa who ran out, but he didn't expect that none of the three of them would answer their own phone calls and completely ignore him. Obviously, I let Lin Ziyue and the other two help. The more they helped. In this world, women are the most unreasonable. Donglin, this is about the company's plans for the next stage. There are several projects that need your approval. Wu Zhaopu walked over with a stack of documents. Wait a minute. Lin Feng signaled Wu Zhaopu to wait a moment, and then walked aside. Brother Meng, are there anyone to follow Yue when they go out? Lin Feng was afraid of any accidents, and once told Wang Meng that no matter what the situation, Lisa, Linzu and Huang Meixi must be accompanied by someone to protect them. Don't worry, there are 3 security guards following them. Wang Meng naturally knew who the most important people in the company were. Lin Feng is definitely the most important thing. There are at least 2 security guards for personal protection every time you travel. If 3 girls go out, at least 1 security guard will accompany them. However, because they are all men for the time being, they generally take invisible protection for the 3 girls going out privately. Unless there is an accident, it will not show up. Hearing this news, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If someone protects, then don't worry too much. After taking a long breath, remove all the irritability in the chest with the breath. After a few more breaths, the brain regains clarity. Mr. Wu, let's go in and talk. Lin Feng's current company is occupied by Huang Shuqi, took a look, and brought Wu Zhaopu into the conference room. Donglin, the company has 450 million yuan in circulating funds, but the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project is about to be implemented. I propose to lend 300 million yuan to the Bank of China to ensure sufficient liquidity. Wu Zhaopu took out a report with detailed data analysis is given to Lin Feng, which lists the development and evaluation costs of Counter-Strike Online in detail, as well as the upfront operating costs and advertising costs of Audition. And then Swordsman Love Online is in short supply. The cost of the 3D engine and so on. Lin Feng looked through it carefully and then signed the plan, but he had some objections to the loan bank. Don't look for a loan from Bank of China, but look for Industrial and Commercial Bank. Lin Feng definitely said. ICBC? Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. The reason why he proposed to get a loan from the Bank of China was that the Bank of China loan was convenient, which was really convenient. Regarding this point, Lin Feng also admitted that when countless corrupt officials or wealthy individuals fall down, most of the first unidentified assets came from the Bank of China. As for the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, I will discuss this. Lin Feng made up his mind. The reason why Lin Feng chose ICBC is to reach a B2B online payment service alliance with ICBC to make Dingdong's payment system more complete and safer. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't change his mind, Wu Zhaopu didn't say any more. Donglin, and the journey that was developed in cooperation with Chulan Company, Xi Jing is urging us to send a core technician over. You who should send it? This issue is very sensitive. At present, the company has only 2 development teams. The Legend development team headed by Kui Ming, and the Sword Under the Love Online development team headed by Kook Sin. Kui Ming can be described as the founding father of the company. Without Legend, there would be no Second World now. And Kook Sin was dug up by Lin Feng himself, and he had high hopes for him. Wu Zhaopu had no choice but to offend him, so he could only ask Lin Feng for advice. After Lin Feng pondered for a while, he said, let Kui Ming bring a few key members over to develop Zengta first, and postpone Legend 3 inches. The reason why Lin Feng made this decision is that Kui Ming's and others are about to complete the development of Audition, and Legend 3 inches and Jiangxia Love Online are facing the same problem. The 3D engine is not good, even if they are both 3D engines. No, Lin Feng naturally prefers the domestically produced Swordsman Love Online. Also, the 3D engine. I have contacted the Korean company that developed Miracle and they are willing to license its 3D engine to us. This matter is within Wu Zhao's authority, and there is no need to report to Lin Feng, but Wu Zhao still chose to talk to Lin Feng. He just released power, and he couldn't be too arbitrary. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it. South Korea's 3D technology is not much stronger than China. Japan and Europe and the United States have strong 3D technology, but Japan is mainly in the home game console market, and the 3D engine needs to be modified accordingly, while Europe and the United States are originally developed for computer games without any compatibility issues. No. We can't want the 3D engine of Miracle. If you want to use it, we will use the best. You remember, Swordsman Love has a high status in the hearts of domestic players. Since we developed it as an online game, you can't break this brand. The game produced by our second world must be the best game. Lin Feng said grandiosely. It is only for the country to experience the culture and connotation of the chivalrous in martial arts, but also for foreigners to experience our unique Chinese martial arts culture. This game will not only be released in China, but also in Korea, Japan, Europe and the United States. Even issued in the United States. Japan relies on comics to invade the world. The United States relies on US dollars and high technology to invade the world. And I will rely on China's unique martial arts culture to invade the world. Lin Feng clenched his fist and waved heavily in the air. Yes, I understand. Wu Zhaopu nodded, his eyes full of longing. He was attracted by Lin Feng's lofty ambitions. Thinking about the future scenario of Chinese Windle going global, Wu Zhaopu's chest was agitated. Looking at Lin Feng, who was also looking forward to, Wu Zhaopu was determined to help Lin Feng achieve this wish. The last thing is about the security department. When it comes to the security department, Wu Zhaopu looked embarrassed. Security department? What happened to the security department? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Donglin, don't you think our company's security department has too many security guards? Wu Zhaopu said euphemistically. Lin Feng looked at the list handed over by Wu Zhaopu, frowned. Not much. Wu Zhaopu almost fainted. This is not much. Generally, companies have at most a dozen or 20 security guards. The second world is good. If you calculate it, you don't count Wang Meng, the head of the security department, and those who have already been transferred to Lin's cybersecurity company as the chief technology officer. Wang Hai, second world now has 127 security guards, accounting for a fifth of the company's employees, and the average monthly salary per capita is more than 5,000. The company spends at least 10,000 in salary per month for this expenditure alone. But with so many security guards, most of them have nothing to do. They train under the leadership of Wang Meng all day long. Isn't this too much to support? Donglin, it is true that the safety of you and the company's 3 spokespersons needs protection, but the company has too many security guards. I estimate that up to 40 people will be enough. Wu Zhaopu's tone is extremely tactful. He calculated carefully that up to 25 security guards are enough to ensure the safety of the company, Lin Feng and the 3 girls. Now there are 102 more people, and these 102 people can save at least 500,000 yuan a month. Of course, Wu Zhaopu did not think that the company could not afford the 500,000 yuan, but from the company's standpoint, it was absolutely unnecessary expenses. Lin Feng also understood what Wu Zhaopu meant. However, the reason why Lin Feng has recruited so many security guards is to give these outstanding soldiers who have been discharged from the army for various reasons a job where they can make a living. so that they will not be reduced to the field of running around for 3 meals a day, and even don't hesitate to betray your conscience and principles. However, his own meager power is limited in what he can help, and he can't all go to the second world. After thinking about it, Lin Feng had an idea. Well, I'll talk to Wang Meng on this point. Is there anything else? Lin Feng nodded and decided to talk to Wang Meng later. No, if Lin Dong has nothing to order, I will retire first. Wu Xiaopu saw that Lin Feng basically respected his decision, and he was also extremely satisfied. At least this time Lin Feng's rights are not just verbal. Talking about it, thinking of Lin Feng's trust, Wu Xiaopu's heart is even more wary. After Wu Xiaopu left, Lin Feng went straight to Wang Meng and explained the cause and effect. After Wang Meng pondered for a long time, he nodded in a serious way. Donglin, I understand. I will select the elite to stay, and I will arrange jobs for them for the rest. Wang Meng did not blame Lin Feng. Lin Fengnan has installed 127 security guards into the company for more than a year, and he has been very grateful. What's more, so many security guards are recruited, and all of them are veterans, and some are even special forces and other special arms. So many people gather in an online game company, and I am afraid that sooner or later they will be noticed by the relevant departments and provoke Lin Feng. Unnecessary trouble. Brother Meng, wait, I didn't mean that. I didn't let them leave. On the contrary, I think we have too few security guards. Lin Feng hurriedly persuaded Wang Meng. Wang Meng was taken aback, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. Brother Meng, my idea is to set up a security company to provide security services to all large and small companies across the country, so that these soldiers who have spent most of their lives for the country can make a living in the security company. In this way, we can recruit more veterans, provide jobs to make a living for more veterans. This is the best solution that Lin Feng thought of to solve this problem, and at the same time it can bring certain benefits to himself, and can also win the hearts of these brothers, Hilo instead of. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. This is a good idea, but I don't have the money in my hands. The funds required to establish such a company need at least 20 million. Wang Meng has always been the leader in the righteous word, and he hadn't considered opening a security company before, looking for advice for many brothers. There is a way out, but the startup capital required is too large, so it has been lost. Of course, now with his 3% of the second world shares in his hands, he can have enough startup capital as long as he sells it, but how could Wang Meng, who has always been the leading character, sell the 3% of the second world that Lin Feng gave him? Second world shares. Don't worry, I invest half of the income from each of us. Lin Feng patted Wang Meng on the shoulder, reassuring him. Donglin, thank you for my brothers. But I don't want any profit. I will be satisfied if many brothers can eat and support their families. Wang Meng was very moved, and he slapped his chest to accept the matter. Well, then you will be fully responsible for this matter. I will write you a check for 20 million later, and you will open this security company as soon as possible. Lin Feng was also quite relieved. There is a professional security company of his own. Lin Feng will no longer worry about encountering Zhang Ziqiang kind of people who come to blackmail with Zha medicine in the future. Okay. Wang Meng nodded. He already has a better plan for this security company. He plans to register 2 companies at the same time. One is registered in the country and belongs to the parent company. The ordinary veterans will serve as security personnel to improve security services for domestic large and small companies or private individuals. One is registered abroad and belongs to a subsidiary company. Many of his subordinates are elite special forces. If they were just ordinary security personnel, it would be too wrong. In particular, these elite special forces have performed various tasks and are too enthusiastic about war. Many people are not used to the ordinary urban life after being discharged from the army. The domestic military and government are extremely strict in guarding these elite special forces who cannot adapt to ordinary life. Many people have committed mistakes that are intolerable to the top for some reason and are permanently imprisoned. Now, these people can just join this subsidiary, providing security services for major foreign companies and governments, while also allowing them to vent their fanatical war complex in foreign territories. But when thinking about the name, Wang Meng was quite embarrassed. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Meng suddenly thought of a security company that he had dealt with, Blackwater, the world's largest security company. Thinking of Hai Shui Company, Wang Meng's eyes shot a bright light. When I was performing missions on behalf of countries in Africa, I had dealt with the Blackwater Company. There was also a friction between the two sides. When Wang Meng's team was chasing down a local rebel, they came across the Blackwater Company hired by the other party. The mercenaries of the two sides had a big conflict. However, afterwards, under the negotiation of senior leaders, the matter was not resolved. But in that encounter, the team led by Wang Meng lost two of the most elite soldiers, and the Blackwater Company lost two top security personnel who had passed various cruel trainings. Everyone was at eye, but they were not convinced by each other. It's just that since then, the two sides have no intersection, nor can they find a place. But this time, Wang Meng decided that no matter how good he was, he would join the Blackwater Company. Lania. Wang Meng is going to name this company Lania. Lin Feng didn't know his inadvertent move. Under Wang Meng's little selfishness, Lin Feng had a security company that was completely his own, comparable to the security company of Hai Shui Company Lania. But at this time, Lin Feng was looking anxiously at the sky. It's dark, and the three girls haven't come back yet. Sorry. The weather has changed abruptly in the past 2 days. I have washed the sheets and duvet cover for 2 days at home, so I will only update 1 chapter a day and resume 2 changes tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 173, Lin Wisdom of Biao Han. At the beginning of Huadeng, the three of Lisa still did not come back, which made Lin Feng uncomfortable anymore. Brother Meng, where are you, friends? Lin Feng called and asked Wang Meng. A few minutes later, Wang Meng took Lin Feng into the car and rushed directly to the bar where the three of Lisa were. After Lisa came out of Lin Feng's office, he was sad, and a little bit self-blaming. She didn't think that big brother Lin, whom she had always respected and loved, would be this kind of person. She would actually start off with the newly recruited secretary as soon as she came back. This was too much, and she was too sorry for herself. But at the same time, there was a little self-blame in his heart, blaming himself for not being satisfied with Lin Feng. It is said that a man is an animal thinking in the second half of Shen, but he insists on the teachings of his mother and keeps the chastity of a woman before marriage. Could it be that I was wrong? Lisa, who was crying in the bathroom, was found by Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi, and the two became angry on the spot. Whether it was because of compatriots or because everyone was a woman, the two of them took Lisa to find Lin Feng to settle accounts on the spot, but they were stopped by Lisa crying. Although Lisa is sad, he is very sensible. This is the company. If it really makes trouble, Lin Feng will definitely be embarrassed, and it will be no good to anyone. In the end, the helpless Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi had to accompany Lisa on the street at will. Of course, the two of them naturally had no choice but to hungry for food. Lin Feng, yelling at him as a bastard and bastard. When it was dark, the three of them were tired and went to a bar in the nearby Xuyui district. However, never thought but caused trouble. 3 single girls entered the bar, and all 3 of them were tall and well-looking girls, especially Lin Ziyui. The pair of magnificent weapons shocked the audience and attracted many prodigal sons to strike up a conversation. Although the 3 people participated in Supergirl and won the championship and run-up in Shanghai, the 3 people who were specially dressed in disguise and the bar's not bright lights were not recognized. However, for the harassment of these people, the 3 of Lisa, especially Linzu, are still not very troublesome, especially a long, barely fit little white face, who thought he was a genius, came up with a poem about the mountains and running water, making Lin Ziyui goosebumps all over his body, and poured a whole glass of beer on this self-proclaimed handsome Sei Banan poetry song. Yan Cheng Li Bei Playboy face. Fuck. Don't look in the mirror to see your virtue. Lin Ziyui was very angry at these boring prodigal sons. She was in a bad mood at first, and these people came to provoke her. When many men in the bar saw that Lin Ziyui was so violent, they started to booze on the spot. Such hot, sexy women are rare, ha ha, Feng Liu genius. Why, goose all day long. You will finally be pecked by the geese today. The men in the bar ridiculed Wanton and banged the table. People who are already bored, how can they be uncomfortable seeing such an interesting scene? The playboy, known as the Windliu genius, turned into pig liver curled on the spot, and became angry and grabbed Lin Ziyui's wrist. Beauty, if you accompany this young man to drink and drink today, forget it, otherwise, Feng Liu was a talented man with a wink, and stood up behind him a number of strong men who were not good people at first sight. Otherwise, this young man. It's the turn of you. As he said, Feng Liu Wit glanced obscenely at Lin Ziyui's weapons that was beating constantly because of his anger. Windliu gifted man looked at Lin Zizi triumphantly, wanting to see a panic expression on his face and satisfy his perverted look. At the same time, Windliu Wit did not forget to glance at Li Zu, who was still crying, and Huang Meixi, who looked worried, secretly said in their hearts that these two beauties, although their chests are not as big as the hot girl in front of them, they are all stunning, secretly saying that they are themselves tonight. Blessed, you can 4p. Unexpectedly, when the Feng Liu talented man was infinitely yelling, Lin Ziyui sniffed his nose coldly, twisted his wrist, and then took off from the Feng Liu talented man, and at the same time twisted the Feng Liu talented man, and then turned to Windliu Wit kicked off his lower body. Yo. Feng Liu squatted down on the spot, clutching his lower body, his face turned from red to black, from black to white, his face looked disheveled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Boss. The men behind Feng Liu were shocked, and hurriedly gathered around. Their boss was beaten by someone, and they couldn't deal with each other as bodyguards. There was a sudden cold breath from the customers watching the crowd around the bar. Lin Ziyui's skills learned from the company's special forces to specifically target these prodigal sons, and the Nirvana taught to Lin Ziyui's trio is simple but extremely practical. With the negligence of men towards beautiful women and the forgetfulness of the worms, taking advantage of this, as long as the strength is sufficient, just this one, I am afraid that the other party will become the last eunuch in China. All the men in the bar touched their babies involuntarily. When they were fortunate, they were less coveted and more afraid of Lin Ziyui. This kind of woman is not something that everyone can enjoy. If you come to you at Xu, the fun of the man will disappear forever. Let's go. Huang Meixi pulled Lin Ziyui, who was still angry, and Li Zu, who was still sad, to leave here. She is a few years older than the two and has experienced many things. She has also worked briefly in a bar. It is too complicated, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Stop her. Unexpectedly, Feng Liu's talented man clutched his painful lower body, struggling to stand up, with a grim look on his face. Catch them for me, damn, bitch. Shameless, I will do it tonight. It's your turn. After speaking, with a big wave of his hand, the men behind him surrounded him. For this scene, other guests in the bar were not surprised. This kind of thing is really common in bars. Just give some money afterwards and do it up and down. If you want to sue, yes. Barmen can even collectively testify that the raped woman was sold out because the price is not satisfactory. This is basically an unwritten unspoken rule in some bars. This is exactly the one that Lisa came to. Of course, if the opponent has a background behind him, it will be troublesome. But generally speaking, this probability is very low. Seeing a few men approaching, Lin Ziyui, even though he was brave just now, could not help but panic at the moment. They know what will happen if they are caught by these people. Asshole Lin Feng, it's all your fault. Seeing a few people approaching with a lewd smile, Lin Ziyui yelled at Lin Feng in anger. Thinking of the humiliation he might suffer, Lin Ziyui also looked sad. Brother Lin, come and save me. Li Zu was also frightened, put his arms around Huang Meixi, and silently prayed for God's blessing. Little girl, let me teach you what is a fist. Several people looked at each other and laughed several times. Bang, bang. There were several noises, and several strong men who came up screamed miserably. and suddenly flew back. The whole bar was shocked on the spot, and there was silence. "Sorry, we are late." 3 men with resolute faces appeared on the court. "No. It's okay. We are causing you trouble." Lisa and the 3 recognized that they were company security guards, and wiping away tears, thanked them again and again. "Where is the boss?" "We are responsible for all the losses." The 3 nodded, then turned to scan the audience and shouted, "It's okay, it's okay. There's no compensation for this little thing." The boss was a middle-aged man, and he came out with a smile. "Thank you." "Okay, let's go." The 3 nodded and turned to protect the 3 of Lisa and walked out. Although some people in the bar still coveted the beauty of Lisa's 3 people, they stopped talking after seeing Feng Liu and his men lying on the ground. There is a knife on the head of the word for sex, and the beauty is drunk, but it still has to be blessed. These 3 people are too powerful, and the mere look in their eyes made them feel scared, as if they were being stared at by death. Compared with the bar guests, the bar owner of the old rivers and lakes has a more vicious eyes. At a glance, he can see that the 3 people who came later are definitely not ordinary people. They should come from the military and our special forces. The trio overwhelmed Feng Liu and his men with simple tricks, and they stunned on the spot. Such skill is not something ordinary people can have. After a little thought, they let them go without asking for compensation. Obviously, these 3 girls are people with a lot of background. If something happens here, they will be in big trouble. When leaving the house, a few people happened to run into Lin Feng, who rushed in anxiously. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Feng saw that something had happened. Although the 3 soldiers accompanying them were unharmed, the wrinkles in their clothes showed that they had just touched someone, and the expressions of lingering fear on the faces of the 3 girls proved that something was wrong. "Big brother Lin." Lisa threw into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears. Just now, Lisa really frightened Lisu. If any accident really happened, she didn't know how to have the face to see Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was comforting Lisu, he also heard the 3 soldiers briefly explain the whole thing. Seeing that the boss did not ask for compensation, the so-called Feng Liu talent was also retributed. Lin Feng did not want to pursue any further investigations. The car leaves. "Hey, Lin Feng, you are too much to treat our wise friends like this. Tell me honestly, what is the relationship between you and the secretary? Otherwise, don't look at you as my boss. I will beat you up." In the car, he recovered. Lin Ziyui's expression of anger directly started Lin Feng's criticism meeting. Lin Ziyui, who was so sturdily defending, frightened Lin Feng. Thinking of what happened to the Feng Liu talent just heard by the 3 soldiers, Lin Feng felt cold in his lower body. Looking closely at Lin Ziyui, he had never found such a peerless stunner to be so violent. However, this also added a bit of wild charm to Lin Ziyui, matched with that mature appearance, and the hot body that made men almost crazy. Tusk, 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 and Beacon play princes. And this kind of wild and unruly woman has a sense of accomplishment when conquered. Stop it, stop it. Lin Feng hurriedly closed some unsightly images in his mind. Now Lisa and Huang Shuqi are making themselves a headache. It is better not to fantasize about her. Hey, what to look at? I'm not sure to recruit it. Tell you. Be lenient in confession and strict in resistance. Lin Ziyui was a little hairy when Lin Feng stared at him. His heart was strange. His pretty face was stern, and his apricot eyes stared. Lin Feng was speechless, and he had even learned such a classic Chinese dialect. Chapter 174 Moving Tears. In the car, the 3 girls all looked at Lin Feng, waiting for Lin Feng to explain. Lisu was both worried and looked at Lin Feng eagerly, hoping that Lin Feng could give a reasonable explanation, even if it was not so logical, as long as she could accept it. Lin Feng felt distressed, and gently wiped away tears on Lisa's face, pecked on his ruddy mouth, and said, "First, nothing really happened to Shuqi and I." Lin Feng stretched out a finger. Lisa felt sour when he heard it. "Second, I really love you." Lin Feng gently stroked Lisa's cheek, with all the tenderness. Lisa grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, but tears slipped down. "Third, Shuqi grew up with my childhood sweetheart." Speaking of this, Lin Feng didn't know how to describe it well. After thinking about it, in short, nothing really happened to Shuki and I in the office. Misunderstanding. Lisa nodded obediently, and chose to accept Lin Feng's explanation. Although this explanation is not clear, and many places are still confusing, at least Lin Feng guaranteed that nothing happened between them. It doesn't make much sense to ask anymore, and sometimes it can even backfire. A woman who wants to tie a man's heart must not rely solely on the man's vows, but to make a man dependent on you, have nostalgia, and even have a little sense of guilt and a sense of crisis towards you, so that she will cherish it more. You, cherish you. Anyway, today's scene made Lisa understand that a war to defend his love has begun. Once this war started, there was no end to the day, until the two of them were grey-haired and hugged and watched the sunset red before it ended. Not long after, the car arrived at the dormitory. When Wang Meng and others left, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi also went back to their rooms with interest, leaving the space for the two to be alone. Yui, believe me, nothing really happened. Lisa accepted his explanation so easily, but Lin Feng felt a little nervous. After all, strictly speaking, I was still a little guilty. Under such psychological troubles, Lin Feng put his arms around Lisa and confided all the relationship between himself and Huang Shuqi. Brother Lin, I believe you. What happened today is my fault. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Lisa got the answer that satisfied him, and Lin Feng also confided everything, and he was happy. Get up, knowing that this long battle will win the first battle by yourself. However, she, who is also a woman, also understands from Lin Feng's narrative that Huang Shuqi must like Lin Feng very much. And his brother Lin must have a good idea in his heart. At least he should be able to feel it. But men will always be like this, never pick out something, because they like why my. Okay, then you have a good rest. I'm leaving. Lin Feng gently scratched Lisa's nose and got up to leave. Big brother Lin, don't go, I'll be here tonight. Lisa stretched out his hand to hold Lin Feng. His eyes were full of love and his expression was ashamed. You. Lin Feng was taken aback. He always wanted to stay here, but was invited out by Lisa shyly and reservedly. Today is different. Instead, he let himself stay here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng thought of it. It's hot. Brother Lin. Lisa took Lin Feng's hand and placed it on himself. Lin Feng whispered. One night passed. The August sun exudes amazing heat early in the morning, reminding people that a new day has begun. Although after a whole night of fighting, Lin Feng still woke up early, looking at the jade man in his arms, his pretty face that looked crystal clear under the sunlight, the thin willow eyebrows, the strong bridge of the nose, and the red lips that could never be sucked last night. All of this belonged to him at this moment. The beautiful woman who was sleeping in front of her now truly belongs to her. Taking a deep breath, smelling the fragrance of the beautiful woman from the tip of his nose, Lin Feng was even more emotional. Once upon a time, I could only dream in my dreams. But now it is happening. My goddess, lying in my arms at this moment, hugging myself tightly, giving everything to myself, trusting myself completely, and sleeping peacefully in front of me carefree. Friends, no matter what happens, I will always guard you. Lin Feng lightly nodded on Lisa's rosy jade lips. With a warning, as if affected by Lin Feng, Lisa's long eyelashes moved and slowly woke up under Lin Feng's gaze. His dim sleepy eyes were opened. After seeing who was in front of him, Lisa smiled happily and kissed Lin Feng's face. Big brother Lin, good morning. After speaking, he closed his eyes and went to sleep again, whispering between the corners of his mouth. Say, I hope this is a dream that will never wake up. Lin Feng laughed blankly when he heard it. It turns out that I usually push myself out shyly and reservedly, and I also have chun dreams. Lisa's nose moved suddenly. His fingers inadvertently scraped on Lin Feng's body, and he secretly squinted his eyes, just in time to see Lin Feng looking at him with a smile on his face, and his face suddenly blushed. This is not a dream, Lin. Brother Lin, good morning. Lisa buried his head low, shyly afraid to look at people. However, Such a shy Lizu made Lin Feng even more excited, and he turned over to press on Lizu. "You, we." Lin Feng smiled. How Lizu didn't understand Lin Feng's meaning, turned away shyly, didn't dare to look at Lin Feng, but he responded softly in his nose. If it weren't for the two people's face-to-face, I'm afraid Lin Feng would really not hear it. Lin Feng, who got the acquiescence, waited for a long time to drive straight in. But at this time, Lizu suddenly let out a painful cry. "What's wrong, you?" Lin Feng was startled. "No. It's okay." Lizu's brows were even more ashamed, and he didn't dare to look at Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng was puzzled at first, then he let out a no, suddenly understood, and immediately laughed. "You still laugh? It's all you." Lizu couldn't hold his face from the smile, and a pair of powder punches hammered Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed even more, letting Lizu hammer him, enjoying this sweet world of two. After a long time, Lin Feng gently stroked Lizu's cheek. "You, take a good rest. I'll get you breakfast." "No, brother Lin, I'll do it." "I know, you like to eat the breakfast I made." Lizu wanted to get up, but there was another pain in his lower body. After a bang, in Lin Feng's smirk, he was shy. "Put your head in the bed." Lin Feng didn't know how to make breakfast, but fortunately, the transportation is convenient in this era. Not long after, Lin Feng bought all kinds of exquisite morning tea cakes from nearby tea houses. "Come, friend, don't move, lie on the bed, I'll feed you." Lin Feng gently blew the steaming 5-flavored pork belly soup. After it was cold, he tasted it gently. After not burning his mouth, sent into Lizu's mouth. After Lizu eats it, gently wipe away the vegetable stains between the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, then scoop up a tablespoon with a spoon, blow the heat, and send it to Lizu's mouth when it cools down. But Lizu burst into tears, and the tears from the corners of his eyes slipped silently. "You, what's the matter?" Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with Lizu, and quickly put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, gently wiped away the teardrops from the corners of Lizu's eyes with tears, stroked Lizu's face, and asked nervously, "It's nothing, brother Lin. I just think you are so kind to me," Lizu said with a sobbing touch. In South Korea, men are very masculine, and they rarely take care of a woman so intimately, especially after an intimate relationship has just happened. It is rare to think of a woman's physical discomfort and psychological needs. "Silly girl, I'm not good to you. Who is good to you?" Lin Feng gently scratched Lizu's nose and picked up the bowl again. "My goddess, come, open your mouth, and let me take care of you." "Thank you, brother Lin, you are so kind." Lizu finished his breakfast in a mess. "Okay, I'll call Lin Zui and the others to come out and eat." Lin Feng gently touched Lizu's head. "You have a good rest." "Well, thank you, brother Lin." Just when Lin Feng was about to go out, Lizu asked suddenly, "Big brother Lin, you will never leave me, right?" Lin Feng was taken aback, then nodded cautiously. "Yes, I will never leave you." Lizu nodded heavily, and secretly made up his mind that no matter what, she would win her love defense battle and not let anyone take her brother Lin from her side. Wisdom, Maxi. "I have come out to eat early. I went out to buy it early today." Lin Feng walked to the door of the two of them and knocked on the door. Not long after, the two walked out with Bandu eyes open. What happened to the two of you? What did you do last night? Why didn't you sleep well?" Lin Feng asked caringly. The two of them now have various appointments, and it's not enough to have two Pandu eyes open. Lin Zui glared at Lin Feng angrily, sat down on the chair without speaking, eating breakfast muffled. Lin Feng browsed, wondering how he offended her, looked at Huang Meixi, and asked in a low voice, "Mexi, what's wrong with wisdom? With such a temper, how can I offend her?" Although Huang Meixi didn't show Lin Feng's face like Lin Ziyui did, she still had a grudge on her face. Under Lin Feng's repeated pleadings, he shook his head and asked, "Brother Lin, are you still coming tonight?" "Come again, we will have insomnia again." Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't know why, and then suddenly understood. Rao was Lin Feng's thick-skinned face and blushed on the spot. Eat, eat." Lin Feng hurriedly served soup for the two of them and brought them early, turning the subject away. Brother Lin, I'm not talking about you. You are so rich, and you don't find a better place, but you let your friends live here. It's all about living, and it's so loud. You see, we are all like this now. If we continue to do this, we can't work. You can support us. Lin Ziyue ate while telling Lin Feng. He was so careless and did not shy away from sensitive topics, making Lin Feng almost embarrassed, ashamed. Yes, yes. Lin Feng nodded and said yes. However, Lin Ziyue's words also reminded Lin Feng that it is time to change places. And now I have a villa worth 125 million yuan in Sijiayuan, and it is time to check it out. After some renovations, I can move. Well, by the way, I will go to Sijiayuan to see the villa in the afternoon. Are you interested in seeing the villa together? I think there are enough rooms in it, and you can also move in. In this way, friends will not live alone. Too lonely inside. Lin Feng asked. Okay, we will go together later. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi looked at each other, their eyes beaming. It is of course a good thing to have cheap villas to live in, especially the two have made a lot of money now and want to buy a car. But there is no parking space here, which is very inconvenient, so they have not bought it. If you live in a villa, then naturally you don't have to worry about it. Not long after waiting for Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi to finish their breakfast, Lin Feng and the two went to the company together. Lizu is at home to heal the wound at home, and in the afternoon Lin Feng will come to pick her up to see the villa. However, after arriving at the company, Lin Feng remembered that there was another person to appease. Patting his forehead with a headache, these things must be resolved as soon as possible. I have a lot of things to deal with, especially the acquisition of Baidu, which can't be delayed. Chapter 175 Chapter 3721 As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company, Liu Yinying found Lin Feng. "So is all right?" Liu Yinying asked, concerned. Although what happened yesterday was from Liu Yinying's hands, she also had a great affection for Lizu, but the poor Huang Shuqi waited silly and uncomfortable over there, so she deliberately arranged this to see how Lin Feng handled it. Lin Feng smiled sweetly and did not answer. When Liu Yinying looked at it, she knew that the two were reconciled as before, and maybe the relationship might go further. And she sighed for Huang Shuqi in her heart. No matter how you choose, in short, you go and see Shuqi. Her eyes were sore and swollen, she only fell asleep in the morning, and she was resting in my place. Liu Yinying did her best, but the final result can only be seen by Lin Feng. At the same time, my heart is also inexplicably sour. Well, I see, I will go to read Shuqi later. Lin Feng nodded. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, and he does not want to drag it down, so as not to harm others and himself. Don't hesitate if you decide, let alone think of last night's madness. Lin Feng's heart is even more frenzied, and there is more doting for Lizu, the saint during the day, the fairy at night. When Lin Feng went from the company to the office, no one of the staff was whispering yesterday's gossip, and no one looked at Lin Feng again. Obviously Wu Zhaopu had sealed his password on this matter. Regarding Wu Zhaopu's ability to deal with this matter, Lin Feng secretly gave a thumbs up, and at the same time proved that his delegation of power was correct. After arriving at the office, Lin Feng began to search for information on the internet. Now the first task is to win 24.78% of Baidu's shares in Defengji's hands. But it is not an easy task to win shares from Zhang Fan, who has always been open. It is necessary to build momentum to allow them to misassess the situation and produce misjudgments. The 3721 Internet RAL name search site is the first step that Lin Feng selected to build momentum. At present, 3721 RAL name network covers more than 90% of Chinese Internet users. But the daily usage is only 1 million person times, which is far lower than the 4 major domestic portals. Netizens prefer to watch news on portals. Use their search engine, by the way. This is also the dilemma of 3721. Now, Lin Feng searched for a long time, and there was not much information on the internet. After thinking about it, He called a CNIC director. Following the acquaintance relationship of this CNIC China Internet Network Information Center, Lin Feng easily inquired about the current situation of 3721. CNIC has a very special status in China. It is said to be a commercial organization, but in China, it has obvious official colors behind it. And as long as there is official color, everything is easy to handle. This is also the purpose of Lin Feng's regular gift every month. A director of CNIC then emailed Lin Feng about 3721's current status and general financial situation. After reading the email, Lin Feng felt more sure. The founder of 3721 was Zhihongwei. When 3721 was founded in the early days, Zhihongwei's savings of hundreds of thousands were quickly burned out. Then IDG invested $250,000 to make 3721 barely overcome the initial crisis of development. Last year, after the second round of financing, he received more than $2.3 million again. However, when he was preparing to go public on the Nasdaq, he happened to see the dot-com bubble burst, which was like a pot of cold water that poured Zhihongwei's heart. After more than a year of difficult operation, 3721 has now reached the end of the road. In fact, according to historical development, 3721 should have made considerable progress this year, breaking through the blockade of the four major portals and becoming unique. It is a pity that the emergence of Lin Feng and the butterfly effect brought about has completely changed all this. In history, there were only three major portals. Tencent had not yet established a portal at this time, and due to the bursting of the dot-com bubble, the three major portals fell into an economic crisis. Due to the failure to achieve profitability, the financial situation continued to deteriorate and the stocks fall again. However, the emergence of Lin Feng, the online game market that exploded ahead of time, brought vitality to Xinlang.com and NetEase.com except Sun.com. Xinlang.com relied on the magic baby grabbed by NetEase and the westward journey independently developed by NetEase, which made the two portals profitable for the first time, earning more than $30 million in the first half of the year. Also because of financial support, the two major portals have been crushing 3721 to death. And Sun.com, the only one that does not act as an agent for online games, is always ready to act as an agent for online games and realize a turnaround in the face of the continued poor economy. Coupled with the Tencent portal that appeared in advance, the days of 3721 can be imagined. Of course, it is not too difficult to save the current 3721. With Lin Feng's current funds, it is enough to turn 3721 into another Baidu. However, 3721's search engine technology is not as good as Baidu, and after the second financing, the equity distribution is too scattered, and it is not easy for Lin Feng to acquire it. There is also a very important key point. Zhihongwei is often referred to as a tyrant. The difficulty of acquiring equity from him can be imagined. However, if it's just building momentum, using 3721, Lin Feng is quite sure Zhihongwei needs to break through the current dilemma. But Lin Feng could give him such a chance. Hello, Zudong? I am Lin Feng from the Lin Group. Lin Feng smiled and called Zhihongwei Lin Feng. Zhihongwei thought for a while, and suddenly realized that the most recent man of the world, the super young and rich man who will enter the Hurun rankings by the end of the year, has a name that is now in the domestic IT industry. However, Zhihongwei didn't understand. He and Lin Feng had never covered their faces, so why did he ask for himself? JQ, I have a plan to save your 3721. Lin Feng played with the Mont Blanc limited edition fountain pen in his hand, which was a luxury item bought for 30 million. Zhihongwei heard a heartbeat. Lin Feng's miracle was seen by everyone, jealous in their hearts. He said that there is a project that can save him 3721, and that is definitely not groundless. Lin Dong, then I don't know when we can discuss it in detail. Although Zhihongwei is called a tyrant, it means that he is in the management of the company, and he is a tyrant, but in fact he is extremely exquisite. Know when to bend your knees and when to lift your chest. Hee, Jaichu, I really can't get away with something. I don't know if Jaichu can fly to Shanghai to discuss in detail. I believe you will be satisfied. Lin Feng will not fly to Beijing to meet again. Zhongwei, the two sides are now in different positions, and sometimes they have to be a little high profile, otherwise it will make people look down on them. Although it is said that oneself must use the other party's power, but the other party must use one's own wisdom to realize the campaign's takeoff. Okay, Lin Dong, I will fly to Shanghai at night, and I will call you when I arrive. Zhongwei was also unambiguous, and immediately agreed. Don't you just fly to Shanghai? It's not a shame, everything is for the company. At the moment, Zhongwei has prepared the campaign's recent financial statements and future development plans, ready to fly to Shanghai. Although Lin Feng only said that he had a good plan, Zhongwei also wanted to take the opportunity to see if he could find Lin Feng for further financing. After solving the potential of 3721, Lin Feng felt that the potential was not big enough to make Difengji panic. There must be a potential greater than 3721 in order to make Difengji's Jiangfan miscalculate the situation. Yahoo is still Google. Lin Feng plays with Montblanc pen, thinking, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Zhaopu came in. Donglin, it's time for a press conference. This was discussed with Wu Zhaopu yesterday. A press conference was held for the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project. Wu Zhaopu attended as CEO, Lin Feng he attended as the chief technical architect. When it comes to holding press conferences, it is usually the privilege of those big-name game production companies abroad, because only when they release new products, many reporters will join in. Otherwise, any game company will hold a press conference, and reporters will come to report about 2 or 3 kittens and big tofu, whether it is the same as not. However, Lin Feng has a very good relationship with many reporters, and every time he chooses to convene near the meal time, and will provide all reporters who come to interview with a set meal. This makes many reporters extremely satisfied, plus every time they come to interview, always get a lot of violent news. The temptation of interest and stomach, many reporters naturally bought it. Of course, for this press conference, Director Zhao of Shanghai Oriental TV still chose to broadcast it live. Lin Feng provided him with the Supergirl project. Although only one regional trial in Shanghai was held, the profit from advertising has already reached hundreds of millions, and the national coverage of Shanghai Oriental TV has also become the first among local stations for the first time. This makes the city leaders extremely satisfied. And with the holding of major competitions across the country, this momentum will continue to grow. If you vote for something, Tai Changzhou will naturally give Lin Feng a lot of concessions. When the relevant leaders learned that the Supergirl voice project came from Lin Feng of the Lin Group, they also opened one eye to this and closed one eye. The Lin Group's tax payment in the first half of the year was the first in Shanghai, reaching more than 60 million yuan. The Shanghai government has already booked Lin Feng for the annual advanced taxpayer individual. There is no reason to not take care of this small matter. When Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu walked into the press conference, many reporters greeted Lin Feng well. After many interviews, many of the people present were acquaintances. Donglin, can you tell me first, your girlfriend, Miss Lizu, when will you officially sign Versace? Some reporters have had a lot of contact with Lin Feng, knowing that as long as he doesn't poke the sore spot, Lin Feng will generally not lose his temper, so in advance asked aloud. At the moment, everyone is also making a noise. This news is now a matter of concern in the Chinese fashion industry, but Versace has always been silent, and everyone is extremely jealous. Now when I encounter Lin Feng, I have to ask it clearly. Well, I think I will give you an explanation in a while. Today's theme is still the game. Of course, the old rules. After the interview, I will provide free Chinese and Western set meals from the starting point fast food chain. Lin Feng laughed. I have exposed this topic, but I also complained a little bit about Versace in my heart, and I haven't given myself a reply yet. This news has now spread all over the sky. If Donatella vetoed the spokesperson by then, it would be a big blow to Lisa's popularity and reputation, and she would also lose face. It's time to ask Versace's attitude. After everyone laughed, they stopped mentioning this topic. Everyone, this press conference is held today to announce a great event in the online game industry, which will create a precedent in the online game industry. Our second world teamed up with the Valve company in the United States, which is now the world's largest. The popular LAN online game Counter-Strike game development team launched the Counter-Strike online game, and this online game will be all Asian internet. All Asian players will play on the same server. Remember, all Asian players will play on the same server. Wu Xiaopu said confidently. Many reporters were still laughing and joking, but after hearing the news, they all froze. The scene was shocked and silent. Chapter 176 Childhood? Wu Xiaopu's Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project shocked the reporters at the scene, and no one spoke for a long time. Please excuse me, Mr. Wu, what you said about Asia Asia Internet, you mean all Asian games home is on the same server game. A reporter stood up, stammered a bit. Yes, players from all over Asia will play games on the same server. Here, you may not only meet Chinese players, but also players from South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and even Japan. Wu Xiaopu finally played in Japan. The accent is added to the two characters. Many reporters who had recovered from the situation went crazy right now. If this Asian interconnection project can be realized, it is conceivable that it will cause a sensation in China, Asia, and even the world. Suddenly, countless microphones were pointed at Wu Xiaopu and Lin Feng, asking all relevant information one after another. The reporter's instinct told them that once the news was released, it would cause a sensation. The sales of their newspapers and periodicals will rise geometrically. Looking at the crazy reporters in the audience, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu smiled knowingly. The crazy reporters will write crazy articles. Under the crazy reports, the already passionate players will be even more crazy. Counter-Strike Online Asia. The interconnection plan must be hot. However, at this press conference, Lin Feng specially concealed the cloud computing. Lin Feng did not want to make the cloud computing public now. This is the core secret of his company. Lin Feng is prepared to do it again in due course, announce, and then make a fortune by selling its license agreement. However, Cohen, who has been developing cloud computing, feels that the annual salary of $500,000 is too low and it is time to raise his salary. Only with high salaries can talents be retained. Don't be poached by others. Then Lin Feng really wants to cry without tears. At the end of the press conference, the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project has been promoted through the live broadcast of Shanghai Oriental TV. Many interested players watched the live broadcast and were excited about the Asia Internet project. Just log on to the website and send it over the internet, and some even upload the video recording to tomato.com for netizens who have not been able to watch the live broadcast. At noon, the internet has become crazy because of this Asian Internet project. All game forums and game QQ groups are talking about a topic: Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet. And as many reporters went back to catch up on the article, Lin Feng believed that the news the next day would completely ignite the nation's heated debate and even attract global attention. Second World will also rely on this Asian interconnection plan to become the absolute domestic online game hegemon, and even the #1 online game company in Asia. However, after the press conference, Lin Feng had a headache. Should he send lunch to his sweetheart Lisa first, or should he send lunch to Huang Shuqi, who had been crying all night, and his childhood sweetheart? After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng returned to the dormitory with a few dishes that were carefully selected in the restaurant. In any case, Lisa is the lover he has chosen now, and he just broke down last night, so he should take care of her first. Brother Lin, you are finally here. I'm so hungry. Lisa still leaned on the bed as in the morning, staring at the door closely, looking forward to Lin Feng's return home. When Lin Feng opened the door and came in, a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. Seeing the lunchbox in Lin Feng's hand, sniffing the scent in the air, touching his stomach, he frowned cutely, spit out his tongue, and looked like him hungry. I want to eat. Ha ha, get hungry. Come, my girl, ready to eat. Lin Feng spread a tablecloth on Lizu, put a few carefully selected dishes and rice in the lunchbox, and sat beside Lizu's bed. How is it? Does it still hurt? Lin Feng asked concerned. Also, fortunately, I took a rest for the whole morning, and it's okay. Lizu blushed pretty shyly, afraid to look at Lin Feng. Hee. Then I will pick you up to see the villa. Okay, let's eat now. Lin Feng blew the heat, feeding Lizu one bite at a time. During the period, there was a deep affection, and the two enjoyed this sweet Topperson world. Okay, I'm busy. Take a good rest at home, and I will pick you up later. Lin Feng lightly kissed Lizu's forehead and turned away. Well, brother Lin, goodbye. Lizu watched Lin Feng leave happily, as if he was a little girl who had already gotten the most precious thing in the world. After going out, Lin Feng's face was still a little unnatural. After all, he had just had a relationship with Lizu last night, and now he went to see other girls. He was always a little awkward. But after thinking about it, I temporarily abandoned the trace of guilt in my heart, bought some Huang Shuqi's favorite pastries and side dishes, and came to Liu Yingying's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Who? A hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Feng was heartbroken. The voice that was as crisp as a yellow oriole became hoarse as it is now. And he is a sinner. Shuqi, it's me, your Xiaofeng brother. Lin Feng said softly. After a few minutes, the door opened, and the goal was a haggard and showy face, pale and painful. When Lin Feng saw it, he felt panic, but he didn't know what to say. Shuqi, haven't eaten yet. Look, I brought your favorite bonbon chocolate, sweet and sour pork ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, ants on the tree, and your favorite borscht. Lin Feng lit up the packaging bag in his hand, and said expectantly, "Thank you, brother Xiaofeng." To Lin Feng's disappointment, Huang Shuqi only responded softly, then returned to the bed alone, hugged her knees tightly, and curled up on the head of the bed, unspeakably pitiful and unremarkable. Help! Lin Feng was even more heartbroken when he saw it. In the past, if she brought these things to Huang Shuqi, she would definitely take them from her hand, and then secretly taste a few mouthfuls while she was not paying attention. After being caught, she would shake her arms to pretend to be pitiful, but today she will change to be so haggard. Lin Feng felt even more distressed when thinking of Huang Shuqi, who was always happy and always full of youthful smiles in the past. After taking a long breath, Lin Feng decided to make it clear with Huang Shuqi no matter what, not to drag it any longer, otherwise it would make Huang Shuqi hurt more deeply. Putting down the bag in his hand, Lin Feng walked to the head of the bed and sat down slowly. Brother Lin, do you really like her? Huang Shuqi asked suddenly before Lin Feng spoke. Looking at the expectant but haggard eyes before him, Lin Feng wanted to say no, but it was impossible. This year, Lizu's empathy, the 3 meals she cooked every day, and the citizen watch that Lizu bought with her first income all represent Lizu's deep love for herself. There was already an intimate relationship between the two of them last night, and Lizu dedicated the most precious things of a woman to himself. This affection made Lin Feng unable to say number. Yes, Shuqi, I love Lizu very much. Lin Feng grabbed Huang Shuqi's weak shoulders and said word by word. The bright eyes suddenly lost their brilliance. Although Lin Feng couldn't bear it, he had to say clearly, Shuqi, you are very good, and you are very... Huang Shuqi suddenly broke free, and screamed, it's obviously that I met brother Xiaofeng first. You also said that you will take care of me forever. Brother Xiaofeng, your words don't count. With that, Huang Shuqi pounced. Lin Feng cried in his arms. Brother Xiaofeng, obviously I met you first, don't you remember? When my mother and I first moved in, I was so fat at that time, and there was no one to play with, only brother Xiaofeng played with me. When Lin Feng heard this, his thoughts immediately returned to more than 10 years ago. When I saw Shuki for the first time, she was short and fat. No one in the community wanted to play with Huang Shuki. She thought she was stupid and couldn't run fast, so she gave her an unpleasant nickname, Pumpkin Girl. At that time, Huang Shuki cried for many days for this ugly nickname, and never dared to go out. Later, Lin Feng remembered that he was a naughty one, learning that when the older child jumped from the second floor to the sand pile on the first floor, he broke his leg and had to stay at home all summer vacation. The bungalows I lived in at that time, the door was next to the door, and the forest wind lying at home every day, bored, only playing animal chess and checkers with this pumpkin girl. Lin Feng still remembered that the greatest pleasure was to play chess with Huang Shuki. Every time he played the game of veteran tugging and eating up Huang Shuki's pieces. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help showing a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Xiaofeng, afterwards, I did not get good grades in my studies. You also helped me tutor me every day, so I didn't have my mother's bored. Huang Shuki pressed her face close to Lin Feng's chest, crying. Yes, Lin Feng remembered that Huang Shuki had poor grades when she was in elementary school. The family environment is not good. Aunt Huang is busy with work every day. For a period of time, Huang Shuki always fails. This makes Aunt Huang, who has great expectations for Huang Shuki, hit Huang Shuki's palm with bamboo pieces every time. After the beat, the mother and daughter cried again. At that time, Lin Feng Elementary School had a good grade, at least 85 points. Seeing that his opponents who had been bullying chess could not play with him because of poor academic performance, he helped Huang Shuki to make up lessons out of selfishness. Later, Lin Feng's grades were deteriorating because of his playfulness, but Huang Shuki's grades were thriving. Finally, when Lin Feng's monthly test report came down, he touched his father's board, but Huang Shuki always got praise from his mother. Also, when I climbed the wall and fell down, my knee broke, and it was Brother Xiaofeng who carried me to the hospital. He also helped me with my mother, not letting my mother scold me. Huang Shuki snuggled in Lin Feng's arms, quietly said. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. That time Huang Shuki climbed the wall and fell down. It was also in the community that went to the cinema of the power company next door to watch a movie. In order to avoid walking, Lin Feng pulled Huang Shuki to over the wall. As a result, Lin Feng passed, but Huang Shuki had short arms and low strength. When she came down, she didn't grasp her hands. She fell off and her knees were swollen on the spot. At that time, Lin Feng was frightened and went to his father's factory medical room with Shuki on his back in a panic. Fortunately, there was no major problem. Although there was a shallow scar on the knee later, it did not produce any sequelae. Brother Xiaofeng, do you remember that there is always a boy in my school who bullied me, and you helped me to bully him? Huang Shuki told stories about the childhood that the two of them had experienced, which made Lin Feng even more so sad. I don't know what to do. Brother Xiaofeng, I always thought I would be with Brother Xiaofeng forever, and then grow up to be Brother Xiaofeng. The bride. At this point, Huang Shuki's face blushed slightly, and then she was sad again. Say, but now Brother Xiaofeng is in love with others. Brother Xiaofeng, what about me? Don't you have me in your mind? Huang Shuki's question left Lin Feng speechless. Yes, I don't have her in my heart. Chapter 177 I have my pride. If there is no rebirth, Lin Feng will not embark on the road of entrepreneurship and become a man in the domestic IT industry. With a net worth of billions, the ordinary man would definitely choose Huang Shuki, who grew up with his childhood sweetheart. But if there is no rebirth, Lin Feng's ordinary, even mediocre, is destined to drift away from the increasingly high Huang Shuki. Love is very simple. Just two people truly love each other. Together is only 3 words, but it is easy to say but difficult to do. Looking at Huang Shuki with swollen eyes in front of him, Lin Feng sighed a lot. Maybe it was the same between them. Encounter is predestined, but there is not the most rare part. Brother Xiaofeng, let's go. After a long time, Huang Shuki stopped her tears and pushed Lin Feng away. Lin Feng was taken aback. Brother Xiaofeng, Go and come back to the girl you like. I don't like you anymore. Huang Shuqi's faint voice, with a trace of sadness, a trace of relief, a trace of firmness. I don't care about other people's things. I also have my pride. And I can also have the happiness that belongs to me completely. With someone else's Xiaofeng in my heart, I don't want it. Shuqi, I only have brother Xiaofeng in my heart. But brother Xiaofeng has someone else in his heart. This is not fair, so don't have brother Xiaofeng with someone else in my heart. Huang Shuqi smiled softly, and 2 flowers bloomed on her face. Charming dimples. But what Lin Feng didn't see was the sadness hidden under his smiling face. Shuqi, looking at Huang Shuqi like this, Lin Feng felt a kind of relief, but he was even more inexplicably melancholy, as if he had lost some of the most precious things. Perhaps this is a common problem for men. However, if I have difficulty asking Xiaofeng for help, will Xiaofeng help me as before? Huang Shuqi asked, resting her head on her lap. Of course, it will. Thank you, brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi stretched out, sniffed, got up from the bed, and touched her stomach, so hungry. Brother Xiaofeng, where are the sweet and sour pork ribs you bought? Where are the ants going up the tree? The bed ran all the way to the packaging bags containing various dishes, and went straight to eat with his hands. Looking at Huang Shuqi, who was regaining his usual vitality, Lin Feng felt relieved, but he was also a little bit more disappointed. Brother Xiaofeng, you haven't eaten yet. Come and eat with me. Huang Shuqi shouted in the living room. Lin Feng hiccups. He just ate just now at Lisa's place. Now, brother Xiaofeng, you won't even refuse to accompany me to dinner. Huang Shuqi's big watery eyes seemed to be able to shed tears at any time. Lin Feng looked sad. Lin Feng touched his slightly raised belly, and sighed. Brother, you can work hard today. Cheers and laughter resounded through this small room again. Of course, there were occasional hiccups of overeating, and the cry of tears in Lin Feng's heart belly, so support. In the afternoon, Lin Feng dragged his unsupported belly, and took Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi to see the villa in Sijiayuan, but there was also an elf around him, Huang Shuqi. At noon, after hearing that Lin Feng was going to see the villa in the afternoon, she also clamored to see it, saying that she had never lived in a villa in her life and wanted to see how rich people are corrupt. Regarding this, Lin Feng naturally had no reason to refuse, and just took this opportunity to introduce Lizu and Huang Shuqi to each other. After all, Lin Feng would not be able to cut off the relationship with Huang Shuqi for more than 10 years. Since it is impossible not to meet again in the future, it is better to introduce the two people to each other now, and to reconcile themselves in the middle. I believe the scene will not be too ugly. Fortunately, after the two met, they did not have the slightest bit of tension, but were extremely harmonious. Lizu already knows her position in Lin Feng's heart. She naturally understands that she can't show Huang Shuqi's face at this time. Instead, she is humbly. She is beautiful here and enviable there. Huang Shuqi is more enviable than Hui Jiao. Huang Shuqi also has her own pride. Since Lin Feng didn't choose her, she would not play like a shrew. The politeness of the two made Lin Feng a lot easier. Four Seasons Garden was developed by Hutchison Whampoa Real Estate Co., Limited. Originally, the villas here were not for sale but only for rent. However, the 125 million mansion valued by Li Zikai to Lin Feng was originally repaired by Hutchison Whampoa for Li Zikai to live in Shanghai. However, the development direction of the company changed later, so Li Zikai has rarely come here, so he took the opportunity to buy the price to Lin Feng. This luxury house covers an area of 24 acres and has a construction area of 3,342 square meters. It is divided into 2 floors above ground and 1 underground floor. There are indoor and outdoor swimming pools, a tennis court, a sauna room, and 8 parking spaces. Inside, including the master bedroom, there are a total of 16 rooms. Moreover, after Li Zikai was built, it has been renovated. The style is retro and popular, and it is elegant in luxury, and it will not be too grandiose. After entering this villa, the group of 5 people were shocked by this luxurious mansion. Although Lin Feng was prepared, he was still quite surprised. After all, this is also the first time Lin Feng has truly stepped into a mansion, and it is his own mansion. The 4 girls had long been unable to control their emotions, cheering upstairs and downstairs, turning non-stop, looking at this luxurious mansion, which belongs to Lin Feng, but they have the right to reside. Brother Xiaofeng, can I have a room here too? So when I come to Shanghai to play, I won't be afraid that I won't have a place to live. Huang Shuqi asked with a look of expectation, opening Xu Lingling's big eyes, shaking Lin Feng's arm. Okay, pick whatever you want. There are so many rooms, Lin Feng said with a smile. Looking at the empty mansion, Lin Feng had to sigh that it's damn good to have money. In a place with such a high housing price in Shanghai, you can live in such a big mansion as much as you have money. However, the mansion is large and comfortable, but the safety issue should not be underestimated. Don't really become the target of blackmail in the eyes of some strong men. Immediately, Lin Feng called Wang Meng, who was planning to set up a security company. After half an hour, 10 special fighters arrived at the mansion, took over the security work of the mansion, and began to deploy defenses against the mansion. Considering that Lizu and others are women, if they are all protected by male bodyguards, or there is inconvenience, Wang Meng sent the 2 female security personnel who had just been recruited. According to reports, the 2 were once the subjects of Zhong Nanhai's bodyguards, but they were slapped off during the final review. Later, Wang Meng got the news, and they happened to open a security company and hired the relationship. Brother Lin, we are going to buy some daily necessities to decorate the room later. Are you coming together? Lizu was excited, his cheeks were red. After all, this is really their own home. Of course, we must decorate it well. As for the style of the room, several girls are extremely satisfied, so there is no need to start work. No, I'm still busy, so leave it to you. I believe your eyes. Lin Feng looked at the watch. It was late, and he had to prepare related documents for negotiation with 3721 Chairman Zhongwei. Brother Lin. Then well leave. Lin Ziyui and others took Lizu out. It's already afternoon, and there are a lot of things to buy. They want to be able to move in tonight. Wait for me. Huang Shuqi also ran over. Brother Xiaofeng, I went too. I have a room in my fancy. Hee, I must decorate it beautifully. Haha, by the way, friends, use the credit card I gave you to help Shuqi settle the bill. Lin Feng knew that Huang Shuqi must not have much money, and Huang Shuqi would be embarrassed by that time, so he ordered in advance. Well, I see, but Brother Lin is going to spend a lot of money today. Lizu naturally understands that this is the time to make a good relationship with Huang Shuqi, and now is the best time to make a good relationship. Brother Lin, let's go. The 4 girls got in the car and left happily. Looking at the 4 girls leaving happily, Lin Feng smiled happily. Isn't this the ending he is looking forward to most? After a while, I picked up my mood and began to prepare materials for the evening meeting with Zhongwei. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng received a call from Zhongwei. Donglin, I'm in Shanghai. I don't know where we will meet. Zhongwei flew non-stop from Beijing to Shanghai, and called Lin Feng when he got off the plane. Dongzu, you haven't eaten yet. So, let's go to eat first, and talk while eating. Chinese people's habit is to talk about business at the wine table. Although Lin Feng is not a public official, it is undeniable that if he sees his character on the wine table, he can drink a good meal, and he can say anything. Otherwise, don't talk about anything. Zhongwei was indeed a little hungry. He was busy all afternoon, preparing materials and taking a plane, but he was hungry, so he nodded and agreed. Not long after, the 2 met at the famous Xiaonango in Shanghai. Although Lin Feng is not a native of Shanghai, he is now considered a half-landlord. Naturally, he would do his best to invite Zhongwei to eat Shanghai cuisine. Donglin, happy meeting. Happy meeting. Dongzu, long up, long up. After some polite remarks, Lin Feng ordered the famous Shanghai signature dish, and after a warm drink and ambiguity, the two entered the subject. Chapter 178 Rogue Software. Donglin, I don't know what your plan is. Zhonghua is anxious after all. He hates failure, and even hates failure. Before that, when he was in college, he failed to engage in software and was ridiculed for quite a while. At that time, Zhonghua made a vow that he would succeed in this life. This time, he invested all his savings to engage in 3721, and it was impossible to fail. Zhonghua is anxious, but Lin Feng is not anxious. People will not cherish the things that are too easy to get. What's more, don't take the opportunity to slander Zhonghui's appetite, seize the potential in the negotiation, and how to ask Zhonghua for his own bargaining chip. Lin Feng slowly begged Ergutu, and after Zhu Jin had been drinking 3 flavors in his throat, when he saw that Zhonghua was already quite impatient, he smiled slightly and took out a document from his briefcase. When Zhonghua saw it, he was eager to get it, but Lin Feng held it down. Dongqiu, you are too anxious, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ha, I'm sorry, I was too impatient. Zhonghua was slightly embarrassed, and after a whole mood, he asked formally, I don't know what Lin Dong's conditions are. I know that 3,721 lacks capital to operate now. I can provide 5 million yuan for financing and provide a project to make 3,721 take off. My request is 20% of 3,721 shares. Lin Feng did not hesitate, and the lion opened his mouth. Although the lion opened his mouth, this requirement is not excessive. With the current dilemma of 3,721, although he has 90% of the Chinese real name market share, the market is not big now. With the strength of the 4 major portals, it is difficult for Zhonghua to find any more good news or bright prospects for 3,721. Other investors carry out financing. Zhonghua opened his mouth to Lin Feng's lion, and he was prepared. He now holds 60% of the 3,721 Science and Technology Co. Limited shares in his hand. It is not a bad idea to give Lin Feng 20%. As long as the company can take off, Zhonghua is willing to pay a certain price. 40% of 10 million is more than 60% of 1 million. This is Zhonghui's current mentality. Okay, Lin Dong, I accept this agreement, but I want to make sure that the project in your hands can really help 3,721 take off. Zhonghua made a decision immediately after weighing it up. Resolute, Zhonghua has always acted style, and he himself is extremely willing to take risks, even gambling. Failure is not terrible, but terrible is losing the confidence to continue playing. Seeing Zhonghui's consent, Lin Feng let go of his hand holding the document bag. Zhonghua grabbed the file bag, thought about it, opened it carefully, took out a stack of files, and looked carefully. Unexpectedly, Zhonghua became more and more delighted as he watched, and a joy of about to succeed suddenly came to his heart. After a long time, Zhonghua, who read all the documents, closed his eyes and meditated for a few minutes, then stood up excitedly and grasped Lin Feng's hand. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. Happy cooperation. I saw it before I knew it, and Zhonghua used it on the honorific. Happy cooperation, Chu. I think you should know how to do the rest. Lin Dong got up and shook hands to reach an agreement. What's left is my strong point. But don't worry about that, Lin Dong. I will fix the contract tonight, and we will sign the contract tomorrow. Zhonghua laughed, sweeping away the worries when we first met. Obviously the project case gave Zhonghua absolute confidence. After the two discussed the details of the contract, Zhonghua left alone, while Lin Feng continued to savor the celebration banquet. The plan that Lin Feng showed to Zhonghua is actually very simple. It is about the concept, function of a software. But even if it is just a software, it can definitely make 3,721 take off from then on. Of course, it will also bring a series of things. Bad influence, and absolutely bad. This software was hated by hundreds of millions of Chinese netizens in the future, and he almost bombed Zhu Hongwei's rogue software leader, 3721 Internet Assistant, with a bomb. 3721 Internet Assistant software installation is extremely simple. Only click installation. Fools can also operate. After installation, it is said to provide considerate services for all users, making it easier to surf the internet, just like watching TV. But in fact, it will bring countless troubles to the internet users who use it. For example, temptation to click on advertisements, automatic pop-up of advertisement windows, forced installation, etc. A series of troubles. Even more unbearable is that this 3721 Internet Assistant cannot be deleted. Yes, it just cannot be deleted. No matter whether you use the uninstall program that comes with the software or add and delete programs in the system control panel, you cannot completely delete 3721 Internet Assistant. Unless you are an experienced computer expert, you cannot completely delete it. At that time, 3721 relied on this to collect user information of nearly 70 million netizens and became one of the most valuable assets of his company. Of course, 3721 Internet Assistant has so many problems, but there are two important reasons why many people are still eager. First, it can help many people who do not understand computers to simplify operations and make internet access foolish. Second, that is, through it, you can search for unsightly content such as nude, selfie, third-level celebrity movie, tempestuous young woman, hotel stealing room, infinite passion ... etc. Under the temptation of pornography and compulsory installation, which cannot be uninstalled, 3721 hits soared all the way on this day, reaching 30 million page views per day. Lin Feng is now introducing the rogue software that Zhu Hongwei will figure out by himself to Zhu Hongwei in advance. Of course, this software developer will definitely be friendly greetings from all domestic netizens to their relatives and family members in the future, but firstly, this software is not designed by Lin Feng, and secondly, Lin Feng believes that Zhu Hongwei will never reveal that the idea of this software comes from others. That being the case, Lin Feng was able to obtain 20% of the 3721 shares in Zhu Hongwei's hands at the price of RMB 5 million plus a rogue software. Historically, Yahoo once purchased 3721 at a price of $120 million. A 20% stake is $24 million, which is close to more than 190 million yuan. In 1 year, he invested 5 million yuan and a piece of software that he didn't own, and exchanged it back with more than 190 million yuan, with a return rate of 38.4 times. This makes Lin Feng not excited. If Zhu Hongwei knew in the future that he would be accused by thousands of people and spurned by thousands of people, and Lin Feng, who planned all this, would take advantage of the fisherman's interests, I don't know what Zhu Hongwei would look like. With a good mood, Lin Feng returned to the super mansion that he had just taken over today. As soon as he entered the mansion, Lin Feng was stunned. For about 10 hours from the afternoon to the evening, 10 special soldiers sent by Wang Meng made the design of this mansion as solid as gold. Various high-tech instruments have been erected on the walls, corners and other places, so that the whole mansion has no blind spots. What's even more exaggerated is that all the glass in the villa is replaced by bulletproof glass, not to mention ordinary pistols. You may not be able to sweep the act for a while. Brother Meng, this is too exaggerated. I am not the head of state. Lin Feng said with shame. This battle really treats himself as the head of state to protect, which is too much of an overestimation of his ability. It's okay. I will also test them by the way to see how well they are capable. The most important thing as a security guard is to protect the safety of the employer anytime and anywhere. Before Wang Meng finished his words, he suddenly broke into 10. The remaining black man with a mask rushed towards Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng was surprised. Before Lin Feng woke up, he felt that he was carried on his shoulders and taken into the villa. After 10 security personnel left 2 female security personnel for personal protection. The other 8 went out to fight. The scene was extremely tense with fists and feet. But what made Lin Feng wonder is that Wang Meng walked around the court like a stroll in a leisurely court, ignoring the sudden fight. After a while, Lin Feng woke up. This is an actual combat exercise, just as a sparring exercise. After a while, 8 security personnel brought down all the more than a dozen black-clothed men who had rushed in, and the 2 female security guards in the house also opened the door to help them take care of the funeral. At this moment, a black-clothed man on the ground suddenly took out a pistol, and with a bang, Lin Feng only felt that something hit his chest. Although it didn't hurt, he knew it was a drill, but at that moment he still let Lin the Wind feels close to death. The 10 security personnel were also stupid, with miserable faces. They did not expect that there would be minor changes and sudden changes in the end. More than a dozen black-clothed men lying on the ground took off their hoods and stood behind Wang Meng, looking at the 10 security guards who were looking bitter on the opposite side with a grimace. Wang Meng's face was green. Although he was not angry, he was not angry. Under his gaze, 10 security personnel shivered and dared not look up. The first principle of security is to absolutely guarantee the safety of the employer. But you rely on your talents and fight for yourself when you cannot guarantee the absolute safety of your employer. Second, you must not relax your vigilance when all crises are absolutely ruled out. Employer death. Starting today, your training doubles. Next time you fail the assessment, you will go back to the supermarket and be a security guard. Also, tonight, no meals are allowed. Wang Meng said coldly. Yes, sir. The 10 people dare not respond, claiming that they are. Donglin, I was embarrassed just now, and I will never make this kind of mistake again next time. Wang Meng returned to his senses and said sorry to Lin Feng. Ha ha, Brother Meng, it's okay, this is not an exercise. The exercise is to find out the mistakes and loopholes, or how to make progress. Lin Feng, the boss of this security force, naturally wants to excuse them in order to win people's hearts. Also, people are iron, rice is steel, and they are such dangerous occupations. How can they perform their tasks better if they don't have enough food? Lin Feng's words were exchanged for the gratitude of 10 people, but under Wang's fierce anger, his face suddenly drooped, and he didn't dare to look at Lin Feng again. Well, since Lin Dong is interceding for you, the penalty of not being allowed to eat tonight will be cancelled. But if you fail next time, it will be useless for anyone to intercede. Wang Meng shouted violently. Yes, sir. The crowd was full of anger, and they had just gone through a violent fight. If they could not eat, it would be really terrible. After everyone left, Lin Feng began to look carefully at the villa after being decorated by Li Zhou and others for a day. Although he was carried in by 2 security personnel just now, the fighting was urgent at that time, and Lin Feng was not in the mood to look around. And now he just took a closer look. I have to say that when I came here in the afternoon, it was exactly a mansion. Now after a few girls' meticulous decoration, the main mansion is full of home feeling, warm and extremely comfortable. Of course, because it is a home built by 4 girls, it is dominated by pink and other female favorite colors and cute decorations. The mansion in the main building is slightly feminine, which makes Lin Feng a little embarrassed. But these are all minor issues. The concept of home is who you are with. This is the most important thing. Brother Lin, it's dinner. We can wait for you all night. The 4 girls went downstairs with a sad expression on their faces. Lin Feng saw that his heart was terrible. At the beginning, they were allowed to move in because the villa was too big for fear of loneliness and crowds. Only now I realize that living with such beautiful 4 girls every day is really a torment for men. Wenru Township is the tomb of heroes. You have to be careful of such a sweet cohabitation life. But I just ate outside, and now I really can't eat. Look at the 4 girls' hard-to-make dishes with delicious flavors, and the look of expectation. Lin Feng cried secretly, and today he suffered a serious crime in his stomach. But Lin Feng's unexpected troubles also came. "Brother Lin, do you think who cooks the best dishes?" the four girls asked in unison. They are all delicious." Perfunctory. "Really? It's really delicious. Then you eat it all by yourself." $. Chapter 179 Cohabiting Life? The night is silent, fading the noise of the day. In this Four Seasons garden, it is as quiet and pleasant as a paradise. But a disgusting burp pierced the quiet night. The nauseous voice made people quite resentful and helpless. Lin Feng looked uncomfortable. Under the gaze of the four beauties, they helplessly cook the four girls carefully. After eating the gourmet, I can only half lying on the sofa and panting, feeling terribly uncomfortable. In fact, it's enough to eat more. The point is to support the point. The key is that not all food is really so delicious. If Lin Feng is not afraid of death and really wants to rank the cooking skills of the four girls, Li Zhu is the undisputed number one, and the cooking skills far exceed the other three girls. The other three people, whether it's Lin Ziyue, Huang Meixi, or Huang Shuqi, all of them, good leisure and evil labor, usually enjoy free lunches used to it. The things they make are really ... There is enough. "Brother Lin, we are swimming, are you coming?" Not long after, Lisa's cry came from the indoor swimming pool. Lin Feng's brows jumped, and a beautiful picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water suddenly appeared in his mind. At the moment, he felt his blood boiled all over, and the laziness after being too full was swept away, and he straightened his stomach a few steps to the indoor swimming pool. Before people arrived, they heard something coming from inside. Wow, wow! The sound of water and the laughter of the four girls, as sweet as a wind chime, made people particularly heartwarming. Lin Feng gently opened the door. "Brother Lin, you are here." The four girls laughed together, and Lin Feng froze like a fossil on the spot. The blood boiled, and the fire burned his body, which was not enough to describe Lin Feng's feeling at the moment. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't use words to describe the impulse in his body, like a river bursting a bank. The four girls' jade-like carcasses were soaked in the water, under the embellishment of the stars. They were so dazzling and unable to extricate themselves. But soon, Lin Feng's attention focused on Lin Ziyue. I have to admit that Lin Ziyue's figure is definitely the best among the four girls. Exaggerated but not falling, full breasts, slender waist, round buttocks. Any man will inevitably swallow his saliva, especially sexy. The split swimsuit to the extreme is even more dazzling. At this moment, Lin Ziyue's other endorsement is definitely crime. She has the absolute impulse to make any man commit a crime. Humphrey. Except for Lin Ziyue, who was seen blushing, the three girls snorted together. However, Lin Feng still couldn't look away from Lin Ziyue's carcass that forced people to commit crimes. "Brother Lin," Lisa screamed. "Ah! What are you doing?" Lin Feng was startled. Can't you come down for a swim?" Lisa pouted, obviously angry at Lin Feng's gaffe just now, which made her faceless. At the same time, I didn't forget to show my own capital. Although it is not as strong as Lin Ziyue, it should not be underestimated. Lin Feng also knew that he was too gaffed just now, but to blame for this, I can only blame Lin Ziyue's stature for being too amazing. Of course, this is not to say that Lisa's body is poor. On the contrary, his body is also perfect, but the chest is not as exaggerated as Lin Ziyue, and the sensory stimulation is not so strong. Of course, this is also in contrast to Lin Ziyue. If Lisa alone is alone, Lin Feng believes that he would be very impulsive. Among the four girls, the only one who is almost in shape is Huang Shuqi. Although her age is similar to that of Lisa and others, her height is slightly insufficient. At 164 centimeters, she is taller among ordinary girls, but compared with the height of Lisa's 3% professional model, it is still much worse. As for the characteristics of women, Lin Feng has only now discovered that his childhood sweetheart ... has also grown up and become a big girl. Only after putting on the swimsuit, under my own eyes, I was a bit too shy. Brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi was shy when Lin Feng saw her, and she didn't know what to do. Hee hee. I'll change my swimming trunks right away. Lin Feng smirked and turned to change my swimming trunks for a mandarin duck playing in the water. But as soon as I turned around, I realized that something was wrong, and I can't change it now. Now Lin Feng is a bit unsightly. I've just eaten, so I'd better sit here and rest. I'll watch you play. Lin Feng took a bath towel and covered him to hide his ugliness. Although the four girls were a little disappointed, they quickly became immersed in the joy of playing in the water. Before, living in the three-bedroom house, the three of Lisa could not do anything except sleep and watch TV. Coupled with the current fame of the three, it is not convenient to enter public places. It's summer, they have never gone to swim. Now this villa has this indoor swimming pool. It is so convenient. The four girls had a lot of fun, and Lin Feng also had a lot of fun. Lying on the recliner, looking at the four white flowered carcasses in the water, he satiated his visual gaze fiercely. Especially the skylight of this room can be controlled to open. Under the stars, beside the swimming pool, beautiful women are playing in the water. This scene is rare. Of course, this also made Lin Feng, who was rather unbearable, began to look forward to the evening lesson show starring Lin Feng, Lisa. Scene: the waterbed of the master bedroom. Props: the characteristics shared by both hands and men. But what made Lin Feng depressed was that Lisa forcibly pushed out of her small room because of Huang Shuqi's presence and inconvenience. A man lying alone in the empty master bedroom, on the wide waterbed, tossing and turning, sleepless lonely. Guan Guan Jujiu, in the continent of the river. Slender lady, gentleman is so good. Staggered Nymphia, left and right. Fair lady, I long for it. Pooh, leisurely, tossing and turning. The song Guan Guanuju is just perfect for Lin Feng's mood at the moment. Hey, sigh. With a creak, the door was suddenly opened by someone, and a pretty shadow flashed in. Who? Lin Feng asked softly, faintly guessing who it was in his heart, and his heart was hot. Brother Lin, it's me. Lisa walked in wearing a close-fitting cutie, blushing, making people want to take a bite when he saw it. Can I sleep here tonight? Of course. Lin Feng was overjoyed, complaining that there are four stunning beauties in his family, but he has to be a miserable one. Pistol Prince, this is too tragic. But Lisa slipped in. Lisa just pushed Lin Feng out of his room, mainly because he was shy, afraid of being teased by Lin Ziyui and others. But now sneaking in, one is that there are four girls living in the house, including her. All of them are beautiful, especially Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi are childhood sweethearts, which makes Lisa extremely unreliable. The second is Lin Feng's embarrassment just now. The little friend who held high estimated that all the girls had seen it, and Lisa was also ashamed for a while, and after first tasted love last night, he was also a little expectant and addicted to it. Big brother Lin, be light. They are all next door. Lisa felt a little can't let go of thinking of Lin Ziyui and Huang Max's teasing this morning. Don't worry, this villa room has excellent soundproofing. No matter how loud you call it, no one will hear it. Lin Feng smirked, and immediately began a primitive war between men and women. The next day, Lin Feng's biological clock still woke up early, shaking his head and touching his stomach. After fighting all night last night, his overfed stomach was already empty, and he began to make protests that he needed to eat again. As soon as he came downstairs, Lin Feng smelled the rich aroma of millet porridge, which made Lin Feng greedy. Brother Lin, go rinse your mouth and wash your face, then come and eat early. Lisa heard Lin Feng coming downstairs and poked his head out of the kitchen, said with a sweet smile. After these 2 days of nourishment by Lin Fengai, Lisa's skin became more crystal clear, and he was busy early in the morning, and the sweat was slightly refreshed. This sweet smile made Lin Feng almost stunned. What a nice view. So sweet. After regaining his senses, Lin Feng agreed and ran to the bathroom to wash up before sitting on the dining table. But at this time, Huang Shuqi, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi were already sitting at the dining table, holding a knife and fork, and the three of them looked at the kitchen with 6 pairs of beautiful eyes, looking coveted. waiting for the meal. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. Are you not going to help? It's all about eating for nothing. It's fine now. There are 3 more in the family, especially Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi, who lived with Lisa for so long, did not improve their cooking skills at all. The things they made yesterday were really choking. The 3 girls looked at each other and said in unison, "Then we made it. Brother Lin will have to finish eating." "Don't, you should just sit and wait." A black line floated across Lin Feng's forehead. Yin's eye trembled as the 3 girls laughed. Not long after, Lisa came out early with a slight sweat on his forehead. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the 3 girls waiting for free food spit out their fragrant tongues, and hurried to the kitchen to help Lisa take out all the breakfast. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, with a bad comment. But Lin Feng didn't seem to have thought about it. In comparison, he seemed to be lazier. "Yu, why don't we hire a chef, and a few more servants? I feel bad for you if you are exhausted. You know, now there are not only the 2 of us, but also 3 mouths." Lin Feng pulled distressedly Lisa's hand. "By the way, did not forget to glaze at the 3 girls who had already begun to swallow up earlier. No, other people's cooking is not as delicious as this cooking." Although the 3 girls were eating early, but their ears were sharp, they immediately protested in unison. Those who eat free food are not qualified to express their opinions. Lin Feng glared. "Then you eat free food, and you eat the most." The 3 girls protested in unison. Chapter 180, Global Response? Depressed. This chapter knew that there was a problem when it was first published, and it was modified now. Who knows that after more than an hour, the starting point system has not been updated? What is the broken system? Now it is reissued. Depressed? So inconvenient. I hope to forgive me. I'm sorry. The unanimous voice of the 3 girls made Lin Feng sweat profusely, waiting to scold these freezic guys as the head of the family, but was stopped by Lisa. "Forget it, Brother Lin. I'm fine now anyway, and don't you like to eat what I make?" Lisa asked Lin Feng with his mouth pouting. "Like it." How dare Lin Feng say no, not to mention it's really delicious. Hee. That's right. Lisa smiled and filled Lin Feng with a bowl of millet porridge. But a trace of worry still appeared between the eyebrows. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Versace has not replied to the letter so far. This has left the outside world speculating, and all rumors have spread. Even the so-called Versace Asian spokesperson is Lin Feng's innocent and simple Algra. In exchange for the qualifications of Lisa, Versace's Asian spokesperson. And now after Li Gola returned, he was totally denied by the well-informed Donatella. Although the rumors stop at wise men, not everyone is wise. This also directly leads to Lisa every time, whether he is running a show or receiving an advertisement, he is surrounded by reporters, and he always asks about the topic of Versace's spokesperson, which makes Lisa not very annoying. In desperation, Lisa had to decide not to go out temporarily until Versace made an official announcement. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. We don't have a lot of work recently. We'll come back to help Sa clean up the house if nothing happens." Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi have already grabbed a bowl of millet porridge and drank them, and they didn't forget to sip Lisa personally fried donuts. But they said the word home, which made Lin Feng extremely gratified. Although Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi are famous for Supergirl, after all, this is a regional event, not a national competition. Now other regional competitions are officially started, and the stars of the 2 have temporarily dimmed. In addition, Lisa's Versace endorsement issue also brought a lot of trouble to the 2 of them. Therefore, during this period, we will try to avoid unnecessary activities and reduce the exposure rate. Some time ago, the 2 of them also made money without burning money, plus there is a contract with the spokesperson of Legend, so they don't have to worry about food and drink. What's more, now living in Linfeng, people who eat Linfeng and those who drink Linfeng, will Linfeng still find 2 people to collect money? Linfeng nodded and took a sip of millet porridge. Seeing Huang Shuqi sitting a little far away, he shouted, "Shuqi, come here, sit here," pointing to the seat next to him. Huang Shuqi nodded. Although she said that she had solved the knot, emotion is hard to say, not that it can be solved by untying it. After hesitating, she was too embarrassed to be too close to Lin Feng for fear that Li Zu would be jealous. Yes, Shuki, sit next to your Xiaofeng brother. Come on, I will serve you porridge. Li Zu smiled and filled Huang Shuki with a bowl of millet porridge and handed over a small plate of Korean kimchi. Thank you. Huang Shuki looked at Lin Feng and Li Zu, and sighed inwardly. Such a Li Zu, even if she robbed her brother Xiaofeng, she still couldn't hate him. Forget it, don't think about it, let it go. Huang Shuki secretly made a decision. What the future holds, just let it go. After eating breakfast, Lin Feng habitually picked up the newspaper. Reading the newspaper every day has now become Lin Feng's habit. The headlines of the newspapers were as expected by Lin Feng yesterday. The headlines on the front page were the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project launched by him, which was the case in several newspapers. In response to this Asian Internet project, major newspapers have carried out large-scale reports and praised Lin Feng's Asian Internet project as a cross-POC concept. Once successful, it will create a precedent for online games. People's Daily titled the Apollo Moon Landing project in the Internet, praising Lin Feng's plan as no less than the Apollo Moon Landing project in the United States at that time, and his praise even compares Lin Feng to Armstrong back then. Said Lin Feng's small step is a big step for the entire online game industry. Obviously, the People's Daily report is a bit exaggerated, but during the booming period of the Internet, the so-called domestic portals and other well-known IT companies mostly picked leftovers from Western countries without any innovation. Not only did Lin Feng single-handedly promote the rapid development of global online games, he also proposed a multi-country interconnection plan for the first time, which made the Chinese people extremely excited. As the eyes and ears of the country, People's Daily naturally wants to promote it. Guangming Daily, with the title Oriental Giants Challenge the World, praised Lin Feng's ambitions to set off a revolution in the online game industry, and praised his plan as no less than a revolution, one that could shake the entire online game industry and even the IT industry. Revolution. The Guangzhou Daily headlined Ignorance or Fearlessness, wondering whether Lin Feng's plan is too bold, whether multinational interconnection will generate factional sentiments among players, and even provoke struggles among players from various countries, and even rouse national hatred. At the same time, these three domestically influential newspapers also invited many industry veterans to analyze them. People in the financial industry believe that Lin Feng's plan can indeed break new ground and globalize the game, and even threatened that Lin Feng's Second World will become a multinational company and enter the world's top 500 with this plan. Political economists have reservations, believing that this plan is too sensitive, especially the Counter-Strike online game itself is divided into countries, suspecting that such a plan can easily provoke disputes and even hatred between ethnic groups. He also called on Lin Feng to suspend the plan. It is best to conduct a survey across Asia first, and after careful study and discussion, it will not be too late to implement the plan when he is fully confident. Regarding the views of these so-called political economists, Lin Feng has only two words to give away shit. According to them, first conduct a large-scale survey across Asia. Regardless of the financial resources, Lin Feng can't afford to delay this time alone. When the investigation is over, the discussion is over, and the research is over, the daily will be cold. As the CEOs and technical directors of major domestic online game companies in the same industry, they have also expressed their opinions. Tencent's Ma Huang praised Lin Feng's plan for being very far-sighted, which will surely lead domestic online games to create a new world, and announced in a high profile that Tencent will fully support Lin Feng's plan, and Tencent will also develop a network that can be used in Asia. Online minigames. Lin Feng was gratified for Ma Huang's support and cursed the old fox secretly. These remarks can be described as using his own potential to help him push Huang to become the first online game platform for online games in China. Cao Guoai, CEO of Xinlang.com, lashed out at Lin Feng's Asian Internet project, believing that Lin Feng's Asian Interconnection project is a grandstanding, and strongly stated that it is impossible to achieve what Lin Feng said, that all Asian players will be in the same position with existing technology. For a server game, this is definitely a propaganda method used by Lin Feng, and asked many players to treat this plan rationally, not blindly, not impulsively. At the same time, it claims that Magic Baby will be upgraded in the near future, and it will launch a complement activity, which is definitely not the mirage-like Asian internet project like Lin Feng's boasting. Lin Feng was very disdainful of Cao Guo's remarks. "I snatched my Magic Baby last time, and now I'm provoking again. Sooner or later, I will pick you up." Natese's Dingle remained neutral. He believed that Lin Feng's plan was good and well conceived, but it was not difficult and lacked necessary technical support. He hoped that Lin Feng could solve these technical problems as soon as possible and win glory for the country. Nowadays, second-rate online game companies in China, such as Shengda and Juqing, are now thinking of ways to revitalize their companies, and they just express a little bit of insights on this Asian internet project, which will not hinder the overall situation. After reading the newspaper, Lin Feng went to the website again to see the views of netizens and the views of other countries in the world. Netizens' opinions are as worried as Cao Guo of Xinlang.com, almost absolutely fanatical and blind. Many people even hope that the second world will be launched as soon as possible. Of course, there has indeed been so-called ethnic discrimination. Many people have threatened that they are ready to butcher with knives and slaughter little Japanese devils in the game to avenge the country and the family. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with this. Regardless of the player's starting point, there is no question that this Asian internet project is sought after by players. Looking at the major televisions and newspapers of various countries, there are mixed praises and criticisms. On the official website of Phoenix Satellite TV, Lin Feng's Asian internet project is admired, and he believes that this is a major move by the Chinese in the internet world, no less than the promotion of the Windows system launched by Microsoft to personal computers. Phoenix TV believes that Lin Feng's plan will greatly change the structure of today's online games. He even threatened that the future will be the era of global internet games. Of course, he also expressed concern about the lack of technology to achieve this plan. The Wall Street Journal expressed certain skepticism, believing that the current technology of the United States cannot achieve multi-country interconnection and solve the bottleneck problem in interconnection. Where does Lin Feng rely? And hope that Lin Feng can come up with tangible data to prove that his plan is not groundless. The British Times thought that Lin Feng's plan was really bold and praised it as the wisdom of the Orientals. Only the Orientals can come up with such an incredible plan. However, it is clear that most of the teasing elements. Japan's Yomiuri Shimbun criticized Lin Feng for being unrealistic, thinking it was grandstanding, and even more clearly that Lin Feng's plan would never succeed. Even if it succeeds, the Japanese will succeed first. Regarding the arrogance of Little Japan, Lin Feng raised his middle finger, planning how to slap Little Japan well in the future. Regardless of the attitudes of all walks of life, now the Second World and the entire Asian Interconnection Project launched have obviously become a global hotspot. From this moment on, the Second World has truly gone out of the country and entered the eyes of Asia and the world. I went to work. By the way, who is going to the company with me? Lin Feng asked. Me. Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi had already finished their makeup and dressing up, and Yan Guangguang was waiting for Lin Feng. Hee. Let's go. Two beauties. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, knowing that in the future, he would not worry about being lonely on the way to work. With these two beautiful beauties, no matter how far away, it would be a happy journey. Brother Xiaofeng, I want to go too, Huang Shuqi said, looking at Lin Feng eagerly. Shuqi, are you going too? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Well, I'm still Big Brother Lin's secretary. I want to learn more, Huang Shuqi said with a fan fist. Of course, it's unclear whether or not you think so in your heart. Ha, let's go. Lin Feng smiled slightly. There are enough things to be busy today, and it's not bad to have a secretary. Chapter 181. Since yesterday's announcement of the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet plan, Lin Feng's phone has been ringing non-stop, either from the sidelines of business partners, or from major newspapers and TV stations to make appointments for interviews. Lin Feng is not very troubled, and finally shut down altogether. Dong Lin, good morning. Wu Zhaopu greeted Lin Feng tiredly with a bloodshot face and a pair of panda eyes. Mr. Wu, what's wrong? Stayed up again last night? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Oh, it's not. Wu Zhaopu didn't finish speaking, and the phone rang. Hey, oh, it's reporter Yang. I'm sorry, this is a company secret and there is no comment yet. Wu Zhaopu hung up the phone tiredly and shook his head helplessly. Donglin, this phone has been ringing from yesterday to now, and it has tossed me all night. Wu Zhaopu's eyes were distressed and he looked helpless. He was tossed by these reporters' phone calls, but as the company's CEO, he didn't dare to shut down. He is going to shut down. If something happens to the company and no one can be found, it will be really terrible. Ring without saying a few words, the phone rang again. Hey, oh, it's reporter Lee, sorry, this is a company secret. There is no comment yet. Wu Zhaopu Machinery replied and sighed after speaking. He was bored with these reporters, but he felt a little excited. The reporter's so diligent move shows that this Asian Internet project is a sensation. As long as this plan is successful, it will definitely make the company a multinational company. Lin Dong, I will go to Taiwan to open a branch later, and I will definitely do it as soon as possible. This matter was also discussed yesterday by Lin Feng and Wu Zhaopu. First, open the branch in Taiwan. Once the cloud computing test is successful, the mainland and Taiwan can be connected normally. Then enter the Korean and Japanese markets at the same time, and conduct the second phase of internal testing. If the technology is mature, the Counter-Strike Online formally launched on the market and conducted public testing in the same region in Asia. Well, by the way, this is the phone number Lee Zikai gave to a friend of his in Taiwan. If you call him in the past, he should be able to help you a lot. Lin Feng handed a phone call Lee Zikai had given him to Wu Zhaopu. Wu Zhaopu nodded and prepared to go directly to the airport. After a few steps, he came back again. Lin Dong, the investment in Taiwan is about 70 million to 100 million yuan, and South Korea and Japan need at least 200 to 300 million yuan. In RMB, there is a shortfall in the company's funds, and it is helped that Lin Dong can solve it as soon as possible in terms of loans. Haha, don't worry. Lin Feng has already contacted Director Geng of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and has scheduled a meeting tomorrow morning. This time, Lin Feng will not only win the loan business, but also reach a B2B online payment service alliance with ICBC. Donglin, then I'll go first. After speaking, Wu Zhaopu's phone rang again. Sorry, reporter Zhang, I'm not in Shanghai right now, and I'm working in another city. Can you talk about it when I come back? Wu Zhaopu hung up the phone and ran away. Obviously, Wu Zhaopu also wanted to escape the inconvenient harassment of many reporters when he went to Taiwan this time. Brother Xiaofeng, drink tea. When he arrived at the office, Huang Shuqi made a cup of Bailuo Chun for Lin Feng, acting as a secretary. Thank you, Shuqi. By the way, how is Aunt Huang? Lin Feng drank tea comfortably and waited for Zihongwei's call while chatting casually. Well, it's good. Since my mother's internet cafe has invested in Brother Xiaofeng's internet city, now my mother no longer has to take care of the internet cafe, but she has become obsessed with mahjong. She runs to the tea house all day and keeps playing day and night. Huang Shuqi muttered. Mouth, drag the mop on the ground over and over again, as if that piece of land is a damn mahjong. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. But for a middle-aged woman like Huang Auntie, if she is not busy with work, her daughter does not have to worry about her. Her life is also worry-free, she has nothing to do all day, and there is really not much to do except playing mahjong. Seeing Huang Shuqi still vomiting with the floor tiles, Lin Feng smiled. Okay, Shuqi, Aunt Huang is also boring, why not just play mahjong? Now Aunt Huang has enough income for a month to splurge, Lin Feng said with relief. With an income of more than 6,000 yuan a month in Chu City, it is an absolute high-paying class, enough for an ordinary laid-off female worker like Aunt Huang to spend. Huang Shuqi tilted her head and thought about it, and felt that it was true that her mother had worked hard for herself all her life, and now playing mahjong, she shouldn't be too obstructed. After figuring it out, he no longer frustrated with the floor tile. However, after dragging the floor, Huang Shuqi kept tugging and didn't leave Lin Feng's office, playing with the corners of her clothes with both hands, as if she had something to say but didn't know how to speak. When Lin Feng saw Huang Shuqi's appearance, he knew that he had something to ask for himself. However, she felt a little sour in her heart. Huang Shuqi always begged herself for something, always threatening herself with her powder fist, but never so twitched. Obviously, after the Lisa incident, the two of them had a little bit of life after all. Shuqi, come. Lin Feng beckoned Huang Shuqi over. Shuqi, no matter what happens, I will always be your Xiaofeng brother. If you have any questions, you can find me and I will definitely help you. Lin Feng subconsciously held Huang Shuqi's hand, but immediately felt wrong. This seems a bit too intimate, but the familiar touch and smoothness from the fingertips made Lin Feng a little bit reluctant. After thinking about it, he sighed and let go of his hand. No matter what the reason is, it cannot be used as an excuse for derailment. Brother Xiaofeng, when my school starts, can you send me to school? Huang Shuqi squeezed for a long time, blushing, and said in her heart, my classmates thought you were my boyfriend. I also said that I invited them to dinner at the beginning of school. So. Huang Shuqi lowered her head and twisted for a while. In her bedroom, there was always a photo of her and Lin Feng, but when anyone asked, she would sweetly tell each other that this was her boyfriend, and they were childhood sweethearts. Unexpectedly, I saw the scandal between Lin Feng and Li Zhu on TV later. Huang Shuqi came to Shanghai under the questioning of her roommate and entangled in her heart, and wanted to ask Lin Feng what happened. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng really fell in love with Li Zhu, and Huang Shuqi didn't know how to explain it when he went back. The face of the girl's family made her have the courage to admit that her childhood sweetheart was taken away. Lin Feng suddenly realized, but his heart was even more sad. After thinking about it, this is not a deviant, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, Shuqi, when school starts, I will send you to school and invite your classmates and them to dinner. The girls are very good at home. If they don't go, I'm afraid Huang Shuqi will be embarrassed to see her classmates. Well, thank you Xiaofeng, then I'm going out and busy. Huang Shuqi was worried about gains and losses, not sure whether this request was good or bad. Originally, I wanted to ask how Lin Feng told Li Zhu about this matter, but after thinking about it, I still felt so uneasy about Li Zhu who robbed him of Xiaofeng, so I stopped asking and let Lin Feng handle it. Looking at Huang Shuqi's leaving back, Lin Feng only sighed. At this time, Chu City, a high-level clubhouse. Ha, Sister Huang, thank you very much. This time you fired again. A man took the banknotes excitedly, and glanced at least 100 yuan bills, and on the table, the smallest denomination was 50 yuan. Elf. Oh, unlucky, why your luck is so good. My hands are so stinky, so many cannons in a row. The person called Huang Ji is not someone else, it is Huang Shuqi's mother, sitting at the poker table. A look of bad luck. Okay, Sister Huang, go on. Go on. The man and other poker friends looked at each other and urged with a smile. Okay, fight. My old lady can't even fire a cannon. The sound of mahjong is coming again, but Aunt Huang's unhappy cry will always be heard from time to time. Bell. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng finally waited for Zhonghua to call. Donglin, I will fax you the contract. If you feel okay, we can sign the contract. On the phone, Zhonghua called out in a tired voice with excitement. Not long after, A fax came after Lin Feng read it carefully. There is no difference with the previous agreement. The only difference is that Zhonghua also chose to increase his shareholding. In the end, Lin Feng owns 20% of the 3,721 Technology Co. Limited shares, and Zhu Honghua still owns 50.05% of the shares. Obviously, Zhu Honghua will never let go of 3,721. However, Lin Feng did not intend to control 3,721 at all. Once the rogue software comes out, the negative effect is far greater than the positive effect, and 20% of the shares is enough. After both parties confirmed that the contract was correct, Lin Feng notified the reporter again and held a press conference. Although the press conference was a bit hasty, many reporters and Lin Feng had already gotten in touch with each other. With the free lunch provided, many reporters came. Of course, there are certainly not many reporters who really care about the cooperation between Lin Feng and 3721 Technology Co. Limited. Most of them come for the Asian Internet project. The facts are indeed as expected by Lin Feng. After many reporters asked a few questions about the cooperation between Lin Feng and 3721 Technology Co. Limited, after reluctantly and the nature of coping, they turned to the Asian Internet project. At yesterday's press conference, many reporters didn't know much about this Asian Internet project. They only felt that the concept was very explosive and it was a hot news. However, after looking through the information overnight, and after the appearances of the major IT elites, many reporters understood the technical content behind this. If the second world possesses the technology that can break through the barriers of network interconnection and communication, it will definitely be the highest and newest technology in the international network community. This makes many reporters not excited. Even if they pry out a little bit of information from Lin Feng's UE, it is enough for them. Seeing that many reporters showed no interest in the news about his cooperation with 3721, Lin Feng felt helpless. This is also human nature. In contrast, no one knows what is more newsworthy. It is estimated that if these reporters do not confide a little bit, I am afraid that these reporters will give themselves some tricks, write some tofu-sized articles to perfuse themselves. Then they will not achieve their goal of building momentum. After some veiled and tacit bargaining with many reporters, Lin Feng Xiang revealed the truth to many reporters. Everyone, our second world does have a technology that can connect players all over the world faster, easier, and more economically. This technology is called cloud computing. But this technology is also during the research and development. It is absolutely confidential and not convenient for disclosure. Once the technology matures in the future, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. After speaking, Lin Feng announced the end of the press conference, and many waiters brought lunch to the reporters. Chapter 182 Confidentiality Measures? After the press conference, Lin Feng and Zhu Honghua rushed back to the company after parting. The disclosure of cloud computing in advance today is also a response to the industry's suspicion about this Asian interconnection project. Judging from the interviews with major IT industry elites and giants, most of them do not believe that the second world can overcome this network communication barrier. Multi-country interconnection has two important technical difficulties. First, huge data flow. The significance of multi-country interconnection is that players from all different countries play on the same server. The data that the system server needs to process is absolutely terrifying, even no less than a nuclear test. If you only rely on the server of a certain online game company, it is difficult to bear such a huge amount of data. If it is divided into service, it loses the meaning of multi-country interconnection. In addition, massive amounts of game data are transmitted synchronously in different places, and problems such as data stacks, memory overflows, etc., appear in the face of huge data traffic. Even a little error will be magnified to the limit. Network congestion and collapse will easily happen. The second and most critical point is the issue of network bandwidth. Lin Feng's Asian internet plan is not a simple mainland player landing on Taiwan or US servers. That kind of behavior belongs to individual players. If thousands of players log into servers in other countries from their home country, it will definitely cause a strong data traffic impact. I am afraid that it will also affect the normal login of players in other countries, and it will not be able to guarantee the unblocked network of their own. As for Lam Feng's Asia interconnection plan, it is necessary to ensure that players in all countries can enjoy a smooth and fast game environment, which will inevitably involve international network bandwidth. The cost of this is also extremely staggering. The data flow also guarantees the absolute smoothness of the network, which is too costly. In fact, to put it bluntly, everything is a cost issue. Cloud computing is a software that reduces costs, improves service quality, and speeds up network response. If there is no cloud computing developed by Cohen, this so-called Asian Internet project is like a flower in a mirror, like a moon in the water, and a beautiful mirage. But now with Cohen's cloud computing, Lin Feng can achieve all of this. But for this reason, cloud computing is the core secret for the second world and must not be leaked. To keep the cloud computing technology from leaking, Cohen is the key. This genius who first developed BT technology and then developed cloud computing, it can be said that he alone will change the entire world, as huge as the Windows system changed personal computers in the past. This kind of talent, Lin Feng must remain permanently. The company. Cohen, how about it? Are you still used to it in China? Lin Feng found Cohen who was still eating hamburgers in the laboratory at noon. Donglin, wait a minute. I'm testing the software. It'll be fine soon. Cohen's hair is messy. A button on his shirt is wrongly buttoned. A Big Mac burger is in his mouth. His eyes are fixed on the screen without turning his head, vaguely responding to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled, not surprised, sitting aside and waiting for Cohen. More than half an hour later, Cohen jumped up, swallowed a few mouthfuls of the hamburger in his mouth, poured a big mouthful of water, clapped his hands and laughed several times. Lin Dong, why are you here? Cohen suddenly swept Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes, wondering. After thinking about it for a while, Cohen seemed to remember that Lin Feng had just come. Don't worry, Lin Dong, now I am more and more confident in this cloud computing. If the technology is fully mature, it will open up a new era of the internet. Any Microsoft, I can make it into a cloud of smoke. Cohen confidently said. Of course, Lin Feng would not take Cohen's words seriously. If you want to bring down Microsoft, countless companies around the world have this idea, but no one has ever succeeded. Haha, how is the completion of cloud computing now? Lin Feng asked Cohen again. Donglin, cloud computing has just completed its prototype. I found that this cloud computing has a huge expansion area. Now we only use one of its functions, but such a prototype is absolutely necessary to deal with the Asian Internet plan. There is no problem. I am still correcting the final calibration software, and it is estimated that it will be completed within a week at most. Cohen didn't brag about it this time. Lin Feng calculated the time, and it happened that after Wu Xiaopu arrived in Taiwan, he still had a few days to make preparations. Well, Cohen, I am here this time, mainly to ask you, is it your habit of living in China? Lin Feng slowly stepped into the subject. Well, it's not bad. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped asking about cloud computing, but asked about trivial things in life, he sat down in front of the computer and continued to fiddle with the computer. Lin Feng didn't care either. There were so many geniuses, he only cared about what he was interested in. The word non-trivial was really coined for these people. After Lin Feng asked some trivial details in Cohen's life, he went to the topic. Cohen, what do you think of your current treatment? Lin Feng asked. Not bad. With an annual salary of $500,000 and year-end dividends, which is much higher than my previous salary, and the consumption level in Shanghai is low, I have a good life. Cohen replied casually. Of course, The low consumption level of Shanghai that Cohen said is compared with Silicon Valley in the United States. Compared with these two places, Shanghai is indeed very low. Ha ha, Cohen. Have you ever thought of dying old in the second world? Lin Feng stared at Cohen closely. Long old? Not bad. The cooperation here is very pleasant. You also trust me very much, and give me good treatment. As long as the company is not crossed, I am happy to work here forever. But you don't have holidays in China and you work all year round. How good is this little step? God let us come into the world, not just for work. Cohen thought for a while and complained. Lin Feng laughed. This is true in the United States. There is always a long holiday every year, which is unimaginable in China. Cohen, this is a new contract. Look at it. Lin Feng smiled and handed Cohen a contract. New contract? Cohen skeptically slid from the computer to Lin Feng and accepted the contract. At first glance, Cohen was shocked. The contract almost fell from Cohen's hands to the ground. Donglin, what do you mean? Cohen stammered, his face flushed. Ha ha, Cohen, this is what you deserve. Lin Feng said with a smile. No, Lin Dong, I can't afford to do nothing for nothing. I can't afford it. Cohen pushed aside the contract and shook his head again and again. We Americans are talking about demand for labor, and I don't deserve this high salary now. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. If Lin Feng handed this contract to anyone in the company, he would be ecstatic, and would never refuse it like Cohen. Cohen, this is what you deserve, and I am not without a request. You must work in the company for 20 years and you must not leave without reason. Even if you must leave for some important reason, all the technologies you involve must not be leaked, and they must be kept confidential during their employment, Lin Feng said cautiously. Donglin, the confidentiality measures you mentioned are all professional ethics that a technician should have, and have nothing to do with this salary. The more Cohen buckled, the more troubled Lin Feng's heart was. Now the core figure of the company's cloud computing is Cohen. He is going to be poached. And Lin Feng really wants to cry without tears. But cloud computing was developed by you, and you are extremely optimistic about its prospects. I think you are worth it. Wrong, Lin Dong. Cloud computing was indeed developed by me, but it originated from BT technology, and I have sold you all the copyrights of BT technology. Therefore, cloud computing is also yours by Lin Dong. I'm just a part-time worker. Take my salary and do my thing. I will make another copy of the copyright transfer letter later. Cohen interrupted Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback for a while, but he didn't expect this American to be so mind-blowing. However, Cohen also reminded Lin Feng that the copyright of BT technology is completely owned by Lin Feng, and the cloud computing derived from its core technology can also be counted as his own. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to temporarily seal up this secret. Maybe it will be useful in the future. However, seeing Cohen resolutely reject the high-paying contract, Lin Feng thought for a while and revised the contract slightly. This time, Cohen didn't hesitate anymore, and he signed again. The annual salary for this new contract is still $500,000, but the annual salary increases 12%, year-end dividends, and a 20-year period. During this period, Cohen must not leave without reason, and must not join other companies. At the same time, Lin Feng also approved Cohen for a month-long vacation every year, but also stipulated that the company's security personnel must be accompanied by the company's security personnel during the long vacation. Finally, Lin Feng also gave Cohen a 10% sales right of the cloud computing technology. Cohen will get a 10% dividend for all benefits generated by cloud computing in the future. After solving this matter, Lin Feng finally relieved. With Cohen as a person and with this contract, Lin Feng believes that Cohen will not run away within 20 years. Things 20 years later, too far away. Lin Feng didn't want to think about things so far away. Later, Lin Feng went to Wang Meng and explained the cause and effect of the incident. Wang Meng immediately stated that he would strengthen the security of the company and prevent outsiders from entering the company to steal information. Subsequently, Lin Feng made a small reform of the company, designated the cloud computing laboratory as the company's highly confidential room. The door is guarded 24 hours, non-related personnel are not allowed to enter, and all the information is stored in the Lin Feng computer. Without Lin Feng's authorization, others cannot watch it. And after the computer encrypted by the Chinese hacker community, Huang Xin, and the Viper Wang Hai, one of the ace troops of the Chinese zodiac, Lin Feng believed that waiting for idlers would never want to break into his computer. Of course, after finishing all this, Lin Feng didn't forget to talk to Wu Xiaopu, otherwise, let Wu Xiaopu misunderstand that he took the opportunity to raise him again. That would be self-defeating. After a busy day, looking at the sky, it is time to go back and prepare the luggage for Beijing tomorrow. After coming out of the office, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw Huang Shuqi, who was doing nothing at his desk and was in a daze. "Shuqi, you sit here all day, but you will be fired," Lin Feng said jokingly. "Brother Lin, you don't tell me what to do, and if they have something to do, they call you directly without passing by me. You run around all day without taking me. My secretary can do it without sitting in a daze." Well, Huang Shuqi pouted and complained. She wanted to learn something and increase her experience, but she didn't expect to do nothing at all. Lin Feng smiled and thought for a while. It was indeed the case. As the chairman of the board, he has been running around for a long time, and it is very inconvenient to bring a secretary. Sometimes it is inconvenient to let the secretary know about some things, so he has not been equipped with a secretary. Now Huang Shuqi works as a secretary for herself, and she is really a bit idle. "Okay, Shuqi, I'm going to Beijing on business tomorrow. You are ready to go with me?" Lin Feng will go to Beijing tomorrow to meet with Director Geng of the Investment Department of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, accompanied by a secretary who looks a little more formal, so as not to go alone. The other party thinks that he does not respect the other party. When dealing with companies with official backgrounds, especially banks, you have to do a lot of superficial effort. "Ah, really? Brother Lin, you are taking me on a business trip tomorrow? Great." Huang Shuqi jumped up and claps. "Hee, let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go home for dinner. See what good dishes your friends have prepared for us." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. "Oh, I actually want to eat outside," Huang Shuqi murmured a few times. It was obvious that some complexes in her heart could not be solved by just talking about it. "Okay, let's go. Yui's cooking skills are really good." Lin Feng reluctantly patted Huang Shuqi on the shoulder, and took Huang Shuqi, who was not too willing to leave. Chapter 183 Inspiration on Flight. After a busy day, after throwing away the busy work and false masks during the day, when I return home, I am waiting for a delicious meal that my beloved woman has prepared for me. This moment is definitely the happiest time of the day. Brother Lin, eat vegetables. If you ask what makes a woman the happiest, it is undoubtedly watching her own cooking and being eaten by her beloved. Everyone at the table saw Li's affectionate affection and preference for Lin Feng, which caused a burst of jealousy. "Zhu, you are too partial. The delicious food is given to your brother Lin. Look, the iron lion head you made has been given to your brother Lin. We strongly protest your preference for color and preference for friends." Lin Ziyui raised his knife and fork and shouted. Lin Feng was taken aback, but looked at the bowl. "Isn't it? The 4 iron lion heads are all in his bowl." Li Zhu was embarrassed when Lin Ziyui complained, so he personally put a braised hoof for Lin Ziyui. "Come on, I'll earn this for you, and see if it tastes good." Lin Ziyui grunted, opened his mouth and took a bite, chewed on the corners of his mouth a few times, frowned and said, "It's not delicious at all. It tastes far from the iron lion head you made. And you see, the iron lion head all are meat, this is bones, and I am not a puppy." "Eccentric, you are too eccentric." Lin Ziyui pouted, looking very angry, looking at Lisa closely, and occasionally glanced at the iron lion head in the Lin Feng bowl. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Don't look at Lin Ziyui's mature and charming, but she is really only a 17-year-old girl. This is her nature." But I have to say that even Lin Ziyui's pouting and angry appearance is so seductive. "Come, wisdom, Here is one for you. Lin Feng clipped one to Lin Wisdom. Lin Ziyui smiled suddenly and winked at Li Zu. His arrogant appearance made people almost stunned. Don't give it to her, brother Lin. She is a model. She has to keep her figure. It's easy to get lucky if she eats her figure. Li Zu snatched the iron lion head from the Lin Wisdom bowl. Li Zu, you are too partial. I'm going to the court to sue you for abusing me. Li Zu chuckled and gave Lin Ziyui a light hammer. You are a free for nothing. You are not qualified to protest. This court will not accept this protest. Lin Ziyui also knows that Li Zu is right. They are models, and their figure is more important than anything else. After humming a few times, he stopped making a fool of himself. Lin Feng smiled with relief, as he should feel at home. Noisy, but all kind of jokes. But the corner of her eye swept Huang Shuqi, who was eating silently, and she sighed secretly. Obviously, Huang Shuqi's heart knot has not really been solved. However, there are some things that can't be done in a hurry and can only be done slowly. Shuqi, come, eat food. Huang Shuqi was too lonely. Lin Feng reached out and gave Huang Shuqi some food. Thank you, brother Lin. Huang Shuqi showed a happy smile after being taken care of. Huang Meixi looked at Huang Shuqi, then at Lin Feng, and then at Li Zu, secretly shook her head, and finally sighed. By the way, Yui, I'm going to Beijing on business tomorrow. I will probably stay for about 2 days to help me prepare my luggage. Lin Feng said. Li Zu nodded obediently and got up to serve the soup for Lin Feng. Oh, by the way, Shuqi will also go together. Lin Feng added. Li Zu's hands visibly shook, and a few drops of the soup came out. But Li Zu soon recovered, smiling and filling the soup for Lin Feng. But the smile on his face was obviously a little stiff. And after that, Li Zu's words were much less obvious, and his face was a little more worried. Unknowingly, the banquet also became cold, and Lin Zizi was no longer in the mood to fight. He looked at Li Zu and Huang Shuqi, and finally gave Lin Feng a fierce look. Huang Meixi sighed faintly, served a bowl of rice for Li Zu, and ordered dishes. Lin Feng knew why Li Zu was like this, but it was not convenient to say at this time. He planned to explain to Li Zu later. However, when I raised my head, I saw several girls looking at themselves with a grieving expression, and they suddenly felt like they hurriedly finished the meal and left the dining table to watch the news. A few minutes later, several girls left the table one after another, and soon there was the sound of washing dishes in the kitchen. Lin Feng thought for a while and walked into the kitchen. Yui, let me help you. Lin Feng reached out and took a bowl. Forget it, brother Lin. You have to catch the morning flight tomorrow, so rest early. Li Zu shook his head silently, washing the dishes carefully. Li Zu's silent attitude made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Yui, Shuqi went with me because she is my secretary. We are going on business and nothing will happen. Lin Feng explained. At this juncture, taking Huang Shuqi out on a business trip by herself is indeed a bit suspicious of melon fields and plums. But you can take Li Zu with him. It's more troublesome. It is estimated that as soon as he got off the plane, he was surrounded by many reporters, and there must be reporters to follow wherever he went. So Lin Feng didn't even think about doing business. What's more, taking a celebrity to talk about official affairs and talking to some ICBC leaders with official background will undoubtedly make the other party have some nasty misunderstandings. And this kind of misunderstanding would definitely drive Lin Feng crazy. I know. But why is it Shuqi? It's just now, Li Zu whispered. As he said, Li Zu's eyes reddened and tears were about to fall. Lin Feng looked very distressed. Yui, you have to believe in me and in yourself. You have to know no matter where I am only one turn away from you. Lin Feng grabbed Li Zu's shoulders and said loudly, brother Lin. Li Zu's heart swayed. No matter where I was only one turning distance away from you. This sentence wiped out Li Zu's worries just now. The two of them looked at each other, full of affection. Cough. Cough. Lin Ziyui coughed from outside the door. The two separated quickly, and Lin Feng glared at Lin Zizi, and she was always the one to make trouble. However, Lin Ziyui glared back at Lin Feng unwillingly to show weakness, looked at Li Zu, who was blushing, and walked to Li Zu, with a voice that Lin Feng could hear with his ears and said, Zhu, some men speak nicely. But you have to be careful and don't let him fool you. No matter where I am, I'm only one turn away from you. Sometimes when I turn around, it might be another woman. Wisdom. Brother Lin doesn't know how, Lisa argued. Who knows? Men are like this. Lin Zui hummed and left. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. Okay, Brother Lin. Go and rest. I'll prepare some clothes for you later. Lisa pushed Lin Feng out of the kitchen. Seeing that Lisa stopped thinking about it, Lin Feng ordered Huang Shuqi to rest early, then went upstairs to rest. Silent overnight. The next day, Lin Feng got up early at Lisa's call. Looking at the watch, at 5:30 in the morning, counting the time, it happened to catch the plane at 7:45. Brother Lin, I'm ready early. You have 30 minutes to eat breakfast before you catch the plane. In order to prevent Lin Feng from catching the plane hungry, Lisa got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get some food. Looking at the table full of food, Lin Feng frowned. This is too much. Just me and Shuqi eat. You do so much. It's too hard. Lin Feng took Lisa's hand distressedly. Last night, I not only had to prepare my luggage, but also clean the home. I prepared myself early this morning. It would take at least an hour for such a full table. This counted as time, and Lisa didn't sleep much at all. Lisa smiled and shook his head. Big Brother Lin is going to do important things. Naturally, he needs to eat nutritious food. If he becomes hungry and thin, then I am unqualified. Lisa said at the end. His face flushed. The voice became smaller. Oh, what are you doing? Lin Feng raised his brows and said jokingly. Lisa hammered Lin Feng with shame, bowed his head and said nothing. The silence speaks. Big Brother Lin. Good morning, Zhu. Good morning. Huang Shuqi rarely wakes up so early, with sleepy eyes on her face. Shuqi, go wash your face and rinse your mouth, and eat early and go to catch the plane with Brother Lin. Lisa said with a smile. Yep. Not long after, Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi rushed to Hongqiao Airport directly after eating breakfast. The flight from Shanghai to Beijing usually takes 2 hours. Lin Feng took the opportunity to read the newspaper, while Huang Shuqi took out a handheld and had a great time. Lin Feng took a curious look at the probe, GBA Game Boy Advance, produced by Nintendo. He was very happy, but Huang Shuqi also likes to play games. After looking at it, BA's screen is not a light-emitting screen, so the picture is very dim. If the light source is not good, it is difficult to see the game screen clearly, and the requirements for eyesight are too high. Lin Feng remembered that it seemed that it was in 2003 that Nintendo only launched a follow-up improved model, GBASP, which added a front light-emitting screen to solve a major problem encountered by users of the original version of GBA. Okay, Shuqi, GBA has bad eyes, so play less. Lin Feng kindly persuaded. Huang Shuqi rubbed her eyes, put the GBA away, and said with a pouting mouth, this Japanese devil has somehow designed it, so how do you play with such a dark picture? He does not mean that. In Lin Feng's heart, there was an exciting spirit, and he faintly felt that he had found another direction for development. Nintendo's NDSL and Sony's PSP did not come out at this time. It would be very interesting if they launched these two handhelds first and seized the Japanese game market as a Chinese manufacturer. Doesn't Japan always laugh at the Chinese people for not knowing how to make games? If their own game companies dominate the Japanese game market, then see what their faces are. Of course, there are many things involved, and it is not something that can be done just thinking about it. It is still relatively far away for Lin Feng now. Don't worry for the time being, wait for Baidu to be one. Set up your own technology company, and release MP3. Lin Feng flipped through the newspaper. Those reporters were still trustworthy. They gave a relatively large report on the cooperation between Lin Feng and 3721 Technology Co. Limited. Zhonghua yesterday. Of course, the real focus is still on the Asian internet, especially the cloud computing disclosed by Lin Feng is once again attracting everyone's attention. However, without exception, All newspapers expressed their doubts about cloud computing with big question marks. Obviously no one knows what cloud computing is. Even if many reporters invited to the National Academy of Sciences, they could not explain what cloud computing is, and could only vaguely explain literally that it might be an advanced algorithm. Lin Feng smiled at this. I am afraid no one knows what cloud computing is at this time. The so-called cloud computing only began to be mentioned in 2008 and is familiar to others. But there is a prerequisite. BT technology has been integrated into all walks of life at that time. But now, BT technology is still in the hands of Lin Feng. Without the backing of BT technology, major IT companies would never think of developing cloud computing. Although this BT technology is the same as the BT download software used by ordinary netizens, it is not a concept. The BT download software used by netizens is just a download function that applies BT technology. The BT technology used in cloud computing is a new technology derived and expanded to cover all walks of life. Perhaps the future world is really in my hands. For the first time, Lin Feng has such strong self-confidence. Chapter 184 Easy Purchase Card? The cooperation between Lin Feng and Zhu Hongwei, chairman of 3721 Technology Co., Limited, has not aroused many people's attention in the domestic IT industry, which has been tossed by Lin Feng's Asian Internet project, but people who are interested still saw this news. IDG's Xung Xioj has been following Lin Feng since Lin Feng bought 4% of Baidu shares from him. Later, Lin Feng proposed Asian Internet computing, which shocked Xung Xioj. This concept was not first proposed by Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was undoubtedly the first to do it. The most critical one is the cost issue. If the cost is not taken into account, any country with a certain network technology can achieve it. Later, Lin Feng revealed the novel word cloud computing, which made Xung Xioj more interested. However, like everyone else, he was confused about this cloud computing and could only wait for Lin Feng to uncover the suspense. Finally, I learned that Lin Feng and Zhu Hongwei of 3721 Technology Co., Limited reached a financing agreement, invested 5 million yuan, and obtained 20% of 3721 shares. This made Xung Xioj not a brain, and I don't know what Lin Feng wanted to do. He just bought shares in Baidu and bought 3721 shares. What does he want to do? Unify the domestic search engine market? Lin Feng's actions made Xung Xioj even more curious. Just as confused as Xung Xioj is Zhang Fan of Difengji Venture Capital Fund. After seeing Lin Feng's acquisition of 3721, the most sensitive person is undoubtedly Zhang Fan. He opened his mouth and sold 24.78% of Baidu's shares for 300 million yuan. After scaring off Lin Feng, he kept watching Baidu's development and Lin Feng's actions. After Baidu had Lin Feng's 70 million yuan infusion of funds, Robin Li began to formally enter the search portal market with the backing of abundant funds, and the prospects are quite bright. But Lin Feng's sudden acquisition of 20% of the shares of 3721 Technology Co., Limited made all this change. Zhang Fan also knows very well about 3721. Zhu Hongwei had also sought financing from Difengji before, but Zhang Fan believed that under the current situation, the profit return from investing in 3721 was not large, so he refused. But what is the significance of Lin Feng's high-profile financing now? Is he so optimistic about the 3721 prospects? If you change to personal financing 3721, Zhang Fanjun will not be so troubled. But Lin Feng, who has created the myth of China's IT industry in a year, has just launched the Asian Internet project, which makes Zhang Fan have to be cautious. But no matter how he studied, he couldn't figure out what Lin Feng's intention was. Was it to retaliate against the lion who opened his mouth and forcibly pushed 3721? Or 3721 really has such great potential? Zhang Fan didn't understand. so he could only choose to continue to observe. Bias Robin Lee was also puzzled by Lin Feng's actions, but the 70 million yuan in his company account was real money. Robin Lee, who didn't understand Lin Feng's intentions, simply stopped thinking about it and concentrated on developing his own brand new search engine. At about 10 in the morning, Lin Feng arrived in Beijing. After booking a box at the Beijing hotel, Lin Feng rushed to the investment department of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters and met Director Geng. Director Geng, hello, thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to see me. Lin Feng said politely, ha ha, Lin Dong, you are a young talent, which makes people enviable and jealous. Director Geng is more than 40 years old, with a red face and a magnificent face, but with a typical corrupt belly. After Lin Feng shook hands with Director Geng, they sat down separately. Director Geng, I wonder if you have read my B2B online payment alliance plan? Lin Feng said carefully. Talking to these people with official backgrounds, especially now that I am asking for others, I have to use words carefully. Well, I've seen it, Lin Dong. I think your plan is feasible, and it can be described as mutually beneficial. I will introduce you to meet President Jiang, and you will talk with him. As long as he nods at the end, it will be passed. Director Geng said. The tone and demeanor are quite high and superior, but in the face of the ability to expand ICBC's business, I am doing my best. After all, there is a word business in ICBC. Although the official background is still strong, it is inevitable that it is more commercialized and pragmatic than other banks. After sitting for a few minutes, Director Geng received a call and took Lin Feng to see President Jiang of the ICBC head office. Although President Jiang is now the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, he is relatively young, less than 50 years old, with black hair and piercing eyes. But one thing that surprised Lin Feng was that he did not have any government officials. Some corrupt stomachs are thinner and very capable. Dong Lin, sit down. President Jiang got up to greet Lin Feng. After greeting, he motioned to Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi to sit down, holding the cooperation plan that Lin Feng had faxed over by himself, and groaning for a while. Lin Feng did not speak, waiting for President Jiang to reply. After a while, President Jiang raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. After taking a closer look, he asked, Dong Lin, what do you think of the future prospects of e-commerce? I believe that the future must be the era of online shopping. Many people, especially the generation of my age, will gradually adapt, get used to, and even rely on online shopping. With the click of a mouse, the arrival of goods at home is a portrayal of future life. Lin Feng vowed to say. President Jiang nodded secretly. Then Dong Lin, what do you think about online fraud and online crime? Also, how are you going to protect the interests of your Dingdong.com members? President Jiang has several questions that point to the key to online shopping today. After Lin Feng pondered for a while, he said slowly, President Jiang, I use Gelong's famous saying, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. In the same way, as long as there are benefits, there will be fraud and crime. This is due to human nature and cannot be avoided, let alone eradicated. Lin Feng said. President Jiang agreed that fraud and crime have never been eliminated since the existence of mankind, and even no matter how heavy the criminal law is, some people will be willing to take risks. In my opinion, in order to protect the interests of Dingdong.com members, in addition to strictly reviewing registered user information, it is also to severely crack down on businesses that take fraud or shoddy. As early as the establishment of Dingdong.com, I said the establishment of a credit evaluation system is also a very advantageous measure to avoid fraud and protect the interests of members. Lin Feng said. President Jiang asked Lin Feng a series of related questions. When the clock was pointing to 12 o'clock, President Jiang got up. Dong Lin, to be honest, I am very interested in and optimistic about this B2B online payment cooperation alliance. But at first I did not want to cooperate with you, because you are too young, for the benefit of ICBC, and bank users. I have to be cautious about the interests of the company. But now I am relieved. Although Lin Dong is extremely young, he is very organized and far-sighted. This also makes me extremely relieved. Lin Dong, happy cooperation. President Jiang smiled, stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation, and thank President Jiang for your support. Lin Feng also expressed the joy of victory. Ha, Tong Xi. I think this should be a mutual win. President Jiang smiled. President Jiang, who has no corrupt stomach, is indeed different from other officials in his style. He acted vigorously and immediately signed a contract with Lin Feng. It is stipulated in the contract that ICBC will launch a new Ego card in major cities and county-level places across the country. As long as there are ICBC branches, all applicants can get an electronic password card for free, and at the same time full support for online payment on dingdang.com. This agreement has also allowed dingdang.com's shopping models to no longer be limited to post office remittances and other aspects, which makes it more convenient and faster for many Dingdang buyers to shop. At the same time, in order to combat online fraud, crimes, etc., Lin Feng cooperated with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. An ID card can only register one member, and can only open one Ego card, and will conduct a credit evaluation on it, which will affect in the future. The user will obtain loans from ICBC. At the same time, according to the consumption situation of Ego card users, credit services will be opened in the future with discretion and reservations. President Jiang, I booked a seat at the Beijing hotel, and please show your face. Lin Feng was in a very good mood after reaching an agreement. Ha, Lin Dong, I appreciate your kindness. But I am the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and I am the bank president. This is not good for eating and drinking, and I still have work to be busy in the afternoon. Next time Lin Dong come to Beijing, I invite you to dinner. President Jiang waved his hand and refused with a smile. Seeing President Jiang repeatedly pushed back, Lin Feng knew that President Jiang had decided, so he stopped persuading him. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took a document from Huang Shuqi. President Jiang, I have one more thing to trouble you. This is my loan application for the Second World. Lin Feng said sincerely. Loan? President Jiang was taken aback. He knew that Lin Feng had only obtained Li Zikai's 4 billion financing, but now he is one of the few billionaires in China. How could he be short of money? Suspiciously, he accepted the loan application form from Lin Feng, flipped through it, and suddenly understood. In this way, Lin Dong, I will process this loan application as soon as possible. You will be playing in Beijing now, and I will reply to you within 3 days at the latest. Regarding Lin Feng's loan application, President Jiang is not worried about Lin Feng's ability to repay. However, the proposed 3-day buffer time is also a procedure, and it is necessary to carefully study the purpose of the loan in the loan application of Lin Feng. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China wants to become the most profitable bank in the country. This is President Jiang's belief, so he will never let go of the opportunity to make money. Then thank President Jiang. Lin Feng said goodbye and left. Ha, Lin Dong, how are the talks? Did President Jiang agree? What made Lin Feng unexpected was that Director Geng was still waiting outside, and when Lin Feng came out, he greeted him, but when people came, his eyes were from Huang Shuqi. Swept over. Lin Feng raised the contract and smiled to indicate that it had been completed. Director Geng was slightly surprised, but returned to normal in an instant. Then congratulations to Lin Dong. In this way, I will be the host to congratulate Lin Dong. As he said, Director Geng took out the phone. Director Geng, I have booked a box at the Beijing hotel. How dare you take your time? Please show your face. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped Director Geng. Director Geng laughed and took the call back quickly. Obviously, the move just now was just a gesture. Please. A group of people each drove to the Beijing hotel. Brother Lin, I hate that surname Geng. Who is squinting? Huang Shuqi said angrily in the car. Director Geng glanced over Huang Shuqi's body just now, and Huang Shuqi had goosebumps all over his body and felt sick. Lin Feng also noticed that Director Geng wasn't very decent in his style, so he made up his mind that he would not let Huang Shuqi show up after the meal was over. Now that I have a relationship with President Jiang, I no longer need Director Geng to pave the way. As for whether he is happy, Lin Feng is not happy yet. The big deal is changing the bank. What's more, based on Lin Feng's observation of President Jiang just now, President Jiang is not the kind of villain who does not distinguish between public and private and seeks power for personal gain. He is quite upright. After thinking, Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi arrived at the Beijing Hotel. Chapter 185 Director Geng's Embarrassment. Sorry, today is Sunday, family cleaning day. Today is only one chapter. Thank you for your support. The popularity of Beijing Hotel is beyond doubt in Beijing. Countless dignitaries love to come here for dinner. Over time, it has become a trend to come to Beijing Hotel for dinner. Ha ha, brother Lin, Dong Lin, it's not too rude for me to call you like that. Director Geng arrived in the box, and the whole person seemed to have changed, full of enthusiasm, and even a little unruly. Of course, it is my honor. How could Lin Feng refuse, no matter from the other party's current status or age? This phrase brother is certainly called Brother Lin. I didn't expect you to get the contract so soon. It seems President Jiang is very important to you. I have never seen President Jiang sign a contract so quickly. Director Geng said admiringly. Where? Lin Feng didn't explain either. Director Geng seemed full of fat, but he was extremely cunning. This seemingly casual boast was actually knocking on the side to see if there were some unknown secrets between Lin Feng and President Jiang. Of course Lin Feng would not tell the truth as he wished. What's more, Lin Feng didn't know why President Jiang signed the contract so readily. Director Geng touched a soft nail and asked roundaboutly. Seeing that Lin Feng's mouth was speechless, he secretly scolded the little fox and picked up the menu. Dong Lin, the yellow braised shark fin here, Buddha jumps over the wall, and shark fin rice with rice are all good. You can try it. Director Geng ordered a few dishes casually. Director Geng, you are the protagonist today, so you can be the master. Lin Feng Gong Qian said. I'm tired of eating here. Cabbage tofu is fine, brother Lin. You can order whatever you want. I just represent our ICBC to cooperate with you and celebrate for you. Director Geng handed the menu to Lin Feng, said that he was extremely courteous, but his tone and demeanor were extremely arrogant. Lin Feng was secretly upset, but Director Geng, as the director of the investment department of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, usually flattered the crowds who flattered him. This kind of arrogant attitude is normal. But he said that cabbage tofu is alright. Lin Feng didn't really dare to order cabbage tofu. I'm afraid it won't be done. Director Geng just left with an excuse. Lin Feng looked at the menu and ordered the yellow braised shark's fin, Buddha jumped over the wall, and shark fin rice, which Director Geng said just now, plus a few other delicate stir-fries. A rough calculation is 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, plus a bottle of 10. It's a lot of money for this meal to make motai. Of course, Lin Feng didn't expect Director Geng to get anything in return for this meal, only to build a good relationship. Don't ask for something in return, but don't hold back. After drinking 3 rounds, Director Geng became more enthusiastic. Brother Lin, who is this beautiful little sister? Director Geng turned to Huang Shuqi. But that look is really disgusting. With a squinted expression, he couldn't wait to strip Huang Shuqi naked. This is my secretary Huang Shuqi, a talented girl from Peking University, and also my childhood sweetheart's neighbor. Lin Feng briefly introduced, but it showed that the two were connected and cut off Director Geng's thoughts. Childhood sweetheart? Director Geng sneered several times in his heart, and didn't care about this title. It doesn't matter whether you are a husband or a wife, let alone childhood sweethearts. I don't think my little sister is from Peking University, too. I am also from Peking University. It's a coincidence. Come, make a drink for Peking University. Director Geng handed the glass to Huang Shuqi. Huang Shuqi frowned. She never drinks, and the Moutai degree is high. If this cup goes down, Huang Shuqi will lose her attitude on the spot. Director Geng, Shuqi doesn't know how to drink. Let me accompany you. Lin Feng took the glass and drank it. Director Geng frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. He was willing to give Lin Feng face and come to eat today, but he didn't come to him. Indeed, Lin Feng is now a master in the domestic IT industry. He first financed with Li Zikai to become the youngest billionaire in the country, and then launched the so-called Asian Internet Project. Now he is discussing the B2B online payment service alliance with ICBC. But everything is fine. Can't get rid of Lin Feng's background as a nouveau riche. Director Geng still doesn't see this kind of person without background. At least in the case of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China with official background, as Director Geng of the investment department, who controls the flow of billions of funds, Lin Feng is not so qualified. The reason why Director Geng came today is that he wanted to understand why President Jiang signed an alliance contract with Lin Feng so quickly to jointly promote this B2B online payments service. He didn't understand why President Jiang valued Lin Feng so much. This is what he wants to understand. The second point, he came to Huang Shuqi. Director Geng is neither greedy for money nor overpowering. He has only two hobbies in his life: food and women. In terms of food, one or two can be learned from his fat belly. In terms of women, Director Geng loves Lilai the most. Usually too many mature, sexy and coquettish women come to the door automatically. He is tired, and his taste has become spoiled in the past 2 years. Today I saw Huang Shuqi with an innocent face. It wasn't that the idiot got on the tram full of beauties. How could he control it? Especially Director Geng, who has been in the Liu field for a long time, can tell at a glance that Huang Shuqi is still a virgin, which makes Director Geng even more eager. Bell. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Sorry, Director Geng, I will answer the call. Lin Feng got up apologetically. It's okay, it's okay. It happened that I was chatting with the school girl. Director Geng waved and said. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Shuqi, then at Director Geng, who had a look on his face, and asked Huang Shuqi in his eyes. Huang Shuqi pouted and looked at the disgusting Director Geng, thought about it, shook her head, and signaled that it was all right. Lin Feng thought about it. He just went out to answer the phone. Nothing would happen. When Lin Feng was out, Director Geng patted his stomach and sat down beside Huang Shuqi. Little sister, tell me, how did you go at school? Did anyone bully you? If you have, tell your Uncle Geng. Uncle Geng will stand up for you. With that, the almost shameless general of Director Geng, those evil claws, grabbed Huang Shuqi's Qianqianiu hand. No. It's okay. Huang Shuqi looked disgusted, but she was not a clumsy girl who didn't know anything. She knew that this person could not be offended now. For the sake of Lin Feng, Huang Shuqi endured disgust and said softly, Geng director, the school classmates treated me very well. No one bullied me. Thank you for your concern. With that, Huang Shuqi withdrew his hand without a trace. Ha ha, then tell me, what department do you have? Director Geng just has nothing to ask for. He's all the secretary, so he still asks which department. But as he said, Director Geng's claws were waiting to be stretched out again. Director Geng, I'll pour wine for you. Huang Shuqi was able to go to Peking University, and naturally IQ was not low, so she quickly got up and Director Geng poured her wine. Director Geng's expression turned bad. Little sister, where are you going to work in the future? Are you interested in coming to Industrial and Commercial Bank of China? For the sake of our alumni, I think you will definitely be admitted. At that time, I will arrange a good position for you. Director Geng, he is also a veteran on the battlefield and has used his housekeeping skills. This trick fascinates how many innocent girls, or sexy mature women who are eager to find a job. Let them undress automatically. You know, whether it is Peking University or Tsinghua University, it is the same when you leave school. It's hard to find a job now. And ICBC is the nation's largest bank by total assets. It is an iron job to find a good job in ICBC, which is far better than going to any company. However, Director Geng was surprised that this trick that had been tried repeatedly in the past failed today. Thank you. Director Geng, I'm just a freshman, and it's still early to find a job. And I can work in Xiaofeng's company. Huang Shuqi refused without hesitation. Director Geng was unhappy when Huang Shuqi rejected it like this. Hearing the brother Xiaofeng in Huang Shuqi's mouth made Director Geng a little bit angry. Especially, in the past, although those innocent girls or sexy mature women have finally refused, but no one has resisted eating tofu like this. Director Geng felt even more angry in this little girl's film today, but she didn't even let her touch her hands. Little sister, obviously, you still don't know the benefits of working at ICBC. You know, I am the director of the investment department of the head office. Before Director Geng finished speaking, Lin Feng finished the call and came in. At a glance, I saw Director Geng's enthusiastic claws grasping in Huang Shuqi's hands. My heart is mad on the spot. Director Geng, I'm sorry, I have something to do. I have to take a step ahead. I have already taken the bill here. Next time I will invite you to dinner, and I will pay you. Director grabbed Huang Shuqi's hand and left. Director Geng pointed to Lin Feng's leaving back, and was speechless for a long time. Since he became the director of the investment department, when has he been treated like this? Damn, Lin, you have a kind. Let's wait and see. Director Geng drank the wine in one gulp, but he also knew that this was just an angry talk. Now President Jiang, for some reason, values Lin Feng so much, and the contract has been signed. He has no excuses for rectifying Lin Feng. After all, they are just banks, not state administrative agencies, unless Lin Feng asks him for a loan. Uncle Geng. A young man suddenly walked into the box and exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 186 chapters. Director Geng holds a wave of evil fire in his heart. Thinking about who he is, the director of the investment department of ICBC's head office. He has always been the only one to leave behind and leave his back to others to admire. Who would have thought that today, Lin Feng hangs aside, leaving a distant back? It made Director Geng feel more aggrieved in his heart. Especially, beside Lin Feng, there is also Huang Shuqi who exudes youthful aura, pure as a white lotus flower, which makes Director Geng's evil spirit even more unable to vent. Uncle Geng. Who? Director Geng yelled back impatiently when someone called himself, but he was surprised when he saw the person who came. Young Master Chen. Director Geng was taken aback for a while. His complexion eased, he squeezed out a smile, and stood up to greet him. Hee, Uncle Geng, what's the matter? Who caused you to be so grandiose? The young man called Chen Chen was called Chen Chen. It's okay, it's just a kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth. Don't mention it. Director Geng no longer resented Lin Feng, and at this time he had no face to tell the fact that he was left alone. It was too embarrassing to spread. Chen Chen naturally saw Lin Feng walking out of here just now. Director Geng looked bad. And it must be Lin Feng that offended him. However, seeing that Director Geng was reluctant to mention it, he would not take the initiative to expose Director Geng's scar. Although, he came in at this moment to find out why Lin Feng appeared here. By the way, young Master Chen, I have something to do this afternoon, so I will leave first. Say hello to Diazon Ling Tang for me. Director Geng was really in no mood to chat with Chen Chen here, and got up and left. Chen Chen watched Director Geng leave playfully, and spit in disdain. After he walked away, he snapped his fingers. Master, what's your order? A man who looked like a housekeeper came in. Let's find out why Lin Feng came to Beijing. Also, about what he said about cloud computing. What did our people find out? Chen Chen asked in a low voice. Back to the young master. Our people have already approached the core of cloud computing 2 days ago, but yesterday Lin Feng suddenly strengthened the confidentiality measures, and our people could not get close. We are working hard. The butler replied respectfully. Well, okay, go to find out the purpose of Lin Feng's coming to Beijing. Chen Chen nodded and said, Yes, master. The butler withdrew silently. Lin Feng, the second world, cloud computing. Chen Chen secretly calculated how to open this gap. If he doesn't make a move anymore, I'm afraid the old guys in the organization will make a move. The prophet of the second world has attracted the attention of many people in the organization. In particular, the Asian Internet project launched by Lin Feng this time is even more shocking, and this so-called cloud computing is like a gold mine. The eyes of everyone in the organization. Originally, his plan was implemented silently and was about to succeed. As soon as the second world went public, he would be able to annex the second world through forced purchases. It's a pity that at the critical moment, someone from the Li family made a move, which made him fall short. Now that Lin Feng holds a huge amount of 4 billion yuan, it is too difficult to pass normal means. Even if the second world is now listed, Lin Feng himself does not need to exchange shares to obtain funds. He wants to buy. Lin Feng also has sufficient funds to fight. Chen Chen took a mouthful of Mao Tai, looked at his watch, and left. In the sun, a Rolex with a faint blue light in his hand, with a golden G23 on it. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't know that he had been missed, and he was walking on the streets of Beijing with a look of bad luck at the moment. Thinking of Director Geng's old satyr's magic hand grabbing Huang Shuqi's jade hand, Lin Feng was angry and very angry. I have always been holding this pair of catkins by myself, but now it is desecrated by the old satyr, which is really hateful. Big brother Lin, are you angry? Huang Shuqi saw Lin Feng's expression on his face was so bad that he didn't dare to speak, and followed silently. But seeing Lin Feng burying his head and walking straight forward, he seemed to be aimless and asked worriedly. Lin Feng answered vaguely. Huang Shuqi moved her big shui ling eyes, looked at Lin Feng carefully, and her heart jumped. Is it for that Director Geng? Huang Shuqi clenched her right hand, her heart beating up and down, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng replied perfunctorily again. But this simple voice made Huang Shuqi happy. Since Lin Feng admitted that he likes Lizu, Huang Shuqi feels that life has never been fun. Although she said that she shouldn't have other people's Lin Feng in her heart, but that was just self-deception. Every day when I see Lin Feng and Lizu, she still feels worried, but she doesn't want to show it. She is also a beautiful girl, and she also has her own self-esteem. She doesn't want to be looked down upon. On the way today, Lin Feng was angry because Director Geng ate his own tofu, which showed that Lin Feng still had her in his heart. Huang Shuqi was naturally very excited to understand this. As for whether this has any practical significance, Huang Shuqi doesn't care at the moment. At least Lin Feng has her in his heart, and perhaps she will be able to snatch her brother Xiaofeng back in the future. Shuqi, what makes you so happy? By the way, that old pervert, next time, you should pay attention and stay away. He has to dare to stubbornly treat you again. Tell me, I will fix him. Lin Feng saw Huang Shuqi suddenly laughed, his face opened, frowned, and said, hee hee, it's okay, brother Xiaofeng, anyway, I'll just stay away next time. Huang Shuqi gently shook Lin Feng's hand and said indifferently. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but made sure he would never let Huang Shuqi meet the old pervert again. Well, by the way, come to Beijing, let me take you to listen to the crosstalk. Lin Feng thought that he hadn't listened to Godigang's crosstalk for a long time, and now he was extremely depressed, so he suggested crosstalk. Huang Shuqi was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while, expecting to say, is it Godigang? Tickets for Dian Club are so hard to buy. Basically they are only available for reservation a week in advance. Don't worry, I'll go, there must be a ticket. Lin Feng guessed that Huang Shuqi might not know the relationship between Godigang and himself, and he didn't pick it out, so he would give Huang Shuqi a surprise when that happened. Really? But usually when the tickets are ready, Godigang does not appear. If he does not appear, then it would be boring to go. Huang Shuqi said helplessly. She has been in Beijing for a year, and since Godigang became famous, she also wanted to come to the scene to listen to Godigang's crosstalk, but the tickets were too difficult to buy and not cheap. If you can buy it, Godigang usually doesn't play. Ha ha, let's go. Lin Feng pulled Huang Shuqi into the taxi directly. In the car, Lin Feng made a phone call and smiled mysteriously at Huang Shuqi, provoking Huang Shuqi to be suspicious for a long time. but Lin Feng didn't say anything. The angry Huang Shuqi's teeth are itchy. If it weren't for being in a taxi, I'm afraid Huang Shuqi would have to show off his childhood skills. When he was a child, Lin Feng was particularly ticklish. Huang Shuqi liked to breathe in Lin Feng's ear, itching Lin Feng. But now that Lin Feng has grown up, he is naturally less ticklish. Breathe in the ear again, I'm afraid. After getting off the bus, Lin Feng took Huang Shuqi straight to the club. Just after entering the door, when Huang Shuqi was about to ask if there were any tickets left, a staff member had already walked over. Donglin, please, our president is already waiting for you. The staff's diligence made Huang Shuqi a daze. When she and her classmates came before, these staff were polite, but they were just to deal with it, not like they are now. The respect exuded from my heart. Thank you, I can't help you lead the way. Seeing Huang Shuqi's surprise, Lin Feng snickered in his heart, but said nothing on the surface. Not long after, the staff led Lin Feng into the box on the second floor. The moment he opened the door, Huang Shuqi exclaimed, Donglin, you are here, welcome, welcome. What made Huang Shuqi exclaim was Godigang, who greeted Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Seeing the crosstalk actor whom I have always liked suddenly stood in front of me and greeted my Xiaofeng brother affectionately, which made Huang Shuqi so incredible, she was stunned. Hey, Lin Dong, it seems that the beauty around you, like my Miss Prejudice, loves to look at people like this. Godigang joked when he saw Huang Shuqi with a look of surprise. Ha ha, teacher Go, this is me. Lin Feng really didn't know how to introduce Huang Shuqi for a while. He said that he was a secretary, and he was a bit talented. While hesitating, Godigang cleared the siege. Understand, a very close female sex friend. Godigang's words made Lin Feng dumbfounded. Mr. Go, my friend likes listening to your crosstalk, so today I brought her to join us. Lin Feng said. Hee, just right, I have a performance today, otherwise I will go out one day later. After Godigang finished speaking, he shook hands politely with Huang Shuqi, who was still sluggish, and left. Brother Xiaofeng, was it Godigang who shook my hand just now? Huang Shuqi couldn't believe it. Ha ha, of course it is, but you shouldn't be so surprised. Lin Feng said jokingly. It's the first time people have seen an idol. Huang Shuqi also felt a little ashamed. He was too rude just now. But seeing Lin Feng's teasing expression, Huang Shuqi suddenly understood that Lin Feng and Godigang must have known each other a long time ago. Brother Xiaofeng, playing tricks. Huang Shuqi was reluctant, chasing Lin Feng, wanting to breathe. How could Lin Feng dare to make Huang Shuqi go crazy? This is death. In desperation, Lin Feng pulled Huang Shuqi to sit down. Okay, the performance begins, and if you make trouble, you will miss Godigang's crosstalk. Huang Shuqi had to sit down obediently. Not long after the performance began, Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi returned to the hotel after laughing happily for an afternoon. Shuqi, you go to sleep first. After saying goodbye to Huang Shuqi, Lin Feng opened his notebook. He still has things to do. He can't wait for President Jiang to call in Beijing. Time is like an arrow. These 3 days can't be wasted in vain. Looking at the 2 search engine windows that appeared on the computer screen, Lin Feng hesitated who he should choose to deal a heavy blow to Jiang Fan, the president of DFJ Venture Capital Fund. Although the news of his own financing of 3,721 before, I believe it has reached Jiang Fan's ears, but the experienced Jiang Fan will be curious. But he will definitely not shake the prospects of his opponent Zhong Baidu shares. He will definitely stay on the sidelines and continue to wait and see. It's time to sap him again. Yahoo or Google? Lin Feng must look for a cooperation partner, so that Jiang Fan mistakenly thought that he really give up on Baidu. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng chose Yahoo, and immediately called Zheng Ming, the president of Yahoo China. Zheng Ming was quite surprised when he received Lin Feng's call. However, he knew Lin Feng very well. What he did was the search engine business, and it was really difficult to have never heard of Lin Feng's name. Zeng, are you free tomorrow? I have some business cooperation plans that I want to discuss with you. Lin Feng asked enthusiastically. Zeng Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what Lin Feng had planned to find himself, but he agreed to come down, looked at the schedule, and decided to meet in the afternoon. After making the phone call, Lin Feng thought for a while, then called Director Li of the Public Relations Department of the Second World. With the intensive internal testing of Audition, the Second World propaganda about Audition has begun to fully start, but now the target is still internet cafes, schools and other places, and the internet relies on Legend and Audition. Popularity of Plants vs. Zombies. But that's not enough. Lin Feng wants to attract more people to play this game. Minister Li, in terms of publicity, besides internet cafes, schools and other places, you must not forget two important locations: the waiting station of the subway and the elevator room of the office building. These two locations are also prime advertising areas. When waiting for the bus or taking the elevator, I would be extremely boring, and I would usually look around. If there is a beautiful advertising poster there at this time, Lin Feng believes that it will definitely make people impressed. When Minister Li heard this, he patted his forehead heavily, and after repeated apologies, hung up the phone without taking a break. He hurried to urge his staff to print posters quickly, and they must be the most beautiful. Of course, the most attractive thing on the poster is the three spokespersons signed by the Second World: Li Zhu, Lin Zhu, and Huang Meixi. The three of them dressed in hot hip-hop costumes, put on dance steps that made people almost unavoidable to dance. Coupled with today's popularity, this is the best poster. After the phone call, Lin Feng thought about it and nothing else, so he fell asleep. Naturally, Minister Li started to be busy all night. The posters of the three spokespersons have already been taken, but now that posters are to be posted in subway waiting stations and elevators, you must choose carefully. Depending on the advertising crowd, the posters should be adjusted accordingly. I'm afraid this night, Minister Li couldn't sleep all night. But this is the difference between a boss and an employee. The next day, the ICBC conference room. Everyone, look at the documents in your hands. This is the loan application report submitted by Director Lin of the Second World to ICBC. Do you have any comments? President Jiang held a meeting early in the morning to discuss Lin Feng's loan application. In fact, after an overnight study last night, President Jiang had completely agreed to Lin Feng's loan application in his heart. Moreover, he thinks that Lin Feng's loan is still a bit small, only 300 million yuan, and he can't wait for Lin Feng to borrow 3 billion yuan. Lin Feng's loan plan details the purpose of the loan, the profit generation and the repayment time, which can be said to be extremely detailed. President Jiang believes that Lin Feng's plan will be successful. The loan to Lin Feng will surely bring profits to ICBC. Therefore, today's meeting is just a cutscene. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 187, A Lone Palm is difficult to sing. President Jiang sat in his seat, silently waiting for everyone to read Lin Feng's loan application. After everyone had seen it, and without waiting for everyone to speak, President Jiang said in advance, "Everyone, I have seen this plan. It is very detailed and realistic. It is not like the random fabrications of some domestic companies, which are purely trying to empty the white wolf. And with the financial statements of the Second World in the past year, I believe this will be the most successful loan for ICBC this year." President Jiang said these words fairly well. Putting forward his own opinions before everyone expresses their opinions is actually implying everyone, I have agreed, and you don't want to add any more confusion. President Jiang said so out of helplessness. Although the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China has been listed and operated in a market-oriented manner, No matter how it operates in a market-oriented manner, it is ultimately a state-owned asset with an official background. Many high-level officials in the bank are directly transferred from above. These people are bureaucratic. Lin Feng went directly to himself for the loan this time, and did not manage all the way. It can be said that he violated the unspoken rules. If you don't stop these people in advance, I'm afraid this plan will be dragged on by them for a long time. At the bank, it is normal for a loan to last a year, 3 years and 5 years, not without it. No benefit, no rebate. Okay, we will drag you to death. President Jiang is well aware of some of the tricks of the people present, many outstanding domestic enterprises, and this is how the project of tomorrow has been dragged across. He is extremely optimistic about Lin Feng's second world, so he can help if he can. What's more, banks can also benefit in this matter. After all, loans are not for nothing. The interest rate is here. Sure enough, when President Jiang came out, everyone who originally complained about Lin Feng also lost their voices. Although Lin Feng did not follow the rules, many of them did not receive the slightest benefit, even if they even had the lowest meal, fell a bit, and did not give a red envelope. But now that President Jiang has made such a clear statement, they will naturally not touch him. After all, there are tens of thousands of loan applications a year, and 1 or 2 red envelopes are not a big deal. President Jiang smiled slightly and nodded to himself. But at this time, there was a sudden ramification, and one person shouted objection. Bank Chang Jiang glanced, frowning. President Jiang, I object. It was Director Geng of the investment department who stood up. President Jiang frowned. This Director Geng was also the person who was transferred from the top, and he also went to the countryside with him. It can be said that it was a common adversity. The two of them have always been happy to cooperate. Unexpectedly, he spoke against him today. President Jiang, I don't think everyone present at the scene knows one thing. That is, Lin Feng just signed a financing agreement with Li Zikai not long ago. Director Geng looked at the people around him, seeing everyone in a daze. He screamed in his heart. It doesn't matter if you are greedy or greedy, but you must be able to achieve results. In this way, Director Geng also despises these people and secretly contempts. But he went on to say, who is Li Zikai? Everyone may not know, but his father, I think everyone must know who it is. His father is Li Kashing, the richest man in China. Everyone exclaimed. Many of the people present here have been tuned from above. Although they are not talents in the financial industry and rarely care about the news in this regard, these people have heard of Li Kashing's name, and they have heard of it. The relationship between Li Kashing and Beijing is unusual. Zhang Ziqiang was arrested on the mainland and the mainland prevented him from returning to Hong Kong for trial. It is said that it was because of Li Kashing and Beijing. In this financing plan, Li Zikai and Lin Feng's plan is to acquire 20% of Lin Feng's second world shares for 4 billion yuan. Everyone, think about it, 4 billion yuan. And Lin Feng will come to our bank after 4 billion yuan. The loan amounted to 300 million yuan. Isn't this a problem? Director Geng finished speaking and sat back in his seat. For the rest, he doesn't need to say anything else. Naturally someone will come forward. Yes, President Jiang, I think there is a problem with Lin Feng's loan application. We should review it carefully to prevent the serious loss of state-owned assets. As Director Geng expected, with him charging forward, the organ guns behind him continued up. Originally, Lin Feng belonged to the overregulated loan. These blood-sucking worms were not fed enough. Lin Feng wanted to take the 300 million loan, which was too easy. Just now everyone didn't want to have a conflict with President Jiang, but with Director Geng's initial shot and the temptation of 4 billion, how could these people not jump out? Yes, President Jiang, we have to postpone this plan. I'm afraid this Lin Feng is playing the empty glove white wolf game, taking the country's money to squander. One person gritted his teeth, as if Lin Feng was heinous. Everyone, one sentence for me. What Lin Feng described as a giant gold sucker, is trying to steal state assets, And these people who are full of corruption are defenders of state assets. President Jiang sneered coldly. The words of these people were really ironic, and the culprit responsible for the loss of state-owned assets might be the culprit in the audience. But everyone is against it. Although he is the president and has a veto power, he does not dare to use this power lightly. These people have large or small forces behind them, and if they want to go their own way, something goes wrong in the end. At that time, these people will report to the top casually. With all the money, their position as bank president may end when the term of office is over. President Jiang finally reluctantly announced that the meeting was adjourned, and after seeing the people who seemed to have won the battle, they left, leaving Director Geng alone. Director Geng caused the turmoil this time, and the problem lies with him. Director Geng, let me tell you, there are no outsiders here. Is that Lin Feng's young and energetic and offended you by saying the wrong thing? President Jiang knows that Director Geng is a man. Director Geng is not like those people just now. He has real talents and learns. He doesn't believe that Director Geng will fail to see the feasibility of Lin Feng's plan. But now that Director Geng is so opposed, there is only one possibility. Lin Feng offended him. With Director Geng's character that JV must repay, it makes sense to oppose such strong opposition regardless of the bank's interests. Director Geng also did not deny that the two of them knew the basics and knew that their careful thoughts would definitely not be able to conceal President Jiang. Yes, that Lin Feng is too arrogant and doesn't put me in the eye. I think he should be taught what it means to respect seniors. Director Geng would naturally not say that it was because he wanted to eat tofu from his childhood sweetheart. Feng found that he flung his sleeves away, making him unable to get off the stage. Director Geng couldn't say this, no matter how thick-skinned he was. He couldn't say this. Director Geng explained that President Jiang was half-pay leaving, but Lin Feng's loan had to be settled as soon as possible. Although Lin Feng said that he has 4 billion, it is his personal loan. This time it is a loan in the name of a second-world company. The two should not be confused. Director Geng, he is young and vigorous, and there are so many offenses in his words. Why should you care about him? Afternoon, we will have 2 cups, and I will pay you on his behalf. Old Geng, the overall situation is important. Jiang Xingcheng spoke earnestly. Director Geng furrowed his brows twice, and was very disdainful of President Jiang's overall situation in his heart. A mere 300 million yuan loan is just a small wave of impact on the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. On the contrary, thinking of Huang Shuqi's pure and kind eyes and the carcass with a youthful breath, Director Geng felt like a burning heart. Old Geng. Governor Jiang observed his words and expressions, and naturally saw that Director Geng hadn't listened. Okay, Old Jiang, I would like to ask, what is your relationship with Lin Feng, so you maintain him everywhere? Normally the loan takes at least a week to go through procedures, but you have to give him approval the next day, which is too much. It's abnormal. Director Geng asked President Jiang in turn. He was extremely surprised by President Jiang's unusual behavior, and doubted whether there was any connection between the two of them. If Lin Feng really has anything to do with President Jiang, he will be fine. Anyway, there are many beautiful girls. It's just that virgins are hard to find, but because of this, the favor of President Jiang is not bad. President Jiang gave a bitter smile. Old Geng, Lin Feng and I have never known each other. The reason why President Jiang explained patiently, but was roughly interrupted by Director Geng. Okay, Ginger, since you don't know each other, then we will follow the collective opinion this time, and we will review it again. After that, Director Geng got up and left. Loan? I bother. Director Geng knew that Lin Feng had money and didn't care about the 300 million, but he had nowhere to send evil fire in his heart, so he could only disgust Lin Feng. President Jiang shook his head helplessly, thought for a while, and called Lin Feng to arrange a meeting place. The place agreed by Lin Feng and President Jiang is the Friends First Jing Tea House in Kaoyang District. The name of this tea house is so interesting. It is said that the owner of the tea house is an elegant person, and he took the name with the homonym of Penglai Wonderland. Because of this, Everyone who has been here has a deep memory of the name Friends First Jing. Friends respect first, memorable and practical. The courtyard style wooden building of the tea house is centered on the waterscape, connected by rings and independent of each other. The small stilted buildings are shaded by the bamboo poles. The tail goldfish swims among the turbulent clear streams, and the girl wearing a floral cheongsam is in the water, playing guzzling by the bridge. At this moment, a cup of fragrant tea is in hand, and the song Mountain and Flowing Water is in your ears. No matter who it is, it will be ecstatic, completely forgetting the noisy world outside the window and the building. Although Lin Feng didn't know how to appreciate high mountain and flowing water, a famous piece of ancient Chinese culture, it did not prevent Lin Feng from being intoxicated in this downtown area, as if his whole body and mind were purified. After a long time, the song ended. Lin Feng filled Mr. Jiang with tea. Donglin, drink tea. President Jiang gently raised the teacup and glanced at Huang Shuqi. Lin Fengxian understood, knowing that President Jiang must have something to say to him, but it is not very convenient for others, so he does not want to have others present. Lin Feng opened Huang Shuqi with his eyes, handed her a packet of feed, and let her feed the goldfish. President Jiang nodded and smiled, gently sipped his tea, looked at Lin Feng, and after a moment of pondering, he asked, Donglin, what do you think of Director Geng? Lin Feng was taken aback, not knowing what President Jiang meant. He hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 188 Acquisition of Yahoo? President Jiang's words made Lin Feng really uncertain of what he meant. After hesitating for a long time, I don't know how to answer. Lin Feng was indeed very indignant at this lustful Director Geng, but at this moment he would not, nor did he dare to rashly complain to his subordinates in the case of the second meeting with President Jiang. The director of the investment department of the head office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China looks like a small director, but the actual energy is huge. Lin Feng was not so low in IQ, so he complained to him, President Jiang, I have contacted Director Geng for the first time, and I don't know him well, so I don't dare to say anything. Lin Feng can only choose to avoid the truth. President Jiang didn't say a word, just tasting tea. Seeing that President Jiang was silent, Lin Feng didn't say much. Tasting tea slowly, President Jiang asked him out today. Lin Feng faintly guessed that it must have something to do with the 300 million yuan loan, and there was something wrong with it, and it must be Director Geng who was in the middle of it. However, Lin Feng didn't care. Given the current financial situation of the second world, let alone 300 million, there are banks willing to lend to 1 billion. The main purpose of my visit to Beijing this time is to achieve the B2B online payment service alliance with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The main goal has been achieved, and the others are not so important. Loans can also be borrowed in Shanghai, or even back to Chu City. After a long time, President Jiang put down his teacup. Just now, he was testing Lin Feng to see if this young man was qualified to cooperate with him. Ask Lin Feng about Director Geng's opinion. It is based on Lin Feng's IQ and IQ. If Lin Feng really complained to Director Geng directly, even though the statement was true, President Jiang would immediately cut off the idea of cooperating with such a whitey-eyed person. This kind of people who don't know the heights of the sky and don't understand the way of being human are too harmful. I am just a president. Although he is in charge of hundreds of billions of funds, in the largest bank in the country, he is actually very weak and can't bear the arrogance of young people. Fortunately, Lin Feng performed extremely well in this regard. The subsequent tea tasting tested Lin Feng's patience. In business, in addition to brain and hard work, the most important thing is patience. Obviously, Lin Feng is good in this regard. This also made Governor Jiang more satisfied. Donglin, your loan was denied. President Jiang watched Lin Feng and said slowly. Lin Feng listened. Although he was prepared in his heart, he still felt a little unhappy. Needless to say, Director Geng must have been the one who made trouble. President Jiang saw Lin Feng's expression in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Feng was so calm, he gave him a higher evaluation. Donglin, now I am asking you as an ordinary friend, what is the misunderstanding between you and Director Geng? Can you tell me? President Jiang wants to ask King Linfeng and Director Geng what misunderstanding happened. Of course, he faintly expects Linfeng not to answer too bluntly. This is a deceitful society. For his own interests, President Jiang hopes that the more treacherous the Linfeng, the better, so that Linfeng's achievements will be greater, so he lends Linfeng a loan. The more assured the wind, and the higher the return. But when working with someone who was too treacherous, President Jiang felt very nervous, fearing that Lin Feng would play the trick of the empty glove white wolf and eventually pit himself. In China, many senior bank executives have been cheated by many entrepreneurs in this way, and they ended up in a ruined field. He didn't want to be the next one. The subtlety makes it difficult for President Jiang to choose. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng glanced at Huang Shuqi, who was feeding the goldfish by the pond. Lin China Jiang looked around. In the sun, by the pond, a young girl pinched the fodder, revealing two sweet dimples, feeding the goldfish swimming around in the pond, which was thrilling. President Jiang suddenly realized, he whispered a bit of hatred in his heart, Director Geng was too serious. Although he had heard about it for a long time, seeing Director Geng's age and wanting to covet a young girl like Huang Shuqi, President Jiang felt that it was a crime. This made President Jiang couldn't help but think of an old saying, old cows eat tender grass. However, President Jiang was still very pleased with Lin Feng's unpredictable glance and secretly revealing Director Geng's crime. This shows that Lin Feng knows how to advance and retreat, how to behave, what to say, and what not to say. This made President Jiang very relieved. At least he can get rich rewards for Lin Feng's insistence in the bank. Donglin, I know that with your campaign's current strength, a mere 300 million yuan loan is not a big deal. However, please rest assured, I think you can get this loan within a week, President Jiang said. So Lin Feng was a little surprised. There are indeed many people who are against it, but I believe that as the bank president, I still have this right. But I hope to reach an oral agreement with you. President Jiang waited for Lin Feng to digest slightly, and continued, I just hope that in the future, Lin Dong's companies will need loans or financing. First, I will find our Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and I will make a full low-interest loan for you. In terms of financing, I think we should also have the opportunity to cooperate. Lin Feng was stunned. This was simply cheating himself, which does not mean that President Jiang gave himself a backup vault where he could withdraw a large amount of cash at any time. Lin Dong, this is not my good deed. It is that your company has this strength. I am extremely optimistic about the future of the Second World, and I believe that Lin Dong's vision is not only in China and Asia. I think Lin Dong's eyes should be from the whole world. President Jiang laughed. The reason why he offered Lin Feng this generous treatment is also the strength that Lin Feng's Second World showed, and it is worthy of him to give Lin Feng this generous treatment. Moreover, as the president of the bank, the year-end appraisal is not only an appraisal of performance, but also a little bit of political performance. The state also values the high-tech industry of Lin Feng Company very much now, and has repeatedly ordered major banks to support companies that are functioning well and have market prospects. Moreover, Lin Feng has an advantage that other domestic business owners don't have, his innocence, and he started from scratch. If Lin Feng can eventually rise to power and become China's Bill Gates, President Jiang believes that he, who has given great support to Lin Feng, can also earn a lot of points in his political achievements. In particular, the country now admires this kind of innocent wealthy man, especially Lin Feng, a young and promising wealthy man, and it is also something the country is willing to vigorously cultivate. What's more, this is just a verbal agreement. If the Second World is slightly different, he can refuse to admit it at any time. Indeed, this seems very unkind, but this is the political economy. President Jiang, toast you a cup. Lin Feng raised his teacup, representing that this verbal agreement was reached. Cheers. After sending President Jiang away, Lin Feng continued to drink tea in silence. This time I came to Beijing and not only reached the B2B Online Payment Service Alliance, but also got a verbal loan agreement from President Jiang, which is quite satisfactory. Although it is only a verbal agreement, it is enough. With a happy mood, Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi happily went to the Yahoo China company to attend the appointment after having lunch. Zheng Ming had heard of Lin Feng for a long time, and could even be said to be very familiar, but when he first saw Lin Feng, he was still slightly surprised at his age. He was too young, and his face that hadn't been squandered by the years was really jealous. It is really frustrating to think about Lin Feng at such an age, starting from scratch, creating such a family business, and thinking about himself again. People are more angry than people. After some greetings, Lin Feng went directly to the topic and went straight to the point. With his own initiative, Lin Feng likes this single-handed approach. Mr. Zheng, I don't know if I propose to buy all of Yahoo's business in China. How much will Yang Ziyuan, chairman of your company, ask for? Lin Feng's first sentence made Zheng Ming thunderous. He was speechless for a long time in astonishment, and he was stunned for 10 minutes before he came back to his senses. Dong Lin, what did you just say say? Zheng Ming couldn't believe what Lin Feng's mouth had just spit out. Who is Yahoo? Today, the world's largest search portal, Lin Feng opened his mouth to summarize all of Yahoo's obligations in China, which is like a bolt from the blue. Mr. Zheng, I want to acquire all of Yahoo's business in China. How much does Yang Ziyuan offer? Lin Feng said every word, full of momentum, and very happy in his heart. Who is Yang Ziyuan? The great man who created the Yahoo myth, and now he has closed his mouth to buy his company, which feels very cool. With a grunt, Zheng Ming swallowed unnaturally, as if he was too frightened by the shocking news and almost jumped out of his throat and swallowed it back. Well, Mr. Zheng, should I call Dong Yang? Lin Feng said playfully. Lin Dong, this matter is too big for me to be in charge. In this way, I will call the head office immediately. Later, I will call Lin Dong. Maybe then our chairman will personally call Lin Dong. Zheng Ming was so flustered for the first time in his life, quite incoherent. Then he'll be waiting for good news. Lin Feng smiled and walked out of China Yahoo. An exclamation came from behind him. China's Yahoo company was indeed acquired by Alibaba in the historical period, but after Google's global rise and grabbing 60% of the global search engine market, Yahoo's business was shrinking. Yahoo now is still the world's largest search engine, and its target is targeting the Chinese mainland market. It will certainly not sell all of Yahoo's business in China. However, Lin Feng did not expect Yahoo to sell Yahoo China. All he wanted was news, a market rumor about his acquisition of Yahoo China. Lin Feng believes that this news will soon reach the ears of Jiang Fan, president of DFJ Venture Capital Fund China, and Lin Feng wants this effect. Dong Yang. After Lin Feng left, Zheng Ming couldn't wait to call Yang Ziyuan, who was about to start a vacation in Taiwan. After a blind tone, Yang Ziyuan's voice came, and Zheng Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Yang, Lin Feng, the chairman of the Lin Group, he said he wants to buy all of Yahoo China's business in the mainland. Zheng Ming was sweating profusely. After hearing the news, I wonder if Yang Ziyuan would suspect that it was an April Fool's Day joke. What? Yang Ziyuan was stunned. He didn't hear what Zheng Ming said, perhaps because he couldn't believe what Zheng Ming said. Zheng Ming said again and again, slowly saying that Lin Feng wanted to buy Yahoo China. What? Yang Ziyuan's shocked voice came over the phone. Obviously, Yang Ziyuan was shocked by the news. Indeed, how this news is not shocking. Lin Feng, who just launched the Asian Internet project, shocked the global IT industry, now says he wants to buy all of Yahoo China's share in the mainland market. This is really incredible. What does this young man want to do? What is his purpose? Countless questions appeared in Zheng Ming's mind. Yang Ziyuan was as puzzled as Zheng Ming. He was also at a loss. The news came too abruptly, and he was a little overwhelmed to react, without any warning. After hanging up the phone, after a while, Yang Ziyuan, who gradually recovered, quickly cancelled his vacation, and at the same time held an emergency meeting on Lin Feng's acquisition of Yahoo China. An hour later, all the top Yahoo executives gathered in the company conference room to discuss Lin Feng's acquisition. But what Yang Ziyuan didn't know was that the so-called acquisition was just a smoke bomb released by Lin Feng to confuse Defengji's president Zhang Fan. If Yang Ziyuan knew that he had given up the long vacation he had planned for a long time, and would have spent his brains discussing Lin Feng's acquisition of satellites with many senior executives, he would not know whether he would be angry and want to kill people. But the development of the matter did exactly as Lin Feng expected, and the rumors of the acquisition soon spread to Zhang Fan's ears. Although Yang Ziyuan has ordered the secrecy, there are basically no secrets in the business circle. Moreover, Lin Feng does not intend to keep it secret, but rather contributes to it. In a short time, the news that Lin Feng wants to acquire Yahoo China has spread all over the country. Although the global shock is not yet talked about, in Asia, in China, it is definitely an almost dizzying shocking news. Yahoo is now the overlord of global search engines. Lin Feng, who has just made his debut for more than a year and started from scratch. Although he has made his first pot of gold in his life through online games, he has become one of the billionaires, but he deliberately wants to acquire the world's top 500 companies. All of Yahoo's business in China. This is simply a dream. But after everyone calmly analyzed it, they realized that this was not impossible, and it seemed to have a vague aura. Not long ago, Lin Feng just acquired 12.5% of Baidu's shares, and then raised 3,721 Technology Co. Limited to obtain 20% of the shares. Now he is ready to acquire Yahoo's China business. This shows that he is not on a whim, but has a plan. But what does he want to do? The acquired Baidu and 3,721 shares do not account for absolute shares. What use does he want? And with so many search engine companies, what does he want to do? What is his goal? Everyone racked their brains and guessed Lin Feng's intentions, but no one thought of all this. It was just a blinding method used by Lin Feng to confuse Zhang Fan. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 189. Familiar office, familiar colleague. But this is the place where Danzi last stood. He had already submitted his resignation letter a week ago. Originally, he thought the company's board of directors would retain him, but he did not. His resignation report was quickly approved, and even before others left, his successor had been found and he was urged to clear the office as soon as possible. Its meanness made Danzi feel chilling. Finally, he glanced at the company that he had been working on for 2 years, and Danzi left unhurriedly. Dan, the passing subordinate, wanted to say hello to the departed president, but was immediately stopped by his colleagues. Everyone avoided Danzi like a plague god. Danzi looked at these colleagues he trusted before. At this moment, in order to please the new president, he didn't even have the courage to say goodbye to him. It was really fucking ironic. The tea is cold before anyone leaves. Danzi couldn't help but want to explode, and finally forcibly held back, glanced at the crowd very contemptuously, and left with his head high. Do you think this company is still saved? No more. Since talking with Lin Feng, Danzi has been moved by Lin Feng's promise and the prospect of the new company, but he still feels reluctant to give up 8,848 in his heart. He hates failure, so he hopes to do his last. But after witnessing the company's board of directors actually sell the company's stock to SD Hong I, and playing with it in the stock market, Danzi was really disappointed. When even resigning to dissuade the board of directors, do not do such things with fire. Unexpectedly, the board of directors ruthlessly swept themselves out for profit, which made Danzi completely desperate. With a wave of his sleeves, Danzi left without a cloud. What Danzi didn't know was that although he left 8,848 early due to Lin Feng's intervention, he did not sink with 8,848 together, and bear the notoriety of the internet's top 10 outs. After all, it is good news. Of course, Danzi certainly didn't know this good news. Donglin, this is Danzi. I have resigned and can start our plan. When will we meet? Danzi called Lin Feng without hesitation. 8848 has become a thing of the past, and he has a clear conscience, so he will naturally fight for his new ideals. Ah, President Dan, great. I'm in Beijing now. Are you free now, or come to their friend's first tea house for tea, and we sit and talk? Lin Feng waited for President Jiang to call in Beijing. Feeling boring, Dan's ice call came just right. Okay, see you later. Danzi hung up the phone and walked into the elevator. Dance with me. In the elevator, the bright and dazzling audition posters are particularly eye-catching. The 3S figures and sexy costumes of Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi on the poster make people heartbeat. Among the three girls, there is a line of big characters. August 18th, audition public beta. You are welcome to Dance Miracles here. Dan's ice heart jumped, vaguely thinking of something. Not long after, when Dan's arrived at the friend's first tea house, Lin Feng was already waiting for him there. Mr. Dan, I haven't seen him for a few days, and he has become more energetic, Lin Feng said coldly. After leaving 8848, Danzi, who seemed to have been reborn, was indeed full of energy, and his face was full of vigor. If it weren't for the silver hair, I'm afraid I would think that others are in their prime. Haha, each other. Lin Dong's handwriting is really big. I'm afraid your fish will be hooked. Danzi sat down and smiled mysteriously at Lin Feng. Hee, I think it's almost done, only the last blow. Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Danzi. At this time, Zhang Fan of the Beijing branch of DFJ Venture Capital Fund had a serious face. The news he had just received made him feel uncomfortable. The news that Lin Feng wants to acquire all of Yahoo's business in mainland China is really amazing. Since getting the news, he has started to analyze Lin Feng's funds and whether Yahoo Yangtze Yuan will actually sell Yahoo China. The result is that Lin Feng does not have enough funds to acquire China Yahoo. Lin Feng needs at least $700–800 million US. Lin Feng does not have such a huge fund. But what worries Zhang Fan is that although Yahoo is now the world's largest search engine company, the strong rise of Google is unstoppable. Yahoo, which does not have core search engine technology now, may give way to the world's #1 search in the future. The name of the engine company. In this context, Yahoo is bound to act. However, Yahoo has been unable to open the market for a long time in the Chinese mainland market. Most domestic netizens are still accustomed to using the search functions of the four major portals. This is a great irony to Yahoo. In this case, it is difficult to guarantee that Yahoo will not cooperate with Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng and Yahoo cooperate, Baidu, which is still in its infancy, is bound to die. But these are not really upsetting Zhang Fan. What is most upsetting for Zhang Fan is that Lin Feng's previous $200 million acquisition of 24.78% of the shares in his hands has been leaked in the company for some reason, and the head office has faintly revealed a voice that does not understand him. Obviously, after the Nasdaq internet bubble burst and Baidu had not yet seen the prospects, it made nearly twice the profit in less than a year. This made the head office very satisfied, but Zhang Fan vetoed it. If Baidu really fails to go public, the $8.5 million invested by DFJ Venture Capital Fund will be thrown into the water. This consequence will definitely make the head office take action against Zhang Fan. However, although Zhang Fan was faintly anxious in his heart, he did not panic. Lin Feng bought a 12.5% stake in Baidu for 70 million yuan. This is an ironclad fact. Zhang Fan believes that Lin Feng will not let this 70 million yuan draw water. Scoopstus is the only thing Zhang Fan is convinced of at this moment. Friends respect first tea house. Lin Feng and Danzi leisurely drinking tea, casually discussing recent domestic and foreign financial events. Not long after, Lin Feng's phone rang. Donglin, why are your funds still not in place? It was Li Yanhong, the president of Baidu, who called. After reaching an agreement with Lin Feng, Robin Li, who had sufficient funds to back up immediately mobilized all the company's funds to develop a new generation of Baidu search engine. Unexpectedly, several weeks later, the liquidity in Baidu's account has almost been exhausted, but Lin Feng's funds have not been credited to the company's account for a long time, which caused great trouble to Li Yanhong's plan. And if there is no more Lin Feng capital injection, I am afraid that the entire Baidu will be suspended due to lack of liquidity. Dong Li, I'm sorry, there is something wrong with the bank on my side. It will be fine in 2 days. Wait a moment. Once the bank is done, I will immediately send the funds over. Lin Feng looked anxious and sorry. Seeing that Lin Feng said so, Li Yanhong was helpless, and muttered a few words, urging Lin Feng to put the funds in place as soon as possible, and hung up the phone. Dong Lin, it seems that this is the last blow. Tanzi sighed for this fish secretly. As soon as Lin Feng made this move, this fish could no longer run away. Sure enough, as Tanzi expected, Zhang Fan was stunned after learning that Lin Feng's 70 million funds had not been in place. What this means, he knows better than anyone else. Obviously, because Lin Feng could not acquire 24.78% of Baidu shares in his own hands, he aimed at Yahoo China and sought cooperation with Yahoo China. Whether Lin Feng is out of anger or fancy the search engine market, there is no doubt that Baidu is now in danger. After using all the working capital to develop a new generation of search engine, but because the estimated 70 million capital is not in place, it will directly cause the entire company to fall into an embarrassing situation. If Lin Feng has been procrastinating for non-fulfillment of the contract and 70 million funds are not in place, Baidu will be really dangerous. Indeed, Baidu and Lin Feng signed a contract, but Lin Feng refused to perform the contract. How would Baidu fight the lawsuit? It is absolutely not a problem that this lawsuit can be delayed for 1.5 years. Even if Lin Feng is sentenced by that time, in order to enforce the contract, it is common for Lin Feng to drag on for another half a year. When Lin Feng actually credits the funds into Baidu's account, I am afraid that Baidu is already dead. Ruthless, you are too cruel. Zhang Fan doesn't know how to describe Lin Feng. At this time, the only IDG China president Xun Xioj, who vaguely guessed the whole story, suffered from the fact that he owed Lin Feng a favor because of Wang Juntao's financing, and had to continue to hide for Lin Feng's acquisition of 4% of Baidu's shares from IDG. News. If Zhang Fan knew that Lin Feng had acquired 4% of IDG's shares, he would not be as distressed as he is now, but would sit and watch Lin Feng playing a big show. No matter how troubled Zhang Fan is, Lin Feng is extremely comfortable. Mr. Dan, do I need to rest for a few days before signing the contract? Lin Feng asked, sipping tea. No, coming out of that quagmire, I'm already reborn. Tanzi shook his head, looking forward to the prospect of the new company. Okay, then we will sign the contract later, and then you will be responsible for the operation of the company. I guarantee that the funds will arrive within 3 days. Lin Feng nodded. Well, I also look forward to how big the domestic market for MP3 players can be. Tan Zilong said. Hee, I think it will be beyond our imagination. Lin Feng clinked glasses with Tanzi with tea instead of wine. The current MP3 player market has just emerged. With Lin Feng's mastery of the MP3 player's prospects, it is not difficult to be the leader. Besides, Lin Feng has another plan to make money. After that, Lin Feng signed a contract with Tanz in the afternoon. Just like the two people discussed before, Tanz is the CEO of Lin Technology Co. Limited and owns 3% of the company's shares. Tanzi has the final say in administration, while Lin Feng has the final say. Serve as chief technical architect. With the 3 million check issued by Lin Feng in advance, Tanzi began to go south to choose the construction address and contact the chip manufacturer at night. When Tanzi was running for Lin Feng's Lin Technology Co. Limited, President Jiang also forcibly passed Lin Feng's loan application with a veto. At the meeting, many of the participants that President Jiang rebutted were speechless. Indeed, the performance of the Second World was so good that they had no legitimate excuse to oppose it. However, Director Geng, who wanted to be disgusted with Lin Feng, also died under President Jiang's strength and raised the white flag. Director Geng is not so stupid to force a woman against his immediate boss. Of course, I hated Lin Feng, but unfortunately, Lin Feng's development speed far exceeded his imagination. When Director Geng finally took the opportunity to rectify Lin Feng in the future, he realized that Lin Feng was no longer there. He can touch it at this level. After receiving the notice of approval of President Jiang's loan, Lin Feng also co-hosted a press conference with President Jiang. This press conference is mainly for the B2B online payment service alliance that was previously reached. However, the content of this press conference has stirred up waves with one stone, and its impact is no less than that of the Asian Internet project launched by Lin Feng, and even worse. A boss gave 5 reminders of 12 to see if I can eat tomorrow, and I will strive for 4 updates tomorrow. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what happens, please log in. Chapters are updated many. Support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 190 National Credit. Sorry, I was delayed today. I was not at home for a day. The 4 chapters that were expected did not break out. The 5th chapter changed votes. Alas, thank you all for your support. After receiving the call from Lin Feng, Liu Yinying rushed to Beijing from Shanghai to attend the press conference co-hosted by ICBC. Before Lin Feng came to Shanghai, Liu Yinying knew that Lin Feng came to Beijing this time mainly to discuss the B2B online payment service alliance and broaden the payment channels of Dingdong. However, she did not expect Lin Feng. No, maybe it was the spirit of ICBC. At the press conference, President Jiang cautiously announced the cooperation between ICBC and Dingdong.com to reach a B2B online payment service alliance and launch a new ISCO card to facilitate all Dingdong.com users to make online shopping more convenient, faster and safer. But this is not the point. The point is that everyone can only apply for a Tesco card with their ID card, corresponding to a Dingdong account. And ICBC will cooperate with Dingdong to supervise their account consumption. At the same time, ICBC will also send full-time staff to join the arbitration team of Dingdong.com to conduct reasonable arbitration of disputes arising from online transactions. At the same time, President Jiang also announced that ICBC will record all transactions on Dingdong.com by all users who have ISCO card, and will make reference and evaluation for all applications for loans and other applications generated by ICBC in the future. In other words, if a member of Dingdong.com has a low evaluation in the transaction of Dingdong.com, ICBC will reject his future loan business for buying a house or car and classify it as an untrusted user. The announcement of this article shocked the reporters present, but the more shocking is still to come. President Jiang also announced that the ESCO card will provide loans with varying amounts according to the user's consumption limit on Dingdong. This means that the ESCO card is equivalent to a credit card to a certain extent, and can be used for overdraft consumption. It is paid in installments and does not require excessive proof. No need to be as complicated as applying for a credit card in real life. As long as you have a good consumer rating on Dingdong.com, you have the opportunity to apply for credit overdraft and installment payment services. Of course, the premise is that you can only buy things on Dingdong.com. Regarding this, it can be said that the audience was in an uproar, and they questioned whether ICBC was too aggressive. Although credit cards have been launched in China for a long time, they are not popular. The most important reason is the repayment ability. Nowadays, ICBC and Dingdong.com have launched ISCO cards similar to credit cards. Isn't it true that these Dingdong users will refuse to repay after malicious overdrafts? Even if you are in a lawsuit, facing the malicious overdraft members of Dingdong.com that may arise from all over the country, this is definitely a long lawsuit that hurts the people and money. Lin Feng and Jiang Xing are quite sure about the speculations of many reporters. When President Jiang proposed this plan at first, Lin Feng was also quite shocked, even thought it was a little weird. However, as President Jiang said, The Ego card can improve the security and fairness of online shopping to a certain extent, and to a certain extent urge the regularization of the domestic online trading market to combat online fraud. As for malicious overdrafts, it is not so easy to inspire the credit loan conditions of the Tesco card. First of all, each person can only apply for one Ego card by virtue of their ID card and cannot apply twice. Second, only buyers who have reached a certain amount of consumption on dingdong.com and have a certain credit rating can apply for an overdraft for communication. For example, the first level on Star card can only be overdrafted by 100 yuan. However, if you want to get on Star card, you must spend more than 10 times on dingdong.com, and the purchase amount is more than 1000 yuan, and the user who has a favorable rate of more than 95% can apply. But if you want to reach a Toaster card, you must spend more than 20 times with an overdraft of 200 yuan, and the purchase amount exceeds 2000 yuan. By analogy, the higher the level of the ISCO card, the greater the amount of overdraft that can be made. However, due to the initial introduction of this credit card limit, the maximum limit will not exceed 1000 yuan for the time being. Although this still cannot guarantee that there will be absolutely no malicious overdraft, President Jiang has calculated that among the buyers who successfully traded on dingdong.com, the malicious overdraft rate will never exceed 5%, and the malicious credit card overdraft rate in developed countries is at least 7%. Comparing the two, President Jiang felt that this universal credit plan was extremely feasible. Of course, in order to cooperate with President Jiang's plan, Liu Yinying also reached an agreement with all sellers to provide different degrees of preferential treatment for the Ego card level. From the OnStar card to the 10-star card, there are a total of 10 levels, from the lowest 1% discount to the highest 10% discount. At first, these sellers were not willing to offer discounts. Even if 1% discount, they would earn a little less, but Liu Yinying shut up all sellers in a word. Do you want to earn 100 yuan for one person or 1 yuan for 100 people? That seller is not a fool, and naturally you can tell the difference. It is true that they seem to have a discount for every item, but as long as the business is good and there are more people buying, this loss will naturally be earned back. Small profits but quick turnover is the reason. As for whether the seller would increase the price and give a discount, Lin Feng didn't care. The biggest advantage of online shopping is that you can shop around at least 10 or 100. The news of the ISCO card launched by dingdong.com and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China soon spread across the country, with mixed praise and criticism. Many netizens jumped out to criticize ICBC for being too domineering and not tyrannically linking their online consumption behavior on Dingdong with reality, believing that this violated the legitimate rights and interests of consumers. This is supported by some users of dingdong.com, but more of them are criticized. If you comply with laws and regulations and trade in good faith, this clause does not constitute any conflict of interest. On the contrary, it is of great benefit to the regularization of the online shopping market. President Jiang also vigorously refuted the comments made by these netizens, affirming that whether it is online consumption or real-life consumption, honest transactions are the first principle. Especially with the rise of online trading platforms such as dingdong.com and ebay.com. President Jiang believes that online shopping will become a trend in the future and become an indispensable platform in people's lives. This platform must be clean and standardized, and as long as interests are involved, it is far from enough to rely on moral restraint. This must be restrained and regulated by compulsory means. President Jiang's statement naturally won the approval of the vast majority of sellers and buyers, and he unanimously welcomed the launch of the Ego card, believing that this is a good thing for the country and the people, and opening a credit overdraft is not so cumbersome. Just reach the credit rating, especially the installment payment. This is even more endorsed by all Dingdong members. However, the only complaint made by these Dingdong members is that the loan credit limit is too low. However, President Jiang said that this is only a trial period, and once it is feasible, the credit limit will be increased. Of course, in order to avoid vicious overdraft, it is also stated that legal measures will be taken against any malicious overdraft user, even if he only overdrafts 100 yuan. Of course, no matter what tough measures are taken, malicious overdraft is inevitable. Therefore, Lin Feng's Dingdong.com will bear 40% of the losses that may arise from this national credit plan, and ICBC will bear 60%. Similarly, Dingdong's profit will be 20% and ICBC will receive 80% of the profits. For Lin Feng, this universal credit plan can be described as a combination of fame and fortune. It can not only further consolidate Dingdong.com's position in the domestic online trading platform, but also increase the daily transaction volume of Dingdong.com, and it will share 40% of the profit. I believe that once this plan is successfully implemented, it will definitely become an important profit point for Dingdong.com in the future. As for President Jiang, as long as this universal credit plan succeeds in the end, he will surely become a legend in the Chinese banking industry and be highly praised by the above. Perhaps the only complaint to President Jiang about this plan in the future is that in the agreement signed with Lin Feng at that time, too much dividends were given to Dingdong.com. He is still too conservative and lacking in boldness. Regarding the universal credit plan jointly launched by President Jiang and Dingdong.com, other domestic banks have not commented on it and have not expressed their attitudes, but they are all observing to see its feasibility. However, the ISCO card was claimed for 100,000 at the beginning of its listing, and its popularity far exceeds the expectations of major banks. And Lin Feng also announced that Dingdong.com will only adopt one transaction method with bank supervision. The means of transaction, that is to say, for a period of time in the future, all transactions on Dingdong.com can only be carried out between users who have easy shopping cards, which gives other banks a deep sense of coolness. He began to hesitate whether to join this universal credit plan. ICBC also applies for free and sends an electronic code card free of charge, which further promotes the claiming speed of the Easy Go card. Lin Feng doesn't know what the bosses of the major banks think, but his Beijing trip this time can be said to have been fruitful, and he got a loan with the lowest interest rate. And a 300 million yuan loan is a lot. Lin Feng, what do you think about this national credit plan? Aren't you afraid of risks? Liu Yinying was still very surprised by this national credit plan. Haha, this is mainly President Jiang's idea. We are just the partners he chose. If it weren't for Dingdong.com, which is now the country's largest online trading platform, I think he would also choose other partners. Lin Fengping said. But this is too risky. In China, you also know that credit card overdrafts are very serious, and many people are. Liu Yinying meant, Lin Feng understood. Many people in China do not pay back the money they owe and are not afraid of lawsuits. This kind of rogue behavior is really difficult to deal with. Haha, Yinying. Actually, President Jiang also solicited the above opinions this time. Otherwise, you really think he really dared to make such a big decision? Lin Feng was surprised at President Jiang's decision at first. Too incredible. I haven't heard of this before the rebirth. I don't know if it was caused by the butterfly effect after the rebirth. But in any case, President Jiang's decision is bold, but it is indeed feasible. And Dingdong.com also took 40% of the risk. But Lin Feng is not too worried about this. This is definitely a good attempt. At least the number of transactions on Dingdong.com has exceeded 10 times, and most of the buyers with a transaction amount of more than 1,000 yuan are trustworthy consumer users. The mere 100 yuan is not worth their risk of overdraft. After all, one ID card can only apply for one ISCO card, and it can only correspond to one Dingdong account. Especially the 10-star rating introduced by Lin Feng, I believe that those who have a certain ability to make online consumption will not be allowed to maliciously overdraw. On the contrary, perhaps this 10-star rating may become a proof of their identity, proving their credibility, and to a certain extent, proving their personality. With a satisfactory harvest, Lin Feng returned to Shanghai. There is also good news waiting for him here. Wu Zhaopu has established the Second World Taiwan branch in Taiwan and carried out the first remote synchronous transmission. The results are very gratifying. Lin Feng now has loans in place and the company does not need it. Afraid of an urgent shortage of liquidity, the Asia Interconnection project can be formally launched, and branches in South Korea and Japan can start. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that a troublesome man was already waiting for him at the villa. Brother Lin, I'm here again. Seeing Algra, Lin Feng had a headache. But just to ask her about Lisa's Asian endorsements for Versace. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 191 The Powerful Versace? In Lin Feng's mansion, 4 girls, Lisa, Lin Ziyue, Huang Meixi, and Huang Shuqi sat in the living room with a worried expression. Although watching the TV, the 4 of them looked up at the study from time to time. Just now after Lin Feng came back, he and Algro entered the study, but they haven't come out yet. At the beginning of the design of this mansion, a complete sound insulation design was carried out for the identity of the residents. It can be said that no matter what happens in the study, the outside does not know. Bang! With a loud noise, the study door was roughly pushed open, and Alga ran out with red eyes. Yes, it's all my fault. It's all wrong. It's because I didn't speak my brain well. I'm sorry. That's okay. Algra finished speaking, throwing off Lisu and others who wanted to ask about things and ran away. However, Lisu clearly saw the tears from the corner of Algra's eyes dripping on the floor. Algra. Lisa turned to Chase. Yu, leave her alone. Lin Feng came out with a cold expression, obviously in a very bad mood. After that, Lin Feng walked to the kitchen, shook the refrigerator heavily, and poured a large glass of ice water violently. The scene was silent, and the 4 girls were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. They didn't understand what had happened, but it was obvious that Lin Feng and Algra had a conflict, and Lin Feng scolded Algra and cried. 4 of you look at me, I look at you, and finally let Lisa ask what happened. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi know their identities. Although they usually fight with Lin Feng at will, they are only a star signed by his company. Now Lin Feng has a cold face, as if someone owes him tens of millions. They dare not step forward now. Huang Shuqi doesn't matter, she doesn't know Algra either, but seeing Lin Feng's face angry, it is obvious that Algra is wrong. She is definitely on Lin Feng's side in her heart, but she has never seen her brother Xiaofeng so angry. I feel a little scared in my heart. Brother Lin. What happened? Lisa walked gently behind Lin Feng and hugged Lin Feng from behind. Feeling the gentleness of the beautiful woman behind him, Lin Feng sighed. After thinking about it, I said the matter. It turns out that Algra came this time to inform Versace of its decision to cancel the decision that Algra had promised to hire Lisa as the spokesperson for Versace in Asia. Of course, Donatella takes into account Lisa's face, and hopes that Lisa can voluntarily give up endorsements on the grounds of physical discomfort. Of course, in order to repay Lisa's friendliness, Versace will also hold a press conference in a friendly manner. He regrets that Lisa is unwell and cannot endorse, and hopes to cooperate next time. Otherwise, Versace will reject Lisa's endorsement on the grounds that Algra is underage and does not have Versace's right to speak. But in such a trouble, everyone's face is definitely not good. Of course, if Lin Feng wants to sue, Donatello is not afraid. Instead, she can take advantage of the situation and sue Lin Feng for deceiving underage girls and so on. In short, Algra's news is that he hopes that Lisa can voluntarily give up his endorsement. Lin Feng is also mentally prepared for Versace's denial of Lisa's endorsement status. After all, Versace is a top international luxury brand, and the spokespersons hired are the world's top stars. Lisa is now only a small domestic fame. Versace is looking for a spokesperson, and he will also find a more famous one, such as Zhang Zi, who entered the international entertainment circle with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or Gong Li. who has a good reputation in China and has a wide international network, instead of Li Zu. But what annoyed Lin Feng was the attitude of Donatella, which looked down upon others too much. Even refusal is like a charity. When you are oneself, when you are Li Zu, do you need such alms from her? Because of this, Lin Feng and Algra quarreled. It can be said that Lin Feng spread all his anger on Algra, and finally screamed Algra and ran away in a fit of anger. After listening to it, Li Zu, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi were not surprised by Lin Feng's expectation, nor were they very angry. On the contrary, Huang Shuqi was a bit angry about this, thinking that Versace was too domineering. Brother Lin, don't be angry. I expected it. Versace is a top international brand. If it invites me to be a contemporary speaker, I am afraid it would not be appropriate. This will also damage its image. Lisa walked to Lin Feng and shook hands. Holding Lin Feng's hand, said comfortingly, "But this is too bullying. I will definitely help you get justice." Lin Feng squeezed the plastic bottle in his hand, squeaking, determined in his heart to entangle with Versace to the end, otherwise the money for the lawsuit. There is no shortage of myself. I want to let Donatella know that I am not a bully. Forget it, Brother Lin. This will cause you big trouble. Lisa quickly discouraged Lin Feng. If Lin Feng really did this, he would be an enemy of the entire fashion industry. Lin Feng is only a businessman, and he is a businessman who has just achieved success in China, and his influence is only in the internet industry, and his understanding of Versace is only in a luxury brand. But Lisa is a star, and he usually comes into contact with stars. He naturally understands Versace's position in the fashion industry. If Lin Feng uses this to fight Versace, I am afraid that the entire European and American fashion industry will support Versace and shoot this Chinese kid who dares to challenge fashion authority to the ground. Lisa would naturally not look at Lin Feng, risking the world's disgrace for himself, against Versace, or even the entire fashion industry. Although Lin Feng moved her so much, it was really unnecessary. And Lin Feng had this heart, she was already very moved. Brother Lin, it's not worth it. And even if you fight a lawsuit, they will not endorse me, but will offend them. Why bother? Lisa whispered, making Lin Feng a lot less irritable. But thinking of Lisa being looked down upon like this makes me feel uncomfortable. Lisa is his girlfriend, and despise her. That is, despise herself. This makes the forest wind that has been calling the wind and rain in the domestic online game industry for the past year, especially unpleasant. Okay, Brother Lin, don't say it. I like to be by your side every day, isn't it good? Do you want me to work around all day, and throughout the year? Don't both of us see each other a few times? Nestled in Lin Feng's arms, said coquettishly. Feeling the hot and plump carcass of the beautiful woman in her arms, Lin Feng's anger slowly extinguished. If she really can't see each other several times throughout the year, Lin Feng will probably not agree, especially now that the two of them have just had an intimate relationship. How can it be separated for a long time like glue like paint? Lin Feng hugged Lisa with his backhand, and let out the last breath in his heart. Hee, I know Big Brother Lin is the best. Lisa smiled, and Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's expression was too scary just now, and they were also very scared. Huang Shuqi looked at Lisa in Lin Feng's arms with a little jealousy, but after pouting her mouth, she forced herself to stop watching the two of them, and turned to watch TV absent-mindedly. By the way, Brother Lin and Algra came to Shanghai alone. Will there be anything wrong with her running out like this? Why don't we go find her? Lisa hopes to ease the conflict between Lin Feng and Algra. After all, this in the matter, Algra was right. Moreover, Algra came to Shanghai to tell himself the news personally. He already regarded himself and others very seriously. Lin Feng frowned. Although he dismissed the idea of wrangling with Versace, he still couldn't let go of Algra. But thinking about it, I really can't blame her. But I just had a fight, and now I go to her again. Lin Feng is a little bit uncomfortable. Well, you guys go find her quickly, lest there be any trouble. I won't go if there is anything else in the afternoon. Knowing that the lump in Lin Feng's heart hadn't disappeared, Lisa didn't care about his smile. so he called Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi to find Algra. Huang Shuqi herself had no affection for Algra, and because she was still Lin Feng's secretary, she turned around and went to the company with Lin Feng. Since the announcement of the Counter-Strike Unreal Asia internet plan, all game enthusiasts on the internet have become more and more enthusiastic about it. They have published rumors on the official website of Second World and strongly urged Counter-Strike Online to be tested quickly. With such a high popularity, if Lin Feng did not launch the game as soon as possible, it would be the biggest mistake. The successful establishment of the Second World Taiwan branch is inseparable from Wu Zhep's credit. But now that he wants to establish both Korea and Japan branches at the same time, Wu Zhep can't leave the Taiwan branch for a while, and the company has no other talents who can do it alone, so Lin Feng himself has to come. There are still too few talents, and to open the branch in South Korea, it is better to have a local person, so that you can quickly integrate into the Korean online game market, and secondly, you can know what Korean gamers like more. Thinking about going, Lin Feng thought of a person. Park Rong-ho, the former chairman of Imade Entertainment Co., Limited and the chairman of the company that developed Legend, but in the forced purchase of Lin Feng, he reluctantly received Lin Feng 30 million yuan and sold the company. Now he goes fishing in Jeju Island and retires early. Lin Feng asked for Park Rong-ho's call through Kui Ming's relationship, but he hesitated when he picked up the phone. Previously, the relationship between himself and him was not very friendly. At that time, he was absolutely strong. He was forced to sell the troubled Legend and the company at the time. He was also forced to revise his life plan in advance and retired at the age of 40. Jeju Island pension. Now I call him and invite him to be the CEO of the Second World South Korea branch. Will he agree? But Park Rong-ho is a very suitable person. First of all, he is very familiar with online games. Second, he is a Korean, and he has a lot of connections in the local area. Third, he, through Kui Ming, also understands that he is roughly human. One sentence can be summarized: he has the ability, but does not match it. Ambition. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and that was indeed the case. History. Park Rong-ho was not acquired by Shanda later, but became a wage earner of Shanda, but now he has only become his own Second World. But how would he treat himself if he called by himself? Has he completely forgotten himself, the person who made him retire early? Still brooding? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 192. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng still dialed the phone. A person who has the ability but has no ambition to match it is really suitable to serve as the CEO of the Second World South Korea branch. Not long after, Lin Feng made a call. But after I got through, what the other party came from was gurgling Korean, which caused Lin Feng to have a headache. Only then did I remember that Park Rong-ho could not speak Chinese. Whether it is Vice President Kui Ming's or Lisa and others in the company, Chinese are very good for work or other reasons. This also makes Lin Feng become accustomed to thinking that Koreans can speak Chinese over time. Finally, after the other party murmured Korean, Lin Feng reluctantly hung up the phone. It seems that now I have to go to Korea. But fortunately, the in-person invitation is also more formal, showing your attitude. And Lisa hasn't been back to Korea for more than a year. She can also go home to see. Although I don't know where her damn gambler father is, but the local plot, no matter where people have it, it's time to accompany Lisa home. Up. Huang Shuqi sat quietly in the chair, silently observing Lin Feng. I haven't seen it in a year, but Lin Feng has changed a lot. He used to be just a big brother next door. Now he has grown into a man who can rely on. And that self-confidence was not there before. Sometimes when you observe this silently, Huang Shuqi thinks that Lin Feng like this is a bit strange, but it attracts her even more. It is a pity that after a year of absence, her brother Xiaofeng already has someone else in her heart, and the two still have that relationship. This makes Huang Shuqi very frustrated, and she doesn't know what to do. She also thought deeply about the relationship between her and Lin Feng, not a couple, not a sibling, but very close, but keeping a little distance. Huang Shuqi now doesn't know what she is thinking, what she wants. Continue to be like this, looking at Lin Feng and Li Zu every day. I feel that I am very wronged, give up, and feel unwilling. Who can do girl feelings? But at this time, a bad news came. It was already the beginning of the Huadeng days outside. Li Zu and the others had not found Algra's people, and when Algra went out just now, his passport, wallet, etc. were in Lin Feng's house. It can be said that Algra is penniless and not very Chinese. Okay, now it's too late. In this case, if a girl lives outside, anything can happen. Now, Lin Feng was also anxious. In the final analysis, the conflict with Algra just now was also because he could not stand Versace's strong attitude. Even the refusal seemed to be a charity attitude which made Lin Feng very annoyed. But Lin Feng had nothing to do with Algra. Opinions, on the contrary, kind of have a good impression. Now Algra is living alone on the streets of Shanghai. If anything happens, Lin Feng cannot forgive himself. Lin Feng took Huang Shuqi and drove around the streets of Shanghai to search for the figure of Algra, but in such a big Shanghai, it was too difficult to find someone. As the night darkened, there was no news from Li Zu, Wang Meng and others who came to help find someone later, and Lin Feng's brows became more worried. But Lin Feng didn't dare to call the police, and he didn't even dare to ask with Algra's photo. After all, Algra is not an ordinary person, but Versace, the future leader of the world's top luxury brand. If the news of her loss in Shanghai is known by the media, Lin Feng uses her ass to think and know how much trouble it will cause. If Donatella knew that her baby girl had been lost because of her loss in Shanghai, she would have had her heart alive. Lin Feng drove the car anxiously, searching for the figure of Algra blindly and helplessly on the streets of Shanghai like finding a needle in a haystack, watching the street where the flow of people was gradually disappearing. It was almost late at night. If he could not find Algra, Lin Feng could only call the police and ask the police for help. Compared to the uproar caused by the media knowing, Lin Feng is more afraid of any accidents and misfortunes in Algra. Big brother Lin, look, is it Algra in front of you? Huang Shuqi pointed to the figure in front of him and cried out. Lin Feng calmly saw that a girl who should not appear in the street at all, but should appear in a certain dance or party costume, is Algra, but there are several men around her, pulling and pulling. Looking at the hairstyles and costumes of the few people, you know that these people are definitely not good people. Algra met the ruffian or gangster. Lin Feng slammed on the accelerator and rushed to the front of a few people like a gallop. The harsh brakes and the dazzling headlights stunned several gangsters. Algra, get in the car. Lin Feng opened the car door and yelled. Algra was taken aback for a moment, and then like a savior, taking advantage of the dumbfounded moments of several gangsters, he ran into the car quickly and closed the door heavily. Lin Feng looked back. Algra was ragged, with a look of horror and tears, urging Lin Feng to drive quickly. Lin Feng glanced at the fancy hair dyed in astonishment outside, and a few bastards dressed like young and dangerous boys, snorted coldly, and started the car and left. If it weren't for the bodyguards to be sent out to find Algra, Lin Feng would definitely let them teach these gangsters at this moment. No matter where Algra clashed with herself, she was also her own guest. She was bullied as a guest in her own place, and where did Lin Feng save her face? The sound of the Mercedes-Benz S600 engine started, awakening several dunks who were stunned. Seeing the woman she molested with was taken away, she became angry on the spot. Yes, Lin Feng came in a Mercedes-Benz, but there are more Mercedes-Benz cars in Shanghai, and they are not afraid. The barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes, so they immediately rushed towards the Mercedes-Benz. Damn, open the door. Open the door. Several people patted the car door, chasing Mercedes-Benz and shouted, Big brother Lin, drive. Algra looked at the fierce bully outside the car window in horror, as pitiful as a wounded kitten. After Lin Feng reminded him to sit down, he slammed on the accelerator, and in a blink of an eye he shook off the satiated, okay gangsters. Unexpectedly, a red-haired boy rushed to the front of the car without his life, grabbed the side mirrors with both hands, screamed at the corners of his mouth, and ordered Lin Feng to stop. Big Brother Lin, Algra and Huang Shuqi screamed, and the others saw their people rush to the head of Lin Feng's wheel and hurriedly chased them, still carrying steel pipes in their hands. Lin Feng smiled coldly and turned on the wipers. The wipers on both sides kept rolling on the window. The shaved red-haired boy looked uncomfortable and scolded again and again. But Lin Feng didn't care at all, raised his brows, and wondered at the red-haired boy. At that moment, the accelerator suddenly stepped on and then loosened, and the red-haired boy rolled down from the front of the car with an ouch. Damn, don't leave if there is a kind. Lin Feng drove away amidst the frantic clamor of several gangsters. At this time, after leaving the danger, Algra burst into tears. The scene just now frightened Algra. If Lin Feng hadn't arrived in time, Algra's fate tonight would be worrisome. In the comfort of Huang Shuqi all the way, Lin Feng drove back to the villa. At this time, Li Zu and others were also waiting at the villa, and seeing Algra come back safely, they were finally relieved. Brother Lin. Li Zu walked to Lin Feng and pointed to Algra, who had been lying on the sofa since he came back and ignored no one. He said worriedly, "Go and comfort her." "Do not listen." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but he needed to tie the bell to untie the bell. The origin of this matter was himself, and he could only solve it by himself. Algra. Lin Feng walked over to Algra and sat down. Algra curled up tightly, heard Lin Feng's voice, and leaned aside, ignoring Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I was not good this afternoon, and I was too fierce to you." "Here, I apologize." Lin Feng said, sincerely apologized. "Anyway, I shouldn't have been so angry with Algra." Algra's eyebrows moved, but his mouth was still pursed and he didn't look at the wind. "Come on, I was shocked just now. Drink some sugar tea made by your friends, and suppress your shock." Lin Feng gave the sugar tea from Li Zu and handed it to Algra. This time Algra didn't feel angry anymore, took the sugar tea and drank slowly, calming the panic in his heart. Algra grew up with thousands of pets since he was a child. He has never encountered such a thing. After quarreling with Lin Feng in the afternoon, he left with anger, and wanted to return to Milan at that time. But the passport and money were in Lin Feng's house, and she didn't want to go back to get it, so she walked blindly on the streets of Shanghai in anger. As a result, it was night, when she knew she was afraid, but she forgot to return to Lin Feng Villa. As the day went darker and darker, and the more people left, the more afraid they became. As a result, they met those gangsters. Seeing that Algra was single, young and beautiful, these gangsters had a bad intention. Although Algra is a flower in a greenhouse, the little princess is generally taken care of by others, but he is not a fool. Naturally, he knows that these people have bad intentions for themselves, so how can they go with them? As a result, when Algra was about to cry, Lin Feng arrived. At this moment, Lin Feng was really like Prince Charming in Algra's heart, but after returning to the villa, thinking of the appearance of Lin Feng's anger at him in the afternoon, Algra's anger came again, and he was angry not to follow him. Lin Feng speaks to someone who is related, whether it's Lin Zui, Huang Shuqi, or Li Zu. Algra is indifferent, a typical child mentality. Algra, finish drinking tea, take a bath, and then eat. We all have not eaten dinner in order to find you. Lin Feng is not good to blame Algra at this time, but can only comfort. After drinking the sugar tea, Algra, who had settled down, also knew that he was causing trouble to Lin Feng and others. Although it was also caused by Lin Feng, they were able to find themselves so hard, and it was enough to prove that they were still very kind to themselves. Concerned, thinking of this, Algra had no grievances in his heart. A girl her age, anger comes and goes fast, but she is still very angry with Lin Feng. Sister Zu, where is the bathroom? I want to take a bath. Do I have to change clothes? Algra put down Tangcha, took Li's hand and asked, without even looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was embarrassed for a while, but if a good man didn't fight with a woman, he shouldn't lose his temper with Algra in the afternoon. Now that Algra is playing such a small temper, Lin Feng will naturally not care anymore. After Algra took a shower, dinner finally began. However, There is one more person on the table, and now there are 6 people eating. But there is still only one cook. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 193 Self-Made Brand? After eating, Lin Feng decided to have a good talk with Algra again. Although Lisa said about the endorsement of Versace, he didn't care at all. But Lin Feng knows that any celebrity is extremely eager to become a spokesperson for Versace. This is a proof of his prestige and status. Moreover, this matter has spread all over the country. Whether it is Lisa who took the initiative to cancel the endorsement or Versace's order. The announcement of the cancellation of endorsements was a blow to Lisa's popularity and reputation. Lin Feng didn't want to see Lisa suffer this crime. I don't want to see my woman being bullied like this. I know what you are going to say, but I can tell you responsibly, there is no hope. My mother has made the final decision, and her decision will not be changed. Algra stood on the rooftop, looking into the distance. Speak lightly, Algra, but this has to be spread. It will hit Lisa's popularity and reputation too much. I am afraid her worth will drop by several notches. Lin Feng said. I know, Algra said flatly. Do you know that you can't help? Aren't we friends? You can put forward any other conditions. Lin Feng did his last part. Help? Why didn't I help? If it weren't for you to be friends, would I fall out with my mother over the endorsement of your sister? This time I didn't come out for official business, nor did I come to tell you in person that I can't speak, and I ran away from home. Do you know, I ran away from home for this endorsement contract. I broke up with my mother. I have vowed not to return to the house again. Algra suddenly pulled Lin Feng's collar with excitement. Call out. Lin Feng was taken aback. He really didn't expect that Algra would fall out with Donatella for Lisa's endorsement, and even threatened his mother by running away from home, but he obviously didn't succeed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed for a while, not knowing what to do. Especially thinking that I lost my temper at Algra this afternoon because Lisa was unable to endorse Versace, and I felt even more uncomfortable. I'm still too impulsive. But you are still fierce to me, and you scold me, you bastard. Stupid. Algra may be swearing for the first time in his life, and I don't know what to say. He threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and cried, obviously feeling wronged in his heart. Lin Feng sighed, not knowing what comfort to say, so he patted Algra on the shoulder. In the distance, Lisa wanted to bring up desserts, but after hearing Algra's words, he was also a little depressed. Endorsement of Versace is an honor for any female star, but it seems that this honor really does not belong to her at all. But after another thought, he was relieved. At first, if I didn't happen to meet Algra in Hong Kong, and chose the angel evening dress designed by Algra, the spokesperson title would not fall to him, but now it's all back to the original point. Brother Lin, made you laugh. After crying, Algra, who calmed down, wiped away the tears from his back and burst into laughter. Okay, just stop scolding me as a bastard. By the way, what are you going to do next? Lin Feng asked. Why don't you go back and confess a mistake with your mother? Anyway, the endorsement of Friends will be cancelled. Maybe there will be Chanel looking for her next time. No, I won't go back. Algra snorted, raised his head high, and said, I am going to open my own brand store in Shanghai. Open your own brand store? Lin Feng was taken aback, but thinking of that beautiful angel, he was still very confident in this Algra, who was only 3 years of adulthood. So what can I do for you? Lin Feng asked with a compensatory mentality to make up for the unprovoked anger at Algra in the afternoon. Yes, you borrowed my capital to open a shop. We split the profit in half. Algra stretched out his hand. Lin Feng was taken aback. The feeling girl had everything calculated. How much? But fortunately, Lin Feng is rich now. $1 million is enough. Algra said. $1 million is not too much, but what Lin Feng doubts is, will Algra run a store? Why, you don't trust me so much. Tell you, I'm a genius designer, ha. When I become famous, you will earn far more than this 1 million. Algra saw Lin Feng's distrustful face, his nose connected. Humphrey. Okay, believe it. Believe it. Lin Feng didn't want to entangle Algra too much in this matter. Shouldn't it be $1 million US? Just as a little compensation for angering Algra for no reason in the afternoon, let alone half of him. Profit. If Algra is really a genius designer, then maybe he has picked a huge bargain this time. Hee. I knew Big Brother Lin was the best. Algra grinned. However, I still have a request, Sister Zhu, and the 3 girls I want to hire them to be my exclusive models. When Lin Feng heard it, he was even more helpless. This time is good. Not only need his own funds, but also his own people. Not only the 3 spokespersons of his company, but even Huang Shuqi will not let go. This girl is too empty-handed and White Wolf. In particular, the 3 of Lizu are not at all famous now, but their popularity in China is not low. Yes, but you have to persuade them yourself. And if they act as your models, you must support them with reasonable remuneration, and you must sign a contract. Lin Feng didn't want the 4 of Lizu to suffer too much. Now it seems that this Algra looks innocent, but in fact he is still very shrewd, especially in business. The mind is definitely not stupid. Hee. Of course. Algra ran downstairs happily. When Lin Feng came down from the rooftop, Algra had reached an agreement with the 4 girls. Big Brother Lin, can I be a model too? Really? Huang Shuqi saw Lin Feng come down, shaking Lin Feng's arm. Looking at Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi, it is obvious that the 3 also reached an agreement with Algra. Lin Feng was speechless for a while, and he didn't know what kind of rice soup Algra poured into the 4, and sold himself so quickly. In fact, this is Lin Feng too underestimated the effect and reputation of the Versace brand. Although Algra is preparing to create its own brand, after all, it is the head of Versace in the future. Knowing that he and others can become the exclusive models of Algra's own brand, Lizu and the 3 naturally have no reason to refuse. As for Huang Shuqi, although she doesn't know much about Versace, it is a great temptation to become a model and walk on the catwalk. Moreover, Huang Shuqi is not short in height, 1.64 meters, barely enough for a model standard. Hee. Brother Lin, don't frown like that. The 4 of them have 4 different styles. Sister Zhu's pure and lovely style, Sister Zhu's sexy and coquettish style, Sister Meixis noble and gorgeous style, and Sister Shuqi's girl next door Wind. There are exactly 4 different styles, and there is no conflict. Algra took a mouthful of one sister, and in a short time, the youngest Algra became acquainted with the 4. Of course, his identity as the future head of Versace did play a significant role. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, letting the 5 people continue to look forward to a bright future. Lin Feng went upstairs to sleep. However, in the middle of the night, a hot, scorching carcass touched Lin Feng's bed again. Lin Feng naturally knew who the person was, and he didn't need to talk too much. He immediately started the most primitive and beautiful exercise in the world. After the cloud and rain, Lizu blushed and nestled in Lin Feng's arms. Brother Lin, Lizu whispered, but there was no more sound. Feeling the body temperature of the jade man in his arms, exhaling his breath as blue, and drawing irregular circles with his right hand on his chest, Lin Feng faintly guessed what Lizu was worried about. Relax, Yu, you are the only one in my heart, Lin Feng said, hugging Lizu tightly. Lizu responded softly, but his hands slowly slipped from his chest, causing Lin Feng to be itchy. Big Brother Lin, it seems to be hungry again. Lizu touched under Lin Feng. At this moment, Xiao Lin Feng was struggling again. Angrily, Lizu smiled charmingly and turned and rode on Lin Feng. Then let's. Lin Feng gave a smirk, turned over and pressed Lizu under him, and a new round of men's and women's battles was staged again. This night, Lizu was irritated by another girl at home. He was extremely crazy. Lin Feng couldn't bear Lizu's frequent teasing. The 2 of them didn't give up until they were exhausted. At this time, the sky was slightly white. The direct consequence of this night battle was that the next day, perhaps at breakfast today, Lisa could not get up on time to make breakfast. The four girls were hungry, waiting downstairs, and screamed, and finally ran into Lisa's room hungry. I found that the person was not there, and when I came out, I happened to see Lisa walking out of the Lin Feng room with a look of fatigue. Oh, the four girls shouted in unison. Lisa was blocked by the four, with an embarrassment on his face. "I'm going to make breakfast." Lisa, blushing without washing his face, couldn't bear the eyes of the four girls and ran downstairs. After breakfast, Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi rushed to the company. Although I was anxious to find Park Rong-ho in South Korea, the company is now not in Wuzhaopu. If I leave again, I must explain something clearly. Big brother Lin, do you want to rest today? You look tired. How do you work? Huang Shuqi saw Lin Feng yawning, and asked caringly. In fact, seeing Lisa coming out of Lin Feng's room in the morning, Huang Shuqi was very worried. But they also knew that this was their freedom, and it was commonplace in the university. Apart from hiding the uncomfortableness in my heart, I didn't say much. Forget it, there is still a busy schedule. Go home at night and go to bed. By the way, Shuqi, this time you go to South Korea, your visa may be a problem. You have to go back to Chu City office. I guess it will not be able to keep up. Lin Feng knew that Huang Shuqi also wanted to go abroad, but the visa issue could not be dealt with in the short term, so I can only say with regret. I know. Brother Xiaofeng, after you go to Korea, I will return to Chu City. School will start soon, and I want to go home to accompany my mother. Huang Shuqi nodded lightly, in a faint tone, but it reveals a deep sadness. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this was the best ending. What's more, I have no reason to keep Huang Shuqi by my side, and I can't abandon Lisa and accept her. Is it possible for her to look at me and Lisa by my side every day? Isn't this too cruel? Just thinking that Huang Shuqi was leaving, Lin Feng felt inexplicably sad. But brother Lin, you promised me that you want to send me to school. Huang Shuqi stretched out her little finger. Of course. What Xiaofeng brother promised must be done. Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi said with little finger. Huang Shuqi's smile dilutes the sorrow of parting. Looking out the window, Lin Feng was full of emotion. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly stopped the driver. There will be another update later. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 194. Lin Feng asked the driver to stop the car. It turned out that when an old man was about to cross the road by the side of the road, he was hung up by a motorcycle and fell to the ground. The motorcycle owner just took a look and then whizzed away. The old man is now falling to the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng quickly got off the car and went to help the old man. Old man. Old man. Lin Feng gently patted the old woman's face to see if she was still conscious. At the same time, he took out the phone and prepared to call 120. But at this time, the unconscious old woman opened her eyes in a daze, saw Lin Feng, suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and hissed, "It's you, don't want to run." When Lin Feng heard it, he knew that the old man had misunderstood. "Old lady, it was a motorcycle that hit you, not me." Lin Feng reluctantly shook his head to distinguish. "It's you, don't want to run." The old woman couldn't help but said, clutching Lin Feng tightly, and at the same time she shouted. Although it is not a downtown area, there are a lot of pedestrians passing by, and soon it was surrounded by people. Everyone condemned Lin Feng for a while, condemning Lin Feng for hitting others and wanting to slip away. Lin Feng is hard to argue with. "Hey! Don't talk nonsense. Brother Xiaofeng didn't hit anyone, it was the old woman who hit the motorcycle." Huang Shuqi saw that Lin Feng was wronged by everyone, and hurriedly defended Lin Feng. However, Huang Shuqi's defense was not only ineffective, but made everyone think that Huang Shuqi was justifying Lin Feng, and Huang Shuqi also condemned it by the way. You are black and white, you are blind." Huang Shuqi was scolded by the crowd, almost crying. But when everyone heard this, they became even worse, and even reprimanded Huang Shuqi for such a beautiful girl who lied, and some people said even more ugly things. Lin Feng also had a headache. Her clothes were caught by the old woman, and she insisted that she was the murderer. This made Lin Feng unable to tell, and he secretly regretted that he was just being nosy. Isn't it enough to hit 120? Why bother to get out of the car and go to the muddy water? At first, the two drivers and bodyguards thought that Lin Feng was doing good things, but when they saw that Lin Feng was caught by the old woman, they insisted that they were the murderer. There were more and more passers-by, knowing that something was wrong. Donglin, things are not quite right. I suspect this old woman is blackmailing you, the driver called Xiao Li. Lin Feng also noticed that he was really blackmailed. After thinking about it, I wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible, and went back to the company to do business. So I took 2,000 yuan out of my pocket and handed it to the old woman. Old woman, let me say it again. It's really not me who hit you. But this 2,000 yuan is a nutritional supplement I bought for you. You should go to the hospital to check it. Lin Feng stuffed the money into the old woman's hands. Looking at the 2,000 yuan in her hand, the old woman still did not let go, but she also held on to the money tightly. At the same time, she shouted that she had been hit by someone to catch the murderer. Oh, it's great to be rich, great to drive a Mercedes. I want to send people for 2,000 yuan. However, there were discordant voices from the crowd, bitter and uncomfortable. At this moment, with a shout, a pretty figure walked in apart from the crowd. The traffic police is here, now the murderer can't run away. Everyone shouted in unison, and Lin Feng frowned. What's the matter? The visitor looked at the scene and asked, Comrade Traffic Police, this man bumped into this old woman, but wanted to drive away. You should catch him. A passerby pointed to Lin Feng and said. Others also echoed for a while. No, this police sister, my brother Xiaofeng didn't hit anyone. This old woman was hit by someone. Brother Xiaofeng kindly came to help this old woman, but instead she falsely accused my brother Xiaofeng and hit her. Huang Shuqi, when I listen to the people, my heart is unwilling to argue. The female traffic police frowned, looked at Lin Feng, and then at the old woman. She squatted down and asked, Old woman, who hit you? He is him. If it weren't for me to catch him, he would run away. The old woman pointed at Lin Feng and wailed again and again. Old lady, you can eat things indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Lin Feng was anxious on the spot, but he didn't expect that he was kind enough to get this end. What the hell is this? Where is justice? Exclamation mark. What are you doing? I want to threaten the victim to fail. The female traffic police stared at Lin Feng and cursed. Sister police, don't listen to the slander, my brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi still wanted to explain, but the female traffic police ignored her and walked to the side to call for an ambulance. Well, you are going to follow me back to the police station. Don't even want to run. The female traffic police stopped Lin Feng and called her companion at the same time. Now Lin Feng is really in a hurry. Today, he has to communicate with Wu Zhaopu from Taiwan to test Counter-Strike Online for synchronization and interconnection in different places. Things can't be delayed. Comrade Traffic Police, I really didn't hit this old woman. Have you ever seen a traffic accident where a person is here and the car hitting a person is several meters away? Lin Feng asked, pointing to a Mercedes-Benz that was several meters away. The female traffic police looked at it, but also looked confused. It is indeed impossible that a Mercedes-Benz hit it. If it hits, at least there are brake marks on the car, but there is nothing on the ground, and the car will not be sideways on the other side. Okay, I have something to do today, but I can give you a clue. It was a motorcycle that hit the old woman, but I don't remember the license plate. The model. Lin Feng really couldn't tell the type of motorcycle. It's Suzuki 250. Xiao Li stepped up to add. The female traffic police looked at Xiao Li, staring at Lin Feng suspiciously. This is my driver, Xiao Li. Lin Feng explained quickly. After listening, the female traffic police looked disgusted. However, after looking at the Mercedes-Benz S600, he came back and told Lin Feng categorically, don't quibble, You hit it. Lin Feng was dizzy. Evidence? Humphrey, there is such a big recess in the front of your car. This is the evidence. The female traffic policeman pointed to the gravure on the side of the front of the car and said angrily, "Ha, I hate you rich brothers the most." Lin Feng was completely speechless. That dent was hit by the red-haired gangster last night. So what to do with this old woman? If such a big cavity is really hit, this old woman can still live, and she will have the strength to catch herself and call to lose money. But now it's a talented person who meets soldiers, and it is unreasonable to say that he is unlucky to meet such an idiot traffic policeman. Okay, comrade traffic police, here is my business card. I am really busy now. In this way, I will pay for any medical expenses of this old woman, and I will be fully responsible. No matter how you decide in the future, you will come to me with this business card at that time. Lin Feng handed the female traffic police a business card and turned to leave. Stop. Don't think that opening a company is great. You can't buy everything with money. Today I must ask you to go back to the police station with me. Unexpectedly, the female traffic police stopped Lin Feng without paying the bill. Lin Feng was also anxious now, and he had never seen such an unreasonable traffic policeman. Look at the watch, the time is really too late. Okay, isn't it a traffic accident? The traffic law stipulates that you can be private and public. If you are private, you don't need to go to the Transportation Bureau to file. Lin Feng walked to the old woman and squatted down and said, "Old woman, what you have I have paid out the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damage expenses. This is my business card. You asked your family to come to me. I will compensate you with a one-time compensation of 100,000 yuan. What do you think of us being private?" After that, Lin Feng looked at the female traffic police. "Didn't you say that being rich is nothing great? I will tell you now that being rich is great." Sure enough, the old woman heard that Lin Feng was willing to pay 100,000 yuan, and she nodded her head again and again at the moment, willing to be private. The angry female traffic policeman was one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. In this way, I can go now. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked smug. Don't leave. The female traffic policeman was almost mad and stood up to stop Lin Feng. What are you doing? Lin Feng was also entangled in the fire, and pushed the female traffic police away, and walked forward. According to the new traffic law, unlicensed driving, drunk driving, and unilateral accidents can no longer be private. Now you are unilaterally hitting an old man, and you admit that you are fully responsible. You cannot be private. Proud. Lin Feng frowned, but was stopped by the female traffic police and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Unless you stun the female traffic policeman with a punch, but then things really make a lot of trouble. Lin Feng looked at his watch, feeling anxious. However, under the watchful eyes of the female traffic police, Lin Feng had no choice but to call the company and tell them that he would be late. Not long after, a police car arrived to deal with the traffic accident. Omo, what happened? Several traffic policemen got off the car and asked the female traffic policeman. Omo, the name is not bad, but the person is idiotic enough. Lin Feng sneered coldly. Report the person responsible for this accident. Lin Feng from the business card. Omo learned Lin Feng's name just now is full responsibility for bruising this old man. But I also ask you to appraise it. Omo coldly sweeps glancing at Lin Feng, said. Okay, let's start work. The captain pointed his hand, and several traffic police began to measure various data to judge the responsibility of the accident for filing. But something unexpected happened at this time. The old woman struggled to get up from the ground, staggered to the captain's side, and cried out, "Comrade police, I'm willing to keep it private, so you don't have to worry about it anymore." The captain was taken aback, pointed at the old woman, and asked, Omo, what's the matter? This Lin Feng relied on a lot of money. He said that if he gave the old woman 100,000, the old woman was willing to be private. However, according to the new traffic law, This is a unilateral accident and cannot be private, Cixia said. When the captain heard this, his brow furrowed, and he secretly blamed Cixia. Don't you eat too much to support it? If you can be private, you are not selfish, and you are still a bit troubled. His money is his business, as long as he is willing to compensate. No, comrade police, it's not a unilateral accident, it's a two-sided accident. And I am also at fault. We are private, we are private. The old woman shouted again and again. There was an uproar at the scene. Just now he insisted that Lin Feng was the one who hit her, but now he was defending Lin Feng. Everyone felt weird and incredible. Old man, don't be afraid. The police are here and no one can threaten you. Cixia was anxious. The first time she came to work at the Ministry of Communications today, things were messed up. And where did she lose face? No, comrade traffic police, I really have the responsibility, and we are willing to be private. The old woman ignored Cixiamo's face problem, but insisted that she was also responsible and wanted to be private. The captain looked aside and knew that something was going on. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 195, Poor People Must Be Hateful. The captain has been on duty in the Ministry of Transportation for many years and has dealt with numerous traffic accidents. However, I have never seen a victim rushing to share the responsibility. This is too unusual, and there must be something strange in it. But the captain didn't say anything, just urged the team members to take measurements quickly, ignoring the old woman who was arguing about getting private. Cixia was also a little dazed. Not knowing what had happened, she looked at the old woman who was crying on the ground and wanted to be private, and then looked at the cold-faced Lin Feng. She also vaguely felt that she had done something wrong again this time. Not long after, the survey team came back and whispered a few words in the ear of the captain. After listening, the captain frowned. Old man, I will ask you again, who on earth hit you? The captain knelt down and asked. Yes. Yes. Seeing the serious-faced captain in front of her, the old woman trembled in her hands, pointed at Lin Feng, and was speechless for a long time. Old man, if you falsely accuse others, you will be in jail, the captain said harshly. Captain Cixia protested. The captain raised his hand and stopped Cixia. Old man, I will ask you again, who on earth hit you? The captain raised his voice and asked harshly. Yes, it's a motorcycle rider. After a long time, the old woman lowered her head and said. The scene was in an uproar. Old lady, didn't you just say that he hit you? Did you say that because of the 100,000 yuan? Tell you, if he hit you, he must compensate you for all the expenses. You don't need to be afraid. Cixia flicked, grabbing the old woman excitedly and asked. Okay, Cixia, do you have any power of observation? This old woman is just bruised, with a slight fracture at most, and if it was hit by the Mercedes-Benz, judging by the dent marks on the car, the old woman can at least fly a few meters away. How could it be possible to still be here safe and sound? Moreover, there is no brake mark or blood stain at the scene. You have read it for so many years at the police academy. The captain yelled. Cixia was speechless. When she first came, she heard everyone condemning Lin Feng in unison. Later, the old woman also insisted on Lin Feng, and Lin Feng drove Mercedes, which instinctively thought it was. Lin Feng hit the old woman. Old lady, why are you lying? Cixia asked with a grievance on his face. I'm afraid I can't find the murderer. I'm afraid I don't have money to stay in the hospital. My family is too poor, and my son's salary is not high. So. In an uproar, there was contempt in the crowd. Cixiamo's face is even more ugly. Seeing Cixiamo's face blue and red, Lin Feng finally figured out the bad breath in his heart. However, Lin Feng had no good feelings about this blackmailed old woman. Comrade police, If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Lin Feng coldly walked past Sixia Ormo and said to the captain, Gentlemen, please, I hope you can forgive me for any scratches today. The captain nodded and said a little apologetically, as for the dent in Lin Feng, the captain could also tell it was hit. However, I didn't receive any calls of traffic accidents, and I didn't want to make trouble at this time and let Lin Feng leave. Feng, wait. Sixia Ormo stopped Lin Feng and muttered for a while with his head lowered, wanting to apologize. But he couldn't make a difference. Finally plucked up the courage, yes. But found that there was no one around. Looking around again, Lin Feng had already walked up to the old woman. Old man, even if I buy you nutritional supplements for this 2,000 yuan, I don't want to pursue your false accusation. But I don't think you need this business card anymore. After speaking, Lin Feng took it back from the old woman. Business card for this old woman who framed her for fear of not having the money to be hospitalized. Lin Feng thought she was very pitiful, but even more hateful. The shopkeeper Tong said it well. Poor people must be hateful. For this kind of person, Lin Feng is not a saint, he is not that great, and he can forget the blame. On the contrary, Lin Feng is very angry now. If at the beginning, the old woman said she had no money to be hospitalized, Lin Feng saw her pitifully, so she would naturally take her to the hospital and bear the cost. But now, Lin Feng coldly glanced at the old woman, and you have nothing to do with me if you die. Hey, aren't you so sympathetic? Sixia Ormo just wanted to apologize, but Lin Feng left without mercy. Now that Lin Feng's attitude is like this, his heart is even more resentful for being rich and unkind. Sympathy? I don't think there is any need to sympathize with this kind of person who wants to frame me. Lin Feng's words were like a knife-scraped old woman. Her old face flushed, and her head lowered to dare not see anyone. The people present were also quite angry. After all, they would be even more angry when they encountered this. But there are still older people who come out to make a round of battle. This little boss, you are so rich, and you don't care about such a small amount of medical expenses. It is better to do something good and accumulate some social ethics. This statement seems reasonable, but it is completely false. I have to pay for medical expenses because I have money. She framed me, and I was justified if I was poor. If I was framed by others, I was just ignorant of being rich. Yes, I have money, but I earned it myself. I should do good deeds, but not for this kind of person. Lin Feng coldly glanced at several elderly people who were still trying to complete the game. Do good things. You do? I have donated 2,000 yuan, which is enough. She framed me, and I didn't go to the court to sue her. It's already a gratitude. Lin Feng's words left everyone speechless. They said beautiful things, yes, but no one wanted to donate money. Seeing everyone shrinking back instinctively, Lin Feng smiled disdainfully and left with a sneer. Hey, you are a cold-blooded animal. Although Sixia Ormo felt that Lin Feng was reasonable, he was really pitiful when he saw the old woman on the ground. Sixia Ormo, seeing Lin Feng's expression on his face, the captain hurriedly scolded. Boss Lin, right? This girl is on duty the first day today. I hope to forgive me. Boss Lin, don't you have something to do? Please. The captain is also afraid that Sixia Ormo will offend Lin Feng severely. In case Lin Feng is true, I can't bear to make a fuss. He is just a small traffic police captain, not a figure with hands and eyes. Although he didn't know who Lin Feng was, he was definitely not immortal to drive a Mercedes at such a young age. He can't afford to offend such a person. Lin Feng nodded, glanced coldly at Sixia Ormo, who was still angry before getting into the car, and opened the car door. Brother Lin. Huang Shuqi looked at Lin Feng hesitantly. Lin Feng knew what Huang Shuqi wanted to say, but this kind of person was so hateful that he didn't need to pity her at all. Drive. Lin Feng said coldly. Upon seeing this, Huang Shuqi looked at the old woman on the ground, and then at Lin Feng with a grim look. After thinking about it, she stopped taking care of it. It was the old woman who was wrong. She deserved it. After arriving at the company, Lin Feng had already let go of this morning, which was just an accident. However, it may be that good fortune is unparalleled, And misfortunes never come singly. Lin Feng received another call from faraway Europe. "Is it Mr. Lin Feng?" A string of fluent English came through the microphone. Fortunately, Lin Feng barely passed the test and still understood. "Yes, I am exactly." "Who are you?" Lin Feng couldn't remember any friends or business partners he had in Europe. "Mr. Lin, I'm Donatella, Algra's mother." The faint voice made Lin Feng breathe. "Now the head of Versace calls himself. Don't think about it, it must be for Algra." "Miss Donatella, how are you? Is there anything I can do for you?" Although Lin Feng was angry that Donatello arbitrarily cancelled Lisa's Asian endorsement qualification, he still respected him in words. After all, she is Algra's mother. For the elders, there must be basic etiquette. "Mr. Lin, I think Algra has already told you about the endorsement of Li Ju. It is very simple. Li Ju is Korean and her reputation is not as high as we require, so we cannot invite Miss Li Ju to be us for the time being." The spokesperson of the world, Donatella, said bluntly. "Well, we already know this," Lin Feng said lightly. After all, Donatella was right. "Therefore, I hope Mr. Lin can let Miss Lisa give up her endorsement, which is also good for her reputation and popularity." Donatella's plain tone makes Lin Feng extremely annoying. This kind of charity makes Lin Feng I hate it very much in my heart. Although I am a rich man now, I still hate this kind of condescending and despising sentient beings. "Then, is there anything else, ma'am?" "I'm going to hang up without me." Lin Feng didn't want to talk nonsense anymore, lest he be even more angry. "Wait." Donatella frowned slightly. Since her brother Versace founded Versace, the world's top luxury brand, few people have spoken to her in this tone. This makes Donatella more of Lin Feng's heart. It was a bit disgusting. "Mr. Lin, I think my daughter Algra should be with you. I hope you can send my daughter back as soon as possible and stop pestering my daughter. She is not interested in you, and you are not worthy of me." "Daughter." These words made Lin Feng even more angry, and the words were too ugly. "Madam, I think you made a little mistake. It was Algra who was willing to come, not that I forced her to stay here. If Madam wants Algra to go back, call her by herself." "It's okay, I'm hanging up." Lin Feng barely restrained her emotions, and hung up the phone before Donatella could react. "If you think you are, then go find Algra by yourself." Beep. Beep. The blind tone from the microphone made Donatella stunned for a long time. After a few minutes, he woke up and Lin Feng hung up the phone. At the moment, Donatella was furious. She had never been treated like this before. Rude, vulgar, savage Oriental. "Algra, how do you know such a person?" Donatella secretly scolded Algra for making friends carelessly. But now Algra doesn't answer her calls at all. For the sake of her baby girl, and for the future of Versace, Donatella endured her stomach full of fire and bit her scalp before hitting Lin Feng. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 196. Confrontation. Donatella resisted her anger and dialed Lin Feng again. "Mr. Lin, you are too rude. Don't you Orientals pretend to be a country of etiquette? Do you treat guests like this?" After the connection, Master Donatella asked Lin Feng for being rude. "Rude? I don't know which of us is more rude." Lin Feng sneered. "Madam, our China is an ancient country of 5,000 years of civilization. It has a splendid culture and has a long history. It has been a country of etiquette since ancient times, but it is for friends. But for people who don't know how to respect others, we don't know what etiquette is. Only a tooth for a tooth." Lin Feng said that the angry Donatella trembled all over. She had never been ridden like this. Donatella's silver teeth creaked. But now Algra is on Lin Feng's side. For this rebellious daughter, for the future of Versace, she has to continue to talk with Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, I'm not here to fight with you. I just want to warn you that you'd better not pester my daughter anymore, or you will regret it." Donatella said bitterly in a threatening tone. "Madam, let me say it again. Algra stayed here voluntarily, and it has nothing to do with me. As for regret, I never regret it, because no one can make me regret it." After speaking, Lin Feng hung up Donatella again. Brutal, rude, and impolite Oriental kid. Donatella was furious on the other side of the phone. If it weren't for her identity, she really wanted to smash the phone, but her black face still scared the servants from getting close at all. It was the first time they saw Madame such anger. Dongfan boy, you will regret it, Donatella said bitterly. Michelle, call me the reporter, I want to hold a press conference. Donatella gritted her teeth with a gloomy look. Ah, yes, ma'am. After Michelle hesitated for a while, amidst Donatella's impatient urging, he hurriedly contacted the reporter. After hanging up the call from Donatella, Lin Feng felt very happy to deal with this kind of arrogance, always showing a high-ranking person. We must deal with it in this way, so that she can also taste this taste. However, Lin Feng still called Algro afterwards, but Algro was non-committal when calling her mother. Instead, he let Lin Feng ignore the matter and urged Lin Feng to give her the money as soon as possible, so that she was ready to open the shop. After shook his head helplessly, Lin Feng got rid of these trivial matters and entered the cloud computing laboratory. After Wu Xiaopu went to Taiwan to open the Second World branch, Lin Feng discovered another problem. Although the cloud computing designed by Cohen is now divided into two ends, the parent terminal is in the Shanghai headquarters of the Second World, and the child terminal is installed on the player's computer, using a separate interconnection structure. But now that the branch is opened, if this separate interconnection structure is still used, stability and speed cannot be guaranteed. In the end, the cloud computing designed by Cohen adopted a distributed parallel structure. But the Shanghai headquarters of the Second World is still the most terminal, and the Taiwan branch is the second-level parent terminal. After that, Taiwan will join the final child terminal. But in order to consider confidentiality, on the secondary parent terminal of the branch, Cohen designed an encryption program that can be controlled by the terminal of the Shanghai headquarters, and data can be copied and deleted. However, in order to ensure that the cloud computing secrets will never be leaked, Lin Feng transferred a team of people from the Lania security company established by Wang Menggang to guard it, and adopted the same confidentiality plan as the Shanghai headquarters. After a day of testing, the cloud computing of the distributed parallel structure is running well. But now it is only an internal test. Both the data flow and the number of people participating in the test are too small. The real test can only wait after the public test. During the test, Baidu's Robin Li continued to harass Lin Feng every day, urging Lin Feng to credit 70 million into Baidu's account as soon as possible to complete the transaction. However, regardless of Li Yanhong's good and bad things, Lin Feng remained unmoved, and the 70 million would not be credited to Li Yanhong's account. This made Li Yanhong anxious, and he almost flew from Beijing to Shanghai to ask Lin Feng for money in person. However, Robin Li is anxious. Some people are more anxious than Robin Li. Zhang Fan, president of DFJ China Division, is even more at a loss as to what to do. The headquarters has begun to urge him to trade Baidu shares as soon as possible, and now Baidu is not far from death because of Lin Feng's jamming of their funds. I want to find investors, but in this case, no investors are willing to invest. In addition, Lin Feng had previously promised that Zhang Fan could call Lin Feng at any time to discuss the Baidu transaction, which made DFJ headquarters even more dissatisfied with Zhang Fan's performance. Although Yahoo rejected Lin Feng's acquisition plan after 18 hours of emergency meeting discussions, Baidu's funds were killed by Lin Feng and was dying. At the same time, there are rumors that Lin Feng is also in contact with Google, which makes Zhang Fan even more anxious. Naturally, there are gains and losses in the investment, but the headquarters knows about Lin Feng's acquisition of 200 million yuan, but Zhang Fan has no face to look for Lin Feng, which makes the headquarters naturally unhappy. Don't mix in business if you have a thin skin. If you want to be a president, the first point is to have a thick skin. Now that Zhang Fan is concerned about face, the headquarters will naturally be very upset. Wait and see. If Robin Li can find an investor. Zhang Fan comforts himself, but knows in his heart that if Robin Li can find an investor, he does not need to harass Lin Feng 24 hours a day. Zhang Fan wanted to wait, and Lin Feng was naturally not anxious. Now he has the initiative. If Zhang Fan does not want to lose the $8.5 million of investment during his tenure, he must come to himself. Now I am more patient than who is, but suffers Li Yanhong, who is caught in the middle of the two people. It was getting dark, and Lin Feng was also preparing to go home. But as soon as he left the company, he was surrounded by reporters. Donglin, what do you think about Versace's disqualification of Lisa's endorsement qualification and reprimanding you for deceiving underage girls? A group of reporters blocked Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng was taken aback, a little at a loss, not sure what the reporter meant. Donglin, you see, this is the news published on the British Times website. Versace acting president Donatella held a press conference and officially stated that Lisu is not enough to serve as the spokesperson of Versace in Asia because of his lack of nationality and reputation. Lin, the reporter who was familiar with the wind, took out a printed document from his pocket. Lin Feng took a look and found that it was Donatella's speech at the press conference. Donatella disqualified Li Jiwoo from being a Korean on the grounds that she was just a small showgirl. At the meeting, he secretly satirized that the reason why Algra let Donatella serve as the spokesperson was bewitched by Lin Feng, and claimed that Lin Feng should stop pestering Algra, otherwise she would put it into law and sue Lin Feng. Crime of deceiving underage girls. Regarding Donatella's speech, the European and American media unanimously stood on Versace's side. In their opinion, Lisu is a showgirl in this area. It is really a fantasy to get the endorsement of Versace. Things should be just like what Donatella said. The pure Algra was bewitched by the evil forest wind before publishing this fan irresponsible remarks. After reading it, Lin Feng became even more angry. Donatella's remarks come out. How will Lisa still mix in the entertainment circle in the future? Given Versace's international influence, which entertainment company will look for Lisa to endorse its products? And what other activities will look for Lisa? But why didn't they call themselves when such a big event happened? Lin Feng took out the phone, and only then remembered that when he was in the cloud computing laboratory, the phone called by Robin Lee had no electricity. Secretly cursing Robin Lee's frequent harassment, Lin Feng pushed the reporter away and walked quickly towards his Mercedes. Donglin, a group of reporters followed Lin Feng and wanted to interview. This is big news. Any piece of news will surely be popular in the country tomorrow. Well, I will hold a press conference tomorrow morning. I want to interview early tomorrow morning. Lin Feng pushed everyone away, got in the car and drove straight to the villa. Donatella, you are unkind. Don't blame me for unrighteousness. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 197. One Arrow and Three Eagles. The outside of Four Seasons Garden is also surrounded by reporters, but this is a high-end residential area, and it is impossible for the security to let these reporters in. Let the reporters take out the credentials of the uncrowned king and chant the freedom of the press and the freedom of interviews. The security guards won't kill you at all. For them, it is the boss who pays their wages, and these reporters are not counted. Under the anger of the security guards and the intimidation of rubber batons, many reporters can only wait outside the community. After Lin Feng arrived home, the four girls all sat on the sofa. Lisu, Lin Ziyui, and Huang Meixi all comforted Algra, who was blaming himself in the middle. As for Lisu, the protagonist of the incident, Lin Feng did not see any frustrated expression on his face. Hey, I didn't expect that. As soon as I got home today, there were four beauties waiting for me. Life is so happy. Lin Feng wanted to ease the atmosphere. Jokingly, unexpectedly, Algra was even more sad when he heard it. His eyes were red, and tears seemed to flow out, but Algra held back. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I caused the trouble for you and made Sister Lisu. Algra apologized in a low voice. She didn't know that her mother would be so furious this time, but her waywardness brought her to her friends. Trouble? What are you talking about? This is just a small matter. Lin Feng patted Algra on the shoulder, turned his head and said to Lisu, Are you cooking? I'm so hungry. Brother Lin, I haven't cooked yet. I'll do it now. Lisa barely squeezed a smile on his face and walked into the kitchen. After comforting Algra a few more words, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen. Yu, don't worry, this time I will definitely ask for justice for you. Lin Feng gently hugged Lisa from behind. When I entered the door just now, although I could not see any frustrated expression on Lisa's face, Lin Feng knew that Donatella was so high profile that she had rejected her endorsement status, and he also rebuked her for playing tricks to get Algra to invite her to become Versace Asia spokesperson. This blow is far from being so careless on the surface. Big brother Lin, it's okay. If you don't endorse, you won't endorse. Now I'm very happy. Lisa felt warm. He was still worried about this incident and was secretly sad. But after hearing Lin Feng's words, happiness was flooded. My heart is no longer on my heart. She was a submissive girl who didn't want to compete for fame and fortune, and she didn't care as much about it as others thought. Well, friend, I will make you happy forever. Lin Feng buried his head on Lisa's neck, sniffing the fragrance of the hair. Brother Lin, if you do this again, I will do it. I can't cook. Lisa blushed. Her sensitive belt is on her neck. Lin Feng's slight scum rubbing and hot lips. The kiss made her feel soft. Well, then I will go to see Algra. Remember, no matter what, I will always be by your side. Lin Feng hugged Lisa tightly before going to Algra. Algra, this matter is not a big deal, and it hasn't affected me at all. Although it affects your friends a bit, it can make up for it. Lin Feng sat beside Algra. Make up? How to make up? Algra's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Aren't you going to create your own brand? Tomorrow I will hold a press conference where you announce that you will hire Lisa as a spokesperson. This is Lin Feng's strategy along the way. However, this plan must be coordinated by Algra. Algra frowned, then grinned. Okay, my mother always looks down on the fashions I design, and I surprised her this time. Algra showed a pair of small tiger teeth proudly. Then you have to be with your mother. Lin Feng was taken aback, thinking that if Algra disagreed, he would think of a way, but he didn't expect Algra to agree so readily. It's nothing. In the West, when I grow up, I will go to the society by myself. Very few people are attached to the wing of their parents, and many parents encourage their children to start their own businesses. Although I am a bit against my mother, she is like this. To my friend, I am too disrespectful. I will do this to her. Let her know that I am angry. Algra said angrily. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, always feeling that he was evil. It felt like the ex-party encouraged the landlord's children to fight against the landlord before liberation. In fact, Algra didn't say one thing. After the death of his late uncle Versace, Versace is now in trouble due to lack of new innovation and management chaos. If Algra's own brand this time can really gain popularity, not only will it not conflict with Versace, but it will help Versace to tide over the difficulties. After all, Algra is the future president of Versace. No matter what she does, everything will have a relationship with Versace. If it is really successful, then the brand she created independently will be directly merged under the name of Versace. If it fails, this time it will only challenge the Chinese market in its own name. Even if it fails, it will not cause any loss to Versace. This is to advance and attack, retreat and defend. Algra glanced at Lin Feng triumphantly. This time he was a little avenged by his mother's arrogance. With the help of Lin Feng's power, he created his own brand and was able to do something to his deceased uncle. Explain. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. However, brother Lin, I am afraid that my mother will sue you to deceive the girl. This is a serious crime, and I am afraid that you will be in big trouble. Algra looked at Lin Feng worriedly, but he said it was funny again, and laughed. Algra's reminder reminded Lin Feng that the charge of deceiving the girl was not light. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked, Algra, when were you born? My birthday was July 23, 1985. Algra said. Well, rest assured, that's fine. Lin Feng calculated the time and nodded confidently. Algra looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, but when he saw Lin Feng's confident face, she stopped saying anything. Anyway, This time she made up her mind to start her own business and showed her mother a look to prove her strength. By the way, I will take revenge on my mother's arrogance. Not long after, Lisa's food was ready, and laughter resumed in the house. No words for a night. In the evening, Lin Feng and Lisa did nothing, but hugged each other tightly. After dinner, Lin Feng read the reports of major Western media reprinted on the internet. They not only portrayed himself as a shameless lunatic who tricked girls, but also Lisa as a star who chased fame and fortune with despicable means. This made Lin Feng extremely angry, and he made up his mind to pay tribute to the Western reporter tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng showed up at the press conference with 5 girls. Many reporters stayed up all night, waiting for Lin Feng's press conference. This news is too violent. The future head of the world's top fashion luxury brands, the domestic online game tycoon, and the hottest showgirl in China, these 3 people. The entangled story is really exciting. The headlines of the major newspapers this morning were also headlines such as "The Tycoon Seduced Girls," but because Lin Feng held a press conference this morning, the major newspapers were rather polite, without too much drastic language, but only analyzed the differences between the 3 relationship. And guess how Lin Feng faced this situation? As an online game tycoon, if someone is accused of deceiving a girl, or the future head of Versace, whether it is a crime or an influence, it is enough to make a global sensation. When Lin Feng arrived at the scene, the press hall was already overcrowded with reporters. This time, not only domestic reporters, but also reporters from well-known newspapers and magazines in Hong Kong and abroad came over. Some reporters were sent overnight from abroad, while others were domestic reporters who had previously reported on other reporters and were temporarily assigned to conduct interviews on this news event. Thanks to Lin Feng's habit of holding a press conference on the eve of lunch, so many reporters can arrive. By the way, he used the hands of many reporters to promote his starting fast food chain. When a group of reporters saw Lin Feng coming, they suddenly fell silent. This is also the habit of Lin Feng's press conferences. For each press conference, Lin Feng will leave a separate hour for questioning, allowing many reporters to ask questions freely, but it is also stipulated that order must be observed and no questions will be answered before the press conference. Many reporters in China are accustomed to it, so they will not ask questions first, begging to be boring. Although foreign reporters or reporters who had never interviewed Lin Feng did not understand the rules, they quieted down under the guidance of many reporters. No way, these foreign reporters won't be able to calm down. First, domestic reporters glared at him, and even taught them by precepts and deeds, telling them about Lin Feng's habits. Second, for reporters who did not cooperate, Lin Feng also had a trick. When they waited for the fast food to be distributed, these reporters who did not cooperate were definitely number. Although this package is not expensive, but others have it, but you do not have it. This is ugly on the face. In the end, many foreign reporters who wanted to interview had no choice but to calm down. But naturally, he cursed Lin Feng secretly in his heart. Many of them were big-name reporters from well-known foreign newspapers and magazines. They had interviewed countless press conferences in their lives. They had never seen such a big-name one before, so they secretly determined that they would look good to Lin Feng. Seeing many reporters quiet down, especially those big-name foreign reporters who were unwilling, also sat down honestly, Lin Feng smiled triumphantly. Don't think you have a big name. Here, in my press conference room, the biggest name is me. I am in charge of my territory. Everyone, with regard to the speech made by Ms. Donatella, the interim president of Versace, yesterday, I believe that everyone must be very clear, even better than me. I will not repeat her speech here. I now announce one thing. I will invest $1 million and cooperate with Miss Algra Versace Baker to create a new fashion brand store belonging to Miss Algra in mainland China. Lin Feng was surprised, and there was an exclamation on the scene. Several foreign reporters instinctively wanted to raise their hands to speak, but halfway through, thinking of the weird rules laid down by Lin Feng, They put their hands down again in a rage. Many domestic reporters waited for Lin Feng to speak. This news is too violent. Yesterday, Donatella just cancelled Li Zhu's Asian spokesperson status. Today, Lin Feng is digging into the corner of her daughter and partnering with her to open a fashion brand store in China. This news is also too exciting. Yes, I will partner with Mr. Lin Feng to create my own Algra brand, and will focus on Chinese elements, designing the most fashionable fashion for the Chinese that are most in line with the Chinese. Algra said surely, to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 198. Stupid P appears. Many reporters whispered to each other, although they can't ask questions now. They exchanged opinions, discussing the relationship between Lin Feng and Algra, and why they favored an outsider to deal with his mother. After Algra waited for the reporters in the audience to digest a little bit, he threw out another violent news. At the same time, I also want to announce that Miss Lisa will become the spokesperson for the fashion under my name, and Miss Lin Zhui, Miss Huang Meixi, and Miss Huang Shuqi will all become my exclusive models. Algra's words naturally aroused the audience. The reporters exclaimed. Obviously they did not expect Algra to hire Lisa as a contemporary spokesperson, and at the same time, they also signed the well-known Lin Zhui and Huang Meixi who recently came out of Supergirl in China. As for Huang Shuqi, there are many the reporter didn't know him, but she also looked like a cute girl next door. And she was also very likable. But what really surprised many reporters was that Algra did this. Didn't she fight her mother? Although Western children can start their own businesses as adults, and it is not uncommon for fathers and sons to pay soldiers in shopping malls, etc., Algra owns 50% of Versace's equity after all, and is also the future president of Versace. What does she do? And her mother Donatella announced yesterday that she had cancelled Lisa's endorsement status, and today she announced that she invited Lisa to be her spokesperson. How did this make her mother step down? There was a buzz in the audience, and the news was really surprising. Okay, now you can ask questions freely. Amidst the tickles of the reporters, Lin Feng finally announced that it is time to ask questions freely. Mr. Lin, I have a question to ask. Unlike the domestic reporters who sat down on the Diaoyutai, the foreign reporters at the back waited for Lin Feng to speak and stood up one after another. Sorry, you are not qualified to ask questions yet, and it is not your turn. Lin Feng glanced at them with contempt. What? Lin Feng's words shocked all foreign reporters. Mr. Lin, what does it mean that we are not qualified? Are you racially discriminatory? A burly golden-haired man waved Kongwa's powerful arm in protest. Sorry, sir, I am not racially discriminatory, but I have my rules here. Starting from the first row, one person in each row will take turns to ask questions. You are in the 10th row. If you are lucky, the 10th round to you. Lin Feng said lightly without being annoyed. But this faint tone made this Western man horrible. Absurd. I have attended countless press conferences, and I have never seen you break the rules. The man's long face flushed red. His arms swung like a hammer. I interviewed Bush and interviewed Bill Gates. I have interviewed Beckham, Mr. Lin. None of them have such a big name as you. Do you think you are even bigger than them? Several foreign reporters who participated in the interview together nodded their heads in agreement, all thinking that Lin Feng was too much. An ordinary press conference, not a national press conference. So many rules. Yes, these people are more famous and influential than me, but it is a pity that now you are in China and interviewing me at my press conference. My rules have always been this way. If you feel unacceptable, you can go to interview Bush and interview Bill Gates. The Western man who choked with Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. Western reporters who came with him expressed their protests and accused Lin Feng of playing big cards, but Lin Feng directly ignored him. But now you are begging to interview me, not me begging to let you report. You just ignore it. Lin Feng is retaliating against these foreign reporters for their irresponsible reports yesterday. Many domestic reporters in the front row secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. These foreign reporters often rely on their own interviews with some big people, and always look down on them, these Chinese reporters, and have always been self-righteous. This time Lin Feng embarrassed them, which is regarded as a guilty sign for them. Sir, do you want to continue the interview or leave? If you want to do the interview, please sit down. If you want to leave, take 30 steps to the left and the gate. Lin Feng hated these Western reporters who vilified Li Zhu and took this opportunity. Naturally, it must be pursued. This Western reporter, with a long face like Guan Gong, would definitely leave behind if he had his usual temperament. But this time the news was extremely violent, especially after Algra announced that his own brand was playing against her mother. It was the hottest news. If he is waving away for the sake of face, tomorrow his boss will definitely let him wave away. After thinking about it, between rice bowl and face, he still chose rice bowl. But why are you Chinese reporters in the front row and our foreign reporters in the back row? The unwilling Western reporter asked. Lin Feng grinned. Sir, don't you know what comes first, then come first? If you want to sit in the front row next time, please come early. Do you want me to set up a special seat here for you? Do you think this is a restaurant? Lin Feng's words caused a roar of laughter in the audience, and the Western reporter sat down with a face full of unwillingness. But don't you have a famous saying in China called "You are a guest from afar"? Do you treat guests like this? Western men protested unconvinced. But we still have a saying in China, which is called "customer as you wish." When the guests come, they naturally have to obey the host's arrangements. Lin Feng returned with a single sentence. When the Western man saw the Chinese reporters all around him laughing, his face became even more ugly, and he was still arguing, but Lin Feng blocked him with a word later. There is also an idiom in China called "no eyes the guest to win the master." If you continue to protest like this, it is to distract you from the guest. For this kind of guest, I believe no host will like it. To treat this kind of guest, I think all hosts have only one way. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to motion to the front row of domestic reporters. Coax him out. The reporters in the front row yelled very cooperatively, and then there was a burst of laughter. Seeing everyone unanimously pointed their guns at him, the Western reporter knew that the anger was hard to commit, so he had to hum a few times and sit down reluctantly. Okay, please start asking questions. Lin Feng raised his hand to indicate. The reporters in the first row looked at each other, and after a brief exchange, the reporter of the Shanghai Oriental Daily stood up and said, Dong Lin, may I ask if you and Miss Algra are cooperating to create a new brand? Does it mean that you intend to enter the fashion industry? Hee. This is purely a friendship investment. Miss Algra wants to start her own business. I just have spare money in my hands, so I invest. It's as simple as that. As for whether to enter the fashion industry, I think if I have money to make money, why not? Lin Feng downplayed this topic. Dong Lin, aren't you afraid that Miss Donatella would object to this? The reporters in the second row also stood up and asked questions. Hee. I think Miss Donatella must be very pleased that Miss Algra can choose to start her own business. Why would she oppose it? Lin Feng evaded again. The domestic reporters in the first few rows all pointed their questions to the cooperation between Lin Feng and Algra, but did not ask any questions on truly sensitive topics, which made Lin Feng quite strange. In the past, these reporters said that they had a good relationship with them, but they were not so easy to dispel. Especially this time the news was so violent. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that many reporters also had their own calculations. As a result, Algra suddenly announced his own business, which is indeed big news. Second, there are these foreign reporters on the scene. They believe that these foreign reporters will definitely ask, why should they ask these sensitive topics to anger Lin Feng? If they can get information, but they can't sin against people, why don't they do it? The reason why many reporters are jealous is that Lin Feng is too young and so rich. Many reporters are also human and know how to advance and retreat. They were also afraid that Lin Feng would be really annoying and trouble them. Young people are impulsive, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. But at least for these domestic reporters, especially those who are familiar with Lin Feng, they will never provoke Mao Linfeng if it is not necessary. This person is usually easygoing, and everything is easy to discuss. It's really annoying, and no one feels good. The last time Hong Kong Lin Feng testified that 13 wealthy elder brother Byuk beat members of the Flying Tigers. This is unimaginable to others, and it is absolutely thankless. But Lin Feng did it. He didn't hesitate to offend the entire rich community in Hong Kong for this. This kind of thing can be done. Wouldn't it be difficult to clean up a few of their reporters? 8 questions were asked in a row. The first 8 rows were all domestic reporters, asking questions that were not painful or itchy. This made the Western man who had just eaten Lin Feng's stomach dissatisfied. I think that these journalists in China are all dung, and this kind of mentally handicapped problem is also asked, which is worse than their elementary school students. I was even more confident in my heart, and I must teach Lin Feng a lesson later. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Johnny, the special Chinese correspondent of the British The Times. What is your relationship with Miss Algra? How did you and Miss Algra meet? In Hong Kong, why did Miss Algra announce Miss Lisa became the spokesperson of Versace in Asia? This time you and Miss Algra co-founded this brand's new fashion brand. What is the reason? The Times reporter asked several questions and sat down and waited for Lin Feng. Reply. Other reporters in the front row quickly picked up their pens and prepared to record. They barely wrote just now, and those questions can be answered without asking them. Lin Feng glanced at the many reporters, and understood in his heart why these reporters just asked so many questions that are not painful or itchy, and dare to throw these sensitive questions to these foreign reporters. Cunning enough. Lin Feng glanced at the domestic reporters in the audience. Many reporters also responded to Lin Feng's tacit look. However, Lin Feng was a little surprised that although this Times reporter's questions were a little deeper than the previous Chinese reporters, he did not touch on sensitive issues. This is really not like their style. It was the subject of this press conference to trick the girl into tricking Algra into inviting Lisa to endorse it, but no one has asked it now. Interesting. Lin Feng touched his chin and looked at these reporters in a very interesting way. Idiot. The way you ask for such a simple question is still a reporter from the Times. It's rubbish. Idiot. The Western reporter cursed secretly in his heart. As if sensing the look in the eyes of the man who was alone in the venue just now, the Times reporter glanced at him disdainfully. Who is an idiot? I don't know yet. The Times reporter, you have a lot of questions. But if you are a guest from afar, I still satisfy you. Miss Algra and I are friends and have a very good relationship. How did I meet her? It can be said to be fate. As for why Miss Algra announced that Miss Lisa has become the spokesperson of Versace in Asia, I think Miss Algra has a higher vision than Ms. Donatella in this regard. I must congratulate Miss Donatella and the deceased Mr. Versace. There are some successors to the Versace brand. Lin Feng took the opportunity to reply that Donatella was not well known to Lisa and was not enough to serve as the spokesperson of the Versace brand. This made domestic reporters applauded. Although Lisa is a Korean, according to her relationship with Lin Feng, she may be a Chinese wife in the future. In China, daughters are all water poured out, and they belong to whose family they marry. In this way, Lisa can also be regarded as half a Chinese. In addition, Lisa is innocent and lovely, and gentle to others. He never plays a big name in every interview. He is also very popular among many reporters. Therefore, Western reporters' unprovoked and rude accusations against Lisa have caused many reporters who are familiar with Lisa to feel injustice. As for the cooperation with Miss Algra this time to create a new fashion brand, there is only one reason. Because Algra has this talent. I believe that the fashion brands named after her will definitely become the vein of the international fashion industry in the future. Lin Feng continued to support Algra. Thank you, brother Lin. Don't worry, I will succeed. Algra heard Lin Feng complimenting him so much. His heart blossomed early, and he secretly thanked him in a low voice. At this time, It was the 10th row. The Western reporter raised his hand. But Lin Feng deliberately turned a blind eye, sweeping his eyes around him, making him so anxious that he wanted to stand up. If you want to ask a question, I won't let you ask a question. I will suffocate you to death. Lin Feng ignored him and prepared to point people around him. Unexpectedly, when several reporters around him saw Lin Feng's point of them, they immediately shook their hands, indicating that they had no questions to ask. Obviously, these reporters have long understood that they all put sensitive issues on this Western man. Lin Feng saw that he knew he had to order this person. Otherwise, other reporters won't follow it. Even if you fool around today, you will still be surrounded by many reporters tomorrow. This gentleman with the longest arm is you, Lin Feng said. Mr. Lin, I'm a reporter from the Sunday. The man stood up triumphantly. However, he didn't know that many domestic reporters said in one heart silly B finally played. The Times reporter also snorted in his heart, no, you know who is an idiot. If this Sun reporter knew that all the other reporters in the room had the same thoughts, he would be so angry that he would be compared to him as a fool. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 199. There are 3 newspapers named The Sun, The Sun of New York, The Sun of the famous media tycoon Murdoch, and The Sun of the Hong Kong Oriental Press Group. The Sun in the United States has ceased publication, and The Sun of the Hong Kong Oriental Press Group is the Chinese leader. This golden-haired, burly Western man who looks like an ape is obviously affiliated with The Sun under the Murdoch News Group in the United Kingdom. Reporter. The British Sun is the highest-selling newspaper in the UK, with a daily circulation of more than 3.2 million copies. Although it has a large sales volume and a high reputation, it is not a mainstream newspaper. According to Chinese, it is a non-mainstream newspaper, but it has a mainstream newspaper. Sales of newspapers has always been known for being unprofessional, neutral, vulgar and grandstanding. Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Sammy, a reporter from the British Sun. Sammy stood up triumphantly and glanced around the reporters present like a king. They are all idiots and rice buckets. Asking these low-level, boring, and useless questions is simply a shame among reporters. Sammy despised everyone with disdain. Silly B. If the image is not taken into consideration, domestic reporters must all put up an international middle finger. Moron. The Times reporter Johnny sneered several times. The Sun is interesting. It seems that the most vicious person who scolded himself and Lisa on the internet is the Sun. Lin Feng looked at Sammy playfully. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes changed, reporters who were familiar with Lin Feng knew that a good show was about to go on stage, and quickly prepared paper and pens, as well as a tape recorder, waiting for the good show to kick off. Mr. Lin, please. Sammy deliberately stretched the tone to attract everyone's attention. The grandstanding kid, The Times reporter Johnny whispered secretly. Although both The Times and The Sun are under the banner of the media tycoon Murdoch, they are in competition with each other. The reporters of The Times report the news in The Sun in a vulgar and irresponsible manner, has always looked down upon. Mr. Lin, what do you think of Miss Donatera's accusation of deceiving Miss Algra? Have you been thinking of deceiving the future president of Versace from the very beginning, or even with the idea of having both wealth and color, preparing to annex Versace in the future also? Have you taken an extraordinary measures against Miss Algra so that Miss Algra will stand on your side even at the expense of her mother? Also, you and Miss Algra have this beautiful Miss Lizu. What is the relationship between the 3? Love triangle, hug left and right, or play 3P? Sammy asked several questions in one breath. After asking, even after taking a few breaths, he almost didn't suffocate to death. Although many reporters at the scene looked down upon Sammy, the reporter of The Sun, they had to admit that the reporters of The Sun had 3 guts and dared to ask any questions. However, some of the questions are too vulgar, especially this last question. I am afraid that no one except the reporter of The Sun will ask at the scene, but this is the style of The Sun. But with such a vulgar and vicious question, isn't he afraid of angering Lin Feng? Many reporters looked at Lin Feng, and looked at Sammy, who looked complacent, and sighed inwardly. "Sammy, your mother called you to go home for dinner." Sammy, is it?" Lin Feng knocked on the table and looked at Sammy. "Do you have eye problems or brain problems? Do you think Miss Algra next to me is so easy to be deceived? Or do you think the future heir carefully cultivated by Versace is a mentally handicapped?" Hiss. Many reporters on the scene took a sigh of relief. They did not expect that Lin Feng's counterattack was so sharp and bold, and it was very different from the humility of some domestic entrepreneurs or leaders when they were interviewed. Looking at Sammy again, his face was blue and white. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to answer him like this. "Mr. Lin, I strongly protest your personal attacks on me with insulting language." Sammy protested loudly. "Insulting language? Has your newspaper less vilified me and my girlfriend Miss Lisa in the past 24 hours? Besides, isn't this the usual style of your newspaper?" Lin Feng made up his mind to take this Sammy out of breath. Sammy's eyes stared. His nose sprayed 2 rough breaths, and he didn't want to be entangled with Lin Feng on this issue. Wasting time. He was not a kind of rookie reporter. He was irritated by Lin Feng and forgot about it, wasting precious interview time for nothing. "Then do you want to cheat money and sex? Want to swallow Versace for nothing? Want to use this to squeeze into the upper class of Europe and become a celebrity?" Lin Feng sneered. "Mr. Lin, please answer whether your purpose has been exposed by me." "But I can't answer it." Sammy seemed to have caught Lin Feng's handle and said with excitement, "Mr. Sammy, I think you have not only a brain problem, but also a hearing problem. Didn't you hear clearly? I already have a girlfriend." "We Chinese are not as confused as the third-page girl of your newspaper, Zhao Qin Muchu. Or do you think Miss Algra is easy to be deceived? Is Versace so easy to be swallowed? If you don't have any money, I don't mind doing good deeds to help you pay the inspection fee," Lin Feng said sarcastically. There was a lot of laughter at the scene. "Mr. Lin, I strongly protest that you have repeatedly insulted me. This is a provocation to our son," Sammy shouted with his fists. "Insult? Sorry, I just discussed your brain and hearing." Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. The reporters laughed again. "Then how do you explain that Miss Algra did not hesitate to offend her mother to help you? Don't you dare to say that there is no relationship between you?" Sammy shouted angrily. "I still have to doubt you again. Forget it, you can't help it. In this fate, I won't talk about your brain anymore." "But you are not slandering me, but slandering Versace." Lin the Wind shook his head. "Mr. Reporter, it is better for me to answer this question. The reason why I choose to cooperate with Mr. Lin Feng is that he believes in my talent and thinks that I am not just a person born with a golden spoon in Algra. The little princess is a designer. Second, I am very optimistic about the Chinese mainland market. As for fighting against my mother, I think Versace has no plans to enter the Chinese market now." Algra took the microphone. "Perhaps Versace will enter the Chinese market soon in the future." Sammy was still arguing. This reporter friend, as Versace's future president, I don't know when I will enter the Chinese market, but you know. It seems that in the future, we at Versace should hire you as our chief market analyst." Alas, Sammy couldn't hold back a word for a long time after Jira's words were blocked. There was a lot of laughter at the scene. "Then what's the relationship between you and Lin Feng? Do you like him? You will even do something to harm Versace because of him?" Sammy retreated. His face turned into pig liver color, but he still held all readers tightly. "The relationship between men and women who are most interested is not let go." Algra is still waiting for one sentence to explain. But Lin Feng looked impatient and grabbed the microphone. "This Sammy reporter, Miss Algra and I are just very good friends, and there will be more partnerships in the future. Human relations, there is no other relationship that your dirty brain thinks about. If you want to interview these, it is better to find the third-page girl of your newspaper. I think you will get more news." "Then why is Miss Algra not hesitating to fight against her mother? but also on your side. Have you used some extraordinary tactics against her to intimidate her? I heard that your country's version of The Art of War by Sun Tzu is correct. This conspiracy is about how to use various despicable means to gain benefits. I don't know if Mr. Lin used any of these tricks to deal with Miss Algra in order to achieve your ulterior motives. Sammy is not reconciled by Lin Feng. It was taunting and moved out of the Sun Tzu Art of War that I heard not long ago. Sammy heard many colleagues and some successful people introduced The Art of War by Sun Tzu. These people praised The Art of War by Sun Tzu well, but Sammy, who has always been very self-confident and proud of his identity as a British, looked down upon China. Thousands of years ago, the old antique thought it was just a conspiracy book written by a conspirator. The reporters on the scene were in an uproar when Sammy said this. In particular, domestic reporters glared at Sammy. As Sammy's same boss, the Times reporter Johnny drew a clear line with Sammy. The newspaper strongly despised, and only newspapers like The Sun, which only pursues a sensational effect, would invite such idiotic reporters. Lin Feng is really angry. Beat the table on the spot. First of all, I want to affirm that The Art of War of Sun Tzu is a great military strategist in our country. The Art of War of Sun Tzu written by him is a great military work, which has been translated into Japanese, English, French, German, and Russian. Several texts are widely circulated all over the world and enjoy the reputation of the sacred book of military science. It is by no means what you call a conspiracy. Lin Feng pointed at Sammy with an angry expression and said sarcastically, I heard that it is expensive. Before defeating Napoleon, General Wellington of China often read The Art of War, and Marshal Montgomery, the hero of your country's World War II, also mentioned The Art of War many times. Do you think these two generals in your country are just conspirators? Huh? Sammy was speechless when asked by Lin Feng. He didn't have the guts to refute Lin Feng, admitting that the two greatest British generals were conspiracy villains. However, Lin Feng did not give up on this. Insulting China's pride must pay a price. As for the conspiracy, perhaps you should also interview Mr. Murdoch, the boss of your newspaper. Ask him why at the age of 61, he abandoned his 31-year-old wife and married a young and beautiful young man. A 31-year-old Chinese wife. You might as well ask Mr. Murdoch what conspiracy he is playing. Lin Feng unceremoniously criticized Murdoch, the owner of the Sunday. There was applause at the scene. Protest. Mr. Lin, you are an insult to our The Sun. You have repeatedly insulted The Sun. We want to block you. Sammy's face flushed red, and Lin Feng's words were incoherent. Murdoch abandoned his 31-year-old wife and married a 31-year-old young and beautiful Chinese girl. This has been criticized in the West. But under the ban of Murdoch's media empire, these negative news are almost invisible. At that time, many media ridiculed The Sun, often reporting the peachy news of other stars or politicians. The whole article was serialized without mentioning Murdoch's scandal. They ridiculed The Sun, advertised absolute freedom and openness of news. It was just an empty talk, which made The Sun extremely embarrassing at the time. Today, Lin Feng raised it so nakedly, it was like revealing the shortness of The Sun. How did Sammy not jump into a rage? Block me? A joke. I'm not one of those 3-page girls who rely on you to become famous, and second, I'm not a loyal reader of your newspaper. You want to block me and do my shit? You have the ability to report on me from now on. The Sun don't mention a single word. Lin Feng sneered several times. Sammy looked embarrassed. Now the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and Algra has affected the attention of readers throughout Europe. If The Sun is not published, and other newspapers report, the sales of The Sun may drop sharply tomorrow. Damn Oriental. Mr. Lin, don't the Orientals have always been gentle and courteous? Why didn't I see the slightest Chinese virtue from you? Sammy couldn't find other words to retaliate to Lin Feng, and instead used the Chinese virtue to speak of it. Speaking of this, Lin Feng is even more angry. It is this shit virtue that keeps China from being restricted in diplomatic interviews, and it is always the one to be angry with. But it was someone else. Lin Feng would never be like this. When Liang unrespectful, That's treating friends. I have only one attitude towards the media: that is nothing wrong with your newspaper, which reverses black and white. Lin Feng finished speaking, and raised his big middle finger. There was a flash of swish, swish, swish at the scene, and many reporters were so excited that tomorrow's front page pictures were available. Mr. Lin, you are a provocation, a naked provocation. You will definitely pay for it. Sammy is like a mad lion, waiting to rush to the stage to twist Lin Feng's finger, but the guards on both sides watched. Sammy had no choice but to endure his anger. Mr. Lin, you will definitely regret it. Sammy opened the crowd aside and left indignantly. You. The domestic reporters on the scene booed. Sammy's face jumped a few times when he heard the boo, and finally held back, cursed secretly in his heart, and walked away. Well, guys, the annoying flies have finally left. Is there any more to interview? There are 5 minutes left. Lin Feng looked at his watch and gestured for someone to ask a question. Many reporters looked at each other and shook their heads. Today's news is violent enough. Lin Feng and the Sun opened fire, which is enough for them to write one story after another. As for the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and Algra, since Lin Feng only acknowledged the relationship between the two of them as good friends, many reporters did not want to be boring without conclusive evidence. For news, it's best to have constant violent news coming out. It's not good to explode too many at once. In the future, when they get the conclusive evidence of Lin Feng and Algra, it will not be too late to ask. Now, don't offend the character president who dared to put a middle finger at the press conference and is known as the youngest billionaire in China. Since no one asks any more questions, please taste the food of my starting point fast food chain. By the way, thank you for coming today. Lin Feng clapped his hands and motioned to the waiters to deliver the set meal. The Times reporter Johnny quietly finished the Chinese set meal at the Qianji fast food restaurant and stood up and said, Mr. Lin, can I make an appointment for a separate interview? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, his face faintly displeased. Although the Times is very different from the Sun, Lin Feng doesn't like this kind of scarlet news interview. Mr. Lin, rest assured, The Times is not a third-rate tabloid like the Sun that only pursues fame and fortune. What we pursue is the truth. And I am not unconditionally interviewing. If Mr. Lin is willing to accept my exclusive for an exclusive interview, I will report on your Kiji fast food restaurant. By the way, you know that the Times has a pivotal position in the world. I think this will be of great help to Mr. Lin's Kiji fast food restaurant. Johnny YY with a smile. I knew that this bait was a temptation that Lin Feng could not refuse. As Johnny expected, Lin Feng groaned for a while and agreed. Starting Point fast food restaurant now has more than 500 chain stores in China, and it has become saturated in the country. Although it is still riding on the head by Kent Chicken and McDonald's, it has become the third largest fast food restaurant in China, the top spot among chain stores, and the largest self-owned fast food restaurant in China. Is also seen by the domestic industry as a hope to fight foreign fast food. However, if we want to continue to develop now, we must go abroad, and we can no longer confine ourselves to this corner of the country. Lin Feng himself does not want the Starting Point fast food restaurant to be just an influential fast food restaurant in the country. He hopes to become a world-renowned fast food restaurant like Kent Chicken and McDonald's. The Times can mention Starting Point fast food restaurant in the report, by the way, which is a good thing that can't be asked. Okay, I'll give you 1 hour in the afternoon. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you Mr. Lin for your cooperation, but I don't think it is as good as it is now. I only need half an hour, so that it can catch up with the morning paper time in the UK this morning, Johnny suggested with a satisfied smile. Okay, please over here. Lin Feng took Johnny to a separate small conference room. The other reporters on the scene could only envy Johnny deeply when witnessing all this. They didn't have the blessing of being interviewed alone. After all, the newspapers they represent are far from being compared with the Times in terms of scale and influence. The Times can give Lin Feng the treatment, but they can't. People are more angry than people. After enjoying the free lunch provided by Lin Feng, many reporters dispersed. However, Today is not destined to be an ordinary day. The firing of Lin Feng and the sun makes people look forward to how the sun will respond. It's 12 o'clock in Beijing and 4 o'clock in the morning in the UK. There are still 2 hours before the release of the sun, enough for a lot of things to happen. Today is only one chapter, but this chapter is equivalent to the usual chapter 2. Starting tomorrow, 3 changes every day. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 200, One Person, One World. The Times reporter Jonas' interview did not last long, and it was over in about 15 minutes. After all, he had to rush the manuscript and rushed to send the manuscript back to the United Kingdom and print it out at the time of the British Morning News today. Johnny, your question seems to have nothing to do with this storm. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. In this 15-minute exclusive interview, Johnny did not ask any questions about Lin Feng and Algra, but instead asked Lam Feng's company and future plans. Lin Dong, I think the Sun will definitely publicize the relationship between you and Miss Algra. Why should we join in the fun in the Times, as long as you report your relevant deeds? I think under the overwhelming publicity of the Sun, British readers will be very curious about what kind of Oriental can capture the heart of Versace's little princess. Johnny raised his eyebrows and smiled triumphantly. Lin Feng laughed dumbly. This time, the Times was a small calculation for the Sun to promote sales. Last question. Lin Dong, if you criticize Mr. Murdoch like this, are you afraid of being retaliated by him? Johnny was extremely curious. His means of revenge is nothing more than using newspapers to strongly criticize me. Now that the Sun has done this, what am I afraid of? Besides, this is China. No matter how powerful Mr. Murdoch is abroad, he cannot the influences imposed on the Chinese government. Lin Feng said confidently. Since meeting with President Jiang of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Lin Feng has received a secret message. Now, because of my success in the online game market, the success of the Starting Point fast food chain, and the establishment of the Star Charity Education Fund, I have attracted the attention of some leaders. At my own age, I started from scratch. As long as I didn't make some principled mistakes, I would definitely be taken care of in some respects. Therefore, this also made Lin Feng, who had been cautious and trembling, fearful of breaking certain unspoken rules, or offending some giant crocodiles, had a certain change in Lin Feng's heart. As President Jiang said, it is good to behave in a low manner, but sometimes it is necessary to act in a high manner, so that the public can recognize you, the society can recognize you, and the country can recognize you. President Jiang gave Lin Feng a sentence: be a low person, do things high profile, and do more good deeds. Because the country needs China's Bill Gates, Lin Feng is now the country's most promising potential stock of China's Bill Gates. Dong Lin, thank you for your cooperation, and I hope I will have another chance to interview you next time. This short 15-minute interview greatly changed Johnny's view of Lin Feng. Originally, Johnny witnessed Lin Feng's rules at the press conference, as well as his aggressive performance against the Sun reporters' army, which made Johnny think that Lin Feng is a somewhat oblivious, arrogant young entrepreneur with a bit of achievement. Only now I realized that all that was just a superficial phenomenon. As the domestic reporter said, if you don't irritate him or violate his bottom line, basically, you get along well. I believe there will be many opportunities in the future. By the way, don't forget to help me promote my Starting Point fast food restaurant. Lin Feng reminded. Sure. 2 hours later, today's British The Sun was published. The first page of the headline was Lin Feng's middle finger, and the title was Arrogant Chinese. The content lashed out at Lin Feng's criticism of the Sun reporter Sanmi. Insults and disdain for the Sun. The article described Lin Feng as an arrogant, demeaned, and self-righteous savage boy. Among them, Lin Feng's rudeness to Murdoch was also mentioned in secret. However, this scolding has completely forgotten the real theme of this incident: relationship between Lin Feng and Algra. At the same time, The Times was published on the front page with a picture of Lin Feng, who had just won the 2001 Innovative Software Enterprise Certificate issued by the China Computer Association, and the 2001 Shanghai Famous Brand Medal, with the title Bill Gates of China. The article reports Lin Feng's deeds and current achievements. As for the relationship between Lin Feng and Algra, I only briefly touched on it. However, they also made detailed reports on the establishment of Algra and Lin Feng Investments fashion brand stores in China named after Algra. These two newspapers with completely different styles and evaluations aroused the interest of all readers in the UK. For the first time, Lin Feng's name was recognized by the British, especially for Lin Feng's achievements that attracted the attention of many British businessmen. Regarding the report of the Times, The Sun was extremely indignant, and immediately criticized it, strongly condemning the Times for being too pro-China and the report was untrue. The Times counterattacked that the Sun has always reported unprofessional and non-literal reports. They just presented the most real events to readers. The two newspapers started a fight between the two newspapers, and it was a lot of fun. Murdoch, the boss of the two newspapers, murmured about the two newspapers under his banner. The reason is no other reason. This verbal battle has greatly increased the sales of the two newspapers. Keith Murdoch's name, are you indifferent when you berate you so much to that Chinese? Wendy Deng, Murdoch's current wife, asked displeasedly. Hee, baby, it's just a hairy boy. Why should we care about such a small role? Besides, isn't he Chinese? You don't like him so much? Murdoch was in a great mood while tasting red wine and looking at the sales of newspapers. Carefree Humphrey. Then Wendy knew that her husband was in a good mood because of the increase in newspaper sales and would not pursue Lin Feng. However, Wendy Den felt extremely uncomfortable with Lin Feng's reprimand. After successfully ousting Murdoch's second wife of 31 years of love by means, she has been pointed out. The most disgusting thing in my heart is being mentioned about this matter. This time Lin Feng was still in full view, and all the reporters were present to scold her, which made her very uncomfortable. Okay, baby, I promise that this news will not appear in any newspapers or websites. From the corner of his eyes, Murdoch caught the displeased expression of his third wife, stretched his hand over Deng Wendy, and stroked Deng Wendy's young and smooth. Said the skin, I don't want to see a single word appear in newspapers or on the internet. In this way, under the influence of Murdoch and the compromise of various parties, Lin Feng strongly criticized Murdoch's remarks for disappearing into the dust. This remark was not published in the newspapers, nor published on the internet. Lin Feng did not care much, and he would not provoke Murdoch after eating too much. However, on the internet, Lin Feng's insult to China's Sun Tzu art of war against reporters from The Sun and his strong counterattack were highly praised, believing that this is the bloody Chinese. Someone with good news reposted the translation of The Sun about Lin Feng's criticism on the internet, which roused strong indignation from domestic online games. Many good people ran to the Sun forum to make trouble, and found that the official website of The Sun had been hacked. The picture above was a picture of General Wellington when he returned triumphantly after defeating Napoleon, but he added a copy of The Art of War in his hand, and accompanied by text, General Wellington can defeat Napoleon by familiarizing himself with The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Without The Art of War by Sun Tzu, Britain had long become a French subject. This caused domestic netizens to celebrate, and one after another posted praising the hacker who had hacked The Sun and praised him as a cyber black man. As for the protagonist Donatella who provoked the turmoil, she remained silent after learning that Algra was preparing to establish her own brand in China. No one knew what she was thinking. However, for this storm, especially Lin Feng's big middle finger, many celebrities and politicians who have been devastated by The Sun are extremely pleased. Many media have found that some stars and dignitaries who have been poisoned by The Sun dignitaries. I feel particularly happy during this time. Regardless of how the Times and The Sun may toss, Lin Feng is already preparing for his second trip to Korea. But Lin Feng and Danzi met once before the trip to Korea. During this time, Danzi visited many places and decided to build the factory in Dongguan, Guangdong. Dongguan is not far from Shenzhen and has convenient transportation. Now Dongguan has many preferential policies for high-tech enterprises. In addition, the land price, rent and labor wages are much lower than Shenzhen, making it an ideal place to build factories. However, as for the core technology of MP3 players, Danzi believes that it is necessary to discuss with Lin Feng. This is related to the future development of the company. He cannot be the master and must be approved by Lin Feng. Ha ha, Lin Dong, this time your behavior has made a lot of ills for many celebrities and politicians. Tanzi also read the report, and admired Lin Feng for being so strong. At least it is because he faced the Sun reporters making things difficult. I'm afraid I don't know what to do except silence. Ha ha, Mr. Dan. The factory has chosen to build a factory in Dongguan. What are the other issues? Lin Feng asked directly. Donglin, the main characteristics of MP3 players are portability and compactness. So we need to use flash memory as the storage medium. But today the price of flash memory chips remains high. Now the wholesale price of 32M flash memory is about 130 yuan, and the price of 64M flash memory is 240. It's about RMB yuan. According to China's current national conditions, the price of an MP3 player within 300 is the most acceptable price to the public. Danzi handed Lin Feng a data report. Then I don't know what solution Mr. Dan has. Since Danzi proposed, Lin Feng believes that Danzi must have a solution. This person is not the kind of person who speaks the vernacular. I do have a way, but it may offend many people, but it can make the company the largest MP3 player company in China, and it may even dominate the domestic flash memory market. Perhaps even bigger. Tanzi stared at Lin Feng intently. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now he can offend many people, but if he is afraid of offending people, then it is best not to be in the business world. Let's talk. What way? Lin Feng asked. Integration. Use other companies' financial for my use. One of the important reasons for the high price of flash memory is that the sales volume of flash memory market is not enough. I found a flash memory manufacturer. If we are willing to subscribe 1 million pieces at a time, the price will be fine. Down by 50%. Tanzi stared at Lin Feng. 1 million pieces. Lin Feng took a sharp breath. Yes, only when this number is reached, the price of flash memory can be drastically reduced. Only large-scale mass production can lead to a sharp drop in prices. Tanzi Liu hesitated and said after a moment of indulgence, however, in the first half of this year, the flash memory market in mainland China has sold 32,000 pieces, while the global sales volume in the first half of the year was only 1.028 million pieces. Lin Feng frowned. In the first half of 2001, China only sold 32,000 pieces, and the global sales volume was only 1.028 million pieces. Now my company has to place an order of 1 million pieces at a time, which is equivalent to one company swallowing the world's goods for half a year. Terror. One person against the whole world. Is it possible? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued.